Chapter 1. Purchasing a scratch card. Encountering the master thief of her Liz Wang. Ding! Today's fortune. Minor blessing fortunate position. 3 meters ahead lottery store. The sun shone brightly overhead, in the vibrant city. Amidst the bustling street filled with small eateries, Gao Ye stood at the entrance of the lottery store, his hands rubbing together in excitement. Having traversed through time with a system, this must surely be the hallmark of a successful individual, right? Moreover, the system's first directive pointed him to the lottery store. What could this signify? It clearly hinted at the prospect of wealth. Yet, he pondered, how much could this minor blessing yield? Standing tall and confident, Gao Ye strode into the lottery store. Boss, what is the price of your most expensive scratch card? 50. The lottery store owner replied, engrossed in a game on his phone. Not bothering to look up .50, is it? All right, then I'll take one for 20. The owner, after a brief silence, confirmed that Gao Ye was not causing trouble and pulled out a stack of scratch cards from the counter. Here, these are all 20. Which one? Would you like? Any will do, as long as it doesn't affect my fortune. Picking up the top scratch card, Gao Ye scanned it with his phone, revealing a price of $12.80. Boss, I've got $7.20 left he'll pay in cash. Looking around, the owner waved his hand dismissively. You scratch first if you win, I might just have to give you some money. That's true. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Ye nodded vigorously, then shook his head. It's hard to say if I win more than 10,000. You'll need to go to the lottery company to claim. My prize that all right? The owner resumed his game. As the proprietor of a lottery store, he had seen this scenario countless times. Every customer who entered believed they were destined to win a jackpot. This would inevitably lead to the second card surely winning. The third card guaranteed to win. Boss, give me a stack of scratch cards today. I am bound to strike it rich. Boss, hand me another stack. Boss, one more stack. Boss, just one more. Woe is me, boss. Goodbye. I shall surely win tomorrow. Kid, if you don't bring out 300 to 500 later, I won't share my surname with you. After losing the game, the owner pocketed his phone and turned his gaze to Gao Ye. He watched as Gao Ye picked up the scratch card and, with a decisive scrape, removed the entire covering, causing the owner's heart to race. The first row. Not a win. The second row. Still no luck. The third row. Nothing. On the final row. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Gao Ye exclaimed thrice, startling the lottery store owner, who was about to express his annoyance. Suddenly realizing something, the owner leaned forward, eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? Did you really win the jackpot? No. Contemplating the notion of minor blessing while gazing at the utterly unyielding scratch card, Gao Ye felt a chill run down his spine. This was all his savings. The sum of 7 yuan and 2 jiao was extracted from his sister's piggy bank, and if he did not win the grand prize, he could very well find himself facing her wrath when she discovered the truth. It was evident that the system could not deceive him. The only outcome was, goodness, boss, are you telling me this scratch card is a fraud? How could it be that I didn't win a single cent? Gao Ye asserted with conviction. Outside, a few young individuals poised to enter hesitated upon hearing his words. Inside, several lottery players swiftly raised their heads, cursing aloud. Damn it, no wonder I scratched for thousands, and only 100 turns out it's all fake. You gotta be kidding, refund me. The boss, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly defended himself. Hey, why speak like that? If you're unlucky, don't blame the lottery. Keep this up, and I might have to sue you for defamation. With that, the boss presented a stack of scratch cards on the counter. Come and see, these are all freshly acquired scratch cards worth 30,000 yuan, and I still have the receipts. Gao Ye took the receipt and examined it closely. It bore the stamp of the lottery company. Astonishing. How can this be? He glanced at the losing scratch card in his left hand, then at the stamped receipt in his right, utterly perplexed. This was indeed the location indicated by the system. All circumstances were aligned. Could it be that the timing was off? As his furrowed brow relaxed, Gao Ye found this to be quite plausible. Boss, I shall return this afternoon. There's still 7 yuan and 2 jiao. I can give you the money now. The boss' expression softened slightly. Reaching into his left pocket, then his right, Gao Ye's countenance darkened. He was certain he had the money. Before entering, he had counted it carefully. Could have slipped into another pocket. He rummaged through his left jacket pocket, then the right, the soles of his shoes, his socks, and even his armpits. Gao Ye's face grew increasingly grim, and after a long pause, he managed to stammer, Boss, did Did you lose the money? The boss cracked sunflower seeds. Yes, yes. With a look of surprise, Gao Ye nodded. How did you know, boss? How would I know? Smack. The boss slammed the table, standing at the door with a triumphant expression that seemed to say he had finally caught him. Last week, someone scratched 2 stacks of cards and said the same thing. That person is now in custody. I am telling you, either you give me the money now, or I'll call the police. Let's not resort to that. Gao Ye waved his hands repeatedly, his tone weakening. We'll make a call and have my friend send me 7 yuan and 2 jiao. With that, he searched his left pocket, then his right, followed by his jacket's left and right pockets, the soles of his shoes, and even his armpits. Gao Ye's face turned pale. Oh no, where's my phone? Where could my large phone have gone? Don't play games with me. The lottery shop owner frowned in anger. You just used your phone to scan for 12 yuan and 80 cents less than 5 minutes ago, and now you claim it's lost? Who would believe that? Do you think there's a thief in my shop? Wasting my time, I shall call the police this very moment. The lottery shop owner rummaged through his left trouser pocket, then his right, followed by his upper garment's left and right pockets, the soles of his shoes, and even his armpits. And then the counter. The lottery shop owner's expression changed dramatically. Where on earth is my phone? I was just playing Honor of Kings. Damn it, there's a thief. None of you are leaving today. I will call the police. Gao Ye interjected. Boss, wasn't your phone stolen? How will you make the call? The lottery shop owner paused in silence. I have a landline. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow bolted out of the shop, causing the lottery shop owner to stagger and see stars. Rubbing his head, he was utterly bewildered. What just dashed out? Chapter 2. Please, do visit my establishment. As soon as he heard, call the police, he fled. Gao Ye nodded. He is undoubtedly a pickpocket. Then you should hurry and catch him. The lottery shop owner gritted his teeth. He dared to steal from me. It's utterly outrageous. If you catch him, I want to take that 7 yuan from you. I'll even give you 500 yuan worth of scratch cards. To his surprise, little G was here. With his eyes lighting up, he lunged forward like a cheetah. Gao Ye delivered a flying kick, sending the pickpocket sprawling to the ground. That he swiftly pounced, pinning the thief firmly down. 500. Don't move. Gao Ye, possessing considerable strength and a natural talent for combat, had once matched 5 instructors during military training in junior high, and during high school he single-handedly faced 10 instructors. The chief instructor had openly declared him a prodigy. After his time travel, his strength had only increased. Thus, subduing a pickpocket was a trivial matter for Gao Ye. Feeling the power coursing through him, the pickpocket struggled violently, but soon realized he was utterly immobilized and began to threaten. Kid, you better let me go if I get out. I'll surely visit your establishment every day. Huh? Such a delightful prospect? Gao Ye's expression brightened with surprise. He had grown up with his uncle, who served as a police officer in the Zhongshan Street security office this year. He was 34 years old, holding the rank of 2nd level police supervisor. Advancing to 1st level supervisor, he could qualify for the position of director. However, promotions in rank were notoriously challenging, typically requiring one of 2 paths, a 3-year increment or meritorious service. His uncle could wait, but Gao Ye could not. He was on the verge of entering university, and he wanted to boast about having a director uncle when the semester commenced. Please, do make sure to visit my establishment, Gao Ye earnestly stated, even addressing him respectfully. Huh? The pickpocket appeared somewhat confused. Where's your place? Gao Ye replied, in the Qingxiu District Security Bureau's staff quarters. When you enter, take a left. The first building you see is yours. Then you head up to the 2nd floor. Oh, by the way, when you come to pilfer, do remember to inform me in advance. I fear my second uncle might shoot you dead. The thief. Are you boasting? I, Gao Ye, never boast. Discovering a phone on the thief, Gao Ye dialed his second uncle, Gao Zhengwo, bang. At the Zhongshan Street security office, within the conference room, Director Deng Yu slammed the table, visibly enraged. In just a single day, the number of theft cases has soared to 135, with the total amount involved reaching 3 million since the establishment of the Zhongshan Street security office. Such a grave and large-scale theft has never occurred. Even when considering the entirety of Green City, such a severe theft has never been witnessed. This is nothing short of a blatant disdain for the law. It is a contempt for all the detectives of Zhongshan Street. Now even the city leaders are aware of this incident. Closing the file and surveying the room, Deng Ye's anger intensified. Just now, Director Sun from the Municipal Bureau called me and berated me mercilessly. Director Sun has ordered us to locate clues about this gang of thieves within a day. If we fail to do so, every single one of us at this security office, including the police dog, will have to write a self-reflection. The expressions of everyone suddenly grew solemn. Moreover, the new police vehicles earmarked for us have all been confiscated. We will continue to operate with that old police car that consumes a liter of fuel every 100 kilometers. The countenance of the group turned grim. The performance assessments at year-end will also see a reduction in scores. At this revelation, the expressions of the crowd transformed dramatically. Director Deng, a young detective, could no longer restrain himself and stood up. "Whatever you say, we shall do." "Very well." Nodding slightly, Deng Yu issued orders. "Director Sun has instructed us to find clues about this gang of thieves within a day. With our current manpower and resources, we can only undertake 2 tasks simultaneously. I will lead a team to investigate the surveillance around the crime scenes. Comrade Gao Jiangwo will lead another team to visit the major communities in our jurisdiction, as well as inquire with the local habitual thieves. What do you think, old Gao? Can we accomplish this in a day?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged detective sitting in the first seat on the left nodded. "Director Deng, completing it within a day should pose no issue. I will reach out to the habitual thieves at once and see if they have any leads." With that, Gao Jiangwo pulled out his phone. Just as he did so, the phone rang. The caller was none other than Gao Ye. Immediately, Gao Jiangwo felt a headache coming on. His nephew had rushed out early in the morning, skipping breakfast, claiming he had a grand performance to showcase. Performing is one thing, but before leaving, he had smashed his daughter's piggy bank, causing Gao Jiangwo to pacify her for an hour before heading to work. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed the answer button. Upon hearing Gao Ye's words on the other end, Gao Jiangwo was taken aback. "What? You caught a notorious thief from Erliswang?" Chapter 3. Officer, I confess. I confess it all. Upon hearing the exclamation from Uncle Gao, the entire assembly of detectives in the conference room was rendered momentarily speechless. What on earth? We have scarcely devised a plan, and yet the pickpocket has already been apprehended? Whose subordinate possesses such audacity? At this juncture, Uncle Gao had already terminated the call. "Old Gao, what is the situation?" Observing this, Deng Yu hastily inquired. "Has the pickpocket been caught?" Nodding slightly, Uncle Gao felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. "My nephew, Gao Ye, encountered a pickpocket while purchasing scratch-off lottery tickets. According to him, this pickpocket was quite adept, akin to the notorious thief from Erliswang, deftly pilfering the phones and wallets of an entire room without anyone noticing. I sense that this may be the very gang of pickpockets we have been investigating. Such a skilled thief could be apprehended by your nephew?" Frowning, Deng Yu sensed something amiss. "I harbor no doubts regarding Gao Ye's abilities. However, a thief possessing such expertise should undoubtedly exhibit heightened vigilance, no? I share your thoughts." Uncle Gao chuckled softly, but Gao Ye is not one to boast. "How about this? I shall take 2 individuals with me to assess the situation. Let us accompany you." Upon hearing this, Deng Yu donned his police cap. "I must also head over to review the surveillance footage. If Gao Ye truly apprehended that gang of pickpockets, I shall present him with a substantial red envelope at his graduation banquet." Before long, 2 police cars exited the precinct of Zhongshan Street. Zhongshan Street Lottery Shop. At this moment, the pickpocket Li Wei crouched in a corner with his hands clasped atop his head on the verge of tears. "Truly, I am at my wit's end. I was prepared to flee, but there you were, shouting in disbelief. I thought you had won the grand prize, yet it turns out you merely failed to win any share of the winnings." At this point, Li Wei felt a strong urge to weep. "I would not have found myself in this predicament had I not found amusement in the situation." Amusement? Gao Ye cast a sidelong glance at Li Wei, exposing his intent. "I believe you were planning to pilfer my scratch-off ticket, were you not?" "Ahem." His face reddening, Li Wei protested. "Surely, one cannot label the affairs of lottery players as theft." After saying this, he wore a relieved expression. "Fortunately, you all are rather impoverished. The combined total of the mobile phones and wallets in this room scarcely amounts to 30,000. According to sentencing guidelines, this qualifies as a significant amount, and I should expect a sentence of no more than 3 years. If I exhibit a good attitude, I might only serve a few months." Upon hearing this, Gao Ye expressed surprise. "You, a pickpocket, are well versed in the law?" Such a statement Li Wei scratched his head, a hint of pride evident in his demeanor. In this day and age, one must understand the law. Otherwise, one would not even know how to face their demise. The reason I, Li Wei, have managed to navigate this life to such an extent is largely due to my legal knowledge. Each time I commit theft, I ensure it is below 30,000. Each time? Gao Ye was taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment. You are a habitual offender. This spells your doom. Li Wei, repeated offenses will incur harsher penalties, potentially leading to life imprisonment. Li Wei, is there truly such a stipulation? Li Wei paused for a moment, reflecting carefully. It seemed he had only watched half of it, leaving the latter portion unseen. Hesitating briefly, he finally spoke. I was boasting. I have only stolen once. Gao Ye replied. For your first time, your technique is remarkably proficient. Li Wei responded, truly, I possess an extraordinary talent. I was born to be a pickpocket. Gao Ye, seeing that Li Wei was no longer engaging him, allowed him to justify himself for a while before falling silent. Approximately 10 minutes later, 2 police cars screeched to a halt. Deng Yu was the first to exit, followed closely by his uncle Gao. Upon stepping out, they headed straight for the lottery shop. When they discerned the scene inside, Deng Yu's expression brightened. This young man had indeed apprehended a thief. Moreover, the thief appeared unfamiliar and with decent skills. It was quite possible he was a member of the gang responsible for the morning's theft. Solving a case in a day, Deng Yu felt a surge of excitement at the thought of accomplishing it in just 10 minutes. Upon noticing Deng Yu and his uncle's arrival, Gao Ye immediately approached to greet them. Having frequented the Zhongshan Street police station since childhood, he was well acquainted with the detectives there. Uncle Gao, you've come. Deng Yu nodded and generously pulled out 200 yuan from his wallet, saying, Here, take this, Xiao Yi. I know you enjoy drinking cola. On such a hot day, go buy yourself some ice-cold cola. Gao Ye was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the 200 yuan. Throughout his life, apart from during the New Year, he had never received such a generous allowance. It was not that his uncle was stingy. Rather, the circumstances at his uncle's home were complicated. He opened his pocket and waved his hand, declining. Uncle Gao, I sent this a bit much? No, please take it back. What is this? Deng Yu insisted, stuffing the money into Gao Ye's pocket with a smile. You have done me a great favor. You are unaware, but we have just experienced a significant theft in our district amounting to several million. I was troubled by the lack of leads, and you have apprehended the thief. Listening to their conversation, Li Wei increasingly felt something was amiss. A large-scale theft involving millions? Surely, the officers wouldn't pin the crime on him due to their inability to find the actual perpetrator? The more he thought about it, the more he believed this was a distinct possibility. Such scenarios are common in movies, where detectives unable to solve cases often find someone to take the fall. If the amount involved was indeed millions, he could be facing life imprisonment. At this realization, Li Wei was instantly filled with dread. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. I have not stolen millions. Since I started, including this time, I have stolen a total of 10 times with a maximum of 30,000 each time. Altogether, it amounts to just over 290,000. I truly understand the law. I know what it means to steal millions, and I assure you, I have no connection to that. I implore you, please do not let me bear the blame. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 4. This thing truly belongs to me. Drawing from his extensive experience of over a decade as a detective, it was apparent to him that the pickpocket before him was not lying. He was most likely not a member of the thieving gang from that morning. However, the cumulative theft amounting to 290,000, nearly 300,000, was certainly not a trivial matter for the Zhongshan Street Security Office. At the very least, it warranted a third-class merit award. To take a step back, even if Deng Yu failed to locate the thieving gang today, the evidence of this third-class merit would surely spare him from any troubles with the chief of the municipal bureau. Is what you're saying true? Suppressing his excitement, Deng Yu swiftly inquired, Do you have any way to prove it? Perhaps through physical evidence? Li Wei replied, Would a receipt for the transaction suffice? Deng Yu responded, That would be acceptable. Excellent. Patting his chest, Li Wei released a sigh of relief. I know of a fencing den where I sell the stolen goods every time. The owner always transfers my payments in amounts below 30,000. This clearly demonstrates that I could not possibly have stolen goods worth several million all at once. What a clever observation. There truly exists an underground fencing operation. Old Gao, clutching his chest, Deng Yu is filled with elation. Plans have changed. You take some officers to the fencing den while I continue to check the surveillance footage. Seeing Deng Yu glance in his direction, Li Wei demonstrated his perceptiveness. Sir, my name is Li Wei. Ah, Li Wei. A splendid name, Deng Yu remarked, looking at him as if he were a walking embodiment of a third-class merit award. Unconsciously, his tone softened by 3 degrees. Li Wei, would you be willing to lead us to that fencing den? Could I possibly decline? Li Wei explained, I fear retribution from the owner. Deng Yu's expression turned cold as he drew his baton. Are you testing my patience? Gust ayist. Li Wei said, raising his hands in surrender, trembling in a corner. I will take you there. Just please do not harm me. Nodding and glancing at the victims who were cordoned off not far away, Deng Yu issued a command. Old Gao, these items were seized by your nephew, so the credit is yours. Please account for the returned phones and wallets, confirm the amounts, and return them to their rightful owners. Afterwards, proceed to dismantle the fencing den. 2 officers promptly stepped forward to begin the inventory. 10 minutes later, the inventory was complete, and all present had filed their statements and reclaimed their belongings. Well, I'll be damned, what a talent you are. Closing the list and reviewing Li Wei's mobile transactions, Deng Yu clicked his tongue in astonishment. The value of the stolen goods this time is 29,900. Cumulatively, that amounts to 299,000. Just 1,000 more, and we would hit 300,000, a figure that categorizes this as an especially egregious offense. Just the sentencing alone would see you starting at 10 years. With a hint of disappointment, Deng Yu inquired of Old Gao, is there anyone else who has yet to reclaim their belongings? Old Gao shook his head. Director Deng, everything has been returned. All has been returned, indeed. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu remained somewhat unconvinced. What about the blue bag next to him? Whose is that? Officer, this is mine. Li Wei hastily interjected. It truly belongs to me. Deng Yu countered. What if I assert that it is not yours? Li Wei retorted. I declare it is indeed mine. I maintain it is not yours. I insist it is mine. In a state of despair, Li Wei lamented, Officer, do you truly wish to sentence me to over 10 years? I swear this is mine. If I am lying, I would rather rot in prison. Reluctantly, Deng Yu retracted his baton and inquired, what evidence do you possess that proves it is yours? For instance, what is contained within? A cold sweat broke out on Li Wei's forehead as he began to panic. He had no idea what was inside the bag. After all, it was not his. He had merely taken it in a moment of weakness while out enjoying himself. How could he respond to the detective's inquiry? A correct answer could lead to a sentence of under 10 years, while an incorrect one could exceed that. The inferior blue tote bag measured 40 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width, resembling a travel bag, albeit a bit deflated. It likely contained toiletries and personal garments. Drawing upon his professional experience, Li Wei quickly assessed the situation. If it is indeed your property, why does it take you so long to consider what is inside? Observing Li Wei's demeanor, Deng Yu was 90% certain that the bag had been stolen. As long as its value exceeded 1,000 yuan, the total amount stolen would amount to 300,000 yuan, securing Li Wei a third-class merit at the Zhongshan Street Public Security Bureau. Keep it up, Li Wei, you can do this. Clenching his fist for encouragement, Li Wei solemnly declared, Officer, it contains personal clothing and toiletries. If you do not believe me, you may inspect it. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu opened the bag and retrieved a piece of men's underwear. With a sigh of relief, Li Wei relaxed. Deng Yu continued to rummage and produced a razor. Officer, I told you this belongs to me. A smile began to spread across Li Wei's face. However, Deng Yu, still with a grim expression, continued to search, pulling out a small bag of white powder. Instantly, Li Wei was taken aback. Deng Yu. Uncle Gao. The other officers. Gao Ye, oh. Li Wei. A sudden, ominous feeling washed over Li Wei as he nervously chuckled. Officer. That is flour, genuine flour. With a signal, Deng Yu instructed the officers to encircle Li Wei. Continuing his search, Deng Yu next extracted a handgun. Feeling the weight in his hand, Deng Yu experienced a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. This was indeed a real firearm. This is incredible. Trembling with excitement, Ding Yu exclaimed, "We have truly caught a big fish here." Was this not far more impressive than the theft ring? Good heavens, firearms, stolen goods, and pickpocketing, this operation had quite the extensive range. Surely, this would earn him a second-class merit. Your nephew is truly impressive. Why are you silent, Lao Gao? Lao Gao. As Ding Yu turned around, he noticed Uncle Gao wearing a worried expression, inspecting Gao Ye closely from left to right to ensure he was uninjured. Without further ado, he produced handcuffs and secured Li Wei to the leg of the table with a decisive click. After handcuffing him, feeling a twinge of insecurity, he proceeded to restrain Li Wei's feet as well. "Police officer," Li Wei stammered in terror, his lips quivering. "Please, please, don't handcuff me. I swear this bag isn't mine. Do you believe me?" Chapter 5. This thing truly is not mine, Ding Yu. You just claimed it as yours. Li Wei, yet it genuinely does not belong to me. I assert it is yours. It truly is not mine. Li Wei, on the verge of tears, I confess, I fully confess. I was boasting earlier, fearing you might sentence me to over 10 years. Hence, I deceived you. I acquired this bag from the Liangtang Tang Hair Salon. I found it. Liangtang Tang Hair Salon? Frowning, Ding Yu expressed concern. That indicates the rightful owner was there for a haircut. Likely, they have already left. It was not for a haircut. Li Wei elucidated. Officer, the Liangtang Tang Hair Salon is actually a den of iniquity. During my visit, I observed a group of outsiders occupying an entire floor, which ruined my enjoyment. In a fit of anger, I took the boss's bag. I borrowed it. After that, I headed to the lottery shop. If you go there now, I suspect that group is still present. They don't seem like good people, always sneaking around, especially this morning, each carrying large bags. Sneaking around, particularly this morning, with large bags? Ding Yu trembled, quickly inquiring, "Are they pickpockets?" I would estimate there's a 70 to 80% chance they are. Upon hearing this, Li Wei nodded earnestly. Birds of a feather flocked together. I certainly dislike them. I overheard them mentioning that they seem to be here to make some money and, incidentally, to procure goods. What? Procure goods? Ding Yu's eyes widened in shock. If the bag contains illicit substances and firearms, coupled with their intent to procure goods, this is undoubtedly indicative of drug trafficking. Furthermore, it is highly likely they belong to the very theft ring he has been pursuing. Organized theft, possession of narcotics, armed offenses. As he counted, Ding Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Director Sun had tasked him to solve the case within a day, and he had unraveled it in merely an hour. Not only had he solved the case, but he had also stumbled upon something monumental. This time, the Zhongshan Street police station was destined for greatness. Trembling, he pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, only to discover it was empty. Damn it. Discarding the empty pack, he glanced at Gao Ye and fished out his wallet. He first counted out 500 yuan, hesitated for a moment, then withdrew all of it. "Little Yi, Uncle Deng has 1,180 yuan here. Please assist Uncle Deng in purchasing a box of Yushi cigarettes. And the remainder shall be your travel expenses." Gao Ye, looking at Uncle Gao, Gao Ye was uncertain whether to accept. 200 was acceptable, but emptying the entirety of his wallet made him feel slightly embarrassed. "Uncle Gao, I must contribute as well." Noticing Gao Ye's gaze fixed upon him, Uncle Gao misunderstood, pulling out his phone to send a red envelope. "Little Yi, Uncle only has 123 yuan in total. It's all yours. Help me buy a pack of Li Huin cigarettes." "Gao Ye, that's not what I meant." Gao Ye declined, exclaiming, "This is too much." "Too much," he retorted, eyes wide, as he forcefully pressed the money into Gao Ye's hands. "Not at all. Little Yi, just wait. If Li Wei isn't lying and we capture him, the Municipal Bureau will reward you at least 20,000 yuan. Gao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. 20,000 yuan. What did that signify for a student who had just completed the college entrance examination? It represented a summer of unrestrained joy. At that moment, Deng Yu had already instructed 2 detectives to escort Li Wei to the Zhongshan Street police station. Gao Ye followed suit, boarding the police vehicle back to the precinct without uttering a word. Deng Yu swiftly dialed the Municipal Bureau. "Leader, I understand that this matter has had a severely negative impact. In the office of the director of the Public Security Bureau of Green Forest City, Sun Weigwa frowned as he answered the call. Our bureau guarantees that within one day, we will uncover leads on this gang of pickpockets and bring them to justice. We are resolutely committed to safeguarding the property of the citizens from infringement. Yes, I assure you, if we fail to achieve this, I will personally submit a report to the city leadership. Listening to the dial tone, Sun Weigwa sighed and looked across the desk at a middle-aged detective seated opposite him, the captain of the criminal investigation team, Zhang Chong, Old Zhang. Sun Weigwa's expression turned serious as he regarded Zhang Chong. The city leaders just call me again. There has been a large-scale theft incident on Zhongshan Street, and numerous citizens have contacted the city office about it. The message from the city leaders is clear. We must resolve this matter swiftly. I have promised to apprehend all the thieves within a day. Sighing heavily, Sun Weigwa continued. These thieves are likely not ordinary criminals. It is improbable that a grassroots unit like the Zhongshan Street Police Station will make significant contributions to this case. Theft cases, in principle, fall under your jurisdiction. What I propose is that you temporarily set aside your other cases and concentrate your efforts on solving this theft. How do you feel about that? Do you have confidence in resolving this case within a day? Chapter 6. This case necessitates the collaboration of several departments at the very least. Sighing, Zhang Chong furrowed his brow and remarked, Director Sun, since you have put it that way, I can only assert my confidence in solving the case within a day. Hearing this, Sun Weigwa inquired, Does that imply it is indeed challenging? With a grave expression, Zhang Chong responded, Director Sun, it is as follows. Our team has conducted an investigation and discovered a common trait among the victims of the theft. What trait? Sun Weigwa sat up straight. The trait is that nothing was left behind, Zhang Chong stated earnestly. This group of pickpockets is ruthless, akin to locusts, leaving no trace. Even items as trivial as tissue paper from the victims' bags were stolen. Such behavior gives me the impression that these thieves are not local. Rather, they are likely from elsewhere. After all, local pickpockets would need to continue operating in this area. To engage in such a large-scale and ruthless theft would certainly draw the attention of law enforcement. Sun Weigwa inhaled sharply. What you say does indeed hold merit. If that is the case, the situation has escalated. The resident population of Green Forest City is nearly 7 million. If this group of pickpockets hails from outside, we possess no knowledge of their identities or social connections. The difficulty of apprehending them is undoubtedly immense. I had misjudged old Third Dang. I will have someone deliver the vehicle to him shortly. Thus, Zhang Chong sighed with a bitter smile. It will be quite challenging for our criminal investigation unit to accomplish this task within a day. Based on our inquiries, this group of pickpockets not only likely originates from outside, but is also highly trained. They always strike in the blind spots of surveillance. We have also reviewed hotel check-in records, but to no avail. I propose that we request the City Bureau to work with the railway and aviation sectors to investigate any visitors to Green Forest City from other locations over the past month. Ideally, those numbering around 20. Sun Weigwa nodded. This case is exceedingly severe, and city leadership is taking it very seriously. Since your investigation has a direction, I will certainly provide my full support. I will reach out to our allied departments for the data. At that moment, the telephone on Sun Weigwa's desk rang again. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it was Deng Yu. Old Zhang, do you believe that old Third Dang is indeed calling for reinforcements? Sun Weigwa chuckled. Earlier today, I scolded him quite thoroughly and confiscated his new police vehicle. He was quite defiant at the time, even rebutting me and declaring he would apprehend the thieves within a day. Now, merely an hour later, he is calling me. I suspect he has realized this group of pickpockets is not to be underestimated and that the apprehension will be exceedingly challenging. Zhang Chong smiled. Deng Yu is well aware of this. He is quite the penny pincher. For the sake of new equipment, he would lament to the City Bureau daily. Having been embroiled in this incident and having his new police vehicle confiscated, I can only imagine he is seething with frustration. Now, as the phone call was initiated, it was evidently a plea for financial assistance, with intentions to reclaim the police vehicles. Observing this, Zhang Chong became intrigued and leaned in to listen intently. Sun Weigwa, with unwavering conviction, connected the call and stated, Deng Lao-san, go ahead. Is it true that you cannot track down that group of pickpockets? He continued, let me assure you, it is entirely normal if you cannot find them. On the other end, Ding Yu was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause of approximately 3 to 5 seconds, he responded, "Director Sun, what are you talking about? What do you mean you can't find them? We have already identified the suspects. We are well aware of their origins, their residence, and the number of individuals involved. We are currently requesting support from the City Bureau to assist us in the apprehension." Upon hearing Ding Yu's declaration, both Sun Weiguo and Zhang Chong were left in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances. "Is this for real? So easily captured?" Zhang Chong murmured. Sun Weiguo regained his composure and inquired, "Ding Lao-san, are you certain you have identified that group of pickpockets? Are you joking? Within just an hour, you have managed to lock them down? I must inform you. The criminal investigation team has gathered intelligence suggesting that these pickpockets are likely from out of town and exceedingly difficult to apprehend. We require the cooperation of several departments, including railways and aviation, to trace their whereabouts. Do you think a street security office can resolve this? Don't attempt to blind me with a ruse over 2 police vehicles. This is a matter of discipline." As Sun Weiguo articulated this, his expression turned increasingly grim. If Ding Lao-san were deceiving him for the sake of the police vehicles, the situation would be far more serious than the theft itself. "Director Sun, I assure you, we have indeed pinpointed the location of that group of pickpockets. They are at the Liangtang Tang Hair Salon, located at 567 Zhongshan Street. Oh, and by the way, it's a place known for housing individuals of questionable character, which is why the major hotels lack any records of their stay," Ding Yu explained over the phone. Zhang Chong, pondering deeply, perked up upon hearing the latter part of Ding Yu's statement. "Staying in a place like that? Director Sun, there might be merit to what Director Ding is saying." After listening, Sun Weiguo felt a flicker of belief ignite within him. Zhang Chong had just mentioned that there were no records of the pickpocket stay. If they were indeed residing in such a place, what record could possibly exist? Contemplating this, Sun Weiguo urged, "Ding Lao-san, please elaborate on how you came to this discovery." Chapter 7. How could it be so difficult to apprehend, yet a mere police precinct managed to do so? On the other end of the line, Ding Yu recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon concluding his narrative, both Sun Weiguo and Zhang Chong fell into a profound silence. They exchanged bewildered glances as if caught in a surreal dream. Just moments prior, the municipal criminal investigation team had failed to uncover any leads, with even the seasoned team leader suggesting that only through coordination among various departments could they hope to identify the thief within a single day. Yet in the next instant, a neighborhood security office had managed to pinpoint the culprit. Remarkably, they did not stumble upon the evidence directly. Instead, a local thief, incensed by the presence of an outsider's encroachment, had impulsively pilfered from the very thief they had been observing. Astonishingly, this local miscreant, fearing that the detectives might implicate him, confessed to his previous criminal activities. What does this signify? Not only did he surrender himself, but he also dragged an entire cohort of accomplices down with him. It was an offer more generous than any buy one, get one free deal. This was akin to buy one, get 10. The absurdity of the situation left Sun Weiguo questioning his own understanding, prompting him to seek confirmation repeatedly. "Ding, are you implying that a freshly graduated student ventured to purchase a lottery ticket only to find a thief attempting to rob the establishment?" The thief was poised to flee, yet the student, upon discovering a losing scratch card, exclaimed multiple times, leading the thief to mistakenly believe that the card was a winning ticket. Consequently, the thief lingered to pilfer the scratch card, thus revealing himself. The student subsequently subdued the thief and alerted your security office. Furthermore, within the thief's bag, a stash of contraband and a handgun were discovered, both of which were also stolen. The owner of the handbag was a member of the very gang involved in the theft. Simultaneously, you uncovered that this gang was congregating for illicit activities and trafficking. Is it truly this fortuitous that the case unraveled? Indeed, it is as fortuitous as that, Ding Yu responded over the phone. Sun Weiguo understood this reaction. Were one of his subordinates to relay such news, he would undoubtedly dismiss them, sending them packing with a swift kick. However, this was a matter he had personally encountered, and the criminal was one he had interrogated himself. The evidence was irrefutable, regardless of how preposterous it seemed. Gathering his courage, Ding Yu continued, "Director Sun, We have dispatched personnel to verify this matter, and it is undeniably true. This gang of thieves likely struck recently, earning a quick profit and then monopolizing the area. The officers I stationed observed a bustling salon, but no one left. Additionally, it was Gao Ye's son who apprehended the thief. You remember Gao Ye, the comrade who sacrificed himself in the pursuit of justice? I, too, was incredulous when I first heard this, doubting such coincidence could exist, yet the truth stands before us. If you remain skeptical, come witness the evidence and witnesses for yourself. Furthermore, you must hurry. Bring additional personnel, as I fear our Zhongshan security office may be inadequately staffed. Evidence is present, and the individuals are still resting? Sun Weigua exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. This is truly astonishing, an extraordinary opportunity indeed. Just wait. I shall gather my team immediately. Sun Weigua snatched his hat and strode out. Captain Zhang, dispatch your men to the bright salon for further verification. Surround the area, but remember, do not alert the prey. He beckoned Zhang Chong to accompany him. Despite being the captain of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit, having weathered countless storms, Zhang Chong found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by astonishment. A fervent desire surged within him to meet the elusive pickpocket, for this criminal was indeed a rarity. An unprecedented case, to be apprehended for a worthless scratch-off ticket, and inadvertently gifting a detective with a substantial surprise. Half an hour later, several police vehicles arrived at the Zhongshan Street Public Security Office. Gao Ye was squatting at the entrance, waiting for the bus. Beside him sat a slightly plump, somewhat dark-skinned classmate named Chao Wang. After their exams, this fellow had persistently urged him to join in gaming sessions, particularly in CS. However, Gao Ye, constrained by financial limitations and engrossed in exploring his newly activated system at home, had always declined. But today was different. He was flush with cash, an impressive sum of 503 yuan. He was ready to indulge in an exhilarating gaming spree at the internet CAF. Chao Wang glanced at his phone and exclaimed, "Yezi, I can't wait any longer. I want to play with my new skin right now. Shall we take a taxi?" Gao Ye quickly shook his head upon seeing the fare. "A taxi? No way, I get car sick. Trust me, we'll wait for the bus." "All right then." Chao Wang sighed, resuming his scroll through Douyin. Moments later, a gust of wind brushed past them. Chao Wang looked up, stunned. "What the heck?" "Yezi, look. It's the A0010 police vehicle. The chief of the Municipal Bureau's car. Incredible." He grasped Gao Ye's hand in sheer amazement. Indeed, it was impressive. Gao Ye cast a glance upward, offering an objective assessment, but inwardly pondered when his uncle might have the privilege to ride in such a vehicle. As a second-level police supervisor, it seemed unlikely he would ever experience that. At that moment, the rear window of the police car descended, revealing a stern-faced official with a hint of gray at the temples, clearly a person of considerable authority. "You must be Gao Ye's son. You resemble him exactly. Your demeanor is identical as well. Very commendable. Are you the director?" Gao Ye hesitated, for he did not recognize Sun Weigua. Calling him director solely based on the insignia on his shoulder, 2 silver ears of wheat and a silver star, denoting a third-level police inspector, a cornerstone of the detective force. Sun Weigua smiled. "Indeed, I'm the director of the Municipal Bureau. You may call me Uncle Sunday." "Hello, Uncle Sun," Gao Ye responded without a second thought, deciding he would mention this during his self-introduction at school. "I have several uncles. The youngest is a second-level police supervisor, and the oldest is a third-level police inspector." Gao Ye inquired, "Uncle Sun, have you come regarding that pickpocket?" Sun Weigua's face broke into a smile. "Indeed, I have come concerning that very thief. You, my boy, are quite resourceful. Just as I was grappling with this issue, you managed to uncover a lead." "What thief?" At this moment, Chao Wang was utterly bewildered, pondering how his friend had not only met the director, but, by the sounds of it, had apprehended a thief as well. Sun Weigua glanced at Chao Wang, but refrained from elaborating. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Xiao Yi, I shall first enter to assess the situation. Once I confirm that everything is in order and the facts are established, I shall ensure that Uncle Sun rewards you promptly. This matter is somewhat significant, perhaps a sum of 100,000. Upon hearing this, Gao Ye was instantly exhilarated. 100,000. That was indeed a substantial amount. He vowed that had the individual before him not been the director, he would have insisted on obtaining a signed agreement in black and white. Chao Wang, Gao Ye said, I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't be heading to the internet CAF today. We can go tomorrow instead. By the way, that 3 yuan ice cold cola, you could just transfer the money to me later. I had it from the cafeteria at the Public Security Bureau, and I need to return it. Chao Wang. Chapter 8. Truly absurd. The Zhongshan Street Public Security Bureau. Sun Weiguo and Zhang Chong emerged from the interrogation room after questioning Li Wei, both momentarily taken aback. Their eyes reflected a mix of 7 parts bewilderment and 3 parts astonishment. After decades of experience as seasoned detectives, they had encountered countless tumultuous situations. Yet this was a first for them. This incident was simply outrageous. After a prolonged silence, Captain Zhang Chong of the Criminal Investigation Team shared his reflections on the interrogation. Sun Weiguo nodded in agreement, equally astonished. Initially, a notorious thief was apprehended due to an on-winning scratch-off lottery ticket. Then, in a twist of events, he preemptively confessed to stealing 299,000 yuan, fearing that the detectives would pin the blame on him. However, this was not the most absurd part. The real absurdity lay in the fact that this thief had also pilfered a colleague's handbag, which contained stolen goods and firearms. Most astonishingly, the victim was a member of a theft ring that the municipal police had been actively searching for. What kind of situation was this? What began as a mere commendation had unexpectedly escalated into an exemplary achievement. How could one justify such a turn of events? Old Zhang, has your team arrived? Sun Weiguo inquired for the 3rd time after leaving the interrogation room. Have you conducted the on-site investigation? Is Li Wei's testimony credible? Zhang Chong promptly responded, Director Sun. Our criminal investigation colleagues have already reached the bright and shiny hair salon. It appears that Li Wei was indeed truthful. Observations confirm that a group of pickpockets resides within the salon, with their numbers, physical descriptions, and registered addresses matching perfectly. They are likely on their break now, and all the pickpockets are present inside the salon. We can execute the arrest at any moment. As the two continued their conversation, Deng Yu stood nearby, utterly bewildered. What was happening? The criminal investigation team was already in position? An arrest was imminent? What role did the Zhongshan Street Public Security Bureau have in this matter? Such significant cases had not graced the Bureau in a decade. How could they simply vanish? Realizing this, Deng Yu hastily interjected, his face etched with concern. Director-san, what is going on? Why have the criminal investigators gone to the bright and shiny hair salon? We apprehended the suspect and conducted the interrogation. Why are they in position before us for the arrest? I must inform you that our 2 brave colleagues were injured while capturing this criminal. If we are excluded from the arrest, you two, before Deng, you could finish his thought, Sun Weiguo interrupted with a grave expression. Injured? Who? Where are the injured? Is the situation serious? Deng Yu, taken aback by Sun Weiguo's barrage of questions, faltered. The mention of injuries was merely an impulsive exaggeration on his part, intended to evoke sympathy. After all, in this day and age, it was often the vocal child who received the treat. The 3-story building of the Zhongshan Street Public Security Bureau, with several old police cars parked outside, including 2 newly confiscated vehicles, was a result of the sob stories spun by Deng Yu. At that moment, Deng Yu's eyes caught sight of Uncle Gao, and a scheme formed in his mind. He immediately declared, Comrade Gao Jiangwo has been injured while escorting Li Wei. He has sustained a fractured bone. After all, he had been a seasoned detective for over a decade, often lamenting financial constraints when equipment was needed. The procedures involved were quite clear. Thus, as soon as Deng Yu finished speaking, Uncle Gao clutched his arm, feigning agony, and lamented, I wasn't paying attention earlier, but it seems my hand is indeed fractured. Oh, it hurts so much. I fear that after participating in the capture operation, I must apply for a hospital visit. How commendable, remarked Sun Weiguo with a sly smile, observing Uncle Gao, who found himself too embarrassed to meet his gaze. Turning to Deng Yu, he inquired, what about the other injured comrade? Another one? Deng Yu glanced outside to see Gao Ye emerging from the kitchen, carrying a 2-liter bottle of cola. Gao Ye, hurry inside. Huh? Gao Ye, having just retrieved the free wild cola from the cafeteria, looked up upon hearing his name. What is the matter, Uncle Deng? He dashed up the stairs, still holding the 2 bottles of cola. However, before he could steady himself, Deng Yu's voice rang out. Gao Ye, were you injured during the capture of Li Wei? What? The elite soldier Miaozi, get injured dealing with a mere petty criminal? Are you insulting me? Gao Ye was quick to deny it, but a glance at Deng Yu's subtle gestures and Uncle Gao's pained expression urged him to reconsider. Observing the scene inside, Gao Ye, having learned much about the intricacies of human behavior, understood the unspoken cue. In less than 2 seconds, as if struck by inspiration, the cola slipped from his grasp, crashing to the ground, and a look of anguish crossed his face. I wasn't paying attention earlier, but it seems my hand is indeed fractured. Oh, it hurts so much. Uncle Deng, I need to apply for a hospital checkup after I take the cola home. Watching the 2 perform nearly identical acts, down to the very words spoken, Sun Weiguo felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Enough of the theatrics. Deng Lao-san, gather your team immediately. Prepare to go on duty. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu urged the 2 to cease their charade, then lamented, Director Sun, could we ask the criminal investigation team to wait a moment? Our police vehicles at the Zhongshan Public Security Bureau are quite old, with numerous persistent issues. There's a risk they might break down mid-journey. I surmise we must hasten forward. Are we still performing, then? A hint of disdain flickered across Sun Weiguo's face. Do I not comprehend the intentions of Deng Lao-san? Is it not merely his desire for new police vehicles? I have arranged for their arrival. Both are stationed in the courtyard outside. They've arrived? Upon hearing of the police car's arrival, Deng Yu's face lit up with delight. Excellent. Our new police vehicles at the Zhongshan Public Security Bureau have returned. Zhang Wo, assemble the team at once. We shall respond to duty in our new cars. After speaking, Deng Yu descended the stairs with Uncle Gao. Observing their hurried retreat, Gao Ye felt a pang of anxiety. Goodness, have they finished performing and left me here? Inside the office, he found himself face to face with the police chief. Gao Ye was exceedingly nervous. Chief Sun, my aunt has summoned me home for dinner. Would you mind if I? At that moment, Sun Weiguo turned his gaze toward Gao Ye, a striking young man indeed, standing just over 6 feet tall, with a sun-kissed handsomeness and an upright bearing. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting an orange glow upon Gao Ye's visage. In a moment of reverie, Sun Weiguo seemed to glimpse an old acquaintance. Gao Ye, he uttered. Little Ye, you have performed admirably this time. Uncle Sun is quite pleased. However, in future instances, you must report to the authorities without delay. Understand? The individual was about to flee. How could there be time to report? Gao Ye's words trailed off as Sun Weiguo's gaze sharpened. Gao Ye dare not move, nodding vigorously. Uncle Sun, I understand. I will certainly do so next time. Seeing Gao Ye repeat his commitment, Sun Weiguo finally nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. Uncle Sun will now attend to the case. As a relative of a detective, you ought to be aware of the protocols. Confidentiality is imperative until the apprehension is complete. After speaking, Sun Weiguo rose and made his way toward the door. As he passed Gao Ye, he gave a firm pat on his shoulder. A fine lad. You have not brought shame upon your father. Following him was Captain Zhang Chong of the criminal investigation team, who also patted Gao Ye's shoulder. Young Ye, a fine lad indeed. However, do refrain from emulating your Uncle Deng and second uncle. They are seasoned veterans. Once the 2 had departed, Gao Ye exhaled in relief. Suddenly, a notification chimed. He opened his phone to find a message from Sun Weiguo. Sun Weiguo, special arrangements have been made. I have fulfilled my promise. Little Ye, return home early. What is this? Return home early? In his bewilderment, a text materialized before him. Chapter 9. Asset growth of 100,000 times. Your account ending in 9527 received a transfer of 100,000 yuan on June 19th, with a current balance of 100,000.01 yuan. Work injury bank gasp. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. Gao Ye rubbed his eyes repeatedly. Upon confirming the sum of 100,000, a phrase of cultural essence slipped from his lips. No way. A full 100,000. Walking down the street. It is likely that 50% of young people do not possess such wealth. Yet Gao Ye does. What does it signify for a recent high school graduate who cannot even scrape together 30 to 50 yuan and is using a crack screen phone? 5 words to describe it. Invincible, my child. Gao Ye's heart raced with excitement. Calm down, calm down. You are a person with a system. A mere 100,000 is nothing to fret over. He repeatedly reassured himself. In the next moment, his assets inflated 1,000-fold in a single day. Calm my foot. Gao Ye hurriedly grabbed 2 bottles of soda and dashed out of the Zhongshan Public Security Bureau. First, he went to a certain supermarket, spending 10 yuan to purchase a glimmering piggy bank, filling it with coins. Then he visited Xinhua Bookstore, where he spent 60 yuan on a complete set of 6th grade math and English practice papers. Lastly, he splurged 3,000 yuan on a gold necklace for Zhou Xiaofu, before finally returning home. An hour later, at 5 in the afternoon, illuminated by the setting sun's afterglow, Gao Ye arrived at his uncle's house, which was also his own. The family residence was located in a small community associated with the Public Security Bureau, consisting of merely 6 buildings. This was an aging complex, home to many residents, not all of whom were related to law enforcement. In fact, half of the households were completely unrelated to detectives, drawn here primarily for the sense of security. Upon entering the community, Gao Ye turned left. He had not boasted to the robbers. His uncle truly lived in Building 2, albeit with a different room number. Room 201 was vacant, while his uncle resided in 202. Standing outside, Gao Ye did not knock on the door directly. Instead, he carefully extracted a key, inserting it into the keyhole and turning it. Once the door revealed a slight gap, he peered inside. What greeted his eyes was a very small living room. As an aging complex, most units were compact. Though his uncle's home was a 2-bedroom apartment, the actual area was perhaps only 60 to 70 square meters. Even so, it had undergone some renovations, transforming the bathroom attached to the living room into an additional bedroom. This bedroom was now occupied by his uncle's daughter. Logically, given the number of inhabitants in his uncle's household, such renovations were unnecessary. His uncle and aunt occupied the master bedroom, while their daughter could have resided in the second bedroom. However, when the original owner was 5 years old, his parents went missing during a mission. Some claimed they had perished. Consequently, his uncle took the original owner in, who had since lived in the second bedroom. Later, when the original owner was 6, his aunt gave birth to a daughter, prompting the creation of a separate bedroom. Notably, after having their daughter, his uncle and aunt continued to treat the original owner with great kindness. It is precisely due to these circumstances that the original self has inadvertently developed a similarly whimsical personality, preventing any descent into melancholy. Such knowledge was readily available to Gao Ye upon his arrival in this realm. Excellent. It seems he is not home, as he has not been watching television. After confirming the absence of others in the room, Gao Ye swung the door open. Creak, the old security door emitted sound. Before Gao Ye could step inside, a voice emerged from the left side of the living room. Gao Ye, how dare you come back? The young girl's voice, while sharp with indignation, retained a certain charm. Accompanied by her inquiry, a figure swiftly dashed out of the room. Gao Nan, a 6th grader of modest stature, with a hint of baby fat on her face, glared with wide eyes, her fury rendering her somewhat endearing, much like a pufferfish. However, this little pufferfish had lips that appeared slightly purplish, a consequence of congenital heart disease. Beyond her control, Gao Ye, upon discarding the cola in his hand, instinctively pinched the girl's cheeks with both hands, pulling them outward slightly with a gentle force. It was delightful. With his eyes squinted in pleasure, he reveled in the moment. In his previous life, he had never had a younger sister to tease in such a manner. Suddenly, with a sharp motion, Gao Nan swatted his hands away. Gao Ye, you're pinching my face again. I'll tell my dad. Gao Ershu was undoubtedly a devoted father to his daughter, while Ani held great affection for Gao Ye. You father probably won TB back tonight, Gao Ye confidently remarked, recalling the operation he had undertaken. He then attempted to reach out again towards the girl's cheek. You're lying to me. Gao Nan retreated a step, her voice tinged with anger. If you dare to deceive me, you're finished. With that, she raised her small hand and dialed her father using her smartwatch. After a series of busy signals, the young girl appeared somewhat vexed, casting a glare at Gao Ye. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she spread her hands wide. Gao Ye, pay me back. You broke my piggy bank this morning, and there was $7.20 inside. You owe me a new piggy bank. I spent $20 on it. $7.20? Is it? Gao Ye remarked as he rummaged through his pocket, producing a handful of cash. Chapter 10. A gesture for your brother Deng Yu and Uncle Gao collectively presented him with a sum of 1,503 yuan in cash. He did not spend a single penny. Gao Ye extracted 100 yuan and handed it to Gao Nan. Here, call me brother and take this 100. However, Gao Nan did not accept it. The young girl stared blankly at the stack of banknotes in Gao Ye's hand. Her expression shifted from shock to confusion, and finally, she suddenly exclaimed, Gao Ye, where did you get so much money? Did you steal it? That's wrong. You must return the money quickly, or people will come to catch you. Who will catch him? Aunt Air's voice resonated through the corridor. The little girl immediately became anxious. I meant to see the cat catch the mouse. She then frantically signaled to Gao Ye to put the money away. A soft exclamation escaped her lips as Aunt Air, carrying vegetables, stood at the doorway. Yezi, where did you get all this money? Oh no. The little girl smacked her forehead like an adult. Her eyes conveyed a clear message. I told you not to take it, and now you've been found out. Auntie is back. This is from Uncle Deng, Gao Ye said, pulling out his phone to show Aunt Air. Chao Wang dragged me to play scratch cards today, and just then I caught a pickpocket. Uncle Deng was so pleased that he gave me over 1,000 yuan. Uncle Air also sent me 200. Are you hurt? Aunt Air's gaze roamed over Gao Ye as she set down the vegetables and touched him to confirm he was uninjured. Only after ascertaining this did she say, next time, you must report it in advance. Next time for sure, Gao Ye promised, patting his chest. He then produced a bag. I also brought gifts for you. Gifts? Upon hearing this, the little girl cheered. Where? Drumroll. Gao Ye pulled out 3 sets of exam papers. Surprised? Aren't you? Gao Nan took 2 steps back, incredulous as she gazed at Gao Ye, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear, disappointment, and bewilderment. How can someone be this cruel? Mom, Gao Ye is bullying me. Complete it before the holiday ends. Aunt Air, displaying great wisdom, set a final deadline. Mom, Gao Nan protested. But upon seeing her mother's resolute expression, she shot an angry glare at Gao Ye and gloomily retreated to her bedroom, clutching the papers. Auntie, there's also your gift. Yezi, this is your graduation gift. Both Gao Ye and Aunt Air simultaneously produced a present. Gao Ye gazed at the impressive gift in Aunt Air's hand, feeling slightly dazed. Aunt Air looked at the necklace and bank card in Gao Ye's possession, somewhat bewildered. Yezi, come in with me. During dinner, it was rare for Aunt Air to turn on the television, tuning into the local news of Green City. Her eyes darted between Gao Ye and the screen, filled with concern and anticipation, as she nervously held a bank card, its form slightly distorted from her grip. Until the news was broadcasted. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, a collaborative operation between the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team and the Zhongshan Street Public Security Office successfully apprehended a group of cross-border pickpockets. Simultaneously, through interrogation, their temporary hideout in the Green City was uncovered. Within the hideout, a significant quantity of stolen goods was concealed. After the news broadcast concluded, my second aunt remained transfixed on the screen, her eyes swollen from tears. Nan, bow to your brother, she urged. Gao Nan, lost in her thoughts, abruptly raised her head to look at her mother, bewildered. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Bow to your brother. Gao Ye was taken aback, exclaiming, Aunt, that is entirely unnecessary. Later, after dinner, my second aunt called Gao Ye into the room, her voice trembling as she penned an IOU. Gao Ye tore it up. She wrote again. He tore it up once more. After declining 3 times, Gao Ye lay on the bed in his bedroom, pressing the IOU into a book, contemplating ways to earn money. The reason was simple. The young girl's surgery fee was still lacking. Experts had indicated that her condition was rather serious, with the surgical costs estimated at around 250,000 yuan, plus an additional 100,000 for post-operative care. His uncle had saved 150,000, and he had contributed 97,000. A substantial shortfall remained. However, he currently had only a little over 1,000 yuan to his name. This profound sense of spiritual fulfillment was overshadowed by material scarcity. Money was synonymous with courage, Without it, one lacked confidence. Gao Ye felt a sense of urgency rising within him. Thus, he commenced a search for guides on how high school graduates could earn money. A plethora of information appeared. Part-time jobs at Mishue Ice City yielding 800 yuan a month, waitstaff positions at hot pot restaurants earning 100 yuan monthly, and stalls selling candied hawthorn on snack streets that could bring in over 10,000 yuan. Wow. Without hesitation, Gao Ye zeroed in on selling candied hawthorn. He was a man of action. After locating a recipe online, he immediately purchased the necessary ingredients. Green City boasted the largest fruit market in the country, where he could procure his supplies. Bamboo skewers could be obtained from the zoo, while rock candy could be purchased online. Gao Ye opened a shopping platform and searched for rock candy. Instantly, thousands of stores popped up. Yet, one store seemed to shine brighter than the rest. As his gaze fell upon it, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding, the date has refreshed. Today's fortune, small, auspicious. Lucky position, sweet to the point of ecstasy, rock candy online store. Chapter 11. The Sweet High Candy Store. Sweet High? With just a glance, Gao Ye was irresistibly drawn to the name of this shop. A name like that surely promises exceptional quality of rock candy. The candied hawthorn they produce must be delectable. Admittedly, in terms of skill, he could not compete with those vendors who specialize in candied fruits. To stand out, one must rely on creativity and superior ingredients. Without hesitation, he clicked into the store. Before making a purchase, however, he decided to exercise caution and first examine the shop's rating. 5 stars. Gao Ye gasped in astonishment. Such a score is the pinnacle for an online store, indicating that customers hold the Sweet High Candy shop in high regard. After reviewing the ratings, he proceeded to read the comments. The entire feedback section was filled with 5-star reviews. This shop's rock candy is the purest I've ever bought. Oh my goodness. This candy is exhilarating. Just a whiff, and I'm on cloud 9. What a rush. I feel like I've reached a peak of ecstasy. I'm a loyal customer. I wholeheartedly recommend this shop's rock candy. If it doesn't work, I deserve to be imprisoned. After perusing the entire feedback section, Gao Ye felt reassured. This was indeed a treasure trove of a shop. He opened the customer service chat window and inquired, Gao Ye, is it pure? The response came swiftly, a message popping up almost instantly. Customer service. Brother, if it's not pure, I'll be shot by the cops. Gao Ye paused momentarily. Are merchants really this competitive nowadays? The oaths they take seem increasingly dramatic. Gao Ye, that's quite an exaggeration. It's just rock candy, after all. By the way, do you have any coupons? The reply was rather haughty. Customer service. Coupons? None at all. Besides, if you're eating this stuff, what do you need a coupon for? If you can't afford it, don't eat it. However, we do offer cash on delivery. If you're not satisfied, you can return it on spot. Additionally, within the entire Green City area, we can deliver within half a day. This merchant is rather cocky. Gao Ye frowned, ready to retort, but then recalled their impressive 5-star rating, which eased his irritation. It's only natural for a business thriving on reputation to exhibit a bit of arrogance. More importantly, the fact that the store is located in Green City and can deliver within half a day, while also supporting cash on delivery, was incredibly convenient. He happened to have 1,303 yuan in cash on hand. After reviewing the customer service messages, Gao Ye felt a surge of excitement. His fingers rhythmically tapped the screen. Gao Ye, high-purity rock candy, right? I'll take 300 grams. My address is the family compound of the Public Security Bureau in the Qingxiu district of Green City. Call me when you arrive, and I'll come down to collect it. In the city center, within an old 6-story building, on the 6th floor, room 602, there lies a standard 3-bedroom apartment. The living room is cluttered with refuse, and a computer rests near the balcony. The surfaces, both on the table and the floor, are strewn with cigarette butts, causing the walls to take on a yellowed hue. A gaunt man sits before the computer, typing away, when suddenly he looks up and calls out, "Boss, we have a new order, 300 grams. A new customer." "What? A new major buyer?" A voice exclaims from the bedroom. Half a minute later, a man with a scarred face emerges from a bedroom. He leans over the computer and inquires, "Could it be an ordinary customer?" The lean man quickly shifts to the side, adjusting the computer screen. "Boss, this person immediately inquired about the purity of our rock candy. It's unlikely they are an ordinary customer. I've never seen anyone ask about the purity of regular rock candy. Indeed, the scarred man nods in agreement, chuckling. Who would question the purity of a few bucks worth of rock candy? However, the lean man gazes at the chat interface, hesitating. The delivery address is in a housing complex affiliated with the Public Security Bureau. You suspect it's a trap laid by the authorities? The scarred man interjects with a smile. Monkey, you are still too young and timid. I concede that in our line of work, one must be cautious and vigilant. Yet excessive caution can impede our operations. But the delivery is to the housing complex of the Public Security Bureau. The younger man mutters. The scarred man, sensing his subordinate's reluctance, asks, let me ask you this. If the authorities truly discovered us, would they choose the Public Security Bureau's housing complex as a transaction site? Would a snake catcher announce their presence in such a manner? The lean man shakes his head no. But no criminal would opt for a transaction at the Public Security Bureau's housing complex either. It's far too dangerous. Dangerous? The scar man laughs. Monkey, the most perilous places are often the safest. If this person dares to choose the Public Security Bureau's housing complex for a transaction, they must possess extraordinary skill and audacity. I must admit, I have a certain admiration for them. I can assure you, this individual is formidable. If possible, it would be wise for us to establish a long-term collaboration. After a moment of contemplation, the scarred man continues thus, Monkey, you should bring our finest goods tomorrow, 305 grams, 1,000 per gram. We shall charge him 300,000. Additionally, proceed to probe the new customer as usual. Understood, boss. Chapter 12. Why choose us? Because of our high purity. The following morning, at 8 o'clock. Gao Ye, if you don't get up soon, I shall toss a caterpillar onto your bed. Gao Ye was roused from slumber, groggily discerning Gao Nan standing at the bedside, struggling to tug at the covers. I believe I left 2 sets of practice books for mathematics and language at Xinhua bookstore, Gao Ye remarked. You must be a dog, Gao Nan retorted, her voice faltering before hastily fleeing the scene, closing the door with a considerate click behind her. However, being awakened by someone rendered Gao Ye completely alert. After dressing, with a sense of urgency, Gao Ye made her way to the living room, where she found her aunt preparing breakfast. Her aunt appeared to be in a cheerful mood, humming a tune as she worked. Upon noticing Gao Ye, she served a plate of freshly steamed buns. Yeezy, eat breakfast before you go back to sleep. The buns and eggs are warm, and the porridge is in the pot. Serve yourself as much as you like. I've taken Nan to the hospital for a checkup. All right. Gao Ye gestured with her hand, picking up a bun to showcase. The freshly steamed bun, puffing with steam, was plump and fluffy in her grasp. Taking a bite, the starchy sweetness enveloped her palate. A sip of millet porridge followed, absolutely delightful. Half an hour later, Gao Ye lay on the sofa with half-closed eyes, extracting her phone to message, sweet to the core candy shop, to confirm the delivery time. Subsequently, she stepped out to the zoo to procure bamboo and buy fruits. Upon returning, having evaded the security, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. Squatting at the entrance of the community, Gao Ye retrieved her phone to make a call. I've arrived, where are you? Oh, I'm here. Boss, where are you? I'm at the entrance, carrying bamboo, dressed in a white hoodie. Oh, on the other end, the voice fell into a momentary silence. Lao Di, I'm right behind you. Gao Ye turned around to find a gaunt man standing behind her. Her first instinct was that this individual appeared untrustworthy. The second reaction was a moment of introspection. How could one judge a person solely by their appearance? After all, he was affiliated with a 5-star establishment and a conscientious shopkeeper. Are you from Sweet to the Core Candy Shop? Gao Ye inquired, regarding the lean figure. The lean man nodded. Are you handsome to the max? Indeed, Gao Ye conceded to her slight handsomeness. Yet being publicly addressed by her online moniker caused her cheeks to flush, prompting her to hastily ask, where's the merchandise? The merchandise? The lean man began to scrutinize Gao Ye. His first thought was that she was too young. In his mind, anyone daring to conduct transactions in a residential area for law enforcement personnel must be a hardened criminal. At the very least, they should resemble someone like his older brother. Scarface, with visible scars. Even without scars, they ought to be in their 50s or 60s. Yet here stood a student. Moreover, she did not appear to be someone who indulged in such substances. You want this stuff for personal use or to sell? The lean man probed cautiously. Gao Ye promptly replied, of course, to sell. If I were to consume all this, what would I need with so much? I'm undoubtedly selling it for others to consume. Selling it for others to consume? No wonder it does not appear that you are involved in substance abuse. The slender monkey silently nodded, believing him somewhat, and probed further. Why did you choose us? Why choose you? Upon hearing this inquiry, Gao Ye thought to himself, this truly is a five-star establishment. All businesses should come and observe. Their service is remarkably meticulous. Not only do they provide excellent after-sales support, but their pre-sales assistance is equally commendable. Gao Ye replied, I chose you because of your high purity. To be honest, the competition in this industry is exceedingly fierce. With numerous rivals, my skills are not particularly exceptional, so to surpass them, I must rely on purity. I want those who consume my product to become addicted. Upon hearing this, the slender monkey's doubts about Gao Ye had dissipated significantly, and he even felt a sense of resonance. Chapter 13. I'm going to make something big for you all. Indeed, the pressure in our line of work is immense, and the competition is fierce. Had it not been for our exceptional skills, we would have long been eliminated. You cannot fathom the trials we have endured over the years. As the thin monkey recounts this, his heart aches with nostalgia. For many years, he and his leader, Scar, have lived in hiding, with their heads metaphorically held by their belts. If their skills were lacking, the purity of their products would be subpar, yielding no profit. Conversely, if their skills were too refined, their products would sell like hotcakes, attracting the scrutiny of law enforcement. Fortunately, Scar is a master of ingenuity and devised the strategy of online sales. For 2 whole years, they remained undiscovered and even grew their business further. Life has become increasingly promising. Brother, choosing us is tantamount to selecting a pathway to wealth. Come, let us join hands to grow stronger together. Work hard today, and tomorrow you can sleep like a boss. Sell more today, and you may buy a villa tomorrow. The thin monkey extended his hand, fist slightly raised. Gao Ye took a hearty sip of soup, feeling invigorated. In the morning sun, he too extended his hand. Bang! Their fists met in a triumphant gesture. Brother, after all this talk, where's the goods? After their fist bump, Gao Ye eagerly inquired. He was already yearning to purchase rock candy to make candied hawthorns, imagining the delight of the entire food street, earning him a monthly profit of 100,000. The thin monkey rummaged through his bag and pulled out a packet of white sugar, proceeding with the final test. Brother, here it is, give it a try. Gao Ye opened it and tasted a bit. Subsequently, his brow furrowed in disappointment. This rock candy is quite ordinary. It is identical to what is sold in the downstairs supermarket. Worthy of 5 stars. High purity? Sweet enough to make one ecstatic? Nonsense. Gao Ye tossed the white sugar back into the thin monkey's hands. Brother, after all this poetic talk, you were just trying to deceive me? You've wasted my time. I will give you a bad review when I return. The thin monkey, observing Gao Ye's reaction, was not angered but rather delighted. With a beaming smile, he grasped Gao Ye's arm. Brother, I must have taken the wrong item. Wait for me. I will return with the right one. And I promise you will be satisfied this time. Oh, by the way, the high-purity rock candy we sell is in this small box. You can take it and check the goods. I will call you when I arrive. With that, the thin monkey dashed off, leaving behind 5 grams of the product. Ding! Today's minor fortune has transformed into a moderate one. Fortuitous location in the host's hand. Gao Ye paused for a moment, gazing at the small box in his hand, and then at the thin monkey's retreating figure, finally coming to a realization. I knew it. A 5-star rated shop could not possibly sell such ordinary rock candy. Clutching the small box, Gao Ye hurried home. Upon his arrival, he found his Uncle Gao had returned, dressed casually and sitting on the sofa, playfully engaging with Gao Nan. His aunt was in the kitchen preparing lunch. Upon noticing the item in Gao Ye's hand, Gao Nan dashed towards him, her eyes narrowing in excitement. Gao Ye, to my astonishment, you have purchased strawberries. Oh, and cherries as well. I desire to partake in them. If you refer to me as brother, I shall grant you some. Gao Ye promptly lifted the bag, while Gao Nan leaped with her hands raised. Yet she could not reach it. The young girl felt a sense of indignation, her annoyance palpable. Dad, Gao Ye is bullying me again. Uncle Gao, reclining on the sofa, wore a smile upon his face. He had just returned from the police station on Zhongshan Street. Yesterday afternoon, he apprehended a pickpocket and had been interrogating him throughout the night, concluding only this morning. Ding Yu had granted him a brief respite. As he departed, Ding Yu subtly hinted that a second-class merit award was assured this time. Without unforeseen circumstances, Gao Jiangwo would be promoted ahead of time, ascending to the rank of first-class police supervisor. In a man's life, 3 joyous occasions are paramount: promotion, wealth, and marriage. Uncle Gao, now basking in the glory of his promotion, felt a sense of elation, all thanks to his own nephew. With a deliberate sternness, Uncle Gao remarked, "Nan, you must be more respectful. Address him as brother." Dad? Gao Nan could hardly believe her ears. Her own father was not coming to her aid. Just as she was on the verge of tears, a strawberry appeared before her. "Here, you may only have this one. The rest are of use to me." Gao Ye tossed aside the strawberry and ventured into the kitchen. "Auntie, may I use the kitchen for a while?" Auntie, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Yezi, what do you intend to do?" Gao Ye replied, "I'm going to prepare something grand for you all." Chapter 14. Did you buy rock sugar or drugs? Gao Ye pushed his aunt out of the kitchen and retrieved a pot, igniting the gas to prepare syrup according to the recipe. 1 spoon of sugar, 2 spoons of water, boil until the mixture can stretch into threads with chopsticks. As he contemplated the recipe, Gao Ye felt confident in his understanding and opened the small box given to him by the skinny monkey, ready to add the sugar. In the next moment, he froze. Living in a household with detectives, he had inevitably gained some awareness of dangerous substances. Naturally, illicit items were likely to be found within. In an instant, Gao Ye discerned that what lay before him was far from rock sugar. It bore a striking resemblance to drugs. "No way," Gao Ye muttered to himself, holding the spatula at the kitchen's entrance. "Uncle, could you come in for a moment?" "What's the matter, Yezi?" Gao's second uncle looked up in confusion and walked into the kitchen. Upon seeing the small box on the counter, his pupils dilated dramatically. "Drugs? How did they end up in my kitchen?" "Yezi, this is Gao's second uncle," was so startled that his speech faltered, his hand pointing at the box, unable to articulate a coherent thought. Gao Ye nodded, glancing at his aunt and Gao Nan before quietly closing the kitchen door. "Uncle, does this look like drugs to you?" Most likely, his uncle replied with a heavy nod. A grave expression crossed his face. Where did this come from? His uncle quickly dismissed the idea that Gao Ye was involved, knowing he had raised the boy. How could he engage in such activities? If he were, he would surely do so discreetly. Oh, who would use drugs and invite a detective to investigate? What? Does he want to end up in prison? Gao Ye took out his phone and opened the Sweet Rock Sugar Shop, stating, "Uncle, I bought this online. Look, it's from this store. They even support Green City deliveries. You bought rock sugar and ended up with drugs?" His uncle was momentarily taken aback, finding it rather absurd. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. Realizing this, he scrutinized his phone. With a preconceived notion in mind, everything he saw now appeared to him as drug dealings. He glanced at the ratings. 5 stars. Not being a frequent online shopper, this rating did not resonate with him. Thus, he turned to the comments section. "Wow, this store's rock sugar is the purest I've ever purchased. Damn. That's definitely a junkie-esque remark. Only an addict would be so animated. Oh my, this rock sugar is exhilarating. Just a whiff, and I'm high. A whiff gets you high, and you claim you haven't used drugs? Feeling ecstatic, reaching the peak. Feeling ecstatic, reaching the climax. Can one truly experience climax from eating rock sugar? Why is it that when I, Gao Jiangwo, consume rock candy, it only leads to diabetes?" Uncle's gaze was piercing as he continued to read on, until he reached the final line. "I am a loyal customer. This shop's rock candy comes highly recommended. If it proves ineffective, I shall languish in prison." Languish in prison. Uncle murmured softly, lost in reminiscence. This phrase felt familiar. Gao Ye, being young and possessing a sharp memory, quickly recalled. "Uncle, have you forgotten? That pickpocket I apprehended yesterday, his catchphrase was languish in prison." Uncle smacked his forehead. "Ah? Now that you mention it, it indeed belongs to Li Wei." He recounted how Li Wei had adopted this phrase from the leader of a group of outsiders while reveling at the Bright Salon, finding it amusing enough to mimic. Gao Ye appeared perplexed. "Huh? How does this connect to the outsider pickpocket leader?" Uncle Gao, with a complex expression, cast a glance at Gao Ye. "I wonder if Li Wei is simply fortunate or if you, young lad, are the lucky one. The outsider pickpocket leader, Zhang Dong, whom Li Wei stole from, is not only a thief but also a murderer. According to Zhang Dong's confession, someone purchased drugs online and then sold them to him, profiting from the difference. Upon discovering this, he hanged the individual and inquired from which online store the products were bought. Unfortunately, during the interrogation, he accidentally killed the person. Otherwise, why do you suppose there is a reward of 100,000? Gao Ye was taken aback by this revelation, contemplating the audacity of Li Wei, whose trivial theft had entangled him with a notorious criminal. Yet, he couldn't be more impressive, for Li Wei had left both the person and the evidence in Gao Ye's hands. At that moment, Gao Ye's phone rang. Chapter 15. A Dark Deal? Upon inspection, it was a call from the Slim Monkey. Second uncle, it's the drug dealer. Gao Ye pointed to the phone. Instantly, second uncle's expression turned grave. Put on speaker. Speak naturally. Gao Ye connected the call and activated the speaker. The Slim Monkey's voice resonated from the other end. Hey, brother, I've delivered the goods. I assure you this time, it's entirely pure. Come out and collect it. As soon as the Slim Monkey finished speaking, he hung up. Listening to the beeping sound from the phone, Gao Ye turned to second uncle and inquired, what should we do? Second uncle's demeanor reflected the weight of the situation. The alertness of drug dealers is exceptionally high. If we delay appearing at the transaction site, they will undoubtedly sense something amiss. Therefore, calling for support at this moment would be futile. What do you mean? Gao Ye's eyes brightened. His first reaction was not fear, but rather calculating the worth of the drug dealer. As for the dealer's danger, certainly it was present. However, circumstances varied. Gao Ye believed that the dealer he had just encountered could be easily overpowered. He recalled that during military training, the instructor could handle 5 opponents with one hand. Within a 3-step distance, the opponent wouldn't even have a chance to draw a weapon. His prowess, having traversed time, was formidable. Second uncle, let us go. We'll apprehend the drug dealer. This way, there should be enough money for Nan Nan's hospital expenses. Gao Ye rubbed his hands together and looked at second uncle. Do you have confidence? Second uncle inquired. He vowed that his intentions were not driven by the prospect of a reward. Calling for reinforcement would undoubtedly be too late. Absolutely. Gao Ye affirmed with a nod. Hearing this, second uncle removed his police uniform and grabbed a kitchen knife, tucking at his waist before heading down with Gao Ye. Upon reaching the community entrance, they spotted the Slim Monkey furtively glancing around. Brother Gao Ye wrapped his arm around the Slim Monkey's shoulder. Did you bring the goods? The Slim Monkey was startled, turning to see Gao Ye and second uncle. Instantly, his demeanor shifted to one of caution as he scrutinized second uncle, questioning, brother, who is this? Don't you know we can't bring strangers into our transactions? Gao Ye replied candidly, this is my second uncle. He is one of us. The Slim Monkey was skeptical. Really? Gao Ye insisted, if I'm lying, I'll rot in prison. As one of the most ruthless figures in the underworld, the Slim Monkey was immediately convinced. A smile crept on his face. Ah, I see. A family of drug dealers. My apologies. I was wondering why a young fellow was buying drugs. Turns out, it's under the watchful eye of your second brother. The Slim Monkey mistakenly believed that second uncle and Gao Ye were from a prominent family of drug dealers, and that second uncle had sent Gao Ye to test him. At that moment, he was entirely convinced he had encountered a significant buyer. With this thought, the Slim Monkey produced a small box and placed it before second uncle. Opening it, second brother, look, 300 grams of powder, pure as can be. If I deceive you, I'll face imprisonment. I must tell you, the efficacy of this substance is undoubtedly remarkable. Before the sight of the product, second uncle was utterly astonished. As a grassroots police officer, he had never encountered such a quantity at once. After over a decade in the force, the only time he had seen this substance was during a raid on illicit activities, where a patron possessed merely 3 grams. Yet here, before him, lay 300 grams, the threshold for sentencing, exceeding 200 grams and reaching 1 kilogram, ranges from 7 to 15 years of imprisonment. Seeing second uncle's astonishment, the thin monkey felt an inexplicable sense of pride swell within him. Standing tall, he proclaimed, second brother, let me assure you, this is merely a small affair. Our establishment has an entire 100 pounds at our disposal. We can fulfill any demand you may have. Impressive indeed. Second uncle gave a thumbs up. secretly pondering that this young lad was now truly destined for a lengthy incarceration. "Come, let us retrieve the money." Second uncle gestured towards the interior of the community. The thin monkey, devoid of any doubt, followed along, arm in arm with Gao Ye as they strolled into the neighborhood. Along the way, they engaged in mutual flattery. The thin monkey extolled second uncle and Gao Ye for their audacity, daring to operate under the very noses of the law, setting up their base in a police housing compound. In turn, Gao Ye and second uncle praised the thin monkey for his remarkable cleverness. A veritable mastermind for devising the idea of selling this substance online through a candy shop. "Oh, it's all thanks to my boss, Scar," the thin monkey humbly remarked as he entered the doorway of Building 2. In the next instant, he felt himself soaring through the air, his surroundings whirling before him. Suddenly, he landed face first on the ground with a thud. Gao Ye knelt, pressing his knee firmly into the thin monkey's back. "What the hell? Are you guys engaging in black-on-black operations?" Chapter 16. Assemble, assemble. The lean monkey grimaced in pain, and after a brief moment of confusion, he reacted with indignation, exclaiming, "I swear, my boss Scar will surely annihilate you all." Uncle Gao paid no heed to the lean monkey and took out his phone to call Deng Yu. At the Zhongshan Public Security Station, Deng Yu was relishing the moment, polishing the new police car with a cloth. Once he finished, he took a selfie with the vehicle and posted it on his social media. Why are there 2 new police cars parked in the yard so early in the morning? Accompanied by a picture, the other station heads were envious upon seeing this. Li Hua from Sandow Ditch Police Station. "Old Deng, you're truly flaunting it. It's infuriating." Fong Lin from Jianxi Road Police Station. "Damn, old Deng. You've hit the jackpot. Next time, make sure to share a new police car with me." Yang Qin from Dongfeng Road Police Station. "What is going on? Old Deng, how come you have a new police car?" Wei VE submitted 3 reports to the City Bureau and received no approval. After pondering for a moment, Deng Yu replied, "How did you all find out that our Zhongshan Public Security Station has received a second-class merit?" "What? You all know about our station's collective third-class merit as well?" Upon hearing Deng Yu's words, the other station heads were quite incensed. This audacious display was simply intolerable. They all left comments, insisting on dining at Deng Yu's house that evening to thoroughly deplete his resources. Deng Yu abruptly shut off his phone, thinking to himself that he would spend the night at the station. Just then, his phone rang again. Upon checking, he saw it was Uncle Gao calling, and he promptly answered. "Jiangua, aren't you supposed to be off duty? What brings you to call me? Are you concerned about the case?" "Rest assured, apart from the drug trafficker, everything else has been handled. 1 second-class merit and 1 collective third-class merit. Tonight, let's celebrate at your place. By the way, ask Z what he likes. Old Deng, want to gift him something. I must say, the more I see him, the more I like him." As soon as Deng Yu finished speaking, Uncle Gao on the other end responded, "Deng, I and Gao Ye have captured the drug trafficker." "What did you say?" Hearing Uncle Gao's words, Deng Yu was momentarily stunned. Then, as Uncle Gao repeated himself, Deng Yu abruptly hung up the phone, bursting out of his office, shouting, "Assemble, assemble. Everyone gather around." Once he finished his call, all the officers of the Zhongshan Public Security Station rushed out in a flurry. More than a dozen detectives stood in the yard, utterly perplexed. "What is going on with Chief Deng? Why the sudden assembly?" "How would I know? I was up all night catching that gang of thieves, and after bringing them in for urgent interrogation, I was hoping to catch a quick nap this morning. But Chief Deng's shout startled me awake." "Do you think? Could it be a major case?" Don't overthink it. How significant could a case be for our grassroots public security station? Last night's robbery incident, had it not been for Jiangua's nephew, would we have had the opportunity to intervene at the Zhongshan Public Security Bureau? Silence fell. Deng Yu stood at the forefront of the assembly, his expression grave. Everyone removed their uniforms to retrieve their firearms and don their bulletproof vests. Those who had driven private vehicles promptly brought them forth. We were to embark on a mission. The specifics will be disclosed upon arrival. In response to Deng Yu's command, the detectives paused momentarily, taken aback. Armed. This must be a significant case. Soon, their expressions collectively shifted to one of seriousness. Before long, 2 private cars surged out of the gates of the Zhongshan Public Security Bureau. Racing at breakneck speed, The journey to the parking lot of the Qingxiu District Public Security Bureau's residential complex took merely 10 minutes. As the vehicles came to a halt, Deng Yu exited without delay. A left turn led them to Building 2, where they ascended directly to the rooftop terrace. Behind him, a throng of detectives wore puzzled expressions, wondering what the purpose of this rooftop rendezvous could be. Were they to engage in something akin to a scene from a Hong Kong gangster film? Upon reaching the terrace, their gaze fell upon Gao Ye and Uncle Gao leaning against the parapet, with a slender monkey squatting at their feet. "Director Deng, we have a contraband," Uncle Gao stated, presenting a small box to Deng Yu. As a veteran detective with decades of experience, Deng Yu was already 90% certain of the contents simply by appearance. It was indeed illicit substances. However, further confirmation was necessary. Looking around, he spotted a hen belonging to an unknown household, laying eggs. Without hesitation, he seized the chicken and fed it a small amount of the powder. In less than half a minute, the hen began to dance, and it danced remarkably well. It was nothing short of a spectacle. Observing the dancing chicken and then the white powder, the words illicit substances seemed almost inscribed upon the hen's visage. Chapter 17. Indeed, you should attend the police academy. At that moment, all the detectives fixed their astonished gazes upon Uncle Gao. Deng Yu's expression was equally grave as he inquired, "Old Gao, what is going on?" Uncle Gao shook his head, his countenance a tapestry of complexity, and replied, "Don't ask me. It was Gao Ye's doing." In unison, over a dozen detectives redirected their attention to Gao Ye, their eyes suffused with bewilderment. They wondered how a mere student could possibly be entangled in such illicit affairs. Gao Ye promptly raised his phone, hastily elucidating, "I have no idea. I merely sought to earn a little money. I searched online for ways to make a profit and came across advice on street vending. So I planned to sell candy hawthorns. I then went to purchase some ingredients, not illicit goods, but sugar, intending to make the candied hawthorns. Given the quantity I needed, I thought it prudent to buy online where it's cheaper. Last night, I stumbled upon this sugar shop that had numerous favorable reviews, and I thought I was being cautious. Who would have guessed it was a front for illicit activities?" The detectives fell into a profound silence upon hearing this. They stared incredulously at Gao Ye, utterly astonished. How absurd was it that in purchasing sugar, he inadvertently uncovered a trafficking operation? Meanwhile, they, seasoned detectives, had spent years in service, encountering only trivial cases such as helping an elderly neighbor locate her tabby cat. Deng Yu, clearly impressed, could not help but commend Xiao Yi. "I'm truly in awe of you. In my decades as a detective, I have never encountered a situation like yours. You casually buy a scratch-off ticket and manage to apprehend a thief who not only confesses to his crimes but also implicates a gang of pickpockets from elsewhere. And here you are, buying sugar, only to find yourself in the midst of a trafficking den. If you were to become a detective, you would surely ascend the ranks in no time. Have you considered applying to the police academy? You'd be solving major cases daily and might even become a police supervisor." Uncle Gao interjected, just in time, "Deng, let us not discuss aspirations right now. Yezi was merely fortunate. Encountering criminals today does not guarantee he will tomorrow. Look at us, seasoned detectives. After decades of service, how many significant cases have we truly faced?" Deng Yu chuckled, "I understand that major cases are rare. I was just speaking casually. Now let us set that aside. I need to call Director Sunday. We cannot tackle this trafficking ring alone. As far as I know, Director Sun is currently grappling with the same issue." With that, Deng Yu retrieved his phone and dialed Sun Weigua. At that moment, in the Public Security Bureau of Luyin City, Director Sun Weigua was presiding over a meeting attended by the Bureau's key personnel. Captain Zhang Chong of the Criminal Investigation Team stood before the projector, delivering a report. "Last night, after we apprehended the pickpockets from out of town, we conducted an impromptu interrogation. According to the confessions of the pickpockets, their leader, Zhang Dong, has been controlling them through illicit substances. Zhang Dong has admitted to the accusations and disclosed the source of these substances, which is a local individual known as Li Degu, who has been supplying him for an extended period. However, Li Degu claims that the substances were smuggled across the border, hence the exorbitant prices. In an unexpected turn of events, Zhang Dong discovered that the substances provided by Li Degu were, in fact, shipped from an online store located in Luyin City. Feeling deceived, he, in a fit of rage, killed Li Dagu and subsequently led his men to Green City in search of the traffickers. After a brief pause, Zhang Chong continued, stating, "Following the interrogation, we promptly contacted the police in Nani County for verification. Last night at 10 o'clock, the police of Nanchang County excavated overnight and uncovered Li Dagu's body. However, after 12 hours of thorough investigation by the Nanchang police, they found no trace of Li Dagu's mobile phone or any evidence of online purchases of illicit substances. Therefore, at present, there are only two possible conclusions. The first being that Zhang Dong is lying, and the second that there indeed exists a group selling illicit substances online. If it is the latter, identifying this group of traffickers will pose a significant challenge, requiring substantial human and material resources." Upon concluding his report, Zhang Chong returned to his position. The other detectives, upon hearing this, wore solemn expressions and remained silent as they gazed at the data before them. Sun Weiguo furrowed his brow, leaning towards the belief that Zhang Dong was not being deceitful. After all, if he were lying, why would a gang of pickpockets from afar travel such a distance to steal in Green City? It is well known that the profession of pickpocketing is highly localized. Moreover, given that Li Dagu has been sentenced to death, would there be any necessity to deceive the detectives in such a manner? Thus, Sun Weiguo felt that there truly must be a group of traffickers operating online, as Zhang Dong had described. However, as Zhang Dong had indicated, it would be exceedingly difficult to identify this group without any leads. Chapter 18. Such luck unparalleled. The number of online stores in the Summer Nation exceeds millions. To scrutinize each one individually would require an unimaginable amount of manpower and resources. However, the Summer Nation's police maintain a strict zero-tolerance policy towards drug-related issues. I recognize the difficulty of this task, yet some endeavors must be undertaken regardless of their challenges. If we, the Green Forest City Security Bureau, are unable to manage it, we shall report to the provincial department. If they cannot handle it, we will escalate it further. In any case, we must spare no effort to unearth this group of drug traffickers," Sun Weiguo proclaimed emphatically. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Deng Yu. Sun Weiguo answered the call. Deng Yu's voice came through immediately. "Hello, Chief Sunday. I am once again seeking your assistance. We have apprehended a drug trafficker who is selling drugs online." Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo sprang to his feet. "What? You actually managed to capture that group of traffickers? Where are they? I will come over immediately." After Sun Weiguo's exclamation, all the officers in the conference room turned their gazes toward him, their expressions a mix of confusion and astonishment. Just moments ago, they were troubled by their inability to locate the traffickers, and now they had seemingly apprehended them? Could there be a mistake? Noticing the collective gaze, Sun Weiguo composed himself and commanded, "Deng Yu, ensure that you keep a close watch on them. I will come over at once." He then addressed the officers in the conference room, instructing everyone, "Arm yourselves and proceed to the residential complex of the Security Bureau in the Qingxiu district. Do not use police cars." Before long, over a dozen private vehicles departed from the Green Forest City Security Bureau. Upon arriving at the residential complex, Sun Weiguo led his team up to the rooftop. Seeing Sun Weiguo's arrival, Deng Yu approached, holding a chicken in one hand and a box of drugs in the other, visibly excited. "Chief Sun, I have confirmed that we have indeed caught a drug trafficker." Sun Weiguo glanced at the quantity of drugs and inquired, "The trafficker was apprehended during a transaction, correct? Were both parties involved captured?" Deng Yu's expression turned slightly peculiar as he replied, "We caught the seller, but not the buyer." Sun Weiguo, puzzled, asked, "Weren't they apprehended during the transaction?" Deng Yu nodded. "Yes, they were apprehended during the transaction, and Comrade Zhang Wo personally participated in the arrest." "Then why wasn't the buyer caught?" Sun Weiguo questioned. Suddenly, he realized, waving his hand dismissively, was it that Zhang Wo was alone and lacked sufficient manpower, allowing the buyer to escape? No matter, as long as the trafficker did not get away. Deng Yu pointed at Gao Ershu and Gao Ye, saying, "The buyer was Comrade Zhang Wo." Sun Weiguo was momentarily taken aback, thinking he misheard. "Who did you say?" "It was Comrade Zhang Wo," Deng Yu repeated. To be precise, Gao Ye accompanied Comrade Zhang Wo to purchase the drugs. Sun Weiguo was left speechless. Captain Zhang Chong of the criminal investigation team was equally stunned. The key members of the municipal bureau stood in disbelief. Police officers buying drugs? Moreover, it is rather absurd that a police officer recently awarded a second-class merit would engage in illicit activities. What on earth is going on? Sun Weiguo, a seasoned officer of many decades, renowned for his esteemed position, quickly regained his composure. He believed that a good comrade within the ranks would never partake in such unlawful conduct. Therefore, there must be hidden circumstances surrounding this incident. Deng Yu gestured to Gao Ye. Xiao Yi, pass your phone to Director Sunday. Gao Ye promptly retrieved his phone and opened the chat window of his online store, handing it over to Sun Weiguo. Once Sun Weiguo took the phone, Deng Yu began to elucidate the situation. 10 minutes later, Sun Weiguo stared at Gao Ye, utterly astonished. He found it hard to comprehend. Was Gao Ye some sort of criminal entrapment device? Just yesterday, he had won the lottery and apprehended a pickpocket, who subsequently revealed the existence of a pickpocketing gang. During the evening's interrogation, it was discovered that the gang's leader was a murderer and even involved in the trade of illicit goods. This was already outrageous enough for him. To think that within just one day, Gao Ye had captured yet another drug dealer in the most peculiar manner while attempting to purchase rock candy. Even more astonishingly, the two individuals seemed to have unwittingly complemented each other, leading the drug dealer to lower his guard. This was simply incredible. After over 20 years in the force, Sun Weiguo had encountered countless criminals. He had dealt with bizarre and outrageous offenders before, but never had he faced such an absurd and peculiar case. In merely 2 days, his understanding had been profoundly reshaped twice. Chapter 19. Candied Hawthorne? This is something one ought to avoid. Could it be that this young man will once again entangle himself in criminality by tomorrow? Fortunately, he is not a detective. Had he been one, with such a pace in apprehending criminals, I would surely find myself addressing him as Your Honor within a year. Immediately, Sun Weiguo shook his head. How could that be possible? If criminals were truly so easily captured, then detectives would not sacrifice so many lives each year. It was merely a fleeting stroke of luck. Casting aside these absurd thoughts, Sun Weiguo spoke. Team Zhang, interrogate the drug peddlers at once and ascertain the location of their lair. Once you have that information, organize a swift operation to apprehend them. Also, seek out clues to determine if they're the same peddlers who sold drugs to Li Dego. Upon hearing the command, Zhang Chong had yet to respond when, not far off, the thin monkey seemed to be triggered by a particular keyword. He raised his head and exclaimed, Li Dego? Are you referring to Li Dego from Nanjing County? As soon as the thin monkey's words fell, a cadre of seasoned detectives from the municipal bureau turned their gazes toward him. Zhang Chong, brimming with excitement, took a couple of steps closer to the thin monkey and inquired, Do you know Li Dego? The thin monkey nodded. Officer, I am acquainted with Li Dego. I have been supplying him with drugs for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback. He actually knows him? The very drug dealer he had been tirelessly trying to capture was so easily found. How could it be this fortuitous? Could it be false? The thin monkey gazed at Zhang Chong warily and said, Officer, I wish to report a matter of utmost importance. Can my sentence be reduced? Zhang Chong glanced at the thin monkey and replied, If what you report is indeed as significant as you claim, and if it is verified by our police, then a reduction in your sentence may be possible. Well, I suspect that Li Dego has been murdered, the thin monkey stated. I spoke with him on the phone the day before yesterday. He inquired about purchasing drugs, and then I heard a loud bang. After that, there was a cry, and Li Dego fell silent. Subsequently, another person answered the phone, claiming to be Li Dego's brother, stating that Li Dego had fallen asleep and instructed me to sell the drugs directly to him. I simply cannot believe that. Who falls asleep just like that? Moreover, in our line of work, one cannot change parties mid-transaction. After listening to the thin monkey's account, Zhang Chong was left in a state of shock. It truly was the very group of drug dealers he had been searching for. His first reaction was to glance at Gao Ye, his expression a tapestry of complexity. The entire criminal investigation team had toiled tirelessly, burning the midnight oil, yet had found not a single lead on the drug dealers. Meanwhile, This individual merely wished to set up a stall to sell candied hawthorn and purchased raw candy online, leading to the capture of the drug dealers. Furthermore, the two cases were interconnected. Zhang Dong, the buyer of drugs, Li Degu, the intermediary dealer, and the Thin Monkey, the wholesale supplier. The entire chain had been apprehended. Most astonishingly, the main culprits of both cases had been caught by the same person. Absurd, utterly absurd. Zhang Chong spoke softly. You probably won't be able to reduce your sentence. We have already apprehended the murderer of Li Degu. God, how could you be so formidable? The Thin Monkey exclaimed in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. How could you capture him so quickly? This is disastrous. Does this mean my boss, Gar, will be caught soon as well? Perhaps I should confess before you capture him. That way, I might still be able to lessen my punishment. Officer, I wish to report something. The Thin Monkey hurriedly continued, my boss, Scar, resides at 35 Shahizi in the urban village. The entire building is our stronghold. We also have a factory for producing drugs in the suburbs. I can provide you with the address. That evening, at 8 o'clock, Gao Ye sat at the dining table, eating while glancing at a certain online store that had been banned. He opened his notes and deleted his plan to sell candied hawthorns. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Alas, the previous emperor's entrepreneurial dreams were cut short prematurely. What entrepreneurship? Gao Nan, who was earnestly enjoying her meal, looked up, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Gao Ye, are you planning to start business? My classmate's sister has also ventured into entrepreneurship, selling spicy mixed snacks at our school gate. Would you consider setting up a stall as well? Let me think. You should sell candied hawthorns. The old man who usually sells them at the entrance hasn't been around lately. Candied hawthorns? Gao Ye shook his head. That is something I cannot touch. Why not? Gao Nanan inquired. Chapter 20. Explosives expert? Hurry up and get in the car. Aunt Air was busy serving dishes for Uncle Gao when she heard the commotion. She playfully tapped Gao Nan on the head and said, Children shouldn't ponder so many questions. Just eat your meal. You two are equally worrisome. One sneaks candy, while the other has been returning home increasingly late. And now I'm expected to watch the local news tonight. What is the matter? Can that Gao Haiwa still be on camera? At that moment, the television displayed a segment of police officers apprehending criminals, though the individuals' faces were obscured by pixelation. The host's voice resounded. According to our station's news report, at 7 o'clock tonight, the Green City Police dismantled a drug trafficking ring. At the crime scene, a substantial quantity of narcotics was seized. Reports indicate that this gang has been utilizing the internet for prolonged drug trafficking, posing a significant threat and causing severe repercussions. Director Sun Weigua of the Green City Police Department stated that a citywide anti-drug campaign will commence shortly. Mom, is that Dad? Gao Nan suddenly pointed at a pixelated police officer on the television. Aunt Air, upon hearing this, set down her bowl and stared at the screen, bewildered. No, that can't be. Aren't they apprehending drug dealers? Why would they send a grassroots officer to assist? Assist? Gao Ye thought to himself as he picked at his rice. Isn't this a moment where I'm the main character with Uncle Air? Moreover, Mrs. Gao, your husband will soon no longer be just a grassroots officer. Ding! Today's fortune has transformed from moderate to excellent. While eating, Gao Ye was suddenly greeted by an electronic tone in his mind. Then, ding dong, ding dong. His phone began to ring. Gao Ye pulled out his device to check, discovering several messages. The first was from Sun Weigua. Gao Ye, you performed exceptionally well this time. The reward has been reported and expedited. Come to the city bureau tomorrow to collect it. The second message was from Deng Yu. Gao Ye, you are truly the lucky star of our Zhongshan police station. Director Sun just praised us, and we are likely to receive a collective second-class mayor award. Uncle Deng had nothing else to offer, so he declared, this month's salary is dedicated to you. The next 2 months' wages will also be yours. Gao Nan, would you like some pocket money? Gao Ye waved his phone, a smile gracing his face. Call me brother, and tomorrow when I receive the award, I'll take you out for some fun. Time, like a young girl's stockings, cannot withstand the tugging. Before long, the second day arrived. Gao Ye glanced at his bank balance, a mere penny. However, today a large sum of money was set to be deposited. The previous day's operation, which involved assisting the police in uncovering a long-hidden drug den, had earned him a reward of 200,000. Notably, This reward from the city bureau was to be distributed in cash. Specifically, the police had issued bounties in the form of cash payments to citizens. This time, Sun Weigua had made special arrangements for a bank transfer. In this instance, to quote Sun Weigua, one cannot always indulge in special treatment. The prompt disbursement of bonuses already indicates favoritism, and thus, cash was utilized instead. Moreover, Sun Weigua harbored an ulterior motive to familiarize himself with the municipal bureau. What is there to familiarize oneself with? Am I to make frequent visits to the municipal bureau? Gao Ye shook his head, finishing his meal and sitting by the entrance to change his shoes before heading out to collect his money. At that moment, Gao Ye emerged, donning a Spider-Man mask. Gao Ye, put this on. Gao Ye paused for a moment, perplexed. What on earth do I need this for? The young girl, pretending to be an adult, adopted a stern expression and poked his forehead with her finger. You silly. Many winners on the television wear masks. What if someone sees you and becomes envious, coming to snatch it away? But, Gao Ye protested, I'm going to the municipal bureau to claim my prize. Same thing, Gao Nanan insisted, tiptoeing to place the mask on Gao Ye's face. Gao Ye, recognizing the validity of her reasoning, after all, a substantial sum of 200,000 in cash was something he had never even laid eyes on before, thought it wise to keep it hidden from prying eyes. I'll wear it when I arrive. He removed the mask and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he stood at the community entrance, awaiting his ride. Sun Weigua had informed him earlier that a colleague would be heading to the municipal bureau and could offer him a lift. Glancing at a WeChat message indicating a red vehicle, he paid little attention and began scrolling through his phone. In less than 2 minutes, a red SUV halted before him. The driver, a bald man, had a pig's mask affixed to the back of his seat. After scrutinizing Gao Ye for half a minute, the bald man's gaze settled on the mask in Gao Ye's hand. He broke into a grin and honked the horn. Demolition expert? Hurry up and get in. Gao Ye was engrossed in a video on his phone and did not catch the first part of the phrase. But he distinctly heard the latter half urging him to get in. Noticing the vehicle was red, he assumed it was indeed his ride, and without further thought, he climbed into the car. Chapter 21. Oh my AK. Ding. Today's fortune, moderately auspicious. Fortune location, red SUV. Stunned for a moment, a look of delight appeared on Gao Ye's face. Could it be true? Was he really this fortunate? Could merely riding in a car lead to such auspiciousness? Perhaps a lottery ticket had dropped in the vehicle? Seated in the back of the red SUV, Gao Ye curiously touched everything around him. The bald driver donned a pig's mask. Glancing into the rearview mirror, the man in the pig's mask inquired, Brother, what are you touching? Gao Ye was startled and felt a bit embarrassed, responding, Brother, it's nothing, just playing around. The driver chuckled twice. Stop talking nonsense. I know you well enough. Are you looking for something? Don't worry, everything's in the boss's hands. Something? Boss. Gao Ye paused, on the verge of asking what he meant. Just then, the driver with the pig's mask continued. Before I met you, they all said you were a genius, a natural talent. I didn't believe it at first. There are no geniuses in this line of work, just those who risk their lives. The ones who survive are all veterans. Indeed, it was a matter of life and death. Gao Ye thought of countless senior officers who had fought valiantly against criminals. Therefore, he solemnly remarked, Big brother, you've worked hard. The man in the pig's mask waved his hand dismissively. Hard work? Nonsense. We chose this path ourselves. There's no other way. By the way, where were we? The driver asked. Gao Ye replied, You mentioned you didn't believe I was a natural talent. Indeed, I didn't believe it. The driver sighed through the rearview mirror. But now I do. You look quite young. Are you about 20? 18, Gao Ye answered. The driver reflected, Damn. It's infuriating how life is. When I was 18, I made only a few thousand with each job. You at 18 probably raking that much, right? As he spoke, he wiggled 2 fingers. Observing the driver's fingers, Gao Ye felt no suspicion, believing the driver to be a city bureau staff member, familiar with some insider information. After all, receiving a cash reward of 200,000 from the city bureau was indeed a substantial sum. Thus, Gao Ye nodded honestly. That's indeed the case. Damn, the driver cursed quietly. I knew the boss gave you a bigger cut than me. After cursing, the driver recalled that Gao Ye was still in the vehicle, feeling somewhat awkward. He retrieved a bottle of water from the passenger side and handed it to Gao Ye. Brother, I was cursing at you. Don't take it to heart. Here, have some water. Gao Ye looked up to receive the water, only to be startled again by the sight of the driver, exclaiming, "Oh my, what an ugly pig." Subsequently, he awkwardly remarked, "My friend, please do not take offense. I'm not rebuking you, but rather commenting on your mask. What purpose does it serve to wear such a thing?" The man in the pig's mask retorted, "Ah, so you choose not to bear a grudge overnight?" He then retrieved a bottle of water and glared at Gao Ye, declaring, "Without it, one might perish. I suggest you don one as well. It's merely a trifle. Is it really necessary?" Gao Ye muttered, yet he succumbed to the notion and adorned the mask. Just as he secured it in place, the vehicle came to a halt. The rear door swung open, and two individuals entered, one on the left donning a monkey mask and the other on the right wearing a sandy mask. They positioned themselves on either side of Gao Ye. "Hey, are you two also going to collect your rewards?" Gao Ye inquired, eyeing the duo. The man in the monkey mask grinned broadly. "Indeed, indeed. We are also on our way to claim our bounty." The man in the sandy mask chimed in, to collect a substantial sum. Observing them, Gao Ye mused that they were likely in pursuit of the same goal, to retrieve their rewards from the city police station. With his own bounty being 200,000, he pondered that the combined total for the two of them must amount to at least 400,000. Together with his own, that would total 600,000. Such a significant sum. Would they truly part with it? A sense of apprehension washed over him as he voiced his concern. At that moment, the front passenger door opened, and a man wearing a Tang Sing mask entered, carrying a large bag. Upon hearing Gao Ye's words, the man in the Tang Sing mask calmly replied, "Not willing to give? Then I must take matters into my own hands." Gao Ye was momentarily taken aback. Take what?" The man in the Tang Sing mask responded, "Of course, to ferry them." Gao Ye, bewildered, queried, "Ferry them? With what?" "With an AK." The man in the Tang Sing mask produced an AK-47 from the bag. Racking the slide, the sound echoed in the confined space. Gao Ye's eyes widened in shock. "Holy cow, an AK." Chapter 22. This is not a kindergarten bus. The pixie masked man sees an opportunity to attack Gao Ye, exclaiming, "What are you shouting about? Isn't that just an AK? Truly uncultured." Gao Ye retorted, "This is indeed an AK." The monkey-masked man interjected, "Brother, don't be astonished. It's merely a small affair." Gao Ye insisted, "But this is an AK." The sandy-masked man affirmed, "Old son is right. It's just a minor situation." Gao Ye reiterated, "This is an AK." The Tang Sung masked man remained silent, rummaging through his bag to produce a shotgun, which he tossed to the monkey. "Old son, you favor powerful weaponry. This is for you." The sound of a bullet being chambered echoed once more in the cramped confines of the vehicle. Gao Ye's mouth dropped open in disbelief, large enough to fit a fist. "You all have shotguns too? What are you planning to do? Aren't we just going to collect money? How did this come about?" "What do you mean?" the Tang Sung masked man inquired, somewhat taken aback, glancing at the Pigsy masked man. "Did you not explain it to him clearly? How did you make contact?" The Pigsy masked man replied, "I contacted an intermediary, requesting a demolition expert, someone bold and unafraid of death. Don't use an intermediary next time." The Tang Sung masked man shot a glare at the Pigsy masked man, damn intermediary, failing to communicate the task clearly. He then turned to Gao Ye, stating, "Brother, it appears my little brother may not have conveyed the details properly. Allow me to clarify the mission. When we enter, I will fire the first shot." "Can I fire the first shot?" The monkey-masked man chimed in eagerly, caressing the barrel of his gun, shooting into the crowd at the bank. Then commanding them to hand over the money will look incredibly cool. "Please, let me have this moment." The Tang Sing masked man shot him a warning glare. "You're wielding a shotgun. What will happen if you hit someone?" The sandy masked man raised a handgun. "Then I shall take the shot." The Tang Sung masked man shook his head. "A handgun lacks power. It lacks intimidation." The Pigsy masked man began to speak, but was interrupted by the Tang Sung masked man. "Do not speak. I must fire the first shot." The Pigsy masked man quickly proposed. "Then may I fire the second shot?" The Tang Sung masked man replied, "I am using an AK." The Pigsy masked man countered, "So what?" "An AK must unleash a full magazine to be impressive." As the Tang Sung masked man spoke, he withdrew a map and slowly unfolded it. "Enough chatter. I am the leader, and my word is final. Once we enter the bank, I will fire the first shot, the second shot, and even the 30th shot. Old Son will manage the security, Old Jew will oversee the cash withdrawals, and old Shah will handle the money. And you, the Tang Sung masked man fixed his gaze on Gao Ye. Our demolition prodigy. You will be responsible for blasting open the vault door. Upon finishing, the Tang Sung pulled several tubes of explosives from his bag and tossed them to Gao Ye. These are remote-controlled. I will provide you with the remote once we arrive. Gazing at the bomb in his hands, Gao Ye was rendered speechless. This was neither a trip to kindergarten nor a visit to the city police station to collect a reward. It was a vehicle destined for a bank heist. I swear, I want to get out of this car. Gao Ye's lips trembled in fear. The man in the Tang Sing mask appeared quite pleased, leaning over to pat Gao Ye's shoulder. Truly a fearless demolition genius, so eager to abandon caution and embark on this bank robbery. A prodigy, without a doubt. Entrusting you with these high-concentration explosives was indeed a wise choice. High concentration? Gao Ye cradled the bomb. How potent are we talking? One could obliterate a vehicle, I presume. The masked man exhaled nonchalantly, retrieving a cigar and placing it between his lips. The collection of explosives in your hands, if tossed into a square, would deter anyone from approaching for at least a month. For an entire year, no one would dare to dance in that square. And for a decade, not a single elderly gentleman would have the courage to spin atop there. When a century passes, even the most determined real estate tycoon would find it impossible to elevate the property values in the vicinity. What the hell? Gao Ye, startled, lost his grip, and the bomb tumbled to the ground at his feet. Chapter 23, A Heist. In a moment of sheer panic, the man wearing the Tang Sung mask dropped his cigar, flung open the car door, and leapt out, ensuring to close the door behind him midair. The man in the Zhu Beiji mask followed suit, followed closely by the man in the Sha Sung mask. Displaying a sense of camaraderie, the Sha Sung masked man reached back to pull Gao Ye along as he exited the vehicle. However, he encountered the equally loyal monkey masked man, both of them pulling Gao Ye in opposite directions. Good grief, buddy, you look rather slender, yet you're astonishingly heavy. The Sha Sung masked man struggled to pull Gao Ye from the car. Come on, lend a hand. Don't just sit there. The monkey masked man stood at the threshold, one foot bracing against the edge of the door, desperately tugging at Gao Ye's hands with all his might. For heaven's sake, hurry up and run out with me. If you weren't a demolition genius, I wouldn't be dragging you out like this. Caught in the middle, Gao Ye glanced at the explosives beneath him, nearly in tears. Guys, for the love of all that is holy, don't pull me out at the same time. My hands are about to break. The monkey masked man paused, craning his neck to see past Gao Ye, only to spot the Sha Sung masked man peering in from the other side. What a fool, the monkey masked man muttered in exasperation. You're the real fool, the Sha Sung masked man retorted. Care to repeat that? The monkey masked man brandished his shotgun. I'll blow you to bits. I'll blow you up first. The Sha Sung masked man shot back, retrieving a grenade from his bag. The Tang Sung masked man raised his AK, aiming through the right passenger window at the monkey masked man in the rear left. Drop the gun. Meanwhile, the Zhu Beiji masked man pointed his handgun through the left driver's window at the Sha Sung masked man in the rear right. Put that grenade away. Gao Ye, sandwiched between the ominous barrels of guns and the sizable grenade, was frozen in fear. He was merely an ordinary high school graduate who had apprehended a murderer, a drug dealer, and a pickpocket gang. Yet here he was, confronted with an AK, a shotgun, and a grenade aimed at him. If you want me dead, just say so. Let it all come crashing down, Gao. You picked up the bomb beneath him. Let's aim for this instead. Meanwhile, in the bustling, multifunctional hall of the municipal police station, adorned with flowers, a young female police captain was orchestrating the arrangement of the awards podium. A throng of journalists had assembled, their cameras poised. The captain glanced at the clock. 9:50 a.m. According to their prior agreement, Gao Ye was supposed to arrive by 9:30, and he was now 20 minutes late. In another 10 minutes, the higher-ups would arrive. The young captain stepped outside to make a phone call. Hello, where's the person you were supposed to pick up? You didn't get them? The call won't go through. However, there are only 10 minutes left until the bonuses are distributed. Why is there a lack of enthusiasm among those waiting to claim their rewards? The sound of sweat dripping onto the ground can be heard. The man in the pigsy mask holstered his pistol and said, Brother, what are you doing? Quickly put away that bomb. If it explodes, it won't just be a matter of one or two people. The man in the monkey mask also lowered his shotgun, enthusiastically pulling Gao Ye down. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Gao Ye glanced at the man in the sandy mask. The sandy masked man looked at the grenade in his hand, and then at the high-concentration bomb in Gao Ye's possession, promptly stowing the grenade into his pocket. Brother, let's not escalate this. Gao Ye turned his gaze to the man in the Tang Sung mask. You, an outsider, dare to threaten our four brothers? The man in the Tang Sung mask, somehow having retrieved a cigar from the ground, placed it in his mouth and aimed an AK at Gao Ye. The remote control is in my hands. I will count to 3. You better set down the bomb. Gao Ye replied, I am a demolition genius. I can make it explode whenever I wish. The Tang Sung masked man responded with silence. He then holstered the AK. It is now 9:51. The bank at the alley's exit ahead is our target. Let us do this. Aren't we waiting until 10? The monkey masked man inquired. The Tang Sung masked man replied, I am not obsessive-compulsive. Why wait until 10? The monkey masked man retorted, but I have OCD. The sandy masked man interjected, You fool, your issues are excessive. What are you cursing about? The monkey masked man raised his shotgun. What of it? The sandy masked man pulled out the grenade. Gao Ye slowly lifted the high-concentration bomb. Bang! At 9:52, the Tang Sung masked man kicked open the bank door and unleashed a hail of bullets towards the ceiling. Robbery! Everyone get down! The Pigsy masked man leaped out from behind Tang Sung, brandishing his pistol. Chapter 24. What? A bank heist. Surrender the money. The masked figure resembling Sha Sung brandished a burlap sack. No calling the police. The man in the monkey mask aimed a shotgun at the security guard. Gao Ye stood silently behind the four, his gaze fixated on the hand of the man in the Tang Sung mask. He mused to himself about Bai Yang's vigilance. He was even holding the bomb's remote control casually, leaving Gao Ye with no opportunity to act. After a brief silence, a scream pierced the air as the crowd fell to the ground in panic. Amidst the chaos, a security guard surged forward, poised to trigger the alarm. Oh no! The man in the monkey mask raised his shotgun to strike. A bomb appeared at the end of his gun's barrel. The monkey masked man looked at Gao Ye, utterly bewildered. Brother, he is about to call the police. Gao Ye stalled for time. I observed that witnessing death can induce emotional distress, which may impede my actions. If my actions are hindered, I cannot guarantee the vault door will be blown open. If it doesn't open, we'll be unable to retrieve the money. Without the money, this endeavor is futile. If it's futile, no one earns anything. No earnings mean everyone has labored in vain. If no one earns anything, are you just nesting words here? The man in the monkey mask aimed a shotgun at Gao Ye. With an innocent expression, Gao Ye looked at the Tang Sung masked man. If we can't get the money, we all end up with nothing. Enough. The Tang Sung masked man's chest heaved violently as he glared at the monkey masked man. Lower your weapon. Monkey, you are to oversee the crowd and the security. No killing. Beiji, you are to supervise the monkey. He must not kill. Sha Sung, you are to fill the bags in the hall while overseeing Beiji, ensuring he keeps an eye on the monkey and prevents any killing. Spider-Man, come with me to the vault and prepare to blow the door open. What? Armed robbery on Jianxi Road? Where are the SWAT teams? Deploy immediately. Where is the negotiation expert? Bring them here at once. At the Green City Police Department, Sun Weigua strode down the corridor, making call after call. As he passed the multifunctional hall, he glanced at the police and reporters gathered inside. A podium adorned with flowers and a red carpet exuded festivity. A large clock indicated 10 o'clock. What is going on? The awards ceremony hasn't commenced yet? Sun Weigua furrowed his brow. The delay implied that once the reporters received news, they would swarm the Jianxi Road scene. If public opinion escalated, it would be detrimental to the police's position. A young female police officer rushed up. Director Sun, Gao Ye hasn't arrived yet. What is the hold-up? Didn't we send someone to fetch him around 8? Sun Weigua waved his hand in frustration. Find someone to don a hood and impersonate him for the award. Let us retain as many reporters as possible. In the bank vault, Gao Ye and the Tang Sung masked man stood at the entrance. The Tang Sung masked man held a cigar in his mouth, an AK in his right hand, and a remote control in his left. Spider-Man, the stage is yours. Unleash your explosive talent. Install the bomb with utmost speed and execute a precise detonation to blow open the door. What the hell? Gao Ye murmured softly, truly exhausted at this moment. He had originally intended to collect a prize at the city police station, but unexpectedly boarded the wrong vehicle, and due to his mask, was mistaken for someone else. Before he could even comprehend the situation, he found himself thrust into a perilous scenario with several high-concentration explosives in hand. What kind of luck is this? Gao Ye glanced at the left hand of the masked robber, noting the man's caution as he tightly gripped the remote control, leaving Gao Ye hesitant to take action against him. What is going on? Why haven't you installed the bomb yet? The masked man asked, his impatience growing. Holding the bomb, Gao Ye thought to himself, how could I possibly know how to do this? They didn't teach this in any textbook. I'm currently examining the structural integrity of the door he fabricated. By the way, who made this bomb? It seems a bit unreliable. Based on my years of experience, if this thing were to fall from a height, it would definitely explode. Is that so? The masked man hesitated. This is high-quality merchandise I acquired through an intermediary who swore that if the bomb failed, he would serve a life sentence. Do you trust me or the intermediary? Gao Ye continued to pace, gesturing with the bomb. Just as the masked man grew increasingly impatient, Gao Ye stumbled, sending the bomb soaring into the air. Oh no! The masked man, startled, flung his AK and remote control aside, leaping to catch the bomb. Chapter 25. Uncle, how do I use the AK? Gazing at the bomb cradled in his hands, a sigh escaped his lips. Two breaths echoed simultaneously. Damn it, not again. The man in the Tang Sung mask gingerly held the bomb, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, cursing under his breath. Spider-Man, if you throw that bomb on the ground again, I'll blow you to pieces. Is that so? Gao Ye retorted, holding the bomb's remote in his left hand while brandishing the barrel of the AK with his right, swinging it down to strike the back of the Tang Sung masked man's head. 3 seconds later, Gao Ye leaned against the wall, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily as he glanced at the unconscious Tang Sung masked man. He acknowledged that tossing the bomb was a gamble. He was particularly worried about whether the man would reflexively drop what he was holding to catch the bomb. Throughout this ordeal, he had gathered some fundamental information. This group of robbers considered themselves geniuses in explosives. For a demolition savant, claiming that bullets might kill would likely be met with skepticism. However, asserting that a seemingly inert grenade would detonate would surely send these robbers scrambling for safety. Thus, when he declared to the Tang Sung masked man that the bomb was unsafe and would surely explode upon impact, even if the man had doubts, he would ultimately be compelled to believe. This was the reputation of a demolition expert. This was the expertise of a demolition savant. Yet, whether the bomb would actually detonate upon hitting the ground was something Gao Ye himself did not know. His audacity to toss the bomb into the air stemmed from the system's assurance. Today's fortune, upgraded from moderate luck to great luck, fortuitous location, bank fortune favored him. He had gambled correctly. Great luck, nothing could go wrong. Gao Ye swiftly retrieved a handgun from the waist of the Tang Sung masked man, along with a magazine, intending to replace the one in the AK. Alas, high school curricula did not include practical instruction on AK operations. Thus, he pulled out his phone in search of external assistance. As he unlocked the screen, over a dozen missed calls appeared, accompanied by a flurry of satellite messages, all inquiring about his whereabouts and why he had not yet arrived at the precinct. With no time to respond leisurely, he dialed his uncle's number. On the other end, at the Zhongshan Street police station, the atmosphere was serene, filled with the chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms. An elderly woman was reporting a missing cat, lamenting that if her cat was lost, life itself would be unbearable. A middle-aged woman wept, claiming a burglar had invaded her home. Several officers were on hand to assist. This was the quintessential functioning of a grassroots police station. Meanwhile, Gao's uncle sat comfortably in his office, enjoying some video content amidst the chaos. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he realized it was Gao Ye. He answered the call, and Gao Ye's voice came through. Uncle, how do I change the magazine on the AK? What did you say? Gao's uncle was momentarily taken aback, unsure if he had heard correctly. Gao Ye abruptly hung up the phone and sent a video, brandishing an AK as he inquired, Uncle, how does one change the magazine of an AK? And how does one disengage the safety on a handgun? Uncle Gao's pupils narrowed in shock. As a seasoned police officer of over a decade, he instantly recognized that the firearm in Gao Ye's possession was indeed genuine. Wait, how do you even have an AK? He exclaimed. Oh, that's nothing. I even have explosives, Gao Ye replied, waving a high-concentration bomb in front of the camera. Once again, Uncle Gao's pupils constricted, his mind reeling in disbelief, and he stammered, "But how do you also have a bomb? What on earth have you been up to?" On the other end of the line, Gao Ye quickly responded, "Uncle, there's no time to explain. I've been mistaken for an accomplice by robbers. I'm in the midst of a bank heist." With that revelation, Uncle Gao's eyes widened in astonishment, and he sprang to his feet. "What? You infiltrated a group of robbers to rob a bank?" His exclamation silenced the entire office. Even the elderly lady momentarily abandoned her cat to inquire, "Comrade, where is this bank robbery happening?" The middle-aged woman ceased her tears, straining to listen. After all, a bank heist was far more pressing than any petty theft. Surrounding officers turned their attention to Uncle Gao, who was acutely aware that this was a significant case, a rare occurrence indeed. Some officers were already poised for action, ready to dash to the equipment room for their gear at a moment's notice. Gathering his composure, Uncle Gao lowered his voice as he made his way towards Director Deng's office. "Xiao Yi, I understand you're frightened right now, but you must remain calm. Panicking will only expose you. First, turn your phone volume down to the lowest setting." "Have you done that?" "It's done," Gao Yi confirmed. "Good. Very good." Uncle Gao continued, encouraged by the response. "Now, tell me, how many robbers are there, and what weapons do they possess?" From the other end, Gao Ye's voice relayed. "There are 4 of them, armed with AKs, shotguns, handguns, grenades, and explosives." Chapter 26, isn't he supposed to be at the city bureau collecting an award? Why is he robbing a bank instead? My goodness. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gao, who had just regained his composure, could no longer contain himself and dashed towards Deng Yu's office. In less than a minute, Deng Yu came tumbling out his office, his police hat forgotten. "Gather everyone. All of you, assemble immediately. Drive faster, Xiao Wang," Deng Yu urged. "Old Li, bring out all the equipment we have. Don't let it gather dust." In just 5 minutes, 3 police cars burst forth from the Zhongshan Street police station. On the way, Deng Yu called Sun Weiguo, recognizing that such a significant incident was beyond the control of the Zhongshan Street police station and that assistance from the city bureau was imperative. As soon as the call connected, Deng Yu exclaimed, "Hello, Director Sun, we have a grave situation. Gao Ye, you know him, right? He has been mistaken for an accomplice and is at the bank on Jianxi Road with the robbers." "Oh dear, it's not that he is robbing the bank. He has been coerced into it by the robbers. These thugs are heavily armed, pistols, AKs, shotguns, and grenades. Oh, and they even have high-concentration explosives. We are en route to the scene. Please expedite the city bureau support." Meanwhile, en route to the bank on Jianxi Road, over a dozen police cars blared past, all the traffic lights turning green in their favor. In one of the vehicles, with the license plate Jing, Gao A0010, Sun Weiguo hung up the phone, his gaze blank and his expression bewildered, as if emblazoned with the words, "This is impossible." He could not fathom how Gao Ye, who was supposed to be at the city bureau to receive an award, had ended up embroiled in a bank robbery. What an extraordinary turn of events. At this moment, a police inspector seated in the passenger seat also concluded his call and looked at Sun Weiguo, saying, "Director Sun, the SWAT team has been dispatched." However, reports from the scene are far from optimistic. So far, we can only ascertain that the robbers are armed with AKs, shotguns, and pistols, and there are 5 of them. Beyond that, we know nothing. They also possess bombs and grenades. Sun Weiguo responded pensively. Moreover, there are only 4 robbers. The inspector, taken aback, hesitated for a moment before questioning Sun Weiguo for the first time in his life. "Director Sun, there are 5 of them. This is based on the footage from the bank surveillance cameras." As he spoke, he handed a tablet to Sun Weiguo. Upon viewing the footage, Sun Weiguo's attention fixated on Gao Ye, Tang Sung, Sun Wukong, Sha Sung, Zhu Beiji, and Spider-Man. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" The inspector pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized the oversight, exclaiming, "Why is there a Spider-Man?" "Boss, are you done with Spider-Man? The police are on their way." The impatient voice of the masked man, Sha Sung, echoed outside the bank's vault door. Following Uncle Gao's instruction, Gao Ye swiftly changed the magazine of the AK and disengaged the safety on his pistol. Strangely, instead of fear, a rush of exhilaration coursed through him, perhaps stemming from his previous encounters with murderers and drug dealers. Everything around seemed to slow down. The high leaf, which had been studied in biology class, indicated that the adrenal glands were kicking into action. Brother Shah, we are short on explosives. Please retrieve some grenades so I can assemble one on site. Outside the hall, the masked man, a companion of Shah Tsung, proceeded towards the safe room with a bag of grenades, harboring no doubts. After all, in his mind, Spider-Man was a genius in demolition. If he claimed the explosives were insufficient, they certainly were. As the masked man approached, he mused about the reliability of this demolition expert introduced by the agency, marveling at the prospect of crafting an explosive on the spot. Truly, he was remarkably professional. However, upon entering the safe room, he was met with a sudden and severe blow from Gao Ye. With a resounding crash, the masked man collapsed to the ground. Double kill, Gao Ye exclaimed, eagerly dragging the body towards the corner. Before incapacitating the masked man resembling Tang Sung, he had felt a twinge of fear, even trepidation. After all, this band of robbers wielded real weapons. Moreover, they possessed high-concentration explosives. Gao Ye was uncertain of their destructive power. Yet the masked man had ominously claimed that an explosion could render property values around the vicinity irretrievable for a century. That was indeed terrifying. The notion that prices, which had resisted decline for years, could be shattered by just 2 bombs, and for a century, implied an extraordinary magnitude of force. Hence, Gao Ye had harbored considerable apprehension regarding these explosives. His reluctance to confront the robbers stemmed primarily from the fact that the remote detonator was clutched in the hands of Tang Seng's masked counterpart. He lacked the confidence to subdue him before the device could be activated. Now, however, with the remote in his possession, Gao Ye felt considerably less fearful. Coupled with the successful incapacitation of 2 robbers, his confidence surged, and he even sensed a flicker of exhilaration. With 4 robbers in total, he had already taken down 2. Observing the corner where the 2 robbers lay motionless, a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. The scales of victory were beginning to tip. Chapter 27. The Quadra Kill. 3 minutes later, Gao Ye, adorned with the visage of the Sand Monk, strode confidently out of the vault. He deliberately circled in front of the Pigsy masked man before making his way to the restroom. Old Shah really has a lot on his plate. He always needs to use the restroom, he mused. The Pigsy masked man glanced at the restroom and muttered under his breath. Before long, a resounding bang echoed from within. The Pigsy masked man exchanged glances with the monkey masked man, both raising their firearms in unison. I'll check the restroom, the Pigsy masked man said cautiously. Old son, you head to the vault and greet the boss. After issuing his command, he gripped his handgun and approached the restroom slowly. Upon reaching the doorway, he spotted Gao Ye, clad in the Sand Monk's mask, sprawled on the ground. Old Shah, the Pigsy masked man's pupils constricted as he cautiously moved closer. Once he confirmed the area was secure, he crouched down and shook Gao Ye's shoulder. Old Shah, for heaven's sake, wake up. With a swift motion, Gao Ye rubbed his fists, removed the Sand Monk's mask, donned the Pigsy mask, and swapped the hat, changing his attire in the process. He surveyed himself in the mirror at the washstand, nodding in satisfaction as he began to wait. 3, 2, 1. Counting down, Gao Ye limped outside, colliding with a monkey-masked man who was rushing in with a shotgun. The first words from the monkey-masked man were, "Damn it, old Jew, you fell for it too. That Spider-Man is up to no good." He knocked out the boss and Old Shah, switched into Old Shah's clothes, and headed for the restroom. The commotion we heard earlier was a deliberate ploy to lure us in. Thankfully, you weren't killed. Let us charge back together and take that bastard down, the monkey-masked man declared, charging forward with a shotgun. Bang! Quadra kill. Gao Ye kicked the fallen monkey-masked man aside and exited with the shotgun in hand. Inside the bank lobby, dozens of terrified citizens and bank employees huddled on the ground, trembling. Half of them were in tears, and some had even wet themselves. Gao Ye found a chair and climbed onto it, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. Kulme, Kulme, Kulme. Look over here. I have an announcement to make. In an instant, all eyes were fixated on him. As Gao Ye removed his mask, poised to speak, the crowd suddenly averted their gaze once more. What are you doing? Why are you all looking down? He jumped off the chair and approached a bespectacled man. I asked you to look over here. I have something to say. The bespectacled man immediately began to weep. Big brother, I'm blind. I didn't see what you looked like when you came in. Please don't kill me. Gao Ye replied. I saw you playing Genshin Impact just moments ago. Big brother, you must have mistaken me, the bespectacled man insisted, rolling his eyes as he raised his head. I truly am blind. Gao Ye retrieved his mobile phone and dialed his second uncle. The clock struck 11 in the morning. Outside the bank, a lengthy cordon had been established, with dozens of police vehicles encircling the entrance. Hundreds of officers brandished their firearms, taking aim at the bank door while using the police cars as cover. Journalists set up their cameras, capturing the tense scene. In the distance, a high-rise building glinted with the reflection of light, indicating that a sniper had taken position. Inside a command vehicle, a dozen officers, the lowest rank being a senior inspector, were gathered. Deng Yu and Gao Ye, both inspectors, sat in a corner, trembling in the presence of their superiors. Sun Weiguo tapped on the small table within the command vehicle, his expression inscrutable. How many robbers can the sniper currently identify? A senior inspector replied, Director Sun, we are unable to identify any at this moment. Sun Weiguo continued, has the bank's architectural layout been analyzed? Can we approach the bank discreetly from another entry point? Another senior inspector chimed in, Director Sun, our analysis indicates that the only way into the bank is through the main entrance. Sun Weiguo then turned his hopeful gaze towards a man in a suit with an unkempt hairstyle. What about you, the negotiation expert? Your success rate is impeccable. How are negotiations with the robbers progressing? The negotiation expert raised his walkie-talkie, his confidence waning. The robbers refused to negotiate with me. Initially, their leader proposed terms, but suddenly, they have ceased all communication. I even quietly insulted him, yet he ignored me entirely. In my 20 years as a negotiation expert, I've never encountered such a situation. Sun Weiguo fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. Director Zhang is aware of the situation and has issued new orders. We must apprehend all the robbers without harming any hostages. Upon hearing this, the vehicle fell into silence. There was no way to target the robbers, no means of entry, and no one to negotiate with. It was indeed a challenging predicament. All the officers furrowed their brows. As for Gao Ye, Sun Weiguo seemed to recall a glimmer of hope and turned to his second uncle. Has Gao Ye made contact? Inquire about what the robbers are doing. We cannot catch a glimpse of them. Chapter 28. Uncle, don't target me. In an instant, all the police officers turned their gaze towards Uncle Gao, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Under the scrutiny of the high-ranking officials of the Green City Police Department, Uncle Gao felt somewhat uncomfortable. He straightened his posture and replied, I haven't been able to get in touch with him. He is probably with the robbers and hasn't had a chance to check his phone. Silence once again enveloped the vehicle. At that moment, Uncle Gao's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's identity, he answered without hesitation. Gao Ye's voice resonated within the confines of the car. Uncle, are you outside? Please tell Uncle Sun not to send anyone to target me. Uncle Gao. Deng Yu. Negotiation expert. Sun Weiguo. The officers present. Inside the command vehicle, everyone was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, the negotiation expert was the first to recover, swiftly approaching Uncle Gao and urgently inquiring into the phone. You must be our informant, right? I need to ask you, what are these robbers doing? Why aren't they negotiating with me? In my 20 years of experience, I've never encountered robbers who refuse to negotiate. Tell me, what do they truly intend? Are they planning a terrorist attack? Observing the negotiation expert's frantic demeanor, Sun Weiguo snapped back to reality and gestured to the two police supervisors. Take him away. Once the expert was escorted out, Sun Weiguo took the phone, maintaining his composure. Gao Ye, what is the situation with the robbers? Our snipers are unable to target them. Is there any way to lure the robbers into the lobby? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Weiguo shook his head. Forget it. This task may be too challenging and could expose you. Just provide us with the details about the robbers. As soon as Sun Weiguo finished speaking, Gao Ye's voice came through the phone. Uncle Sun, I'm already exposed. At this revelation, Uncle Gao sprang to his feet, brandishing his weapon and moving toward the exit. Deng Yu tightly grasped him. Jianghua, remain calm. Stay composed. The fact that Gao Ye can still make a call indicates that the robbers do not intend to kill him. They may be looking to negotiate. Let us first hear what he has to say. Sun Weiguo clenched his fists and articulated, Xiao Yi, Have the leader of the robbers take the call. I wish to speak with him. Came Gao Ye's voice from the other end. Uncle Son, is there any possibility? I'm asking if it's conceivable that I have subdued all the robbers? I'm currently sitting in a lobby, preparing to open the door and let everyone out. What? Sun Weigua's mouth fell open, his eyes widening in disbelief. Are you joking? You've subdued all the robbers. Then open the door. I'll instruct the sniper not to shoot you. Having uttered these words, Sun Weigua immediately exited the command vehicle and approached the perimeter. Behind him stood a cohort of officers and supervisors. A police officer positioned himself in front of Sun Weigua. Director Sun, it's dangerous ahead. Please do not advance further. Several official media reporters from Greentown, upon seeing Sun Weigua emerge, swiftly approached him with microphones in hand. Director Sun, could you please provide an update on the current situation within the bank? Will the Greentown police be able to rescue the hostages? Your appearance here, does it indicate that the police have reached an agreement with the robbers? Sun Weigua waved dismissively at the microphones and took out his walkie-talkie, commanding, "Attention all units. This is Sun Weigua. Effective immediately, all frontline officers are to disengage their firearm safeties, holster their weapons, and ensure that their firearms are not pointed at the bank." The officers exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily silent, before complying with his orders. Sun Weigua issued another command, "SWAT team, when the bank doors open, do not engage in any gunfire." On either side of the bank entrance, a squad of SWAT officers fell silent, stowing their assault rifles. Sun Weigua continued, "Snipers must not fire under any circumstances, even if they spot masked robbers. However, their aim must remain trained on the bank at all times." As he spoke, a hint of caution colored his words, stemming from the threat posed to Gao Ye by the robbers. In the distance, atop a high-rise, a sniper exchanged a glance with an observer, questioning silently. Did I hear that correctly? The observer remained silent. Once Sun Weigua concluded his orders, he retrieved his phone and sent a voice message in an unusually gentle tone. "Shall ye come out?" A collective silence engulfed the police and reporters present. The tone suggested that Director Sun was acquainted with the robbers. One reporter's pupils dilated as they scrutinized Sun Weigua, conjuring vivid images of elite officers seeking thrills through bank heists. A cameraman, startled, admonished a reporter, "For heaven's sake, shut up. Don't drag me into your reckless antics." Just as the reporter was about to retort, the bank's doors swung open. Chapter 29. Am I joking? Is this even possible? In an instant, every reporter simultaneously aimed their cameras at the bank entrance, while hundreds of police officers instinctively drew their firearms, only to reluctantly lower them again upon recalling Sun Weigua's orders. Their eyes remained fixated on the bank doors. From the shadows, Gao Ye emerged, burdened by a large bag, and was taken aback by the sight of so many police officers outside. "Goodness, there's so many. Robber. Yes, a robber," someone in the crowd shouted. A flurry of cameras turned towards Gao Ye. "I'm not a robber," Gao Ye exclaimed in desperation, raising his hands while clutching the bag. Something round tumbled out of it. A grenade. He has a grenade. The special police, lying in ambush on either side, disregarded Sun Weigua's command and swiftly aimed their weapons at Gao Ye. A robber with a grenade? The onlookers retreated 100 meters, pulling out their cameras with zoom functions. "No, this thing isn't mine at all," Gao Ye frantically protested. The special police captain remained unfazed. "Face the wall, raise your hands, and surrender all your weapons." Gao Ye turned to face the wall as two special police officers approached to search him. 2 handguns were discovered. The captain's pupils contracted slightly. A shotgun was found. His pupils narrowed again. An AK-47 was uncovered. The captain exclaimed, "What the hell? He.S. a hardened criminal. Continue the search. Don't overlook anything, not even his underwear." Several high-concentration explosives were unearthed. The captain nearly rolled his eyes. You have this too? Is it on a timer? We need a bomb disposal expert." Gao Ye produced a remote control. "Officer, this is remote controlled. The remote is right here." The captain nearly lost his composure, lunging at Gao Ye in alarm. In the interrogation room, Gao Ye sat in a chair of regret, facing a group of police captains and inspectors. Rubbing his forehead, he glanced at the special police captain. "Officer, are you trying to kill me?" Leaning on his cane, the captain replied, "Hey, time was tight, and the mission was urgent. Director Sun, didn't he clarify? How was I to know you were an undercover agent? But didn't you also go a bit overboard? Coughing at the interrogation table, Sun Weiguo interjected. Let us set that aside for now. Gao Ye, how did you end up among the robbers? I thought I sent someone to fetch you to the municipal bureau for an award. Upon hearing this, Gao Ye fell silent for a moment. There were 2 cars at the community entrance, both red SUVs. I must have gotten into the wrong one. 10 minutes later, Gao Ye walked home, jubilantly clutching hundreds of thousands in cash. Behind him, in the interrogation room, over a dozen police captains and inspectors sat in collective silence. This defies logic. Sun Weiguo stared at the interrogation records, feeling a sense of having been deceived. Gao Ye not only boarded the wrong vehicle, but, rather fortuitously, was wielding a Spider-Man mask that bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the robbers' accomplices. Thus, he effortlessly infiltrated the gang of robbers and subdued them. When this interrogation record is submitted to Director Zhang, it is likely to invoke his ire. It is indeed rather unscientific. Another police inspector, snapping out of his stupor, remarked, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a cinematic production. To come to the municipal bureau to collect a reward, only to board the wrong vehicle, and furthermore, that vehicle belonging to the criminals is utterly absurd. Even more ridiculous is how Gao Ye's dialogue with the robbers seemed to resonate. Gao Ye stated he was going to collect money, and the robber echoed the same intent. Could it be that they were referring to the same sum? Never mind. Let us document this for the archives. Sun Weiguo closed the interrogation record book and declared, I have come to realize that this lad Gao Ye is akin to a lucky koi. The criminals we find insurmountably elusive seem to fall into his grasp as effortlessly as one would drink water or eat a meal. Even if he were to present a criminal to me from municipal bureau, I would not be taken aback. After making this statement, Sun Weiguo rose and began to exit the interrogation room. Just as he stepped out, he spotted Gao Ye returning, dragging along a masked individual. Director Sun, this fellow boarded the wrong vehicle. I just saw him in the municipal bureau parking lot. Something about his mask seemed familiar. So I called out to him as the demolition genius, and to my surprise, he took off running. Sun Weiguo responded, Wait, I was just joking. How is this even possible? Chapter 30. What criminals reside at the driving school. Time flows swiftly, like a middle-aged man growing ever faster with each passing day. Early the next morning, Gao Ye routinely examined the koi patterns in his mind. Today's fortune, minor blessing, fortune location, Sunshine Driving School. Upon reading this system information, Gao Ye let out a sigh of relief. Fear enveloped him. He was genuinely frightened. In recent days, he had encountered not only murderers, but also drug traffickers, and even ruthless bandits. This unsettling reality rendered him hesitant to step outside, anxious that a moment's inattention might lead to a violent encounter with an unknown assailant. After all, those who frequently walk by the riverbank cannot escape getting their shoes wet. It was only today, with the auspicious location being the driving school, that he dared to venture out. Surely, it was improbable that a robber would storm a driving school to seize registration forms, or that a drug dealer would exploit the driving school for illicit dealings, or that a bandit would brandish heavy weaponry in pursuit of money at such a place. Such notions were absurd. The cost-benefit analysis simply did not add up. Gao Ye reassured himself as he pulled out a box from beneath his bed, filled to the brim with cash. He extracted 50 bills and tucked them into his pocket. Today, he intended to undertake a significant endeavor, learning to drive. After returning from the city bureau yesterday, he found himself increasingly haunted by thoughts of the bank robbery scenario. His apprehension grew with every reflection. The sequence of events, snatching the bomb remote, deceiving the masked monk, attracting the pig-faced bandit, was an intricate web. Any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. The root of all this turmoil lay in his having boarded the wrong vehicle. Had he possessed his own car, such a blunder would have been impossible. Thus, Gao Ye resolved to purchase a vehicle. After all, having apprehended the robber, the city bureau had rewarded him with 200,000. His personal assets now amounted to a staggering 300,001 cents. Acquiring a car would be a trivial endeavor. Gao Ye already envisioned the type of car he desired, only to be reminded that he lacked a driver's license. Consequently, he devised a plan. First, obtain a license. Then purchase a car. With 5,000 in hand, he set out. Passing through the kitchen, his aunt inquired whether he would take the time to deposit some money at the bank. At the mere mention of the bank, Gao Ye rejected the idea without a second thought. That place was one he vowed never to revisit in his lifetime. Ah, how delightful. 10 minutes later, Gao Ye stood at the bank's entrance, clutching a card, with no other options. Having hailed a ride to the driving school only to discover his satellite wallet and bank card devoid of funds, he found himself compelled to risk a visit to the bank to deposit money. Ding! The car has arrived at the pickup point. Observing the notification on his mobile app, Gao Ye approached a white vehicle, circling it 3 times, even crouching to inspect beneath it. After confirming that the emblem, color, and license plate matched, he finally entered the car. "Sir, we're headed to the driving school, correct?" Gao Ye reconfirmed as he settled in, stating, "My license plate ends with 9494. The driver, a loquacious gentleman, responded, "Indeed, we're off to the driving school. You must be there to learn how to drive, right? You, my boy, will likely pass your driving test on the first attempt. At least, that is how it appears for the 3rd subject. Upon our first meeting, you've already discerned my intelligence?" Gao Ye expressed his surprise. "You truly possess an eye for character. Driver?" "No, it's just that it's my first time seeing someone walk around the car 3 times before getting in." The driver sighed, recalling how, during his driving test, he forgot to check the car before getting out. If he had been as diligent as you, he wouldn't have had to retake the exam. "Gao Ye, if you had nearly been killed for getting into the wrong car, you would also check every time before boarding. You really have a sense of humor. We live in peaceful times. Where are the bombs? In the past decade, the most noteworthy incident was just yesterday when some robbers at Jianxi Road pulled out a few explosives during a bank heist. Gao Ye." The driver handled the car with great steadiness, and the journey was uneventful. Half an hour later, Gao Ye arrived at Yangwang Driving School and walked inside. A slightly plump man was registering at the front, so Gao Ye found a spot to sit and casually began browsing videos. It's just a minor issue, probably only a few hundred. Who could be a real criminal? Most likely, it will end up being a reduction in tuition fees. With this thought, Gao Ye started searching for haggling videos to learn how to negotiate. As he was engrossed in his studies, a sudden dispute erupted in front of him. The slightly plump man slammed his palm heavily on the counter. "Why won't you let me register?" "Where's your boss?" "I want to see your boss." The receptionist stepped back. "Sir, I don't know. When I entered your information into the system, it showed you have a criminal record." The plump man was agitated, pointing at his round face and asking those around him, "Me? A criminal? Do I look like a criminal? Besides, if I were a criminal, would I dare come here in broad daylight to register?" That is a fair point. Several other applicants glanced at the plump man and commented, "He really doesn't look like one." See, the eyes of the public are sharp. The plump man turned to the receptionist. "Immediately, right now, let me register. Whether or not you can register is not up to me." The receptionist almost cried. "I've tried several times. The system just won't accept your information." The plump man glared at the receptionist. "It must be your machines that are malfunctioning." The receptionist replied, "I tried all 8 machines." The plump man retorted, "Then all 8 machines must be broken." What on earth? I've encountered a contrarian. For years, I have never lost an argument on my keyboard. Faced with the contrarian, the receptionist's blood boiled, and she was no longer afraid. She rolled up her sleeves and engaged in the debate. "Impossible. The machines are newly bought. All the students before you registered successfully. It's definitely your issue." The plump man continued to argue. "It must be that all 8 machines happen to break down just at my turn." "Goodness. All right, you want to argue? Do you?" The receptionist suddenly pointed at Gao Ye. "You, come over and register." "Huh?" Gao Ye was taken aback, uncertain of what was happening. He felt an ominous thought rising within him, a thought that felt eerily familiar. Thus, Gao Ye repeatedly waved his hands. "Brother, forget it, I 1T cut in line." Suddenly, I recalled that I had left the gas stove on at home. Therefore, I shall not register today. I must return to extinguish the flame," Gao Ye declared, preparing to step outside. The plump man forcefully pulled Gao Ye back, exclaiming, "When I tell you to insert it, just do it. Why must you be so troublesome? Be careful, or I shall make you regret it." Ding. Xiao Ji has upgraded to a medium fortune. Fortune position. Ahead, Chapter 31. I bet you 3 years minimum gazing at the slightly overweight man before him. Gao Ye felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Once again, he found himself entangled with a criminal. All he desired was to peacefully enroll in a driving school. Yet fate had other plans. Whether purchasing a lottery ticket and encountering the notorious thief of Wang, or buying rock candy and stumbling upon a drug dealer, even claiming a prize had led him to a robber. Now, as he approached the driving school, he was once again confronted by a criminal. Had the system's reach extended this far? Exhausted, truly exhausted, let all come to an end. Gao Ye stuffed his phone into his pocket, clenched his right fist, and then looked up at the slightly overweight man. Hey, let's make a bet. The man paused for a moment, then joy blossomed on his face. Forgetting about Gao Ye's enrollment, he eagerly inquired, "What are we betting on? What's the stake? Just so you know, I only have 8,000 on me. If it exceeds that amount, you'll have to wait for me to do some robbing. I bet you 3 years minimum." With a swift motion, Gao Ye swung his arm, delivering a powerful punch to the man. With a resounding thud, the man collapsed, his legs extending straight. The receptionist? The driving school instructor? The other students? What? What are you doing? I told you to enroll, not to commit murder. The receptionist, startled, quickly pulled out her phone and dialed the emergency services. Hello, this is the Green City Emergency Response Center. A voice came through the receiver. The receptionist responded hastily. Yes, is this 110? There has been a murder here. And the address? It's the Sunshine Driving School on Zhongshan Street. Please hurry. This person is quite dangerous. Old Gao, I congratulate you on your promotion. At the Zhongshan Street Police Station, Deng Yu beamed at Uncle Gao Ye. Director Li sent out a message. You will assume the role of the station's instructor in a couple of days. I suspect I'll be heading to the Municipal Bureau next month. We have all benefited from Xiao Ye's fortune. TSK, a 40-year-old station chief. If you work hard, Gao Ye, with Xiao Ye's consistent performance in dealing with a few tough criminals, you might just retire as a police supervisor. Don't say that. Uncle Gao Ye waved his hand dismissively. After what happened yesterday, with Xiao Ye subduing that robber, I still feel a chill. If things had gone awry. Come on, I'm just joking. Criminals aren't tea cabbages, Deng Yu replied, then shifted the topic. But have you noticed? Xiao Ye truly possesses the makings of a lucky star. The criminals he has encountered in just a few days surpass what many officers face in their entire careers. Indeed. Uncle Gao Ye nodded. I've nearly developed a reflex. Whenever I hear my phone ring, I instinctively think it's Xiao Ye calling to report another incident. As soon as he finished speaking, his phone rang, and his complexion changed instantaneously. That's mine. Deng Yu pulled out his phone and gestured for Uncle Gao Ye to remain calm. Deng Yu answered the call, his expression gradually shifting from casual to serious. After hanging up, he turned to Uncle Gao Ye and said, Old Gao, there has been a murder at the Sunshine Driving School. Murder? At the Sunshine Driving School? Upon hearing those two words, Uncle Gao's pupils constricted sharply. An ominous sensation gradually ascended within him. If memory serves correctly, Gao Ye had seemingly gone to Sunshine Driving School to enroll. The unsettling feeling intensified, tinged with an unsettling familiarity. Contemplating this, Uncle Gao retrieved his phone for a glance. There were no missed calls from Gao Ye, nor any satellite messages. Surely, Gao Ye had not encountered a murderer. After all, if he had, why would he not send a message? Relieved, Uncle Gao exhaled, ushering a police officer into the patrol car as they made their way to the driving school. Sunshine Driving School was located on Zhongshan Street, thus within 10 minutes. The police vehicle arrived at its destination. Upon exiting the car, Uncle Gao observed a throng of onlookers, intrigued by the unfolding drama. What transpired? He parted the crowd, leading the officer inside. In the center, a slightly plump man lay sprawled, his legs extended straight. Drawing from years of experience, Uncle Gao discerned from the subtle rise and fall of the man's chest that he was not deceased. Likely, he had merely been knocked unconscious. The individual who reported the incident must have misinterpreted the situation, claiming the man had been killed. Call 120, Uncle Gao instructed the young officer. Then, addressing the crowd, he inquired who made the call. I did. A front desk attendant stepped forward. Officer, I reported it. Someone was murdered. Just one punch, and he was down. I have no idea what happened. That young man struck out so swiftly, even faster than Teacher Ma. In an instant, he was gone. I thought calling 120 would be futile. Perhaps we should contact the funeral home directly. This man is not dead, Uncle Gao interjected, listening to the attendant's account. What? How could he not be dead? She replied, momentarily stunned. Look at him. His legs are straight as a board. He is still breathing, Uncle Gao asserted. That's just his resentment. He died unjustly, she retorted. A nitpicker, are we? Uncle Gao chose not to counter her this time, instead asking, and where is the murderer? Over there. She pointed decisively to a corner. Following her gesture, Uncle Gao's gaze fell upon Gao Ye, seated in the corner. Engrossed in his phone, he was momentarily taken aback. Gao Ye, were you not here to enroll at the driving school? How did you become a murderer? I mean, why did you knock someone out? Chapter 32. The reputation of Brother Yi. It is undeniable that this individual must be a criminal. The young officer, upon spotting Gao Ye, rushed forward and confidently pointed at the plump man, proclaiming, every person Brother Yi has dealt with these past few days has been a criminal. Master, let us apprehend this man for further investigation. I suspect he is a murderer or perhaps even a drug dealer. Gao Ye. Uncle Gao Ye. The front desk lady. The onlookers. Hey, what is going on here? The front desk lady, bewildered, glanced between the engrossed Gao Ye and the plump man sprawled on the ground, before finally fixing her gaze on the young officer. Officer, I believe you're mistaken. This man is already on the ground. How could he possibly be a murderer? The real perpetrator should be this young man, don't you think? She pointed at Gao Ye. Everyone saw it. It was this young man who knocked him out with a single punch. Onlooker, yes, that's right. Onlooker B, indeed. Onlooker C, I'm a gambler, and I heard them making a wager. The young officer adjusted his glasses. You may not be familiar with Brother Yi, but that's all right. I'll just check this man's bag, and we'll find out. As he spoke, he climbed atop the plump man and began rummaging through his pockets. Xiao Wang, stop fooling around and get down, Uncle Gao Ye said, somewhat irate. In recent days, Gao Ye had captured several groups of criminals, each time employing increasingly outrageous methods. The officers at the Zhongshan Street police station had begun to regard Gao Ye as a criminal magnet. Gao Ye stood idly by the roadside, lost in thought, prompting some officers to believe he had stumbled upon a lead on a criminal, thus crouching behind him and scanning the area. However, after squatting for too long, he grew weary and stood up, muttering a curse before walking away. Such blind trust. Was it not sheer folly? If criminals were so easily apprehended, the police would not be so exhausted. Contemplating this, Uncle Gao Ye decided to pull the young officer down, resolving to educate everyone at the Zhongshan Street police station later. If this continued, their vigilance against criminals would surely wane, leading them to believe that apprehending criminals was a trivial matter. Approaching criminals with such a mindset could prove disastrous. Before Uncle Gao Ye could extend his hand, he noticed the young officer extracting a small bag from the plump man's clothing pocket, revealing a white powder inside. Master, I knew it. Brother Yi only strikes at criminals, the young officer exclaimed, raising the small bag with excitement as he turned to Uncle Gao Ye. Master, look, this is undoubtedly a narcotic. Uncle Gao Ye. He froze momentarily dazed. As he gazed at the small bag in the young officer's hand, the white powder gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. That was the radiance of a third-class merit medal. I am utterly taken aback. 10 minutes later, at the Zhongshan Street police station, Deng Yu stood outside the detention room, glancing at the file in his hand. Zhu Dazhuang, a drug user, was apprehended by the police a year ago and sent to a rehabilitation center for detoxification. Successfully detoxified 3 months ago and released from the rehabilitation center. I never expected that this individual would relapse into drug use so swiftly. Moreover, he even enrolled in a driving school while under the influence. As Deng Yu pondered over the file, he couldn't help but express his astonishment. What surprised me even more was that this person was actually struck by Xiao Ye. One must admit, Xiao Ye's luck is truly remarkable. After finishing his thoughts, Deng Yu turned to Uncle Gao. What I find most absurd is that Xiao Ye managed to knock him down with a single punch. Such confidence is astonishing. Tell me, does Xiao Ye not fear striking the wrong person? Classmate, you don't appear particularly strong. How could you be so formidable? With a single punch, he took him down. At the Yangwang driving school training ground, Gao Ye sat in the driver's seat of the instructor's car, with the instructor beside him and 3 students in the back seat. The instructor, recalling the image of Gao Ye knocking down the slightly plump man, gently instructed him, yes, release the clutch, and the car will move. Hmm. Do not accelerate. Absolutely do not accelerate. What? Why did you just accelerate? No worries. I have a secondary brake. Feeling tired? Shall I take you back? You've already called a cab? All right then. Take this water with you and remember to drink if you're thirsty. Watching the instructor bend down to hand Gao Ye the water and bidding him farewell left the three students in the back seat puzzled. Isn't it odd? Why is the instructor so gentle all of a sudden? Has he been possessed? The instructor turned to look at the three students in the back, his expression stern. What are you staring at? Get up front and practice driving. Can just looking help you learn? Release the clutch. Release the clutch. What are you doing with your foot? Have you tied it to a rock? Can't lift it? Goodness. Why are you accelerating? Why was I so gentle earlier? If you could knock down a person who is 6 feet tall and over 200 pounds with a single punch, I would kneel and teach you. Chapter 33. The afternoon bag will not encounter criminals. It was as if the buns were tossed into the mouths of dogs. Gone in an instant. In the afternoon, at the police family compound in Qingxiu District, room 202 of Building 2, Gao Ye, equipped with a small stool and a bucket containing a fishing rod and bait, surveyed his gear with a satisfied nod. He intended to immerse himself in the tranquility of fishing to unwind. Upon returning home at noon, he reflected on his encounters with criminals, which had consistently occurred in the morning. Thus, he resolved to defy this pattern. Surely, an afternoon outing would spare him from further criminal encounters. Most importantly, he had successfully apprehended all the criminals today, and given that the odds of second occurrence were slim, he felt secure. Humming a cheerful tune, Gao Ye stood at the door, changing his shoes, filled with a sense of joy. After all, he had spent so many days without truly relishing life. Every day had been a confrontation with criminals. As a student, he yearned for a semblance of normalcy, having grown weary of constant dealings with wrongdoers. Where are you going fishing? I want to come too, exclaimed Gao Nanan, who had just finished her meal and was diligently working on her homework. Upon seeing Gao Ye at the door, she dropped her pen and hurried over. I've arranged to go fishing in the wild river with the police officer upstairs, Gao Ye replied, rising to open the door and gesturing toward the bucket on the ground. If you're coming, you must behave and help me carry things. Okay, the little girl chirped, picking up the bucket and following Gao Ye outside. Their aunt glanced at the two siblings at the door and merely advised, be back early for dinner. As for safety, she had heard tales of Gao Ye single-handedly taking down a squad of SWAT officers. Just his presence was enough to deter even the most hardened criminals. Meanwhile, at the Zhongshan Street police station, in the interrogation room, a slightly overweight man sat on a regretful chair. Deng Yu and Uncle Gao were seated at the interrogation table, where a clear plastic bag containing a blood-stained dagger lay prominently. This dagger had been confiscated from the overweight man. Initially, Deng Yu believed they had merely apprehended a drug user, but a myriad of signs now suggested that this man was likely involved in armed robbery, possibly even stabbings. However, thus far, the police had not received any reports from victims of knife-point robberies. This indicated that the robbed individuals might already be deceased, or at the very least, in critical condition. Found it, did you? Deng Yu inquired. If it was indeed found, where exactly did you pick it up? The man's eyes darted around nervously. Officer, I forgot, he stammered. Forgot? Deng Yu leaned slightly forward, fixing a piercing gaze on the man, instilling a psychological pressure upon him. You've forgotten where you found it? This dagger wouldn't happen to belong to you, would it? Let me assure you, if you confess now, leniency can be granted. However, should you refuse to cooperate and we uncover the victim, revealing you as the perpetrator, the consequences will be severe. The slightly overweight man cast a furtive glance at Deng Yu, his demeanor wavering with uncertainty. Yet, recalling the dire consequences of his actions and the secluded location of his disposal site, a remote river gorge in the suburbs, nearly impossible for anyone to discover, he resolutely declared, "This is what I found. I cannot recall where I picked it up. As I was under the influence of drugs at the time, my mind clouded. Is there an issue?" Deng Yu responded with palpable frustration. This is utterly infuriating. At that moment, Uncle Gao, who had been observing closely, interjected, pointing to the clock. It has already been 4 hours, Deng. In criminal cases, the duration for summoning a suspect typically should not exceed 12 hours. If an extension is required, approval from a police authority at the county level or higher is necessary. Uncle Gao's implication was clear. If our station could not extract information soon, we would need to contact the Municipal Bureau for assistance. Otherwise, prolonging this interrogation could hinder the subsequent operations of our criminal investigation team. Exchanging a knowing glance with Uncle Gao, Deng Yu stepped outside to make a call, seeking the expertise of a professional interrogator. After all, the primary role of a grassroots police station is to maintain local peace, not to conduct thorough interrogations. Once outside, Deng Yu retrieved his phone and dialed Sun Weiguo. Given that the recent apprehensions by Gao Ye had largely stemmed from Deng Yu's tips, he had found that his calls were consistently answered almost instantaneously. Even when other officers of higher rank attempted to reach Sun Weiguo, none could match the promptness with which Deng Yu was greeted. However, to Deng Yu's dismay, Sun Weiguo abruptly disconnected the call. Each subsequent attempt was met with the same dismissal. Frustration mounted within Deng Yu. Time was of the essence, despite the apparent hours still available for questioning. In a case of such gravity, every single second was exceedingly precious. Moreover, the status of the victim, whether alive or deceased, remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 34. The Provincial Authority supports Gao Ye. Provincial Police Headquarters. Sun Weiguo hung up the phone once more. It was not that he was unwilling to answer, but rather that he felt daunted by the prospect. Seated across from him at the desk was an elderly gentleman, dressed in a crisp white shirt. The man appeared to be around 60, with graying hair at the temples and a few wrinkles adorning his face. Yet his eyes sparkled with an undeniable vitality. Despite Sun Weiguo being the chief of the Green City Police Department, the commander of thousands of officers, he found himself instinctively avoiding the penetrating gaze of this elder. Unable to meet his eyes directly, the elder was engrossed in a report detailing the bank robbery on Jianxi Road that had transpired the day before. The document was brief, comprising roughly 1,000 words, yet the elder had been reading it for over 10 minutes. His expressions shifted through a spectrum of emotions, from skepticism to shock, and then to incredulity, before finally settling into a calm demeanor, accompanied by a remark of intrigue. Upon hearing the phone ring, his gaze shifted to Sun Weiguo, inquiring, "Xiao Sun, why do you not answer the phone?" At the elder's words, Sun Weiguo's demeanor turned serious, his tone laced with respect. For this elder was none other than the head of the Guangxi Provincial Police, a figure of legendary status within the law enforcement community. The esteemed first-class police superintendent, Zhao Yuanchao. Having joined the force at the tender age of 20, he had dedicated 40 years to the service, amassing countless accolades. He had apprehended drug traffickers, murderers, smugglers, and even spies. Looking at Zhao Yuanchao, Sun Weiguo smiled and remarked, "Director Zhao, the call was from our local police station chief, Deng Yu, from Zhongshan Street in Green City. I am well aware of his intentions, to bestow upon Gao Ye a first-class merit award. I candidly told him that Gao Ye is not a member of our law enforcement system. He is merely a student, an ordinary citizen. Despite his considerable contributions, granting him such an honor would not align with our protocols. After all, in recent years, the highest recognition we have granted civilians is a second-class merit award. Anything higher would break precedent." Moreover, Sun Weiguo hesitated before continuing. "I intend to temper Gao Ye's aspirations." "Temper?" Zhao Yuanchao instantly grasped Sun Weiguo's intent and asked, "Are you suggesting that you wish for Gao Ye to join the police force?" Sun Weiguo nodded. "Indeed, I do entertain such thoughts, but it ultimately depends on Gao Ye's willingness. However, I must say, this young man seems destined for a career in law enforcement. He has an extraordinary affinity for the police work. After all, the likelihood of encountering criminals is far greater for him than for the average person. Thus, I am contemplating encouraging him to apply to a police academy where he can acquire a solid foundation of professional knowledge. Upon graduation, he could join the force, gaining practical experience at the grassroots level for 2 years before being promoted and given greater responsibilities, rather than being adorned with accolades from the onset. After all, you are aware that in recent days, Gao Ye has apprehended an astonishing number of criminals. Many officers may not encounter as many in their entire careers as he has in just these 2 days. However, the stark reality is that he may very well find himself facing only 1 or 2 wrongdoers over the course of several years. It is unlikely he will experience such a daily occurrence as in the past few days. Should he become complacent due to his recent accolades, he might soon find himself dealing with nothing more than trivial neighborhood disputes, which could be quite disheartening for him. The phenomenon of early fame followed by silent middle age, as exemplified by the tale of Zhang Yong, is far too common within our police force. Zhao Yuanchao shook his head. I do not share that sentiment. For our junior colleague, we must not suppress him out of fear of his elevated starting point or the possibility of his arrogance. In my view, as long as he achieves merit, regardless of his age, he deserves the full rewards he has earned. The story of Zhang Yong. The focus should not be on the young man, but rather on the guidance provided by the adults. At this juncture, Zhao Yuanchao, holding the records of the bank heist, remarked, moreover, has this young comrade, Gao Ye, exhibited any signs of arrogance after achieving such commendable feats? Has he lowered his guard against criminals? While the manner in which he confronted the robbers may have been somewhat theatrical, throughout the process of subduing them, I observed two crucial qualities: boldness and meticulousness, courage and strategy. Here's what we shall do. Zhao Yuanchao pondered briefly before reaching a decision. Let Gao Ye participate in the commendation ceremony the day after tomorrow, and we shall present him with a first-class individual merit award. Even if our records for ordinary citizens over the past few years have only reached second-class merit, what does it matter? In the words of the younger generation, records are meant to be broken, are they not? Furthermore, how long has it been since our province has seen such an outstanding junior, and a truly exemplary one at that? It is settled then. You prepare the application, and I will sign off on it. Even if this young prodigy veers off course, we old-timers are still capable of providing support, are we not? Zhao Yuanchao smiled as he tucked away the bank heist records. His perspective and approach to matters differed significantly from those of Sun Weiguo. An officer of his caliber does not seek to suppress capable juniors or fret over their potential arrogance stemming from their achievements. He possesses the confidence necessary to nurture promising successors. Observing Zhao Yuanchao and listening to his words, Sun Weiguo felt a sense of astonishment. After all, what is Zhao Yuanchao's standing? He is the head of the provincial department. It is rare for someone of his stature to offer praise so freely. Yet here he was, generously commending the young Gao Ye, even specifically requesting his attendance at the upcoming commendation ceremony. It is worth noting that this event is exclusive to police officers, and for a recent student to be invited is quite remarkable. What does this signify? It implies that Director Zhao has already embraced Gao Ye as a member of the law enforcement community in our province. Should Gao Ye choose the path of a police officer, he is certain to be promoted in the future. At that moment, Sun Weiguo's phone rang again. As Sun Weiguo was about to hang up, Zhao Yuanchao spoke up. Go ahead. Inform him that I have approved Gao Ye's first-class merit. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo immediately nodded. Director Zhao, I will inform Deng Yu right away. After speaking, Sun Weiguo picked up the phone. Once he clearly heard Deng Yu's words on the other end of the line, his voice suddenly escalated dramatically. He even involuntarily uttered an expletive. What the hell? Gao Ye went to enroll in a driving school and caught a drug addict? Chapter 35. Even the director is envious upon uttering a curse. Sun Weiguo suddenly recalled his position in the provincial department. He glanced at Zhao Yuanchao and quickly clarified. Director Zhao, I did not mean to offend. All right, I understand. Zhao Yuanchao replied with a smile. His curiosity piqued as he turned his attention to Sun Weiguo. What did Deng Yu say to provoke such a reaction from you? Sun Weiguo ended the call and relayed the information Deng Yu had just reported. As Zhao Yuanchao listened, his expression morphed into one of astonishment, tinged with disbelief. He felt he might have misheard and sought confirmation. Are you saying that Gao Ye went to the driving school and encountered a drug addict also registering there? Then, as Gao Ye was queuing, he recalled leaving the stove on at home and intended to return to extinguish it. However, the drug addict obstructed him, prompting Gao Ye to uncover suspicious behavior and subdue the individual. Deng Yu and his team took the addict for questioning, discovering that he was likely involved in armed robbery. Furthermore, there's a possibility he may have committed murder. After inquiring, Zhao Yuanchao felt less like he was seeking validation from Sun Weiguo and more like he was recounting a farcical tale. With 40 years of service, he had accumulated countless accolades, all stemming from his resolution of myriad cases. Yet, He had never encountered such absurdity. It was baffling that the drug addict would actively impede Gao Ye's departure. It was a reckless act, akin to a criminal voluntarily approaching a police station. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanchao recalled that just yesterday, Gao Ye had apprehended a genius in explosives in the parking lot of the city police station. Rumor had it that the explosive expert was concocting a bomb in his vehicle at the time. Well, these two individuals are indeed extraordinary, both peculiar in their own right. Lost in thought, Zhao Yuanchao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing Zhao Yuanchao's mirth, Sun Weiguo felt a smile tug at his lips as well. Director Zhao, this must be true. Although Deng Yu often jokes, he speaks honestly in matters of duty, never resorting to fabrication or exaggeration. Moreover, I have a faint recollection of this incident. Earlier this morning, as I passed the dispatch center, I overheard an operator mention that someone had been killed at Sunshine Driving School. I had no idea it was this situation. As Sun Weiguo spoke, he recalled his earlier words, his face flushing slightly. I had just remarked that it would be years before Gao Ye encountered a criminal. After all, it was unlikely he would come across one daily. I did not expect to be so swiftly proven wrong, as he has indeed delivered a criminal right to me. What a turn of fate. Zhao Yuanchao laughed heartily. If a slap in the face could yield a criminal, then I wouldn't mind being struck. Sun Weiguo shuddered internally, realizing he dared not respond to Zhao Yuanchao's jest. In the next moment, Zhao Yuanchao remarked, however, Gao Ye's success is not merely a result of good fortune. He possesses considerable capability as well. If this situation were to be entrusted to an ordinary individual, would they be able to apprehend a robber? Could they subdue drug dealers and bandits? Objectively speaking, an ordinary person surviving an encounter with a criminal would be deemed fortunate. Yet, Gao Ye seizes opportunities and utilizes every advantageous condition at his disposal to successfully capture these criminals who present themselves so readily. I believe Gao Ye is inherently suited for the role of a police officer. You should inquire whether he has any aspirations of joining the police academy. If he does not, continue to question him until you ascertain his intentions regarding the academy. Such talent, if not cultivated within the police force, would be an egregious waste. Upon hearing Zhao Yuanchao's words, Sun Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. If Zhao Yuanchao's earlier suggestion for Gao Ye to participate in the upcoming commendation ceremony was merely a gesture of encouragement, a hope for Gao Ye to join the police force, though his non-participation would not be a matter of great concern, then now, Zhao Yuanchao's insistence on Gao Ye's inclusion in the police ranks carried far greater implications. When a director explicitly names an individual to be compelled into the police force, the significance is unmistakable. With just a nod from Gao Ye, he could soon find himself soaring, wings unfurling behind him. Contemplating this, Sun Weiguo felt a pang of envy towards Gao Ye. Indeed, envy was the sentiment that stirred within him. At Gao Ye's age, he was merely an unremarkable college graduate, consumed with worries about his examination results. And here was Gao Ye, with the director's endorsement. What need was there for him to fret over grades? It seemed that his only concern would soon be the rapid turnover of insignias on his police uniform. Truly, comparisons between individuals only served to highlight disparities. With a sigh, Sun Weiguo heard Zhao Yuanchao's voice once more. All right, you may return. The case remains unresolved, does it not? Since Gao Ye has successfully brought the suspect in, we must conduct a thorough interrogation. Armed robbery, and potentially even homicide, are no trifling matters. The Municipal Bureau must resolve this swiftly. Let us set a deadline of 3 days. Do you have the confidence to achieve this? Upon hearing these words, Sun Weiguo felt a weight settle in his heart. Yet he immediately nodded, gritting his teeth as he replied, Yes, Director Zhao, the Municipal Bureau will undoubtedly solve the case within 3 days. Chapter 36. Fishing. But what on earth is that corpse? In the suburban expanse of Green City, there lies a once quaint reservoir, now a forsaken waterway after a series of seismic upheavals. Following the initial quake, it transformed into an abandoned reservoir. Subsequent tremors further divided the land, resulting in 4 diminutive, desolate pools. Presently, it has become a substantial drainage channel, a place so desolate that even dogs avoid its vicinity. Yet, the anglers have arrived. Somewhere within the fishing community, a rumor circulated, claiming that this location was home to fish weighing dozens of pounds. This revelation stirred the fishermen from their slumber, and they flocked to the site in droves. However, as whispers spread that the hefty fish were merely purchased at the local market, many anglers departed in disappointment. Now, only a handful remained around the vast drainage channel. "Ah, little Ye, consider yourself fortunate," remarked a round-faced, middle-aged man, strolling alongside Gao Ye as if surveying his territory. Gao Nan wielded a straight wooden stick, deftly swiping at the roadside foxtail grass. The round-faced gentleman boasted, gesturing towards the drainage channel. This place used to be famed for its trophy fish. But so many came to fish that latecomers couldn't even find a spot. Thankfully, I spread a little misinformation, claiming those hefty catches were merely bought at the market. Every night, I unleashed a torrent of bait into the channel, fattening the fish, and set off firecrackers to disturb their slumber. Consequently, the daytime anglers found little success, and fewer came to fish. "Impressive, isn't it?" he added with a grin. "Absolutely," Gao Ye replied, marveling at the man's ingenuity. "I never would have guessed a police officer could be so crafty." The round-faced man, pleased with the compliment, rubbed his hands together. "Remember our deal. I'll take you fishing here, and you'll help me with a criminal next time." "Of course, I promise," Gao Ye responded nonchalantly, evoking the demeanor of a charming rogue. He then settled in a well-trodden spot, setting up his stool and fish net before preparing his bait. Once ready, he cast his line into the water, the hook sailing gracefully several meters before gently settling, revealing a buoy on the surface. And so, he entered a state of anticipation. Gao Ye cherished this feeling, relaxed, carefree, and content. Most importantly, he surveyed the surrounding wilderness, reassured that no criminals lurked in such a remote area. A glance at the round-faced man confirmed this. After all, he was a police officer, and thus beyond suspicion. A few meters away, the round-faced man began his own fishing endeavor, yet his intentions extended beyond mere recreation. At 44 years of age, he held the rank of a first-class inspector at the Green City Police Department, having recently achieved this promotion. However, he yearned for a quicker ascent to the rank of third-class police superintendent. If he did not attain this distinction before turning 45, he would miss the opportunity to become a police chief upon retirement. Thus, he was eager to expedite his advancement in rank. To achieve an exceptional promotion, one must accomplish significant feats. He had already achieved several, yet he was still one short of the requisite accolades to elevate his rank. For over 6 months, he had been unable to find the opportunity to secure this final accomplishment, leaving him so anxious that he struggled to sleep soundly. Just as despair began to envelop him, Gao Ye emerged like a shooting star. The moniker crime baiter resonated throughout the police force in Green City, growing increasingly prominent. Nevertheless, dissenting voices were equally loud. Some officers claimed that Gao Ye was merely riding a wave of good fortune, asserting that he could not possibly encounter criminals on a daily basis, with the bank heist being his pinnacle. Others speculated that he had already encountered every criminal he would see in his lifetime. Yet, the round-faced uncle was acutely aware that Gao Ye was indeed the crime baiter. Earlier that afternoon, Gao Ye had returned, visibly troubled, lamenting his bad luck when he encountered a criminal who obstructed his path while he was registering for driving lessons. Was this not the very definition of a crime magnate? It was as if he were not even attempting to disguise it. Consequently, the round-faced uncle devised a plan centered around Gao Ye. Upon discovering Gao Ye's passion for fishing during their conversation, the uncle eagerly offered up his secret fishing spot, hoping that when they went out together the following day, they might encounter a criminal, allowing him to secure his own merit. With this thought in mind, the round-faced uncle eagerly gazed at Gao Ye, only to find him engrossed in a book titled Postpartum Care for Sows. He had little interest in fishing literature, preferring instead pet neutering techniques. The uncle then shifted his attention to Gao Ye's fishing bobber, which was just beginning to twitch. "Gao Ye, quickly, you have a bite," he exclaimed. At the sound of his voice, Gao Ye hastily discarded the book and grabbed his fishing rod. It felt heavy. As he lifted the rod, he could distinctly sense the weight of the fish. It was a considerable catch. An exhilarating thought surged through his mind. He excitedly began to reel in the line. Yet curiously, the fish did not struggle. Were it not for the undeniable pull on the line, he might have assumed he was snagged on the bottom. As Gao Ye gradually pulled upwards, a massive shadow emerged beneath the water surface. The round-faced uncle was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious! That size must exceed 100 pounds. Steady now, Gao Ye. Remain calm. Take your time and let it tire." At the uncle's shout, several nearby anglers immediately set down their rods and gathered around. Upon glimpsing the enormous shadow beneath the water, they began to offer their assessments in unison. "That fish weighs at least 100 pounds. They looked on with envy, wishing they could seize Gao Ye's rod for themselves. "Young man, your luck is extraordinary to reel in such a hefty fish," one exclaimed. "Indeed, young man, you must remain steady and not rush. Catching a fish of this magnitude relies on patience. If you tire too soon, hand the rod to me, and I will take over." Hai was filled with determination as he heard the crowd's cheers, despite not fully grasping their intentions. "Go, Hai! Reel it in!" echoed around him. The chant of steamed fish, braised fish, filled the air, yet Hai pondered the peculiar lack of resistance from the fish. Was it possible for a fish to be so compliant? A sense of bewilderment washed over him, leading him to question whether he had truly caught a fish or perhaps something far more absurd. As he continued to reel in the line, a shadow began to emerge from the depths. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted to an eerie silence. The cheers ceased, and the fishing enthusiasts fell still, fixated on the water surface. The moment the silhouette broke the surface, a collective gasp arose, followed by an incredulous exclamation. "Who tossed a doll into this river?" Hai, astonished, gazed at the figure emerging, realizing it was not a mere inflatable doll, but a rather unfortunate sight. His luck seemed to have taken a turn for the worse, and the frustration bubbled within him as he contemplated severing the line in anger. Just then, a round-faced man intervened, casting a wary glance at the shadowy form. From a police officer's perspective, the shape did not resemble a doll at all. "Hai, it seems to resemble a body," he suggested cautiously. "Shall we pull it up for a closer look?" Hai, taken aback, could only respond in disbelief. "Wait, I was just fishing. What on earth is this?" Chapter 37. Relationships Entangled, a match indeed. Ding. Today's fortune. Medium luck upgraded to great luck. Fortuitous location. 10 meters ahead. Decayed female corpses. A resounding chime echoed in Gao Ye's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Indeed, he had hooked a corpse. But wait, weren't all the criminals apprehended today? How could such a situation arise? Moreover, decayed female corpses. The plural form suggests there could be more than one. "Uncle," Gao Ye turned to the round-faced man beside him. "This isn't just a possibility. It is indeed a corpse. We must report this immediately." The round-faced uncle, rubbing his eyes, was gazing at the shadows on the river surface. Upon hearing Gao Ye's words, he trembled with astonishment, his round face quivering in disbelief. Could the criminal trap be activating so swiftly? It seemed implausible. To be candid, since the objects in the river were inverted, heads submerged, he could not ascertain whether what was down there was indeed a corpse until it was brought to the surface. It could very well be a high-quality inflatable. No, a girlfriend, indistinguishable from the real thing in terms of quality, weight, and even tactile sensation. Some could even speak. Truly, technology has reached a point where it can blur the lines between reality and imitation. Thus, even as a police officer, he lacked absolute certainty in discerning from a distance whether the object was a corpse or a doll. In essence, in the face of advancing technology, seeing is often deceiving, while touch reveals the truth. Only upon retrieval and examination could he determine the nature of the object. However, Gao Ye's confident assertion that it was indeed a corpse lent considerable weight to the possibility, especially given his impressive track record in recent days. The name criminal trap was indeed fearsome. The round-faced uncle sighed in realization. Entangled relationships, indeed a match. "What do you mean by entangled?" Gao Ye inwitted. "Oh, nothing. I merely jest about entangling a monkey." The uncle positioned himself beside Gao Ye, adopting a firm stance, grounding his energy, and gestured towards Gao Ye. "Reel it in. You take the lead." Gao Ye promptly handed the rod to the round-faced uncle. He had just learned from the system that he had indeed caught a decayed female corpse. Regardless of the deceased's past, their current condition was undoubtedly horrific, and having someone else retrieve the body would be a tremendous relief. The round-faced uncle grasped the rod and began to pull up slowly. As he reeled in the line, he felt a significant weight on the other end. It truly felt like it weighed 100 pounds. 100 pounds or more of an inflatable girlfriend, valued at least several thousand in the market, something most would hesitate to discard. Thus, it was indeed a corpse. The round-faced uncle was filled with excitement, frantically reeling in the line. A crowd of fishermen nearby gathered to witness the spectacle, some even recording videos. "Hey, come to the riverbank. You can catch wild girlfriends here." Ugh, what a scoundrel, tossing his girlfriend into the river after use. "Mom, didn't you say fishermen can't find girlfriends? Let me show you what this is." A crowd of onlookers gathered, reveling in the unfolding drama, until a lifeless body was dragged ashore. A faint, putrid odor wafted through the air, reaching the nostrils of the spectators with a gentle breeze. It resembled a piece of meat that had long since spoiled. Good heavens, could it be a corpse? An elderly man mused, peering at the body while pinching his nose. This place is so desolate that even dogs avoid it. How could there possibly be a body here? A young man snatched a wooden stick from Gao Ye's hands and crouched by the water's edge, poking at the back of the corpse. "Based on my years of experience, this appears to be a life-sized, soft-bodied, platinum liquid silicone girlfriend. The market price on a certain platform starts at 3,000. Considering grass carp are priced at 8 yuan per pound, that amounts to 380 pounds of fish. Uncle, could you gift it to me? I could take it home, give it a wash, and it should still be usable." The round-faced uncle's pupils contracted. "You truly possess audacity. It would be a shame if you did not pursue a career in forensics." "Forensics?" The young man was taken aback. "What does that have to do with forensics?" The uncle replied, "You will know once you flip her over with that stick. If you still want it after that, I shall indeed gift it to you. But remember, no backing out." Excited, the young man tossed the stick aside, leapt into the water, and turned the body over. What met his gaze was a face ravaged by fish, in a state of decay. The eyes had long since vanished, flesh mingling with exposed bones. A chill surged through the young man's feet. He felt as if he were confronting his great-grandmother, a psychological assault at its peak. 10 minutes later, the riverbank lay in disarray, strewn with scattered wooden barrels and fishing rods, while the dogtail grass was trampled deep into the mud. Dozens of fishermen sped away on their motorcycles, leaving no trace behind. Gao Ye stood at the riverbank, observing the round-faced uncle administering artificial respiration to the young man, then glancing at the corpse floating nearby. Silently, he donned a mask and picked up a landing net. With the catch already secured, it seemed more prudent to haul it ashore. Simultaneously, he retrieved his phone. Meanwhile, at the Green City Police Department, in a small interrogation room, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Sun Weiguo gazed through the one-way glass at the slightly overweight man in the interrogation room, then glanced at his watch, his brow furrowing. The man had been transferred from the Zhongshan Street Police Station 8 hours prior. Before that, he had been interrogated for 4 hours, totaling 12 hours of questioning. During these 12 hours, although the police had apprehended the individual and located the murder weapon, the victim remained undiscovered. Thus, the evidence chain to identify the slightly overweight man as the one who wielded the knife to commit robbery and murder was inadequate. In simpler terms, the evidence was insufficient for a conviction. Even though the police were 90% certain that the man was indeed the knife-wielding murderer, without irrefutable evidence, he would have to be released after another 12 hours and sent to the community for rehabilitation. At that time, the suspect was outside, and one could not predict what might transpire. Most importantly, Director Zhao was aware of this case and had issued an order to solve it within 3 days. In that moment, Sun Weiguo felt a sense of unease. Chapter 38. Intensifying the pressure. Although Director Zhao allotted 3 days, the reality is that only 1 day remains. Typically, for suspects involved in criminal cases, the time for summons or detention should not exceed 12 hours. However, given the significant complexity of this case, if detention or arrest measures are necessary, approval from the police at the county level or above can extend this period to 24 hours. Beyond this time frame, an arrest warrant must be sought. And how long can one be held following an arrest? 37 days. With the assistance of modern technology, 37 days is more than sufficient to solve a case. Yet, the situation with the slightly plump man is different. he cannot be apprehended at all. The police lack sufficient evidence to arrest him. This slightly plump man is a drug addict, residing in a monitoring-scarce urban village for the sake of convenience in his substance use. The few surveillance cameras present fail to capture any useful information. During the 8 hours that the slightly plump man was transferred to the city police station, the authorities had already scoured the surveillance footage within a 10-mile radius centered around his home. They even turned his home upside down, searching every nook and cranny under the bed, on the bed, and even the toilet, but found nothing. His residence was as clean as a blank slate. Neighbors spoke highly of the slightly plump man, with no negative remarks made. A silly little chubby guy, an introverted homebody, short but adorable. Most importantly, this suspect knows the gravity of murder compared to drug use. Thus, he insists that the dagger was merely something he found. When asked where he found it, he claims that he was too high to remember. After stating this, the slightly plump man urges the police to promptly transfer him to the community for rehabilitation. Several psychological experts on the scene discern through micro-expressions that he is lying, yet the police find themselves powerless against him. Where has this fellow concealed the body? Sun Weigwa gazes at the slightly plump man through the one-way glass, arms crossed over his chest, lost in contemplation. In his mind, the map of Spring City slowly comes into focus. After 2 decades of service as a police officer, he knows every street in the Green City by heart. There is no body hidden in his home, nor in the vicinity. The bustling areas of Green City are certainly not viable for concealment either. As sanitation workers clean these areas daily, a hidden body would likely be discovered the same day. Eliminating these options, Sun Weigwa's mental map narrows down to the major sewer systems of Green City, obscure park ponds, and the outskirts. Yet, even with these possibilities, pinpointing the location of the discarded body remains a daunting task, one that cannot be accomplished within 12 hours. At that moment, a forensic officer entered the dim room, holding a report which he presented to Sun Weigwa. Director Sun, we have utilized the latest technology for analysis. Currently, we are unable to extract fingerprints from the dagger's handle. The perpetrator likely wore gloves or has damaged the fingerprints on their fingers. The blood on the dagger originates from 3 individuals, according to a comparison of the database. These 3 individuals are all adult females. We scrutinized their social media accounts and discovered that they had embarked on a road trip together 2 months ago. Furthermore, the last login times for all 3 social accounts were also recorded 2 months ago, with their consumption records reflecting the same time frame. It can be reasonably inferred that they are either deceased or imprisoned. Simultaneously, based on calculations, it appears they had just set off and the location of the incident still falls within the jurisdiction of Spring City. 3 victims. Upon reviewing the report, Sun Weigwa felt his heart skip a beat. The presence of 3 victims indicates that this is no ordinary criminal case, but rather a profoundly serious one. Sun Weigwa's gaze shifted to the slightly overweight man in the regret chair, fixating on his fingers. The murderer had not merely worn gloves. All the fingerprints on his fingers had been entirely stripped away by 502 glue. The slightly overweight man had just been delivered to the municipal bureau, and his entire record had been unearthed. This individual had a history of burglary in pursuit of money to purchase drugs. He naively believed that the absence of fingerprints would keep him concealed from the police, unaware that the resident had a dog. Had the homeowner not returned in time, he might have been bitten to death on the spot. Sun Weigwa was now nearly 90% certain that the man seated in the interrogation chair was indeed the murderer. Even if he were not the killer, he must possess some knowledge, at the very least as an accomplice. Now, all that remained was to locate the victims' bodies, and immediately, based on the clues, a sentence could be rendered. With that thought in mind, Sun Weigwa retrieved a communicator linked to the interrogation room and commanded, Zhang Chong, time is of the essence. We will divide our efforts into 2 teams. Your criminal investigation unit will continue to interrogate the suspect. I do not care what methods you employ, but you must ascertain the location of the corpse within 12 hours. Even if he claims the dagger was found by him, we must determine where it was discovered. Additionally, Xiao Wang immediately notify the various precincts of Green City, street police stations, town police stations, rural police stations. Xiao Wang is Sun Weigwa's secretary, and often his commands are relayed through him. Sun Weigua took a deep breath and instructed all officers, auxiliary police, and police dogs from the aforementioned precincts, whether on duty or off, must be dispatched to search. In the interrogation room, the head of the criminal investigation team, Zhang Chong, listened to Sun Weigua's orders, his expression turning grave. The use of the word must indicated that he was obligated to uncover the suspect's disposal location within 12 hours. Increase the intensity. Gazing at the slightly overweight man seated in the regret chair, Zhang Chong addressed a colleague from the criminal investigation team. 3 seconds later, a large light was activated, aimed directly at the slightly overweight man. This technique, known as grinding, involves continuously shining a light on the suspect to prevent them from sleeping. The police would then take turns interrogating him. Once an individual is deprived of sleep for an extended period, their mental state is likely to deteriorate, potentially leading them to confess. Subsequently, the criminal investigation personnel stripped the slightly plump man of his jacket while simultaneously lowering the temperature of the interrogation room. These two tactics proved to be devastating to the suspect's willpower. If one were to express this through emoticons, it might resemble, "Please let me go. I want to confess. So you've coerced me into confessing, have you? I will sue you." Cursing vehemently, shivering with fear, wailing, "I was wrong. I confess, I confess." Naturally, these interrogation methods are not employed on every individual. They are reserved for those suspects against whom the police possess substantial evidence, with only a crucial piece of information needed to resolve the case. Once implemented, no matter how obstinate the suspect may be, they will ultimately yield to questioning. Zhang Chong, with his arms crossed, gazed at the slightly plump man, confident of his victory. At that moment, the suspect's expressions mirrored his expectations perfectly. "Please let me go. I want to confess. So you've coerced me into confessing, have you? I will sue you." Cursing vehemently, "My addiction is flaring up, foaming at the mouth. I'm going to die." Wait, what? Why is he foaming at the mouth? Observing the slightly plump man convulsing, his tongue hanging outside his mouth, continuously producing foam, Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback. 3 seconds later, he realized that this suspect was a drug addict with a body that was far from the norm. Despite weighing 200 pounds now, he had once weighed 300 pounds before succumbing to drugs. Damn it. Turn off the lights, raise the air conditioning temperature, and call a doctor immediately. Zhang Chong cursed in frustration and halted the interrogation, recognizing that continuing could lead to dire consequences. At that moment, the expression of the slightly plump man shifted once again. This feels good. I'm better now." Cursing, "Why aren't you questioning me, officer? Please interrogate me. I truly didn't kill anyone. Let us bet on it." Observing the suspect's cheeky expression and provocative tone, Zhang Chong was so infuriated that he felt an overwhelming urge to draw his weapon and shoot him. This man was undoubtedly a murderer. He ordered all members of the criminal investigation team to convene. Glancing back at the slightly plump man, Zhang Chong stormed out, fuming. "I refuse to believe that I cannot extract a confession from him today." Chapter 39, what? Fishing for corpses? Zhongshan Street Police Station. When Deng Yu learned that the somewhat plump man was highly likely responsible for the murders of 3 individuals, he was utterly stunned. Simultaneously, upon receiving an order from Sun Weigua, Deng Yu was engulfed in profound shock. Every police officer in the entirety of the Green City was dispatched to search, an endeavor of monumental scale, consuming vast resources and manpower. It was evident that the city bureau chief was resolute in his command, bearing an immense burden on his shoulders. "Attention, all personnel assemble." Deng Yu whistled as he stood in the small courtyard of the police station. In recent days, the Zhongshan Street Police Station had frequently called for assembly, training the officers to respond reflexively, and their gathering speed had become remarkably swift. In less than 3 minutes, over a dozen officers were lined up in the courtyard, each gazing curiously at Deng Yu. Upon hearing Deng Yu's brief introduction of the task, the entire station erupted in astonishment. "What? That hefty man killed 3 people. How could this happen? It has been years since such a major case occurred. This is outrageous." Gao Ye's audacity was commendable. He had single-handedly subdued a murderer who had taken 3 lives. It was said that had it not been for Brother Ye's intervention, the perpetrator might still be at large. Silence. Deng Yu, observing the commotion among the officers, spoke with a grave demeanor. This is not the time for discussion. Director Sun's directive is clear. All city officers must mobilize to locate the deceased within 12 hours. If we fail, given the suspect's particular nature, it is highly probable he will evade justice. Do you understand? The officers responded in unison, understood. Deng Yu then turned to Gao Ye, who stood at the front of the line, and said, Jiangua, time is of the essence, and the task is formidable. You will lead one team, and I shall lead another. Begin a meticulous search within the jurisdiction and simultaneously contact the neighborhood committees to keep an eye out. Understood, Director. Gao Ye nodded earnestly, just as he was about to lead the team out when his phone rang. Preparing to dismiss the call, he glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Gao Ye. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer. Upon hearing Gao Ye's words, Gao Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. What? You went fishing and caught a corpse? The startled expressions of the surrounding officers mirrored his astonishment. What is going on? You caught a body while fishing? This must be a joke. Although fishermen can catch just about anything, a corpse is simply absurd. Over a dozen officers turned into attentive groundhogs, straining to hear Gao Ye's conversation. On the other end of the line, Gao Ye provided a brief explanation. Gao Ye's eyes grew even wider. It was revealed that a colleague from the floor above had invited Gao Ye to fish, and within 5 minutes of casting his line, a body had surfaced. Initially thinking it was an inflatable doll, he was horrified to discover it was a female corpse. Unbelievable, utterly ludicrous. Uncle Gao suddenly recalled the order recently issued by the Municipal Bureau, which was precisely concerning the search for the 3 female victims. Could it be such a coincidence? At this thought, Uncle Gao trembled and immediately spoke into the phone. Wait for me, I will bring people over right now. After hanging up, he turned to Deng Yu and said, Director Deng, Gao Ye just called me, stating he went fishing in the suburbs and has caught a female corpse. I suspect it is highly likely one of the victims that Director Sun ordered us to find. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu remained momentarily unresponsive. However, the surrounding 10 or so police officers erupted in astonishment, their eyes reflecting a flicker of shock. The fact that a body was actually caught while fishing was simply astonishing. One extraordinary phenomenon. It was almost more outrageous than a legendary fisherman. Yet, upon realizing it was Gao Ye who made the catch, the crowd suddenly found it less bewildering. After all, the occurrences surrounding Gao Ye were often beyond comprehension. One simply had to accept them. Nevertheless, the timing was indeed extraordinary. The Municipal Bureau had just issued the order to search for the victims, and immediately after, Gao Ye had managed to reel one in. What luck! Were it not for their familiarity with Gao Ye, one might have suspected he was the perpetrator, given how swiftly he had located the body. At this moment, Deng Yu regained his composure and, with a complex expression, remarked, Old Gao, you make a valid point. There is indeed a possibility. However, we cannot definitively confirm that the body Gao Ye caught is one of the victims Director Sun is seeking. To avoid wasting time, I will call Director Sun and request the forensic and identification team to go to the scene for verification. You should take a team to secure and protect the site. I will continue the investigation on Zhongshan Street. Upon finishing, Deng Yu pulled out his phone and dialed Sun Weiguo. At that moment, Sun Weiguo was in a meeting with Zhang Chong and others, discussing how to interrogate the slightly overweight man. With the discovery of 3 victims, the case's significance had escalated and transformed into a major criminal investigation. Even without Director Sun's directive to resolve the case within 3 days, Bureau Chief Sun understood the necessity to conclude the investigation in the shortest time possible. Consequently, he established a special task force, appointing himself as the leader and Zhang Chong, the head of the criminal investigation team, as the deputy leader. Bureau Chief, it is not that our criminal investigation colleagues lack capability. Rather, this suspect is exceedingly challenging, Zhang Chong declared in the conference room, pointing at the slightly overweight man on the surveillance footage, gnashing his teeth in frustration. This individual is a drug user. If we apply any pressure, he foams at the mouth and acts as if he is dying. I must have 2 doctors on standby while interrogating him. How are we supposed to conduct an interrogation under these circumstances? Given his condition, we cannot even risk administering water for coercion. Moreover, he is a streamer with some notoriety. Should he die during our interrogation, it would result in significant negative publicity for the police. You are well aware of the power of public opinion in this digital age. Most importantly, once this individual perishes, all clues will be irrevocably severed. Sun Weigua cast a glance at Zhang Chong, his fingers gently tapping on the tabletop, his expression serene and devoid of any discernible emotion. How you conduct the interrogation is your prerogative. If you require a suspect, I shall provide one. If you need resources, I will supply them. Should you require cooperation from allied departments, I will facilitate that as well. All I seek is a result, and I demand it within 12 hours. Zhang Chong let out a sigh, seized his police cap, and proceeded toward the interrogation room. At that moment, Sun Weigua's phone began to ring. He retrieved it to discover it was a call from Deng Yu. This old fox, I wonder if he has uncovered another criminal. Sun Weigua answered the call, and upon hearing Deng Yu's words, his voice suddenly escalated in intensity. What? Gao Ye has pulled a corpse from the water? And it is likely the victim's body? Chapter 40. The arrogant murderer. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chong was about to step out of the office, only to retract his foot instantly. Casting an eager glance at Sun Weigua, or more precisely, at the mobile phone resting near Sun Weigua's ear. However, Sun Weigua had already ended the call. Zhang Chong promptly inquired, Director Sun, who called? Have we located the victim? In response to Zhang Chong's question, Sun Weigua appeared oblivious, his gaze vacant, as if he were in a trance. Even when Zhang Chong waved his hand in front of him, there was no reaction. After several minutes, he finally regained his composure and, fixing his gaze on Zhang Chong, uttered his first words. Old Zhang, there's no need to interrogate the suspect just yet. Let us take the forensic team and the detectives to the Dawagu in the outskirts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a realization washed over him, and a look of excitement flickered across his face. Without further ado, he swiftly exited the office and made his way to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, two detectives were still questioning a slightly plump man. The man had now crossed his legs nonchalantly. Initially, he had shown signs of fear and timidity during the interrogation, but after several attempts at resuscitation by the doctors, he had come to understand that the police were aware of his physical condition and dared not employ harsh methods for fear of causing him to convulse. The moment they employed forceful tactics, he would froth at the mouth, and at that point, the officers would be deterred from continuing their aggressive approach. Consequently, he felt utterly emboldened and displayed an audacious demeanor, relishing the sight of the two frustrated detectives. Although they knew he was the murderer, they were powerless to act against him. This feeling of invincibility was akin to the exhilaration he experienced while under the influence of drugs or during his heinous acts of violence. Indeed, he had taken lives, 3 in total. 2 months prior, while fishing by the Daogu, he had grown increasingly agitated after failing to catch anything for hours. Just as his drug cravings surged, he indulged in narcotics to unwind, which clouded his judgment. At that moment, a car fortuitously arrived, and 3 young women emerged, setting up a stove around the vehicle as if preparing to camp. The slightly plump man, igniting inappropriate thoughts, invited the 3 women to join him in revelry. To his dismay, they rebuffed him, hurling insults and calling him a fat loser. Enraged by their contempt, he drew a knife and stabbed the 3 women. With each thrust, he felt a surge of excitement. The more he stabbed, the more exhilarated he became. By the time he regained his senses, the 3 women lay lifeless before him. Yet, instead of remorse, he felt an unsettling thrill, eagerly anticipating his next act of murder. After committing the atrocity, he initially contemplated binding the women to stones and disposing of them in the river. He had intended to sell their car for a substantial amount of money to fund his drug habits. However, lacking the ability to drive, he was left with no choice but to secure the 3 women in the vehicle, having learned from online videos how to ignite it, ultimately sending the car hurtling into the Dawago. As for whether the police would discover his actions, he harbored no concerns whatsoever. The deep river gorge, once a reservoir, was teeming with fish. Under ordinary circumstances, if a body were to be disposed of there, it would likely go unnoticed. By the time it was discovered, many years could pass, and the remains would be reduced to mere scraps by the fish. Moreover, to further ensure his safety, he disseminated false rumors across various fishing forums, claiming that the area was devoid of fish, hoping to deter anglers from frequenting the spot. Under the cover of night, he furtively fed bait into the gorge and set off firecrackers to disturb the fish, complicating matters for any would-be fisherman. However, it was peculiar that he noticed someone else was also spreading similar rumors in the fishing communities and setting off even more firecrackers than he was. It seemed as though fate was conspiring in his favor. With the passage of 2 months, he felt secure enough to venture out publicly, planning to enroll in driving school. After all, if he were to commit murder again, he couldn't simply abandon a vehicle. That would be an egregious waste. Yet, to his utter astonishment, he was knocked unconscious by a mere student and subsequently arrested by the police. But what did it matter? He gazed at the 2 detectives before him and laughed heartily, proclaiming, "The 24 hours will soon be upon us, officers. Drug use is not a crime, you know. At most, you could detain me for a little over 10 days. But during that time, you cannot interrogate me about the murder. Even if you attempt to question me, I can refuse to cooperate. After that, you'll have to release me for community drug rehabilitation. At that point, your chances of interrogating me will be utterly nullified. Of course, feel free to seek out evidence during this period, but can you truly find any? I would wager that if you manage to find evidence, I would willingly serve a life sentence." The detective in charge of the interrogation slammed his hand on the table in frustration and stood up. The stout man recoiled slightly, his face displaying a comical expression of fear. Yet again, this tactic, the detective, still fuming, sat back down, his chest heaving with anger, muttering to himself about his desire to put an end to the stout man's antics. Just then, the door to the interrogation room was kicked open. Zhang Chang strode in first, followed by Sun Weiguo. Upon seeing the two, the stout man mistakenly assumed they had come to release him. He immediately pointed at the detective, exclaiming, "Officer, he is trying to kill me. Is this how you conduct interrogations? What era are we in that you resort to coercion? If I walk out of here, I will expose your methods online unless you have this officer personally remove my handcuffs." However, the stout man detected a glimmer of mockery in Zhang Chang and Sun Weiguo's expressions. He felt as if they were regarding him as a fool, particularly Zhang Chang, who was even smiling, a stark contrast to his earlier furious demeanor when he had stormed out of the interrogation room. Observing the demeanor of the 2 individuals, the slightly overweight man immediately sensed something amiss and involuntarily began to feel anxious. What could be the matter? Who granted them the audacity to regard themselves with such disdain? Could it be that the police had uncovered incriminating evidence against him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Before returning home, he had taken several showers, even discarding his jacket. He had not taken any of the girl's identification or bank cards. He had only brought back some cash, all of which had been used to purchase drugs. Thus, there could be no evidence at home to implicate him as a murderer. As for external evidence, that was even less likely. Due to his relentless defamation over the past 2 months, the number of fishermen at the big river had dwindled from hundreds to just a few. And even at its peak, there had only been a dozen or so. The probability of discovering a body was virtually zero. Simultaneously, to prevent the police from tracing him through online clues, he had used other people's accounts in the chat groups and had published his messages from CyberCF. The only piece of evidence that could potentially incriminate him was the dagger. However, any fingerprints on the dagger had been erased during his previous burglary escapades, leaving no trace behind. As long as he steadfastly claimed that he had found the dagger, the police would be at a loss. In summary, it was highly improbable for the police to find evidence of his guilt, at least not swiftly. The only reason the 2 officers appeared so self-assured now could be one possibility. As the slightly overweight man pondered, his eyes gradually brightened, and his tense body relaxed. He recalled having seen similar interrogation tactics in films. With this thought, the man blurted out, "You are attempting to deceive me." Upon hearing this, both Sun Weiguo and Zhang Chang were momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Zhang Chang asked, puzzled. "What do I mean?" The man looked at Zhang Chang, confidently stating, "You are pretending to possess evidence of my crime, aiming to shatter my psychological defenses, to make me falter and confess to murder. Officer, let me be frank. I did not commit murder, and no interrogation technique will sway me. If you do not believe me, feel free to seek evidence. If you find any, I will concede. After hearing this, Zhang Chong was once again taken aback. After a moment, he turned to Sun Weiguo, saying, Director Sun, this individual has likely abused drugs excessively. His mind seems impaired. Indeed, there appears to be a significant issue. Sun Weiguo nodded. Let's follow protocol and detain him for 15 days. The slightly overweight man displayed an unconcerned expression. After all, a 15-day detention was well within his expectations. He also had ways to avoid being detained. At this moment, Zhang Chong addressed the two criminal investigation officers in charge of the interrogation, saying, this person can forego questioning. Let's take him directly to the big river. Before the two criminal officers could respond, they remained silent. The slightly plump man on the regretful chair suddenly turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost, leaving him utterly stunned, his mind seemingly short-circuiting. A chill surged from the soles of his feet directly to the crown of his head, engulfing him in an icy abyss. How could you possibly have located that place so swiftly? Chapter 41. No joking. How could there possibly be more in the river? In the verdant city suburbs, by the great river gorge, the corpse had been retrieved. The stench was increasingly unbearable, reminiscent of a long-deceased rodent, provoking a visceral urge to retch. Gao Ye and the round-faced uncle crouched on the ground, clutching their stomachs, nearly on the verge of vomiting. Gao Nan was so frightened that her heart felt as if it might give out, prompting Gao Ye to instruct his aunt to take the young girl back. The young man lay beside the corpse, his legs stretched out straight, his trousers soaked in a large patch, his face contorted in terror. Yet, neither of the two dared to mock him, for the sight of the corpse was truly horrifying. Its face was riddled with pits from fish gnawing at it, with holes scattered everywhere. After having been submerged for so long, the flesh had decayed, clinging to the skeleton. The round-faced uncle adjusted his sunglasses and confidently declared, based on my observations, this appears to be a female corpse. Gao Ye peered through the lenses at the corpse's long hair, then glanced at the red envelope the uncle had sent on WeChat, nodding in agreement. Indeed, as expected of an experienced officer, your insight is sharp. This is undoubtedly a female corpse. He estimated her age to be between 20 and 40. After pondering for a moment, the round-faced uncle continued, however, the exact age and identity of the deceased will require the forensic experts and examination department to ascertain. You have quite the eye. Gao Ye nodded again. To be precise, she is 31. The round-faced uncle paused, taken aback. Do you know the deceased? I do not know her. Gao Ye shook his head. Then how do you know she is 31? A guess? Gao Ye extended his hand, revealing an identification card. But I can read. The uncle was momentarily speechless. Gao Ye, recalling the symbols in his mind, continued, moreover, there is not just one deceased. The round-faced uncle was astounded. Is that written on the ID too? A guess? Gao Ye stood, walking to the riverbank, gazing across the water. Today's fortune, excellent. Fortune location. Behind me, the decaying female corpse. Ahead, submerged decaying female corpses 15 meters away. Gao Ye asserted resolutely. There are at least 2 more corpses beneath. Since we are here, I might as well fish them out. He mused about the rewards from the municipal bureau. No, what he meant was that the bureau would find it considerably easier. The round-faced uncle was once again taken aback, observing Gao Ye standing with his hands behind his back, gazing into the lake. The uncle believed the young man was perhaps getting ahead of himself. This mindset was akin to fishing. Catching one fish in the same spot might lead one to believe another could be caught. But these are corpses, not fish. How could they possibly be clustered together? The emergence of multiple corpses would signal a grave issue. Realizing this, the round-faced uncle quickly advised, Xiao Yi, you must not speak so indiscriminately. If you tell me there are more corpses, I will take it as a jest. However, when Director Sun arrives, you must refrain from saying such things. Should the time come when Officer Sun dispatches a diver to search the depths and finds nothing, your reputation in his eyes would undoubtedly diminish significantly. My dear uncle, let us wager a simple bet on a scratch-off lottery ticket. Gao Ye rummaged through the fishing gear discarded by the fishermen and found a sturdy, large-line fishing rod, casting it towards the location indicated by the system prompt. If I were to reel in a corpse today, you shall procure for me an entire stack of scratch-off tickets, each valued at 50. We shall then visit that lottery shop on Zhongshan Street. If fortune does not smile upon us, we shall apprehend the proprietor and accuse him of selling counterfeit tickets." The round-faced uncle was about to respond when several police cars screeched to a halt. Officer Gao, taking the lead, exited the vehicle and promptly commanded, "Secure the perimeter and set up the barricades." A few officers from the Zhongshan precinct fanned out, encircling Gao Ye's fishing spot, establishing a cordon. The remainder followed Officer Gao towards the site where the body lay. Upon reaching the location and clearly seeing the remains, a collective gasp escaped the group, many unable to suppress their nausea. Even Officer Gao, a seasoned veteran with over a decade of service, felt his stomach churn at the sight. Yet, he managed to hold his composure. At that moment, the round-faced uncle spotted Officer Gao, both being familiar faces in the precinct and residing in the same building. After exchanging greetings, Officer Gao pointed at the corpse and inquired, "Old Yuan, what on earth happened? How did we end up with a body on the line?" In response, the round-faced uncle gestured towards Gao Ye, giving him an approving thumbs up. "ISNT at your nephew? The criminal trapper lives up to his reputation. During my lunch break, I encountered Xiao Yi in the corridor, looking quite distressed. He lamented about constantly encountering criminals, stating that his days were consumed either by apprehending them or being on the way to do so, leaving him no time to relax or even play games. The pressure is simply overwhelming. Because there are too many criminals?" A passing young officer interjected, bewildered. Indeed, it was a peculiar statement. Even though Gao Ye was his nephew, Officer Gao concurred and pressed on with his inquiries. And then, the round-faced uncle continued, "Well, I thought about it this way. For us as police officers, it's manageable. But Xiao Yi is merely a student who can bear the weight of encountering criminals daily. Hence, I decided to help him unwind. Since he enjoys fishing, we came out here together. We set up our spot and cast our lines. Guess what happened next?" "What happened?" Officer Gao asked, curiosity piqued. With excitement, the round-faced uncle replied, "In under 5 minutes, I saw his float bobbing." At that moment, a young officer from the Zhongshan precinct happened to pass by Gao Ye and noticed the float moving. He exclaimed, "It's moving, Brother Ye, you've got a bite? Quickly, reel it in." The round-faced uncle pointed at the young officer. "Exactly. I was just like that young fellow. When I saw Xiao Ye's float moving, I thought he had a catch, so I immediately urged him to reel it in." The outcome revealed, much to their astonishment, a lifeless body. The round-faced uncle, upon delivering this grim news, did not forget to remind the nearby Gao Ye, "Xiao Yi, it's time to pack up your rod. There's no point in fishing any longer. With a corpse in the water, the fish are certainly ineatable, so any catch you make would be futile." Upon hearing the uncle's words, Gao Ye glanced at the system, which displayed, "Today's fortune, great blessing. Fortunate location, 5 meters behind, a decayed female corpse, on the hook. A decayed female body, 15 meters ahead, another decayed female corpse beneath the water." Feeling the weight tugging at the other end of the fishing rod, Gao Ye steadied his stance, grounding himself, with the rod's end pressed firmly against his waist. "Uncle," he said, "are you preparing to procure some scratch-off lottery tickets for me? I have a strong premonition that what I am about to reel in is another corpse." Chapter 42. 1,000 yuan. Gao Ye dares to bet his life. Upon hearing these words, the round-faced uncle chuckled. "Xiao Yi, let it go, let go. I'll buy you some scratch cards later. Don't waste your effort fishing for something that certainly cannot be a corpse." After speaking, he turned to Uncle Gao and said, "Lao Gao, you should persuade your nephew. He insists there are several more corpses below. How is that even possible? We already have one corpse here, don't we?" Uncle Gao recalled the order issued by Sun Weigua. The victims were 3 women. At that moment, he too harbored serious doubts that the body before him was one of the 3 victims. Thus, Gao Ye's claim that there were additional bodies underwater did indeed hold a semblance of plausibility. The round-faced uncle glanced at the corpse at his feet and remarked, "I must admit, Xiao Yi has had a stroke of good luck. He has encountered criminals continuously these past few days and has just reeled in a corpse. Yet, a corpse is not a cabbage. One is already quite absurd. How could there possibly be several more? That's just preposterous. I told him it was impossible, but Xiao Yi insisted and even wanted to wager with me. He said if there were no additional corpses, He'd give me a stack of scratch cards. And if there were, I'd give him a stack. Can you believe it? Isn't that just handing me money? As an elder, should I accept such a wager? By the way, Lao Gao, are you listening? Why aren't you speaking, Lao Gao? In response to the round-faced uncle's inquiries, Uncle Gao paid no heed, his eyes wide with astonishment. He appeared as if electrified, trembling with excitement. The words of the round-faced uncle echoed incessantly in his mind. Several corpses. A stack of scratch cards. A stack of scratch cards. Gao Ye, who even hesitated to spend money online for bamboo sticks when selling candied hawthorns. Would he truly be willing to wager a stack of scratch cards without absolute certainty? How much is he betting? Uncle Gao suddenly directed his question at the round-faced uncle. Huh? The round-faced uncle was taken aback for a moment. He asked, betting 50 yuan value. Is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Uncle Gao quickly calculated in his mind. 50 yuan worth of scratch cards amounts to 1,000 yuan. That is a sum significant enough to stake Gao Ye's life. Realizing this, Uncle Gao suddenly shouted to the officers, "Everyone stop what you're doing and go help Gao Ye fish. No, assist Gao Ye in recovering the corpse." The round-faced uncle was left dumbfounded. Wait, Gao Ye is being ridiculous, and you, a veteran officer with over 10 years of experience, are joining in on this nonsense? And bringing along a group of officers to partake in this folly? Is this reasonable? Several corpses? Do you understand the gravity of several corpses? This would constitute an extremely serious criminal case. Not only in Chun City, but throughout the entire Gao Ye province. Such severe homicides are rarely encountered. At that moment, Sun Weigua arrived with personnel from the municipal bureau. Officers from the criminal investigation team, forensic experts, and inspection police were all present. Upon arriving at the scene, the detectives immediately commenced a meticulous search of the vicinity for clues. The forensic experts gathered around the body, clad in white gloves, covering their mouths and noses, employing tools to extract any pertinent information from the remains. Meanwhile, Sun Weigua, the director of the municipal bureau, despite having mentally prepared himself prior to his arrival, could not suppress a wave of intense discomfort upon witnessing the lifeless form on the ground. However, as a seasoned officer with decades of experience and having held a high-ranking position for an extended period, he swiftly managed to compose himself. At that moment, a round-faced gentleman noticed Sun Weigua's presence and greeted him. Director Sun Weigua nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from elaborating further, allowing his gaze to drift past the round-faced man and settle on the riverbank. There, Gao Ye, Gao Ershu, and a group of officers from the Nanxiang police station were engaged in fishing. The only distinction was that Gao Ye was reeling in his line, while Gao Ershu and the officers were casting their rods repeatedly, reeling in and casting again. Was this truly not the crime scene? It resembled more of a fishing tournament. Observing this peculiar sight, Sun Weigua's expression was one of confusion as he turned to the round-faced gentleman. "Officer Yuan, what is going on?" Startled by Sun Weigua's sudden inquiry, the round-faced man felt a surge of anxiety. Simultaneously, he grappled with his conscience. If he were to speak the truth, revealing that Gao Ye and the officers from the Zhongshan police station were attempting to fish out the body, there would be no doubt that Director Sun would reprimand them for their folly. Consequently, Gao Ye's reputation in Sun Weigua's eyes would undoubtedly suffer. Additionally, the officers from the Zhongshan police station would face criticism as well, particularly Gao Ershu, who, being both a neighbor and a fellow officer, was aware that Sun Weigua intended to promote him to a supervisory position at the upcoming award ceremony. Should Gao Ershu be branded as immature and reckless in Sun Weigua's mind, that promotion would be jeopardized. Furthermore, Gao Ye had inadvertently brought him credit for discovering the body. To betray him would be utterly dishonorable. With these thoughts racing through his mind, the round-faced gentleman promptly replied, "Director Sun, Gao Ye and the others accidentally dropped their equipment and are attempting to retrieve it with their hooks." Chapter 43. Goodness, he is truly remarkable. Sun Weigua nodded, about to inquire what had been lost. At that moment, the coroner beside the corpse stood up and approached Sun Weigua to report, "Director Sun, the preliminary identification results have come in. The deceased is female, with a cause of death attributed to stab wounds, aged between 30 and 35 years, and has been deceased for 2 months. However, The exact age will require further examination of the body. It is 31 years, 2 months, and 8 days. The round-faced man interjected, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, hands clasped behind his back. Moreover, the deceased is named and resides in City, District Street. Both Sun Weigua and the coroner were momentarily taken aback, turning to the round-faced man, exclaiming in unison, "Do you know the deceased?" "I do not," the round-faced man replied, shaking his head. "Then how can you know so much?" The coroner dashed towards the round-faced man, eyes brimming with a thirst for professional knowledge. "Quickly tell me, how did you acquire this information?" "I have been professionally identifying bodies for 30 years and have only managed to glean this little useful information." "What give you the right to know so much? Is there a secret?" "I'll treat you to a drink if you just tell me." "Buy this." The round-faced man extended his hand, revealing an identification card. "I even know the deceased's ID number." The coroner was momentarily stunned, feeling an urge to kick the round-faced man. "Why didn't you mention the ID earlier?" "I was rummaging through the corpse for ages." "Do you know how close I was to vomiting?" "You never asked," the round-faced man replied innocently. "You jumped out of the car and ran over to the corpse, poking around, and I thought you had a fascination with dead bodies. Who would be interested in corpses?" The young man lying beside the corpse suddenly awoke, and upon seeing the lifeless body before him, let out a gasp and fainted once again. "Enough!" Sun Weigua interrupted the two, his tone revealing neither anger nor irritation. On the contrary, he was somewhat exhilarated. The information the round-faced man had just relayed about the deceased precisely matched one of the 3 victims. This indicated that there was a 99% probability that this location was indeed a crime scene. At the very least, it served as a dumping ground. "Go! Bring the suspect down," Sun Weigua commanded his secretary. "Additionally, find a few divers and also arrange for a crane to be brought here." Observing the departing secretary, the round-faced man inquired with some confusion, "Director Sun, why do we need divers and a crane?" "To locate the remaining bodies," the coroner interjected. "There are a total of 3 victims." "3?" The round-faced man was momentarily stunned, his mind swirling in disbelief, suspecting he had misheard. After several seconds, he confirmed, "Are you suggesting that there are potentially 3 such corpses?" The coroner replied, "At this juncture, it appears highly likely." "Goodness gracious!" The round-faced man, overwhelmed with shock, could not help but utter a profanity, pointing at Gao Ye as if he had seen a ghost, stammering, "What is it?" Sun Weigua frowned. "He is truly extraordinary." The round-faced man scrambled towards the riverbank, exclaiming, "Brother Yi, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. I beg you, give me the rod. I will assist you in reeling it in. Tomorrow, I shall take you to buy lottery tickets." The forensic expert, Sun Weigua, observing the round-faced man joining the ranks of those wielding fishing rods, an absurd thought flickered through Sun Weigua's mind. Could they be fishing for corpses? Surely not. He dismissed the notion. Historically, criminals have tended to submerge bodies in rivers or seas, typically employing the same method, binding the corpse with heavy stones or placing it in a burlap sack filled with weights to ensure it sinks, thus minimizing the likelihood of discovery. In this instance, the 3 victims possessed a vehicle, leading Sun Weigua to surmise that the slightly overweight man must have secured the body to the car, which, being metallic, would undoubtedly have plunged to the riverbed. Consequently, Gao Ye's fishing expedition, in Sun Weigua's eyes, was likely a mere coincidence. It was probable that, during the binding process, one of the corpses had inadvertently loosened. However, it was implausible that every single body had been improperly secured. If that were the case, the murderer would be exceedingly foolish and careless. At that moment, the slightly overweight man was escorted from the vehicle, and as the dark mask was lifted from his head, his eyes widened in realization. This was indeed the very spot where he had discarded the body. How could the police have pinpointed this location with such precision? Had someone witnessed his heinous act? Panic set in as he frantically recalled who else had been present at the scene. Suddenly, he detected an overpowering stench, akin to that of a decaying rat, infiltrating his nostrils. Overwhelmed, he crouched down and retched violently. Upon regaining his composure, he lifted his head, only to be confronted by the sight of a lifeless body lying on the ground. Instantly, the slightly overweight man's eyes widened once more. akin to seeing a specter, leaving him frozen in place, speechless. It was as if the CPU of his mind had overheated, rendering him incapable of even the most basic thoughts. This corpse, while unrecognizable to others, was unmistakably familiar to him. Chapter 44. Sun Weigua. My worldview has been trampled upon. The clothing worn by the corpse is that of one of the 3 women he murdered 2 months ago. How long has he been apprehended? A mere day? How could the location of the body be discovered so swiftly? It is inconceivable. The efficiency of the police in solving cases cannot possibly be this rapid. Aside from entrapment, who could resolve a case so expeditiously? The slightly overweight man, in shock, clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, the sharp pain jolting him back to reality. There is something amiss, undoubtedly something amiss. He was confident that no one had witnessed him disposing of the body. For if someone had seen him, why had they not reported it sooner? Under normal circumstances, they would have alerted the authorities immediately. The wanted notices would have been rampant. Surely, his household's water meter had been checked numerous times. Therefore, the truth is singular. The police are still deceiving him. Or rather, they have not found any substantial evidence linking him to the murders. He distinctly remembered that when he committed the crime, he had removed a jacket, its pockets filled with stones, and walked along the bank for several dozen meters before discarding it. That jacket was the only piece of evidence that could implicate him in the murders. However, now he had not seen that jacket at the scene. This implies that the jacket remains submerged in the river. In such a vast reservoir, it would likely take the police a day to retrieve it. Coupled with the time required for testing, by then, he would have long surpassed the window for police interrogation. Even if he were detained for 15 days due to drug use, he had already formulated a plan to hire a lawyer. After all, he had sold his house in preparation for purchasing drugs, and the money had yet to be spent. With those funds, he could secure a competent lawyer, leveraging his health condition as grounds for a postponement of detention. As long as he could secure his release, even under police surveillance, he would be free as a bird. I understand now, I understand. The slightly overweight man feigned excitement, shouting, "You must have discovered the body long ago, unable to identify the murderer, and now you wish to pin the blame on me, correct? This is precisely how it unfolds in films. To please your superiors, you indiscriminately seek a scapegoat. You are perpetrating a grave miscarriage of justice." Sun Weigua snorted disdainfully. Zhang Chang, holding a plastic bag containing a dagger, remarked, "We will examine the corpse shortly, matching the bloodstains on your knife. Let us see how you respond then." The slightly overweight man retorted, "What can a knife prove? I have already stated that I found it. That day, I was under the influence of drugs, my mind clouded, with no recollection of events. When I regained my senses, I discovered a knife in my pocket. I assert it does not belong to me, yet you insist it is mine. I do not care. I demand to consult a lawyer." The slightly overweight man continued to protest, when suddenly, a fervent cheer erupted from the riverbank. A round-faced uncle struggled to wave his fishing rod, a throng of police encouraging him. "Wow, it has surfaced. The head is out. Come on, round brother. The arm is out as well. Come on, brother Yuan. Take a deep breath. Push harder. The leg is out. Wait, am I being ridiculous? Are you all having a baby over there?" The slightly plump man paused momentarily. Next to him, Sun Weigua also froze, then suddenly recalled something, his complexion changing dramatically. He dashed towards the riverbank, and upon catching sight of the water's surface, it was as though lightning struck him, shattering his worldview developed over 2 decades of service into countless fragments. Not only was it shattered, but it was also trampled upon. After being trampled, it was even struck with a fishing rod a couple of times. To think that a corpse could indeed be fished up. Sun Weigua stared in disbelief at the body being dragged towards the riverbank, unable to suppress an expletive. Just moments ago, he had claimed it was impossible to fish up another corpse, and now, here they were, pulling up yet another one. Truly absurd, as if absurdity itself had come knocking at the door. With this thought, Sun Weigua approached the round-faced uncle and praised, "Officer Yuan, well done. You managed to fish up a corpse, just like Gao Ye. I shall commend you for this." Grateful for the compliment, the round-faced uncle waved his hand, saying, "Director's son. It was Gao Ye who fished up all the bodies. I merely lent a hand. Not you?" Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo's gaze shifted past the round-faced uncle to Gao Ye, his tone growing warmer. Xiao Yi, splendid work. You truly fished up a corpse, and two at that. Thanks to you, we were able to uncover clues so swiftly. I will ensure you receive due credit. Having killed 3 individuals, the perpetrator could already be classified as a Class A wanted criminal. According to the rewards typically issued by the police over the years, the bounty was around 100,000, 60,000 for leads, and 40,000 for apprehending the suspect. With a moment's contemplation, Sun Weiguo remarked, "You found 2 bodies, so I will reward you with 40,000. At this, Gao Ye's eyes lit up, and he picked up a fishing rod from his side, casting it towards the distance. "Hey, you think you can fish up another body?" Sun Weiguo chuckled at Gao Ye's enthusiasm. "All right, the remaining corpse won't be so easily fished up. I suspect it will have to be left to the divers." But as soon as he finished speaking, he froze, staring wide-eyed at the nearby bobber. Holy smokes! The bobber moved. There's a bite. What? A corpse? No way. Could it really be another corpse? Oh my, the head is emerging. It truly is a corpse? Chapter 45. A rod and 60,000. 10 minutes later, 3 corpses lay side by side, led by Sun Weiguo. The entirety of the Green City Police stood in solemn silence. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Some gazed skyward, others at the bodies, while a few regarded Gao Ye, their expressions betraying their utter bewilderment. They could not comprehend why the corpses had not been unearthed or retrieved, but rather, astonishingly, had been caught like fish. And to make matters even more perplexing, all 3 had been hooked in one fell swoop. To catch one body could be deemed a coincidence. 2 bodies might also be considered fortuitous. However, 3 bodies, well, that was undeniably Gao Ye. The divers, too, were a loss. Upon receiving their orders, they hastily made their way to the river, mentally preparing themselves to retrieve the bodies, urging themselves to trust in science and not to succumb to fear. Yet upon arrival, they were met with the sight of 3 corpses neatly arranged by the riverbank. When they inquired about the situation, the officers informed them that the bodies had been fished out. Hearing this, one diver, without hesitation, struck a police officer in disbelief. Bodies fished out? What nonsense was this? As a professional recovery specialist, to be treated like a fool in his own field was utterly absurd. It was a grave insult. Consequently, the diver was charged with assaulting a police officer. Nevertheless, the individual most perplexed by the situation was a slightly overweight man. Staring at the 3 corpses, he appeared dazed, his complexion paling, and he felt an overwhelming sense of disorientation. At that moment, his mind seemed to short-circuit. He had never anticipated that the police would act so swiftly in locating the bodies. In his estimation, it would take at least 2 hours for the officers to summon divers, half a day to recover the remaining corpses, and an entire day to unearth evidence of his crime. As for the 15-day detention for drug use, he had already engaged a lawyer to seek a postponement. However, who could have foreseen that within less than half an hour, all 3 bodies would be discovered? Even more bizarrely, they had been brought to the surface by fishing. Fished up, fished up. It was utterly ludicrous that the bodies had been caught in such a manner. To make matters worse, the individual responsible for this absurdity was the same person who had knocked him unconscious that morning. In that instant, he felt a surge of murderous intent towards Gao Ye, wishing he could lift him and smash him into pieces, crack his skull open, or obliterate him entirely. Damn it, my luck is truly abysmal, running into you like this, he muttered, glaring at Gao Ye. Behind him, an officer promptly restrained him, cautioning, "Settle down, don't move." Hearing the overweight man's words, Gao Ye turned to face him. Just a glance, and he was momentarily taken aback. Today's fortune, excellent. Fortune location, 3 meters ahead, a murderer, 30 meters to the right, 15 meters behind, underwater. A sports vest, 40,000, Gao Ye exclaimed. Sun Weiguo was momentarily taken aback. What 40,000? Gao Ye replied, Director Sun, he is the 40,000. No, he is a murderer. Right now, he is merely a suspect. Sun Weiguo gestured towards the slightly rotund man, and then indicated the 3 corpses. Your uncle discovered a dagger on him, and the blood on it closely matches that of these 3 victims. Although we suspect he is the murderer, we require concrete evidence to prosecute him. Gao Ye pondered the implications, recalling the system's progression when apprehending a drug addict, which had escalated from minor to moderate success. Upon encountering the corpses, the system's notification elevated from moderate to substantial success. Initially, he presumed he was dealing with two separate cases. However, it was evident now that this was a singular case, continuously advancing through his involvement. The slightly rotund man was indeed the murderer. Otherwise, it would be an affront to the sum of 100,000. No, it would be an affront to the status of substantial success. Director San swiftly examined the dagger for fingerprints. It must be his. I wager a stack of scratch-off tickets. Gao Ye exclaimed, pointing at the dagger. Sun Weiguo shook his head. We cannot extract them. Gao Ye was momentarily stunned. Did he commit murder while wearing gloves? No, Sun Weiguo replied. He previously committed burglary and removed his fingerprints. Gao Ye was taken aback once more, realizing this slightly rotund man was a habitual offender. It seemed he had underestimated the severity of that punch earlier in the morning. Sun Weiguo continued. At this stage, we must send divers down to see if they can uncover any evidence. I am confident that if he is indeed the murderer, he will have left something behind. Within a day, I can retrieve the evidence and proceed with testing to confirm the identity of the perpetrator. No sooner had he finished speaking than a police officer rushed over, addressing Sun Weiguo. Director Sun, the suspect's lawyer has arrived at the police station, claiming we lack sufficient evidence. Furthermore, citing the suspect's health, they demanded a delay in the detention due to the drug charges for 12 hours. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo furrowed his brow. The lawyer's request was not unlawful, as 12 hours would coincide perfectly with the one-day detention of the slightly rotund man. By law, if the police had no evidence, they were obliged to release the suspect. To buy time, he ordered an additional 15-day detention based on the man's drug use. However, he could not refuse the lawyer's request regarding the suspect's health, particularly as the man occasionally foamed at the mouth. Frankly, until it was confirmed that the slightly rotund man was indeed a murderer, Sun Weiguo feared he might die in the detention room. What about the divers? Sun Weiguo raised his hand to check the time. The latest testing technology requires 8 hours. All divers must enter the water and locate evidence within 4 hours. As Sun Weiguo concluded, several divers began donning their equipment, swimming towards the location where Gao Ye had retrieved the body. Observing this scene, the slightly plump man was consumed by a singular thought. He had misplaced his location. Gradually, time sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 4 hours had elapsed. In the first hour, the diver emerged, stating that due to an earthquake, a small mound had risen underwater, causing the vehicle to become lodged rather than sinking. Moreover, the suspect had foolishly fastened the seatbelt incorrectly. The crowd gasped, realizing the implications of this oversight. The slightly plump man thought, an incorrect seatbelt? Goodness, he must have been high on drugs and careless. In the second hour, the diver returned, bringing with him a collection of women's clothing. As the fourth hour approached, several divers surfaced, retrieving an assortment of items. The officers quickly examined them, only to find that none belonged to a male. Sun Weiguo's expression darkened with a hint of anger. Whoever finds evidence will be recommended for a second-class merit award, with a reward of 20,000. It was merely impotent rage, yet a faint smile appeared at the corner of the slightly plump man's mouth. A fishing rod worth 60,000. Gao Ye also wore a slight smile. Uncle Sun, since the divers are busy, I shall fish by the river. After all, there is little else to do. Sun Weiguo waved his hand, permitting Gao Ye to proceed as he wished. Gao Ye picked up his fishing rod and walked 30 meters to the right along the riverbank. The smile on the slightly plump man's face faded somewhat. Casting his line, the hook plunged into the water, causing the bobber to stir momentarily. Anxiety began to grip the slightly plump man. Gao Ye swiftly jerked the rod upward, and a dark shadow flitted through the sky. With a resounding thud, a sporty vest fell before the slightly plump man. In an instant, the smile on his face vanished. Chapter 46. The Municipal Leaders Present Awards. Time, much like the balance in an internet CAF, slips away in the blink of an eye. The following morning, at the entrance of a municipal police station in Green City, Gao Ye stood at the door, patting the shoulder of a slightly plump man. Make a sincere effort to reform and be a better person. The plump man, with vacant eyes and drooling, muttered incoherently, "Ah, BA, ah, BA." Gao Ye slapped the man's face lightly. Have you really lost your wits? The plump man repeated, ba. Gao Ye, exerting more force, delivered a firm slap. Why didn't you say ba when you were committing murder? 3 people, just like that, you killed them. It seemed the plump man was triggered by those words, collapsing into Gao Ye's embrace, crying, Mommy, Mommy. The middle-aged police officer in charge of escorting promptly restrained the plump man and said to Gao Ye, Xiao Yi, don't bother. He has genuinely lost his mind. You witnessed it last night as well. When that crab emerged from his vest pocket, he was already not quite right. Especially when he saw the crab pinching the pocket button, he fainted on the spot. Upon waking, he has been mumbling ba, and several doctors concluded he has gone mad due to severe trauma. Such a pity he lost his sanity. Gao Ye inquired, Uncle, how will he be judged? At least life imprisonment. The middle-aged officer replied. He went mad after the murders, so he cannot escape the law's judgment. All right, Gao Ye nodded and proceeded towards the municipal office building. Today is a significant day, an awards ceremony. It is said that there will be additional bonuses awarded on site. Some officers claim it is mere rumor, but he remained skeptical for that morning. His mind had resonated with a sound. Today's fortune, moderate good luck, fortune location, municipal police station. Look, the auspicious location is at the police station. What kind of criminals could possibly reside there? Aside from that demolition genius who mistakenly boarded the wrong vehicle, what other criminals would dare approach? With a heart full of anticipation, he stepped into the municipal office building. Deng Yu and his second uncle were already waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Gao Ye hurried over and greeted them. Uncle Deng, second uncle. Xiao Yi, you wait in Director Sun's office for a bit, Deng Yu replied, excitement radiating from his face. Your second uncle and I are off to the awards ceremony, and we're also picking up new gear. Gao Ye expressed his surprise. Am I not going? You? Deng Yu gestured mysteriously towards the upper floors. Originally, you were supposed to attend the ceremony and receive the award with us. Although you're not a police officer, everyone else is, so there was little fear of leaks. However, an urgent notice just came in. Municipal leaders are attending. This time, they want to highlight and set an example. They will be broadcasting live, allowing the public to witness the strength of our Green City Police Force, while simultaneously deterring criminals. If you were to receive the award on site, the media would find it difficult to obscure your identity, and that could pose a danger if criminals were to see you. Thus, the leaders specifically arranged to present your award separately. As he spoke, Deng Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. After all, that was a high-ranking official at the deputy department level, someone whom many wished to meet but could never attain. The fact that he was personally presenting an award to you was remarkable. It seemed there was financial compensation involved as well. Observing Gao Ye's distracted demeanor, his uncle Gao interjected, I heard Director Sun mention preparing a bonus. At this, Gao Ye was overwhelmed with joy and nodded vigorously, his sights set on the director's office. The secretary was already waiting at the door, and upon seeing Gao Ye, she said, Xiao Yi, Director Sun is downstairs with the city leaders, presenting awards. They'll be here shortly. Director Sun asked you to sit for now. With that, she departed. Alone in the director's office, Gao Ye surveyed his surroundings, listening to the thunderous applause echoing from below. His mind was consumed with one thought. When would his uncle be able to move in here? At that point, he could proudly say he had a director for an uncle. However, the reality struck him. His uncle was merely a guidance officer at the police station. If he couldn't secure more significant achievements in the future, it was likely he would only ascend to a mid-level position within the municipal bureau. As for the director role, that seemed far-fetched. With a sigh, Gao Ye pondered this. At that moment, Sun Weihua entered, and upon noticing Gao Ye's sigh, he jested, Oh, Xiao Ye, why the long face? Have you been waiting long? Hearing his voice, Gao Ye immediately looked up, only to be taken aback. Sun Weihua stood before him, accompanied by a distinguished figure in white. Gao Ye instantly recognized him as a prominent city leader, one who frequently graced the provincial news. To put it simply, if this leader visited his school, it would not suffice to simply gather students from the senior and junior years. Students from all grades, including first and second years, would need to be rehearsed 3 days in advance. The principal would be compelled to inspect the campus to ensure cleanliness and that the cafeteria maintained an equitable ratio of meat to vegetables. The long-closed library would finally be opened, and a grand banner would be hung at the school entrance. Outstanding students would be tasked with presenting flowers. Clearing his throat, Gao Ye stood and greeted, "Hello, leaders. Hello, Director Sunday Sun Weigwa," then introduced, "This is Gao Ye. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't he?" The city leader nodded in agreement. Indeed, a promising youth, poised and humble, bringing honor to our green city. Truth be told, after the report for awarding first-class merit to citizens was submitted, the department verified it and praised our leadership team in Green City. As he spoke, he gestured, and the secretary brought forth a tray bearing a stack of certificates and a sum of 30,000 yuan. "Gao Ye, my boy, this is the nation's reward for you. 4 citizens awarded second-class merit. The reward is 5,000 yuan, while for first-class merit, it is 20,000 yuan, culminating in a total of 30,000 yuan. As for the mental aspect, the city initially intended to promote you, but you are merely a student at this time, not a police officer. Reckless publicity could jeopardize your safety. I hope you can comprehend our approach, and, simultaneously, I encourage you to strive harder and remain true to your original aspirations." Gazing at the plaque, Gao Ye was overwhelmed with emotion. He had received 2 second-class awards and 1 first-class award, totaling precisely 30,000. If memory serves, the auspicious location designated by the system today was the city police station. At this moment, Gao Ye was on the verge of tears, filled with exhilaration. Finally, good fortune was not merely a matter of encountering criminals. Who understands the daily struggle of facing offenders? It is genuinely distressing. Despite earning a substantial sum, every time he yearned for leisure or relaxation, he would invariably encounter criminals. Yet today, he could finally escape that fate and truly enjoy himself. With that thought, Gao Ye exclaimed loudly, "Leader, I will undoubtedly continue to strive and remain true to my aspirations." What a spirited young man. The city leader was nearly taken aback and patted Gao Ye on the shoulder. After offering a few words of encouragement, he departed from the city bureau. As a city leader, he had his own pressing matters. After his departure, Gao Ye intended to leave as well, but Sun Weigwa stopped him, stating that he needed to discuss something significant. Upon hearing what it was, he was left dumbfounded. The director had specifically requested that I report to the police station. Gao Ye looked at Sun Weigwa, incredulous. Why? Sun Weigwa pointed to a stack of certificates beside Gao Ye and chuckled. "Because you, my boy, are inherently suited for this line of work. 3 days, 3 waves of criminals, equivalent to 1 per day. Moreover, the criminals seem to gravitate towards you. I sense that you possess a certain mystical aura." Upon hearing this, Gao Ye suddenly recalled a saying, "There exists a form of injustice that even your mother believes you have been wronged." Gao Ye retorted, "Director Sunday. When there is no one around, call me Uncle Sunday, Uncle Sunday." Gao Ye nearly wept. "Have you become like Director Deng? He claimed I was the lucky charm of the Zhongshan Street police station, and now you, the director, also believe in mysticism? Furthermore," Gao Ye gestured towards the clock on the wall, "I don't encounter criminals every day. Look at today, it's nearly noon, and I haven't come across any wrongdoers. Perhaps you might encounter them upon stepping outside?" Sun Weigwa burst into hearty laughter. "All right, enough joking. Go home and think it over. Such opportunities are rare. So ponder it well." Hearing this, Gao Ye sighed, stood up to bid farewell to Sun Weigwa, and walked out of the office door. Chapter 47. The City Police Station. How could there be criminals here? In the parking lot beneath the city police headquarters, most of the officers from the precinct had already departed. Only a few station chiefs remained, collecting their new equipment. After all, the commendation ceremony was not merely a celebration of spirit. It also entailed tangible rewards. Among the precincts, the Zhongshan Street Station garnered the most attention today, thus receiving the greatest share of new gear. At this moment, Deng Yu was in the parking lot, flaunting his achievements alongside his uncle Gao, wearing an expression of unrestrained pride, akin to a fisherman boasting about his hefty catch. The other chiefs ignored him, yet he persisted in leaning toward their ears, exclaiming, "Did you hear we got another new police car?" The other chiefs remained silent. Deng Yu continued, "Did you know our precinct has received multiple collective third-class honors?" The silence persisted. Deng Yu pressed on, "Did you know we?" Suddenly, a bald chief stepped forward. Interrupting Deng Yu, That's enough. Since we left the awards hall, you've been nothing but boastful. Have you forgotten that last month your precinct was reprimanded by director's son for the crime rate? Another chief chimed in, indeed. Let me tell you, Deng Lao-san called me in the middle of the night, weeping like a child. Instead of being offended by the public rebuke, Deng Yu laughed heartily. I take pride in my achievements. What's wrong with that? If you're not satisfied, why not earn a few collective third-class honors yourselves this month? At this proclamation, the other chiefs fell into a collective silence. Achieving collective honors was a formidable challenge for them, as grassroots precincts rarely encountered significant cases. Even when they did, the city bureau would typically take over. After all, as a grassroots station, their capabilities were limited. When faced with a surge of criminals, their manpower was insufficient to apprehend them. In cases of homicides, they lacked the specialized equipment for investigation. Even if fortune smiled upon them, and they assisted the city bureau in solving a case, it would likely be years before they could celebrate another. To think they could achieve several in a single month, such a thought was absurd. Yet, witnessing Deng Yu's arrogance fueled their frustration. After a moment, the bald chief chuckled and remarked, "Everyone, ignore Deng Lao-san. He embodies the psychology of a nouveau riche. The Zhongshan Street precinct has languished at the bottom for years, enduring Director Sun's reprimands. Don't think I'm unaware. Deng Lao-san has merely had a stroke of luck this month, riding on a student's coattails to feast on a couple of accolades. That's why his tail is held so high. Just wait until next month. He'll surely deflate." Deng Yu chuckled nonchalantly, unfazed by the insinuation that he was riding on others' achievements. So what if I'm riding high? So what if I'm benefiting from a student's success? If it were you, he pointed at the bald chief. If you could also ride on someone else's coattails for accolades, you would be even prouder than I am. I would wager that you would eagerly promote it for 3 days and nights. Furthermore, Deng Yu shifted the topic. Who said that the Zhongshan Street police station would falter next month? I can assure you that I will also achieve some merit next month. Perhaps soon, I might even earn a commendation. Upon hearing Deng Yu's words, the assembled station heads erupted into laughter. Particularly, the bald station head was nearly in tears from amusement. I see you, Deng Lao-san, are getting carried away, thinking you can earn a commendation soon. Do you believe such accolades come as easily as cabbages, delivered right to your doorstep? Just look at Gao Ye these past few days. Deng Yu countered. Gao Ye has indeed been earning merits daily. How can you dispute that? At this remark, the station heads fell silent, for they found themselves unable to refute his claim, while the outside world remained oblivious to Gao Ye's recent endeavors. The majority of officers within the police force were well aware, albeit under strict orders of silence. In a single word, it could be described as impressive. In 2 words, extraordinary. And in 3 words, remarkably exceptional. The combined years of service of the station heads present likely exceeded a century. The cases they had encountered numbered in the thousands, if not hundreds. Yet, they had never experienced a situation like Gao Ye's. Not only had they never encountered it, but they had not even heard of anything similar. It was as if he were a magnet for criminals, drawing them in with bizarre and outrageous circumstances. However, the bald station head glanced at the municipal police headquarters behind him, specifically the 5th floor where the chief's office resided. He was aware that Gao Ye was currently conversing with Chief Sun there. You mentioned that you would achieve merit next month. I cannot dispute that. Yet, your claim that you might earn a commendation shortly is something I cannot believe. Do you know where we are? This is the municipal police department. Criminals would go out of their way to avoid this place. Why would they come here voluntarily? That would be absurd. Perhaps it could happen? Deng Yu muttered instinctively. The bald station head chuckled, pointing to his own head and asking, "Do you know why I'm bald?" Deng Yu paused, genuinely uncertain, and inquired, "Why?" "Because I'm exceptionally wise." The bald station head gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, hands behind his back, and stated, "I have retained decades' worth of records from the establishment of the Green City Police Department. Let me tell you, in all these years since its inception, there has never been a single instance of a criminal voluntarily approaching the municipal police department. Not in Green City, nor in the province or the entire nation. If you don't believe me, we can wager on your prized liquor." Meritorious. Deng Yu waved his hand, conceding that the bald station head made a valid point. After all, what is the city police station? It is the stronghold of law enforcement. The presence of criminals is utterly absurd. Hey, no more betting, no more betting, Ding Yu thought to himself, dismissing the notion of such a guaranteed loss without a second thought. At that moment, Gao Ye happened to descend the stairs and, upon spotting Ding Yu and his companions, hurried over with an air of excitement, shaking the contents of his pocket. Uncle Dang, Uncle Air, I've just collected my winnings, 30,000 in total, he exclaimed, placing the money in Gao Air's hand, his face alight with anticipation. I've encountered so many criminals these past few days that I haven't had time to indulge in gaming. Today, however, I haven't crossed paths with any criminals, so finally, I can take some time to play. Please help me take this money back. With that, Gao Ye strolled out of the police station. The bald-headed chief and his colleague were left in stunned silence, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Deng Lao-san, this young Yi, why not explicitly stating it? Why do I feel he is boasting? One of them mused. Only someone who rarely apprehends criminals would think that way, Deng Yu replied, glancing at the chief. Which student, fresh from the Gaokao, doesn't spend their days online, shopping, or traveling? Do you genuinely believe that young Yi is dedicated to policing? Let me tell you, this child is eager to escape and enjoy life. Today, at the police station, he simply happens to be free from crime. Just as he finished speaking, a loud shout erupted from outside the station. What the hell? I can encounter a criminal right at the police station. Following the voice, they turned to see Gao Ye, looking exasperated, holding onto a thief at the entrance. The thief clutched a golden sign that bore the inscription of the Green City Police Station. Deng Yu. Gao Air. Chief. Goodness, this is a criminal trap. The chief's mouth fell open in astonishment for several seconds before he quickly retrieved his phone and sent a text to an officer. Xiao Wang, I recall you have a classmate at the Zhongshan Street Police Station. Go, find out what Gao Ye likes. Tomorrow, let us pay him a visit and try to entice him to join us at the Dongfeng Road Police Station for a couple of days of fun. Chapter 48. On Taming Human Infants. Time, much like the tissues in a teenage boy's room, vanishes swiftly as night descends. The following day, at 8 in the morning, Gao Ye rose from his slumber, sitting on the edge of his bed, his gaze vacant and somewhat bewildered. Beep. Today's fortune. Minor auspiciousness. Fortune locations. Zhongshan Street Lottery Shop, Dongfeng Road Police Station. Zhongshan Street Lottery Shop, Dongfeng Road Police Station. Is your bulb malfunctioning, system? Flickering incessantly? He mused, observing the incessantly shifting and glittering display of fortune locations, leaving him in a state of confusion. Through days of exploration and experimentation, he had begun to grasp the system's true utility, participation. For instance, at the outset, the system would refresh a minor auspiciousness at point A. If he chose not to visit point A, but instead ventured to point B, the minor auspiciousness might very well elude him. Conversely, if he did go to point A, it signified his engagement in the event. Moreover, during this engagement, the minor auspiciousness could potentially elevate to moderate auspiciousness, and the moderate could ascend to major auspiciousness. The fortune locations, or clues, would also become more refined. To illustrate with the case of the slightly overweight male murderer he encountered the other day, initially, the system indicated minor auspiciousness with the fortune location at Sunshine Driving School. By attending the driving school, he effectively triggered the prerequisite conditions. However, he had not established a direct connection with the slightly overweight man. Thus, the fortune location remained unchanged. It was only when the man requested him to cut in line that their connection was forged, prompting the fortune location to shift from Sunshine Driving School to the slightly overweight man. This pattern applied to other major auspicious events he had encountered in the past few days. Initially, a fortune location was provided, and he was to explore and engage. Yet, he had never before witnessed a scenario where fortune locations oscillated so erratically. Is the system malfunctioning? Or perhaps today he would not encounter any criminals. Gao Ye pondered. After much contemplation without resolution, he decided to abandon his inquiry. Rubbing his temples, he rose and made his way to the bathroom door. Brother, you're awake. Gao Nan, clutching a mouthwash cup and a toothbrush prepped with toothpaste, extended them towards him. Gao Ye accepted them, rinsing his mouth. A warm towel was promptly offered to him. Brother, the 40C warm towel you requested. The little girl, missing a tooth, displayed a standardized smile as she produced a thermometer from the towel. Just perfect. Quite satisfactory, Gao Ye affirmed after washing his face, pulling a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handing it to the girl. This is a tip, no need for change. Swiftly receiving the 100 yuan note, the girl beamed with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Gao Ye, you are truly… Gao Ye furrowed his brow. Brother, you are so generous. I adore you. The little girl exclaimed, pulling Gao Ye to the dining table. Aunt and uncle have gone to work. Breakfast is prepared for the two of us. It was a simple fare of millet porridge accompanied by soup dumplings. Brother, please eat first. The young girl is ready with the cloth. Once you finish, I will clean the dishes. In just a few moments, the meal was completed, and as he watched the girl wash the dishes, Gao Ye was overwhelmed with tears of joy. It was not easy. Indeed, it was a tremendous challenge. The address shifted from Gao Ye to brother. His status within the household had finally ascended. Within this home, he had begun to enjoy the comforts of a master's life. This transformation was attributed to his newfound understanding of how to tame Gao Nan, which was through the power of wealth, money in its purest form. From the warm towel that greeted him in the morning to the assistance with turning off the bedroom light at night, coupled with the household chores and the playful manipulation of the young girl's cherubic face, all of this could be achieved for merely 100 yuan a day. After all, Gao Ye had come into money. For apprehending robbers, his uncle rewarded him with 200, the police station offered 1,300, and the city bureau granted a staggering 100,000, all of which he selflessly gave to his aunt. For capturing drug dealers, the city bureau rewarded him with 200,000, which he also transferred his aunt, thus resolving the young girl's medical expenses. The economic crisis had been averted. Now, it was time for Gao Ye's wealth to flourish. For capturing a notorious bandit, the city bureau rewarded him with 200,000, bringing his personal assets to 200,001 cent. When he apprehended a slightly overweight male murderer, he received a reward of 120,000, elevating his total to 320,001 cent. At the awards ceremony, city officials bestowed upon him 30,000, raising his assets to 350,001 cent. As he exited the city bureau, he encountered a thief who had stolen a golden sign from the bureau. The initial reward was 500, but the thief was found to be in possession of a packet of drugs. Coupled with the nature of his crime, which was quite typical, the city bureau rewarded him with 10,000, bringing his total assets to an astonishing 360,001 cent. Adding the money given to his aunt, in just 4 days, he had earned over 600,000. That amounted to a daily profit of 150,000. Gazing at his phone balance, Gao Ye suddenly felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. He had never encountered such wealth in his lifetime. The past few days had been filled with encounters with criminals, and the pent-up resentment was purified by this newfound fortune. Even the most nefarious of beings seemed transformed into moral paragons in his presence. Earning such vast sums regularly seemed almost bearable in the face of crime. Brother, I have prepared the fruit for you. You may enjoy it for as long as you wish. As he looked at the young girl holding the fruit platter before him, Gao Ye shook his head, realizing that constantly facing criminals was far too exhausting. The true essence of life lay in earning money safely and savoring the pleasures of existence. With this thought, Gao Ye began to eat the fruit while scrolling through his phone. Yet before he had finished half of it, the system in his mind began to flicker wildly. The auspicious positions shifted incessantly, and the flashing made it difficult for him to discern the exact location of fortune. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Could it be? The smile on Gao Ye's lips slowly faded. Listening to the knock and glancing once more at the system's disco-like flashing, he furrowed his brow. He thought, surely it cannot be a criminal seeking revenge. To date, those he had sent away faced sentences of no less than 30 years, with the most severe facing the death penalty. It should be possible. Gao Nan, go inside and hide. Gao Ye retrieved a kitchen knife from the kitchen and approached the peephole of the security door. Peering through, he was taken aback. The round-faced uncle stood at the door, beaming with delight. In the next moment, he was pushed out of the range of the peephole. The bald chief, wearing a broad smile, stood at the entrance. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside. Old Round, don't shove me. Baldy, clarify. Who is shoving you? Who? I've been waiting here since 8:10. Nonsense. I've been here since 8:09. Nonsense. I've been here since 8:08. Wait, didn't you just say 8:10? Gao Ye paused for a moment and opened the door. The round-faced uncle and the bald chief stood outside, engaged in a heated argument. Upon seeing Gao Ye, their demeanor underwent a complete transformation. They both turned to Gao Ye, their faces lighting up with joy. Xiao Ye, good morning. We just happened to pass by your house and thought we'd come for a chat. Gao Ye replied, you should have said so earlier. I almost mistook you two for criminals and was ready to strike. Silently, Gao Ye put away the kitchen knife and ushered them inside. After they sat down, he called out, Nan Nan, bring the tea. The young girl quickly emerged from the kitchen with 3 cups, placing them on the table. Nan Nan is quite sensible, praised the round-faced uncle, much more so than my own. The bald chief reached out to pat Nan Nan's head. Suddenly, with a clang, a kitchen knife fell from the girl's clothing. Gao Ye, round-faced uncle, bald chief. Nan Nan forced a smile. I was cleaning the kitchen. It's reasonable to carry a knife, right? With another clang, a toy gun dropped from her clothing. The round-faced uncle's pupils widened in shock, while the bald chief quickly withdrew his hand. It's fake, all fake. My brother bought it for me from a toy stall yesterday. The girl picked up the toy gun with an awkward smile and aimed it at Gao Ye's cup, pulling the trigger, causing a stream of water to flow out. Brother, enjoy your tea. She then produced another toy gun, eyeing the bald chief. She had heard him being referred to as a criminal trap the night before, a nickname her brother despised. With a standard smile, she raised the toy gun. Uncle, I've got a lighter gun too. Care for a smoke? The bald chief waved his hand. Just one, please, just one. I'm begging you. My brother agrees. The bald chief glanced at Gao Ye. All right then. He pulled out a cigarette, and the girl pulled the trigger, igniting it. Before the smoke even reached the bald chief's lips, she extended a hand, innocently saying, Uncle, lighting a cigarette costs 50. The bald chief. He reluctantly retrieved 50 and handed it to the girl. Her face lit up with glee as she pocketed the money, then pulled out a water gun and extinguished the cigarette. By the way, Uncle, I forgot to mention, we have a no-smoking policy at home. The bald chief remarked. Such a familiar feeling. Go back to your room and do your homework. Stop fooling around. Gao Ye shooed the young girl away, thinking to herself that despite her young age, she was quite protective. All the effort had not been in vain. She had bought so many papers for her. Turning to the 2 men, she inquired, What brings you gentlemen here today? The round-faced uncle immediately responded, Lil Ye, didn't I bet you a stack of scratch cards yesterday? How come I take you to buy them? Oh, Gao Ye slapit had for that. Then let us go to that lottery shop on Zhongshan Street. Uncle, bring the handcuffs along. They'll surely come in handy later. However, she suddenly froze. Ding! Today's fortune. Minor blessing. Fortune location. Zhongshan Street lottery shop. She could still choose? With a hint of skepticism, she turned to the bald chief and tentatively asked, Uncle Guang, you mean? The bald chief smiled confidently, assured of victory, as he picked up a black bag from the floor. He placed it on the table and opened it, revealing a stack of $50 scratch cards. Gao Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Little Ye, everyone says you love scratch cards. Even if you only have $20 left, you still want to buy them. The bald chief stated. Today, come with me to the Dongfeng Road police station. I'll gift you these 5 stacks of $50 scratch cards. Gao Ye felt a surge of frustration. Who was spreading such rumors? Who was it? Did he truly enjoy playing scratch cards? No, he merely had a fixation on that particular lottery shop on Zhongshan Street. It did not mean he liked playing them. He would prefer to receive $5,000 directly instead. Gao Ye shook her head and glanced back at the table. $5,000 worth of scratch cards could probably yield $2,000 or $3,000 in returns, right? She contemplated the system in her mind, hesitantly, suggesting, Shall we head to the Dongfeng Road police station first today? Ding! Today's fortune. Minor blessing. Fortune location. Dongfeng Road police station. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Gao Ye felt as though she had discovered something extraordinary, witnessing the system's unusual fluctuations for the first time. Previously, it always revealed a fixed location first. The round-faced uncle grew impatient, exclaiming, Then I'll take 6 stacks of scratch cards. I feel it's better to go to Zhongshan Street today, Gao Ye replied. In her mind, the system shifted once more. Fortune location, Zhongshan Street Lottery Shop. Curiously, Gao Ye glanced around. I'll take 7 stacks. The bald chief was anxious. He was counting on Gao Ye to achieve something significant today and could not allow the round-faced uncle to get ahead. Gao Ye said, I suddenly remembered. I seem to have some business to attend to at the Dongfeng Road Police Station today. The system shifted again. Fortune location, Dongfeng Road Police Station. I'll take 8 stacks. The round-faced uncle gritted his teeth. I'll take 10 stacks. The bald chief's face flushed, clearly investing heavily. The round-faced uncle wanted to raise his bet further. Gao Ye intercepted him, thinking that if they continued, they would be blatantly wasting words, and the three of them would surely be in trouble. After contemplating the system in his mind, Gao Ye decisively announced, Today, I shall accompany Uncle Guang to the Dongfeng Road Police Station, and tomorrow I will join Uncle Yuan at the Zhongshan Street. I desire both scratch cards. Chief Guang, elated, responded, Xiao Yi, let's be off then. My vehicle is parked downstairs. Gao Ye shook his head. I will visit you in the afternoon. What will you do in the morning? Chief Guang paused. Just one afternoon, it ought to be sufficient to. Gao Ye frowned. Chief Guang quickly corrected himself. What I meant to say is that our Dongfeng Road jurisdiction is replete with delightful attractions. An afternoon will hardly suffice for exploration. In the morning, I must attend to my personal grooming. Gao Ye lifted the scratch cards from the table. Gao Nan, see our guests out. The round-faced uncle and Chief Guang exited together. They exchanged a glance before swiftly turning their heads away. Chief Guang, cheerfully, returned to the Dongfeng Road Police Station, eager to prepare everyone for Gao Ye's arrival. The round-faced uncle, however, wore a grim expression as he made his way to Zhongshan Street. He intended to purchase some scratch cards. He believed that failing to lure Gao Ye over today was solely due to the lack of preparation with scratch cards. That Guang fellow, cunning and scheming, harboring ill intentions beneath a facade of propriety, had audaciously come equipped with 5 stacks of scratch cards. Now, he too would procure a few boards of scratch cards to carry with him. This strategy would surely enable him to entice Gao Ye in the future. This is what one might call employing the enemy's own tactics against them. Meanwhile, at the Zhongshan Street Lottery Shop, a short-haired man stood at the entrance. Glancing inside at the sparse crowd of lottery players, a glimmer of ambition flickered in his eyes. Chapter 49. Am I trapped in the same day? He was a student from a physical education school. Due to a conflict arising from gambling, he ended up in a fight that accidentally resulted in someone's death. Fleeing in fear, he has been hiding for a full 5 days. The short-haired boy has spent nearly all his money, leaving him with a mere $5. He cannot dare to return home. Thus, he devised a plan to commit robbery, intending to secure a substantial amount to escape to Myanmar. After all, being a track athlete, he believed few could catch him. He was, by nature, suited for a life of crime. Moreover, prior to this, he had befriended a man named Zhang Cheng, a big player in Myanmar's business scene. Upon hearing about the boy's predicament, Zhang Cheng graciously offered to take him under his wing, promising a life of luxury in Myanmar. To the boy's surprise, Zhang Cheng even traveled to Green City to pick him up, stating he would arrive that very night. This level of kindness brought tears to the boy's eyes. Therefore, in a bid to reciprocate, he planned to execute a significant robbery before Zhang Cheng's arrival, presenting it as a gift and a demonstration of his capabilities, an initiation of sorts. Before him stood a lottery ticket shop, meticulously chosen for this endeavor. He reasoned that cash was scarce these days, rendering a money heist futile. Stealing phones seemed trivial and of little worth to Zhang Cheng, who dealt with substantial sums in Myanmar. Bags were out of the question, as he was not targeting women. After careful consideration, the boy resolved to rob scratch-off lottery tickets, convenient and swift, offering Zhang Cheng the thrill of a surprise, perhaps even a jackpot of 1 million. He had heard that the affluent in foreign lands enjoyed such games of chance. With his mask securely in place, the boy entered the lottery shop. Noticing the owner engrossed in a game, he assessed the height of the counter and felt a surge of satisfaction. Sir, I would like some scratch-off tickets, he announced. The owner was in the midst of an intense moment in his game, on the verge of a 5-kill streak. Upon hearing the request for tickets, he merely pointed to a scattered collection of tickets on the counter, impatiently saying, Take whichever you like. The boy thought to himself, Is this all there is? Following his plan, he pulled out his $5 and selected the smallest denomination of a football-themed scratch-off ticket, scratching it off entirely. The first, not a winner. The second, not a winner. The third, still no luck. Everything unfolded as anticipated, and a smirk crept onto his lips. In the next moment, with a frown, he exclaimed, "What the hell, sir? Not a single win? Are these tickets even legitimate?" "Hey, don't go slander me like the last one," the owner snapped, clearly irritated. "If you can't win, don't blame the tickets. I can sue you for defamation." With that, he abandoned his game, placing his phone on the counter, and retrieved a hefty stack of scratch-off tickets from behind it. "Do not believe me? Just look at this. I have 30,000 yuan worth of scratch cards, all freshly stocked. I even have the receipts. Let me find them for you." The shopkeeper bent down, rummaging for a while before finally retrieving the invoice. Standing upright, he gazed at the empty counter in bewilderment. "Where on earth have all my scratch cards gone?" A lottery player pointed toward a shadow outside the door. "It seems someone has stolen them." Startled, the shopkeeper looked out to see a short-haired man bolting away with a sack. With determination, he braced himself against the counter and leaped, only to crash to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, he thought to himself, "Am I trapped in the same day again?" After about half a minute, a round-faced officer strolled in, brushing off the dust from his trousers, and remarked, "Why are those kids running so fast? What a reckless theft." After helping the shopkeeper to his feet, the officer noticed his uniform and exclaimed in excitement, "Comrade, please help me catch the robber. Someone has taken my scratch cards." "The one who ran away so quickly?" The round-faced officer's expression shifted to one of eagerness upon hearing this. "I can handle this case without relying on Gao Ye." With this thought, he dashed out of the lottery shop just as he spotted Officer Gao and a rookie patrolling. Approaching them, he said urgently, "Old Gao, hurry. There's a robber. Short hair, wearing a mask, about 170 tall, and he's got a sack." He ran ahead. Without hesitation, Officer Gao and the rookie sprinted after the suspect. Half an hour later, at the roadside, the trio, Officer Gao, the round-faced officer, and the rookie, were pouring water over their heads to cool off. "Goodness, old Gao, that rascal is quite fast. We thought we could corner him with the terrain advantage, yet he slipped away." Gasping for breath, Officer Gao loosened the top button of his shirt, his face a shade of anger. "Damn it, we were so close multiple times, yet he always managed to escape. Just wait, I will catch him today." With that, Officer Gao pulled out his phone, located the work group for the Zhongshan Street Police Station, and sent a voice message, "Everyone, stay alert. The robber was last seen near the brightly lit hair salon on Zhongshan Street. Please initiate a search based on my location. And dang, could you request support from the City Bureau? We may need satellite surveillance." After downing half a bottle of water, Officer Gao stood up. "Old Yuan, let us continue our search." Meanwhile, the short-haired man, exhausted from running for over half an hour to evade capture, found himself in front of a sign that read Qingxiu District Police Family Community. He casually entered a nearby restaurant and settled down to rest, believing himself safe. This is what one calls dark under the lamp. The police would never suspect he would hide in such a place. If all of this were to be caught, I would willingly accept my fate, even if it meant languishing in prison until death. With this thought in mind, the short-haired man retrieved a scratch-off lottery ticket from the bag and began to scratch it off. Chapter 50. 30,000 yuan in scratch-offs for a bowl of pork knuckle rice. "Boss, I've inquired thoroughly. Brother Zhang Dong was deceived by Li Wei. In the suburbs of Green City, within the study of a villa, fragrant smoke wafts from an incense burner, while the melodious strains of a guzheng resonate in the air. At the desk, a slender man clad in a black suit and adorned with spectacles deftly wields a brush. As the character for stillness gradually takes form on pristine rice paper, his name is Zhang Cheng, the proprietor of a certain industrial park in Myanmar. A few months prior, he fled to Myanmar after committing murder, inadvertently saving a warlord who subsequently recognized his worth, allowing him to ascend to the role of park owner. This perilous return home is solely for the purpose of vengeance, as he seeks to uncover all those involved. Zhang Cheng places the brush upon the ink stone and extends his hand. His female secretary presents him with a lit cigar. Slowly exhaling rings of smoke, he squints slightly, declaring, "By tomorrow, It is imperative to ascertain Li Wei's whereabouts and the identity of the one who captured him. Furthermore, we must prepare to remit protection fees to the warlord next month. This endeavor cannot be in vain. I have secured a valuable asset, a sports student, from whom we could potentially extract 3 to 5 million. Arrange for him to visit this evening in the dining establishment adjacent to the police housing complex in Qingxiu district. The restaurant owner, head chef, and waitstaff gather in a circle. In their midst, a short-haired man sits, his face contorted and bloodshot, eyes betraying his rage. As a faint mist rises from his head, an indication of his pent-up energy, all he desired was to scrape together 50 yuan for a meal. Yet after an hour of scratching, not a single win emerged. 30,000 yuan in scratch-offs and not one. Damn it, he had played scratch-offs before, and even at his worst, he would typically win over 200 from an entire pack. Could it be that the owner sold him counterfeit tickets? This is infuriating. A dark urge to commit violence began to simmer within him. He thought to himself, I must confront that lottery shop owner today. Grasping a kitchen knife, he prepared to rise. However, the observing restaurant owner pushed him back down, saying, Brother, don't do anything foolish. If you must kill, don't use my knife. The head chef snatched the knife away, his expression filled with concern. What if I get implicated in this? The waitstaff, reveling in the chaos, chimed in. Tell me which lottery shop it is, so I can steer clear. An elderly gentleman passing by glanced over, deep in thought. It is improbable for one individual to be so unlucky. If 30,000 yuan in scratch-offs yielded almost no wins, that remaining ticket could very well be the grand prize of 1 million. I have witnessed such a phenomenon once before. Exclamations of disbelief erupted. As the 4 individuals regained their senses, their eyes fixated on the last scratch-off, glimmering with hope. The head chef emerged from the kitchen, bearing a complete set of knives, declaring, Brother, take them all. Just give me that last scratch-off. Suddenly, I find myself less inclined to commit murder. The man with short hair clutches the scratch-off ticket tightly. The waiter pulls out his phone. Brother, I bought it for 10,000. The short-haired man gasps in surprise. The restaurant owner pushes the waiter aside, his wealth evident. Brother, I'll offer you 100,000 for that scratch-off. The short-haired man trembles with excitement. Just as he is about to agree, a message pops up on his phone from Brother Zhang Cheng, inviting him to meet that evening for a welcome gathering, complete with companions for merriment. I won't sell it, no matter the price. This is a gift from my older brother. He treats me so well. I must reciprocate with sincerity. The short-haired man grips the last scratch-off ticket as if it embodies his hopes. Very well. The restaurant owner, slightly disheartened by the refusal, is struck by curiosity. He proposes, how about this? If you reveal the ticket in front of me, I'll treat you to a meal of pig's trotters. The short-haired man contemplates and eventually agrees, for he is on the verge of fainting from hunger. Scratching off this ticket worth 1 million, why not? Though it lacks the thrill of a surprise box, it must possess some value for Brother Zhang Cheng, who likely cannot earn 1 million so easily. With this thought, the short-haired man begins to carefully and deliberately scratch off the ticket. 4 pairs of eyes fixate on the emerging numbers. The first number reveals no win, and everyone considers this expected. The second number also yields no win, which seems reasonable. After all, for $1 million prize, hitting just one number would suffice. When he reaches the final number, the 4 present hold their breath in anticipation. The restaurant owner, the head chef, and the waiter record the moment on their phones. The short-haired man, trembling with excitement, sets down his ID, rubs his hands together, then picks up the ticket again, closing his eyes as he scratches. Suddenly, an exclamation pierces the air. What the hell? The head chef exclaims with fervor. This is incredible news, truly monumental. What the hell, what the hell? The waiter leaps into a dance, exclaiming, oh my gosh, this is fantastic news. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? The restaurant owner nearly ascends with excitement. This is indeed monumental news. Hearing this, a thought flashes through the short-haired man's mind. I've got it. He opens his eyes to see the last square displaying 1 million. Ah! The short-haired man leaps up, embracing the restaurant owner, the head chef, and the waiter, exclaiming, this is indeed great news. Are you out of your mind? The restaurant owner pushes the short-haired man away, angrily presenting a bowl of pig's trotters. Why are you so worked up? Shouldn't I be excited? The short-haired man replies with confusion. I've won 1,000,000. You won what? The head chef snatches away the utensils. You're wasting my emotions. I won. The short-haired man, perplexed, pondered the figure of 1,000,000. Moreover, all three of you proclaimed good news. Release your grip. The waiter cast a disdainful glance. The good news is that I did not incur a loss of 10,000 yuan. The head chef added, I did not lose any utensils. My good news is that I did not lose 100,000 yuan. The boss, slightly displeased, interjected, however, there is bad news. I lost a bowl of pig trotter rice. Half a minute later, the short-haired man sat at his table, his gaze vacant, resembling a mere shell of a person. He mechanically shoveled food into his mouth, as if chewing on wax. To his left lay a towering pile of scratch-off tickets, all of which were devoid of winnings. To his right was a single ticket, with the final square boldly proclaiming 1,000,000. Yet regrettably, the winning numbers were incorrect. What can one say? There exists a kind of desperation known as jiawang. Reflecting on the past few days, he had resorted to evasion after committing murder, unable to satiate his hunger or warm himself. Finally, an older brother had offered a hand to help him escape abroad to earn money. To express his respect for this elder, he had risked arrest by robbing scratch-off tickets. Yet out of 30,000 yuan worth, not a single winning ticket had emerged. Now, how could he face his elder brother? A wave of sorrow washed over him. A single tear fell from the corner of the short-haired man's eye. He reached out to wipe it away. At that moment, a figure appeared within his line of sight. A handsome young man approached the entrance of the restaurant, holding a scratch-off ticket. The young man walked while repeatedly scrutinizing the ticket, an expression of disbelief adorning his face. Gradually, the short-haired man's gaze sharpened, and his body began to pulse with excitement. This young man must have won the grand prize. At the very least, it must be in the hundreds of thousands. If he could seize it and present it to Brother Zhang, would it not suffice? Without hesitation, the short-haired man swiftly abandoned his meal. Having eaten merely to a point of partial fullness, sipped his tea, donned a mask, and followed the young man outside. Chapter 51. Has the cost of crime become so low? The handsome young man is Gao Ye. At this moment, he gazes at the scratch-off ticket in his hand, utterly bewildered. He even finds himself questioning the very essence of life. The ticket, valued at 50, came in a complete pack of 1,000, with 20 tickets per pack, totaling 5 packs. After bathing, changing, lighting incense, and praying, he scratched off 99 tickets, yet not a single one yielded a win. He was infuriated. How absurd. Why is it that others manage to win at least 200 or 300 from an entire pack, while he ends up with nothing? By the time he reached the last ticket, he dared not scratch it himself, and instead let Gao Nanan do it. What was the result? The young girl, while doing her homework, casually scratched it and, lo and behold, revealed a 50. It nearly made him choke with rage. Is the disparity between people truly that vast? Holding the scratch-off ticket, Gao Ye repeatedly scrutinized it. How to put it? Exchanging 5,000 for 50. He felt a pang of sorrow. At that moment, he sensed a dark shadow darting past him. A gust of wind swept through, and the scratch-off ticket in his hand vanished without a trace. Had I been robbed? Gazing at his empty hand and then at the shadow that had already darted 10 meters away, Gao Ye stood frozen for a moment. Disbelief etched across his face. Could it be that he had actually been robbed? And of all things, it was merely a ticket that had 150 yuan. This was utterly ludicrous. Gao Ye could not comprehend it. If it had been a bag of money, that would make sense, but a 50 yuan scratch-off ticket? At the very least, one could act like that notorious thief Li Wei from Liz Wang, who, when he chose to strike, did so for 29,000. What significance did 50 hold? How is it possible that in just 5 days, the motives of criminals have dwindled to such paltry levels? Moreover, why would they choose to rob him of all people? After standing in shock for a full 3 seconds, Gao Ye regained his composure and shouted, "Put down that scratch-off ticket." He then dashed forward. Nearby, a police officer who had just exited the family housing of the police station, upon witnessing Gao Ye's misfortune, wasted no time and rushed to assist. This is it. If they managed to retrieve the stolen item, their relationship would strengthen and future accolades would surely follow. At the very least, he could earn a third-class merit, right? With this thought in mind, the officer bellowed, "Third-class merit, don't run," and immediately accelerated. Ahead, the short-haired man, noticing that Gao Ye was frozen in place and had not pursued him, slowed his pace, preparing to ascertain the value of the stolen scratch-off ticket. Upon seeing the 50 yuan value, he burst into laughter, because a 50 yuan scratch-off ticket could potentially reveal a whopping 1 million if he presented this to Brother Zhang. Wouldn't Brother Zhang regard him with newfound respect? Perhaps then, Brother Zhang would take him to Myanmar and secure him a significant position in a hospital, ensuring a stable life from that point forward. However, just as he was about to check the winning amount, he heard two loud shouts from behind. Turning around, he saw that the handsome young man and a police officer were rapidly closing in on him. Even the distance between the two individuals was steadily diminishing, hinting at something significant. The young man with short hair tucked away his scratch-off lottery ticket, his expression turning serious, though not exactly anxious. After all, he was a prodigy in track and field. Not only could provincial team athletes not keep pace with him, but even national team members would struggle to match his speed. Had it not been for his penchant for card games that led his coach to hold him back, he would not be meandering about like this. Thus, in his eyes, Gao Ye's speed was considerable, perhaps even swifter than that of the young officer who had just pursued him. However, he knew he could move faster. The reason? He had just consumed a bowl of pig trotter rice and was no longer in that famished state from half an hour ago. As for the common advice against vigorous exercise after meals, he had no such concerns, for prior to his lottery escapade, he had only eaten to about 60% fullness. More importantly, he had undergone an appendectomy. The fear of appendicitis post-meal exertion was entirely unfounded. With this thought in mind, the young man made a face at Gao Ye and declared, "My friend, I graciously accept this 1 million. Wishing you better luck next time." With that, he accelerated and dashed away. Ding! Today's fortune, minor auspiciousness upgraded to major auspiciousness. Fortune location, Dongfeng Road Police Station. As Gao Ye continued his pursuit, he heard the chime, and his mind suddenly registered a change in the system. Major auspiciousness? Dongfeng Road Police Station? Gradually, Gao Ye's pace slowed as he began to ponder. It was evident that the system's alteration was triggered by the short-haired man's interference with his lottery ticket. Simultaneously, the lottery ticket the young man had seized had only yielded 50 yuan, which could not possibly meet the criteria for major auspiciousness. Thus, the major auspiciousness indicated by the system must pertain to the young man. However, the fortune location remained at the Dongfeng Road Police Station. Could it be that this fellow would voluntarily head to the police station? The more Gao Ye contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. To test his hypothesis, he summoned a taxi and headed directly to the destination to await developments. Chapter 52. Your efficiency is indeed remarkable. Where's Gao Ye? He sent me a message 2 hours ago stating he was on his way. Yet I have yet to see him, and my calls go unanswered. At the Dongfeng Road Police Station, the balding chief has taken a seat at the entrance, frequently glancing at his watch, visibly anxious. He has invested a hefty sum of 10,000 yuan. The instructor, holding a large bag filled with 5 piles of scratch cards, chuckled, "Chief, why are you so impatient? Gao Ye is not the type to stand you up." "It's not that I fear being stood up," the chief retorted, pointing at his watch. "Look, it's nearly 3 in the afternoon. Even if he arrives now, we would only have 3 hours to patrol the area. In this limited time, how can we possibly encounter any criminals? Tomorrow will be the same." With a smile, the instructor suggested, "Tomorrow, we should head out to meet him earlier." "Tomorrow?" The chief's voice rose sharply. "Tomorrow, that old rascal Yuan has already made arrangements with Gao Ye. If I want to intercept him, I'll have to spend more on scratch cards. I'm out of money. This stack of scratch cards today is all my savings from the past 10 years. Sighing, the instructor reassured him, "If Gao Ye can't catch anyone, we will. We have officers patrolling outside. What if we stumble upon a criminal and apprehend them? Such matters are not as simple as they sound." The chief shook his head. "Our Dongfeng Road Police Station has received numerous cases recently, yet we have not apprehended a single suspect." At that moment, a bus came to a halt in front of the station, and Gao Ye leisurely disembarked. Upon seeing him, the chief's eyes lit up, and he hurried to greet him. Before he could utter a word, Gao Ye spoke first. "Chief, did you apprehend any criminals today?" Taken aback for a moment, the chief blurted, Criminals? You are not here. How could I possibly catch any criminals? You have no idea how long I've been waiting for you. Gao Ye, let us quickly head out. We still have 3 hours left. Perhaps we might truly catch one. Just then, a ringtone echoed. The chief pulled out his phone to see a call from his own precinct, from an officer on patrol. As he pressed the answer button, he was met with a breathless voice on the other end. Chief, we have a suspect. Just now, in the neighboring precinct, an officer apprehended a robbery suspect, and they have crossed into our jurisdiction. I happened to encounter him. The officer said the suspect was spotted in the Qingxiu district, boasting a third-class merit. The guy can really run, having passed through several precincts. Just now, he was chased into our Dongfeng Road precinct. I encountered him while patrolling, but the officer from a neighboring precinct was exhausted from the chase and handed it over to me. Near our precinct, the suspect got away. Now, I am requesting backup. Upon hearing this, the bald chief immediately turned to Gao Ye, a broad smile adorning his face. Gao Ye, you are truly remarkable. Your efficiency is astounding. Within 5 minutes of your arrival, we already have a robbery suspect in our precinct. You are indeed a magnet for criminals. However, noticing Gao Ye's glum expression, the chief abruptly halted his exuberance. He rushed into the courtyard of the police station, calling out loudly, "Gather around, everyone. All of you assemble here. Leave 2 individuals to guard the station. The rest, follow me to apprehend the robber." Observing the chief's fervent shouts and the urgency with which he rallied the officers, Gao Ye was convinced that the robbery suspect discovered by the Dongfeng Road police station was undoubtedly the short-haired man who had stolen his scratch card. Furthermore, it seemed this individual might have committed additional offenses. With this thought in mind, Gao Ye resolved to take a stroll around the Dongfeng Road police station to see if he could apprehend the thief. Before he could even set off, he spotted the short-haired man emerging from around the corner, just a few meters away. Leaning against a lamppost, he pulled down his mask and gasped for breath. What the robber? Gao Ye exclaimed in astonishment. The short-haired man, panting by the lamppost, abruptly looked up. Upon seeing Gao Ye and the police station behind him, he was instantly taken back. What? How'd I run into this handsome young man? And why am I here at the police station? The short-haired man felt dazed. Ever since he had stolen the scratch card, he had been plagued by a streak of misfortune. Before he could even ascertain how much he had won, he encountered a police officer. Without a second thought, he bolted. After a strenuous chase, he almost managed to shake off one officer, only to be pursued by another. Several police officers joined the fray, and after a great deal of effort, he finally managed to escape. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself face to face with this handsome youth again. He had to run. There was no other option. As he turned to flee, Gao Ye cautioned, "Watch out for the pole." With a loud thud, the short-haired man collided with the lamppost, grimacing in pain, his vision swirling. Staggering towards the side of the road, Gao Ye warned again, "Be careful of the car." Just then, a vehicle sped by with a resounding crash. The short-haired man was sent flying several meters away, landing squarely on the chair where the bald chief had just sat. Gao Ye stood there, bewildered. The bald chief, who had led the group to the entrance, remarked, "How is it that someone is already sitting in my chair?" Gao Ye replied, "This fellow stole my 50 yuan scratch card, and he just got hit by a car." The chief, taken aback for a moment, then grasped Gao Ye's hand tightly, his face alight with excitement. 50 yuan is still theft. Your efficiency is truly remarkable. You've already apprehended 2 criminals upon your arrival. Chapter 53. Is it a competition of misery? I, in a moment of folly, seized 30,000 worth of scratch-offs. Yet not a single one bore fruit. 5 minutes later, within the confines of the interrogation room, the short-haired man, tears streaming down his face, gazed skyward and lamented, "Oh, how wretched my fate is. Truly, I am in despair. I observed you clutching those scratch-offs as you strolled along, glancing at them incessantly. I assumed you had struck it rich. Had I known you only won 50 bucks, I would never have committed such an act, even under duress. Ever since I snatched that 50 from you, my life has spiraled into a pit of misfortune. Not only was I pursued relentlessly, but I was also unceremoniously struck by a vehicle right at the precinct's doorstep. The bald-headed chief, the instructor, and the junior officers stood by the window, enveloped in silence. The good news: Gao Ye apprehended a criminal upon arrival. The bad news: This criminal was merely a petty thief who pilfered a scratch-off worth $50. The rumor of a third-class merit was but a fabrication. Seeing the short-haired man weep so profusely, a flicker of sympathy ignited within the onlookers. Indeed, they felt that the short-haired man was genuinely unfortunate. He had stolen a $50 scratch-off from Gao Ye and, after being chased by the police, thought he had escaped, only to unexpectedly encounter Gao Ye once more. Initially colliding with a lamppost in a moment of disorientation, he then met with a vehicle right at the precinct's entrance, fracturing his coccyx in the process. The chief shook his head, utterly bemused. What were you thinking? No one was pursuing you. They merely cautioned you about the pole. Why did you run so hastily? Wiping away his tears, the short-haired man pointed an accusatory finger at Gao Ye. I saw him standing at the precinct's entrance. As I came to report, should I have stayed put, awaiting your arrival to apprehend me? Have you never won a scratch-off in your life? Reporting for $50? The short-haired man's words struck a nerve. Gao Ye paused, glancing at the $50 scratch-off in his hand, tears brimming in his eyes. A surge of indignation welled within him. He despised being told he had never won a prize from a scratch-off, even more so than being labeled a criminal decoy. Rising, he seized the short-haired man's collar and, in a fit of rage, delivered 2 resounding slaps. You run off after the theft, exclaiming you'd gladly accept $1 million, leading me to genuinely believe I had won a fortune. Moreover, what if I have never won a scratch-off? Does that mean I owe you anything? You think you're the only one suffering? I have spent $5,000 on scratch-offs, only to win a paltry $50, and that $50 wasn't even my doing. I ask you, who among us is truly unfortunate? The short-haired man faltered. The bald chief was momentarily taken aback. The junior officer stood in stunned silence. The instructor discreetly concealed the scratch-off in his possession behind his back. A competition of misery, is it? The short-haired man, covering his face, cried out in indignation. Do you think I am faring better than you? I have scratched off 30,000 worth of tickets, yet not a single cent have I won. A whole 30,000, not a penny. Moreover, I have yet to finish my pork knuckle rice. Are you suffering as much as I am? The instructor paused momentarily, stealthily tossing his scratch card out the window. The bald chief was taken aback, gazing up at the ceiling. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, averting their eyes. Gao Ye also stood momentarily stunned, feeling an unexpected resonance with the short-haired man. It was as though he had found someone who could comprehend his plight. He produced a few sheets of paper and handed them to the short-haired man, expressing sympathy. My friend, you truly have it rough. Contemplating this, he retrieved a bottle of chilled cola, hesitating briefly before offering it to the short-haired man. This is my favorite cola. I'm giving it to you. Don't worry, I won't charge you for it. Isn't that loyal? I charge Xiao Wang 3 yuan for my cola, you know? He is my classmate. We're quite close. Honestly, I've never given anyone cola for free in my life. Upon receiving the cola, the short-haired man gulped it down eagerly, letting out a satisfied burp. Gao Ye then offered some snacks. The short-haired man gazed deeply at Gao Ye, tears welling in his eyes. He was genuinely moved. After committing murder, he had been on the run for 5 days, enduring the cold stares of others. He was underfed and inadequately clothed. Only brother Zhang Cheng did not disdain him for his crime, willing to assist him and take him to a hospital in Myanmar as an executive. Yet now, another kind soul had emerged. He had snatched someone else's scratch card, and despite that, this person was willing to share their beloved cola and snacks with him. This was truly a moment of timely aid. Who says there is no genuine affection in this world? Is this not the essence of true kindness? The short-haired man devoured the snacks voraciously. Gao Ye patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. Good brother, heed my advice. A small gamble is entertaining, but a large one can harm you. Just think about it. 30,000 yuan. How long would it take to earn that? Trust me, I'll draft a letter of understanding, and you can return home. Work diligently from now on. A steady path is the true way. The short-haired man trembled slightly, overwhelmed with emotion, forgetting he was in the police station. All he felt was a warm embrace of genuine kindness. Even more touched, he patted Gao Ye's shoulder, munching as he spoke. Brother, it's all right. I'm not at a loss. I must tell you, the 30,000 yuan worth of scratch cards were all obtained through theft. Gao Ye was taken aback. The instructor's mouth dropped open in shock. The bald chief widened his eyes. The officers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a silent message. Brother Ye is impressive, still demonstrating his prowess. At that moment, the short-haired man continued, Brother, I can't return home. Tonight, I must leave to find a good elder brother, and tomorrow I'll go abroad to Myanmar for better prospects. But I want to take your cola for free. He mentioned where he bought the scratch cards, and before leaving, he planned to eliminate someone on Zhongshan Street, while also taking care of the owner of the scratch card shop. Gao Ye's pupils dilated in shock, disbelief filling his eyes. You must be referring to that lottery store on Zhongshan Street, right? The owner there is particularly fond of playing Honor of Kings. What? The short-haired man abruptly lifted his head like an otter, his eyes wide with incredulity as he gazed at Gao Ye. How do you know it's that shop? How would I know? Gao Ye gritted his teeth. I suspected that owner of selling counterfeit scratch cards from day one, and it seems my suspicions were not unfounded. I spent all my money, even smashed my sister's piggy bank. I went all in, hoping for a gamble, only to lose everything. I swear, I will ensure that owner faces justice. Justice? The short-haired man shook his head. What can they sentence him to? To be honest, I know a bit about the law. This falls under fraud. Generally, he might get a sentence of less than 3 years. Only if the amount is particularly substantial, over 100,000. Could he face more than 3 years? In your case, it amounts to 30,005. Brother, how much were you deceived of? I fear it's not even 70,000. Gao Ye replied, exactly $12.80. The short-haired man paused in silence, took a deep breath, and said, $12.80 is worth scamming? He deserves to die. Brother, listen to me, leave it to me. I will take care of that owner tonight, ensuring he meets a gruesome end as a warning to others. Upon hearing this, Gao Ye hurriedly stopped the short-haired man. Brother, don't be impulsive. Murder is a crime. After munching on a snack and sipping a cola, having fled for 5 days and nights, and having just run for over 2 hours, the short-haired man's tense demeanor relaxed. With his eyes slightly squinted, he spoke calmly. What is there to fear? I am leaving tomorrow, but before I go, let me be clear. I have taken a life before, just 5 days ago. Chapter 54. What? You have apprehended the criminal? An exhilarating heart and trembling hands. Within the confines of the interrogation room, the atmosphere suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Mouth slightly agape, eyes wide open, a sound of astonishment lodged in their throats. Their faces etched with disbelief. This was the state of the officers at the Dongfeng Road police station at that moment. Truly, at this juncture, they felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate themselves before Gao Ye. The significance of the criminal trap was undeniably on the rise. At noon, each of them had indulged in an unprecedented feast, devouring 2 full bowls of rice, all in anticipation of Gao Ye's arrival in the afternoon, hoping to accompany him on a stroll and fortify their strength to apprehend the criminal. Yet now, they cast a glance at the short-haired man seated, who was entirely lost in a state of oblivion. Their minds were befuddled. Their meal had been in vain. They could never have fathomed that the third-class merit was not pursued, but rather, it had descended upon them voluntarily. I'll give old Third Dang a call. The bald-headed chief gestured towards the short-haired man. Keep an eye on him. As he pushed the door open and stepped out, moments later, the sound of the chief's boisterous laughter echoed down the empty corridor. In the office of the City Police Bureau, Sun Weigua lifted a new thermos cup, removed the lid, and gently blew across the top before sipping his tea. Old Third Dang, what are you in such a rush for? Don't think that just because you've made some progress these past few days, I won't dare to hold you accountable. You barged in without knocking, coming here to puff up your chest and demand I grant you access to the Skynet system. Do you think it's that simple? I've examined the area where the robber vanished. There is hardly any surveillance around. Activating the Skynet would be a sheer waste of resources. Furthermore, the City Bureau is currently tied up with numerous major cases, and resources are exceedingly limited. Seated across from Sun at the desk, Deng Yu was instantly adorned with a smile that reeked of flattery. Chief Sun, I'm just a bit anxious, you see. As you know, Comrade Zhang Wo is set to assume the position of instructor tomorrow. If a criminal were to emerge at this moment and slip through his fingers, setting aside the opinions of other comrades, just think about Zhang Wo's temperament. You know him well. If he fails to capture the criminal, will he be able to take office tomorrow? I tell you, Comrade Jiang Wo is currently scouring Zhongshan Street for that robber. Hearing this, Sun Weiguo shook his head. Those Gao family members all have a similar temperament. It truly vexes me. That scoundrel Gao Ye, during the drug bust, slipped away to the border without a word. And now he is nowhere to be found, leaving poor Xiao Yi behind. Fortunately, Xiao Yi has turned out well. She hasn't gone astray over the years. A smile crept on his son Weiguo's face as he spoke of Gao Ye, his tone softening somewhat. Very well. I shall allocate some police force to assist in the investigation. I will also have Zhang Chong draw a couple of individuals from the Criminal Investigation Department to join the search. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Sun Weiguo finished speaking, a knock sounded at the door, and the head of the Criminal Investigation team, Zhang Chong, stepped in. Lao Zhang, I just happen to have something to discuss with you. Sun Weiguo gestured towards Deng Yu. This Deng Lao San is experiencing a setback. He has come to our municipal bureau seeking assistance. Please assign 2 detectives to aid him in investigating a case. It would spare him the anxiety he is currently enduring, which is quite bothersome for me. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu's face lit up with delight. He had no intention of having Sun Weiguo utilize the Skynet system to search for robbers. As the director of the Zhongshan Street police station, he understood better than anyone that the surveillance in areas where robbers vanished was inadequate. A robber could simply don a mask and, after disappearing, re-emerge with a different outfit without a care. Thus, utilizing the Skynet was nothing but a waste of resources. His purpose for visiting the municipal bureau was primarily to extort funds and gradually negotiate a lower price. Zhang Chong shook his head at this. Director's son, it seems we cannot spare any personnel from the Criminal Investigation Division. Not only can we not spare anyone, but we also need to seek your support. Hearing this, Deng Yu's smile abruptly faded. Sun Weiguo furrowed his brow. Is there another new case? Zhang Chong nodded and produced a stack of documents. Handing them to Sun Weiguo. Director's son, a death has occurred at the sports school. 2 hours ago, a teacher from the sports school reported that a student had fallen ill and left for a break, not returning for training in 5 days. Subsequently, this morning, unable to contact the student, the teacher went to the student's off-campus rental to check. There, a corpse was discovered, and upon verification, it was confirmed that the body did not belong to the student. The student's whereabouts are currently unknown. We initially suspect that this student may be the suspect. Zhang Chong continued, frowning. This student possesses exceptional athletic talent and was once selected for the national team. However, due to a gambling addiction, he was dismissed from the team. Yet, the leaders of our city's educational system have been closely monitoring this student, harboring high hopes for him, wishing to help him overcome his bad habits and return to the competitive arena. Therefore, the leaders from the educational system have contacted me, indicating the urgency in locating this student to investigate whether he has committed murder. In that case, Sun Weiguo set down his thermos and pondered. Your division has been dedicating most of its efforts to tracking down Zhang Chong. Now, with the emergence of such a significant murder case, it is indeed challenging to allocate personnel. Deng Lao San Sun Weiguo looked at Deng Yu, tapping the table. There are priorities in these matters. Regarding the robbery case, what I propose is that the grassroots officers conduct the investigation first, and I will dispatch several police stations near Zhongshan Street to assist in the inquiry. The municipal bureau should issue a notice, urging all lottery shop owners to be vigilant regarding those redeeming prizes. As for the Criminal Investigation Division, they should be excused. They have been focused on tracking Zhang Cheng's case, and now, with a murder case arising, they may indeed be somewhat short-staffed. Comrade Jiang Wo, you should go and do some persuasion work on that front. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu's expression turned sour, and he nodded in acknowledgement. After all, a murder case has emerged, along with a robbery, particularly involving the theft of scratch cards, which certainly pales in comparison. Well then, Deng Yu rose from his seat, preparing to step outside. As he glanced at the photograph of the short-haired man that Zhang Chong had brought, a sense of familiarity washed over him, though he could not immediately recall the identity. At that moment, his phone rang. Initially, he thought it might be news of the suspect's capture, but upon checking, he saw it was a call from the bald chief. What could the old chief possibly want? Deng Yu answered the call. Once he discerned the word from the other end, he stood frozen, as if he had just heard something utterly incredulous. Sun Weiguo and Zhang Chong immediately turned their gazes towards him, wondering what was troubling Ding. Before they could inquire, Ding Yu exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you joking? Gao Ye took the robber to your Dongfeng Road police station." Chapter 55. How many criminals can one apprehend in a day? Is the Dongfeng Road police station truly that formidable? Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo momentarily stood in astonishment. The conjunction of Gao Ye and robber evoked a peculiar sense of plausibility within him. However, what kind of bizarre establishment is the Dongfeng Road police station? If memory serves, both the Zhongshan police station and the residential complex of the Qingxiu District Police Bureau are situated at least 10 kilometers away in a straight line from Dongfeng Road. How could Gao Ye possibly venture there, let alone accompany a robber? With these questions swirling in his mind, Sun Weiguo turned his gaze back to Ding Yu. Even Zhang Chong, intrigued by the unfolding narrative, set aside his case records and stood by, eager to listen. On the other end of the line, the bald station chief remarked, "Deng Lao-san, do you think I am jesting?" The robber himself claimed to have stolen 30,000 yuan worth of scratch-off tickets on Zhongshan Street. If you doubt it, bring the lottery shop owner to our Dongfeng Road police station for identification. That's all for now. I must call Director Sun to report a significant development. With a smile, he promptly ended the call. At the Municipal Police Bureau, Deng Yu put away his phone and briefed Sun Weiguo on the situation. Not a mere 30 seconds had passed before Sun Weiguo's phone rang. "This old bald guy." Sun Weiguo chuckled as he answered, gesturing to Deng Yu and Zhang Chong. After all, he is a station chief. Yet he cannot contain his excitement over merely capturing a robber, and has called to report it. Deng Yu, feeling a bit buoyant these days, unwittingly interjected, "Director Sun, you must understand, the Dongfeng Road police station only apprehends a handful of criminals each year. Unlike us at Zhongshan police station, where we catch a murderer one day and a drug dealer the next." He then inquired about the new police motorcycles. "You two seem unable to contain your excitement." Sun Weiguo cast a glance at Deng Yu before picking up the call. Upon hearing the bald station chief's words, his expression transformed to one of profound astonishment. "You at the Dongfeng Road police station have actually apprehended a murder suspect?" "Murder?" Upon hearing this, Deng Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that perhaps the Dongfeng Road police station possessed some merit. Zhang Chong, who had been eavesdropping, also showed a flicker of surprise, just about to pose a question. At that moment, Sun Weiguo seemed to have heard something utterly unfathomable. He abruptly stood up, knocking his thermos to the ground, his eyes wide as he exclaimed, "What? You have even obtained information on Zhang Chong?" The impact of this revelation was akin to detonating a nuclear bomb in the office, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Deng Yu felt stars dancing before his eyes, dumbfounded as he pondered how many suspects the Dongfeng Road police station had captured that day: robbers, murderers, and now even Zhang Chong, the kingpin of scams from Myanmar. Gao Ye used to capture only a single wave in the Zhongshan area each day. What's the situation? Has he gone to Dongfeng Road and managed to seize 3 waves in a day? Is Dongfeng Road truly more prosperous than Zhongshan Street? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Deng Yu shook his head, contemplating the prospect of acquiring a dog for the Zhongshan police station, eagerly anticipating its barking upon spotting Gao Ye. Beside him, Zhang Chong was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. The mention of Zhang Cheng's name seemed to trigger an immediate reaction, leaving him feeling oxygen-deprived. Ever since the apprehension of Li Wei, the investigation had unraveled a series of heinous crimes attributed to Zhang Chong, including murder, drug trafficking, and fraudulent activities in Myanmar. The police had long since designated Zhang Chong as a Class A wanted criminal. It could be said that nearly half of the criminal investigation personnel in Green City were engaged in the pursuit of Zhang Chong. Unfortunately, he had fled to Myanmar, leaving the Green City police powerless. Even attempts to seek assistance from the local authorities in Myanmar proved futile. Yet now he had received news of Zhang Chong, and intriguingly, it had originated from the Dongfeng Road police station. This potentially indicated that Zhang Chong had returned to the country. Even if he had not returned, it was evident that one of Zhang Cheng's confidants had come back and had been discovered by the Dongfeng Road police officers. "Director Sunday." Zhang Chong turned to Sun Weiguo, exclaiming with fervor, "Let us hurry to the Dongfeng Road police station. As for the murder case, Sun Weigwa gestured toward the physical education file of the short-haired man on the table, saying, "Find someone to follow up on this. We cannot let it slip away. If necessary, I will enlist the help of the provincial department." "Forget it," Sun Weigwa said, shaking his head. "Zhang Cheng's case is of utmost importance. Once we return from the Dongfeng Road police station, I will directly approach Director Zhang for assistance." With that, he seized the police cap from the table and strode out. The new thermos was kicked far away, and Deng Yu quickly bent down to retrieve it, only to be pulled back by Zhang Chong. "This is a matter of life and death. What are you doing?" In less than 5 minutes, 2 police cars sped out of the municipal police headquarters. Similarly, a police car departed from Zhongshan Police Station. At the Dongfeng Road Police Station, in the interrogation room, the short-haired man sat despondently on a long bench, his head drooping like a withered eggplant, with part of his body hanging off the edge. At that moment, he grasped Gao Ye's hand, tears welling in his eyes. "Brother, I am in such dire straits." He claimed to be in the information industry, but it turned out to be a scam. He even promised me a high-ranking position in the hospital, only to aim for my kidneys instead. "Truly, brother, I'm so grateful you warned me in advance. Why didn't he go? If I had gone tonight, I would have never returned." Gao Ye equally gripped the short-haired man's hand, wanting to smile, yet refraining from doing so. He had just learned that this short-haired man had contacted Zhang Cheng online, who had invited him to Myanmar for lucrative opportunities. Now, the police needed to devise a way for the short-haired man to cooperate in the investigation and apprehend Zhang Cheng. As his confidant, possessing a profound bond akin to that of a chilled bottle of cola, Gao Ye was undoubtedly the best candidate to persuade the short-haired man. Certainly, Gao Ye's actions were not without consequence. The bald-headed chief calculated the situation, determining that for the crimes committed by the short-haired man, the police would at least reward him with 20,000 yuan. Should they apprehend Zhang Cheng, an additional 50,000 would be added, a total of 70,000, coupled with the 360,000 in his bank account. He was on the verge of surpassing the 500,000 mark. With 500,000 in hand, how far could a million be? Aside from the bank robbery, he had never encountered such a sum in his lifetime. Ha! Gao Ye could not suppress his laughter. The short-haired man looked up, bewildered. "Brother, are you laughing at me? How could that be?" Gao Ye pinched his palm tightly. "My friend, you misheard me. Why are you pinching me?" The short-haired man inquired again. Gao Ye shook his head. "Brother, you are mistaken in your perception." The short-haired man raised his hand, revealing 5 vivid red imprints from fingernails on his palm. Gao Ye replied, "My friend, these details are inconsequential. We are brothers. Our hearts are intertwined. Your pain is my pain." Gao Ye gesturet dismissively, about to continue his discourse when the door to the recording room swung open, and Sun Weigwa entered with Deng Yu and Zhang Chong. Chapter 56. It's all right. Just call me Uncle Gao Ye, the bald chief, along with several officers from the Dongfeng Road police station, simultaneously greeted, "Good day, Director." Sun Weigwa nodded in acknowledgement. His gaze swept over the bald chief and settled on Gao Ye, who had yet to speak. Behind him, Zhang Chong stood frozen, as if confronted with something utterly astonishing. Wasn't this the student sought by the sports school teacher? How did he end up here? Could it be? Approaching the short-haired young man, Zhang Chong scrutinized him for a moment before exclaiming in shock, "You are? What are you doing here?" The young man was presently confiding in Gao Ye. Initially, upon inadvertently revealing his murderous act, he was nearly petrified with fear, terrified of imprisonment. However, after watching a film titled The Lonely Gambler, he was left in a daze, tears welling in his eyes, nearly fainting. He called Gao Ye his savior. Truly, had it not been for his tailbone injury, he would have bowed deeply in gratitude to Gao Ye. After all, being caught by the police was far preferable to being deceived into going to Myanmar for scams, enduring a harrowing existence that was a living hell. Then, Gao Ye enlightened the young man about murder sentencing, with the bald chief joining the discussion. They collectively estimated a sentence of around 10 years. If he assisted the police in apprehending Zhang Cheng, his sentence could potentially be reduced, and with proper rehabilitation in prison, he might be released in 5 years. The young man felt more at ease. After all, he was 18 this year, and emerging at 23 would be a promising age to venture forth. Yet, had he accompanied Zhang Cheng to Myanmar, he would be merely 4 years old upon his return. He would have truly become a wanderer, only to return as an infant. With hearts brimming with excitement, the short-haired young man and Gao Ye engaged in increasingly animated conversation, even forming a brotherly bond where Gao Ye took on the role of the elder brother and the young man that of the younger sibling. They conversed about everything from starting positions to murder sentencing, even making plans to play games together upon release. Having practiced sports since childhood, the young man possessed a straightforward mind and had few friends. Unfortunately, during his time at the sports school, he had been introduced to card games and had fallen into gambling. At this moment, upon hearing someone call his name, the short-haired young man glanced at Zhang Chong, slightly bewildered. Who is he? Oh. Gao Ye nodded. It's fine, the head of the criminal investigation team. Just call me Uncle. By the way, where are we in our conversation? Oh, right, you were about to text that rascal to ask where he is. Upon hearing the title of the head of the criminal investigation team, the young man paused for a moment and called out, Uncle. This utterance left Zhang Chong momentarily stunned. Indeed, Zhang Chong felt as if his worldview was being trampled underfoot by both Gao Ye and the short-haired young man. As the head of the criminal investigation team for over a decade, he had encountered countless murderers, some arrogant, some frightened, others mentally unstable. Yet, never had he met one who addressed him as uncle, as if he were a family member. You are not returning home. You are heading to jail. What is this? Do you intend to take the back door? These two seemed deeply engrossed in conversation. At this moment, Sun Weigwa chuckled and turned to the bald-headed chief, inquiring, Did you not mention having news about Zhangcheng? Where is he? The bald chief gestured towards the short-haired man, saying, He is with him. Zhangcheng is chatting with him and mentioned taking him to Myanmar. Upon hearing this, Sun Weigwa was momentarily taken aback. Zhangcheng interjected, his face a mask of confusion. Isn't he the student from the sports school implicated in a murder? How does he connect with Zhangcheng? Sun Weigwa, upon hearing this, also paused. Earlier at the municipal bureau, when the criminal investigation team leader Zhangcheng was providing him with information, he had been interrupted by a phone call and had not had the chance to review the materials. He had intended to request additional police assistance from the provincial department after returning from the Dongfeng Road police station. He anticipated that they would locate the individual so swiftly. Casting a glance at the short-haired man, Sun Weigwa redirected his gaze to the bald chief. What is the situation? The bald chief elaborated. This boy committed murder and, fearing for his safety, reached out to Zhangcheng online. Zhangcheng expressed his willingness to help him relocate to Myanmar. Upon hearing this, both Sun Weigwa and Zhangcheng nodded in agreement. This explanation seemed reasonably plausible. At that moment, upon learning that the short-haired man was a murderer, Deng Yu stepped forward. What about the theft of the scratch-off lottery tickets? The bald chief pointed at the short-haired man. He is also responsible for that. Sun Weigwa and the others were momentarily stunned. Wait a minute. Wasn't he supposed to go to Myanmar to make a fortune with Zhangcheng? Why is he stealing scratch-off tickets? Sun Weigwa queried. The bald chief responded. He claimed he couldn't go empty-handed and wanted to bring a gift. What a character. Upon hearing this, Sun Weigwa and Deng Yu exclaimed in disbelief. To be deceived into going to Myanmar, and before leaving, preparing 30,000 yuan worth of scratch-off tickets as a gift. What audacity. Struggling to suppress laughter, Sun Weigwa turned to the bald chief and asked one final question. I recall that the lottery store on Zhongshan Street is at least 10 kilometers away from your precinct. How did you apprehend him? You aren't conducting an investigation across jurisdictions, are you? At this remark, the police present adopted a serious demeanor. The bald chief frantically waved his hands. Director Sun, this kid came running to us on his own. Let me tell you, he snatched the scratch-off tickets from Xiao Yi in the police family compound. One of our officers happened to encounter him and chase him down. Are you suggesting? Sun Weigwa furrowed his brow, perplexed that a member of our police force chased this athletic school prodigy for several kilometers? Who is it? I have never encountered such a figure in past police athletic events. It wasn't just one person. The bald chief shook his head, unable to contain his laughter. It was over 10 officers. Frankly, this kid is truly unfortunate. Every time our comrades were on the verge of losing him, they fortuitously encountered another officer. Much like a relay race, the pursuit of this individual involved over 10 police officers, who tirelessly chased him for several kilometers until they arrived at the doorstep of our police station. just as the fugitive managed to shake off his pursuers and took a moment to rest. Guess who he encountered? Gao Ye. Upon hearing his name, the young man turned and fled without regard for his surroundings, only to be abruptly struck by a vehicle and sent crashing into a chair at the entrance. Is this truly possible? Upon hearing this, Sun Weigua and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at the short-haired man and Gao Ye with expressions of astonishment laced with amusement. They were astonished by the short-haired man's remarkable ability to elude more than 10 police officers single-handedly. Furthermore, Gao Ye's luck was nothing short of extraordinary. Having just disembarked from a bus mere minutes ago, he stumbled upon a robber. The humorous aspect was that this short-haired rogue, after stealing from Gao Ye and being pursued by a multitude of officers, ended up right at the front of the Dongfeng Road police station. After all that running around, he once again encountered Gao Ye, only to collide with a vehicle directly in front of him. This was no longer merely waiting for a hare. It was akin to laying a trap for a hare in plain sight. To add to the irony, Gao Ye had just won a 50 yuan scratch-off lottery ticket, which the short-haired man mistakenly believed was worth $1 million. He snatched the prize and fled without even a cursory glance. If there were to be an award for the most foolish criminal of the year, Sun Weigua believed that this short-haired man would undoubtedly take the top spot. Suppressing a chuckle, Sun Weigua turned his attention to the short-haired man. He thought that dealing with such a simpleton required no cunning. He would approach the matter directly and inquire, "Let us discuss Zhang Cheng." Upon hearing Sun Weigua's question, the short-haired man looked up in confusion and glanced at Gao Ye, asking, "Who is he?" "This is the chief of the municipal bureau," Gao Ye casually replied while patting the young man's shoulder. "Just call him uncle as well." The short-haired man paused momentarily, his gaze shifting between Gao Ye and Sun Weigua, clearly astonished. He thought to himself, "Is my brother truly this influential?" While he might be somewhat stingy, the people he knew were undoubtedly significant figures. Moreover, his brother was introducing him to others. The expression on the young man's face shifted to one of bashfulness. It was evident that he yearned to address Sun Weigua as uncle. "Hello, uncle," he stammered politely while tightly clenching his fist. Sun Weigua, taken aback for a moment, finally asked, "You can contact Zhang Cheng, right? Can you ask him where he is?" "Uncle, I can reach him." The short-haired man promptly retrieved his phone, located Zhang Cheng's messages, and, under the watchful eyes of several officers, began to compose and send a message. Chapter 57. This is the darkness beneath the lamp. The boss received a message from the third brother, indicating that the piglet had reached out to him, inquiring about our meeting location. It is at the Intermediate People's Court in Green City, in a nearby residential house. The bodyguard stood respectfully in front of the coffee table, holding a mobile phone. Opposite the coffee table was a sofa, where Zhang Cheng reclined, casually crossing his legs, playing with a transformer. "Send him to the villa in the suburbs," Zhang Cheng said, transforming the toy into a large truck. "Have a third brother keep him occupied for now. Tomorrow afternoon, we will return and take it with us to Myanmar." The bodyguard nodded and replied to the message on his phone. Then, with a worried expression, he looked at Zhang Cheng and said, "Boss, my elder brother is being tried in court tomorrow. Do we really have to go? I feel this might be somewhat dangerous." "Dangerous?" "My brother." Zhang Cheng placed the transformer on the coffee table and gazed at the bodyguard, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "He has always spoiled me since childhood. Our family was poor, and while other children had transformers, I had none. Seeing my despondence, my brother stole all the transformers from the other children at school for me to play with, enduring a severe beating from our parents without revealing their whereabouts. In middle school, when I was anxious about unfinished summer assignments, he stealthily collected all the summer homework from our classmates in one night and burned it to ashes. Later, when I started working, lacking money and unable to secure a girlfriend, my brother risked his safety to sneak into a neighbor's house to procure one for me, even enduring injuries to ensure I had my privacy with her before returning it. Now that I have made something of myself, it is his turn to enjoy life. Yet, he has ended up in this predicament. I have consulted a lawyer," Zhang Cheng said, narrowing his eyes as he slammed a handgun onto the coffee table. "Organized crime, a substantial amount involved, compounded by the use of drugs to control his subordinates. Given the circumstances, my brother is likely facing the death penalty. This means tomorrow is my last opportunity to see him. Should anyone attempt to stop me, I will eliminate them, yourself included." Upon hearing this, the bodyguard clenched his fists, veins bulging from his forehead. He thought to himself that this truly exemplified the bond of brotherhood. Their methods of control were strikingly similar. Forcing a smile, the bodyguard addressed Zhang Cheng. "Boss, I am merely concerned about us being apprehended by the police. After all, in our situation, capture could very well lead to the death penalty as well." "You need not worry about that," Zhang Cheng asserted confidently. "We will not be caught. First, we have undergone cosmetic surgery, and our identity information is flawless. We have even arranged for court attendance permits through contacts. Second, our return to the country utilized clandestine channels. The police likely still believe I am in Myanmar. Most importantly, I consulted a psychological expert who indicated that the police would never suspect that criminals would dare to attend a court hearing. This maneuver is aptly named darkness beneath the lamp. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, the bodyguard remains slightly apprehensive. However, if such contingencies do not arise, Zhang Cheng produced a small pouch of narcotics and tossed it to the bodyguard, stating, "If the police manage to apprehend me over this, I shall accept my fate." By the way, Zhang Cheng gazed at the bodyguard squatting on the ground, indulging in drugs, picked up a transformer toy, and remarked, "By the way, investigate where Li Wei was apprehended and who is responsible for his capture. Before I depart, I intend to eliminate everyone involved in my brother's arrest." Hiss. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Is someone plotting against me? In the family quarters of the Qingxiu District Police Department at Ant's residence, Gao Ye was seated at the desk in the living room, counting money, when a shiver ran down his spine. Gao Nan promptly dashed to the bedroom and returned with a blanket, tenderly covering Gao Ye. "Brother, you must take care of your health. You are currently the most successful breadwinner in our family. If you fall ill, who will buy me gifts?" Gao Ye. He glanced out the window. It was 5 in the afternoon, the sun still shining, rays streaming in from the balcony, and the room temperature had reached over 20 degrees. He waved his hand, pulling off the thick blanket, and corrected, I feel cold inside, not outside." "Is that so?" Gao Nan pondered thoughtfully, rummaging through the medicine cabinet for a while. She then returned from the kitchen, carrying a steaming cup of hot water. "Brother, drink this." After which, she opened her palm, revealing a plethora of pills. "Take these as well. Whenever I feel cold inside, my mother gives me these." Gao Ye. With a smile gracing his face, Gao Ye extracted a 50 yuan bill from the table, saying, "Put the medicine back and replace my water with warm water." Watching the little girl's retreating figure, Gao Ye resumed his calculations. Just moments ago, Sun Weigua had received a transfer of 50,000 from the city bureau. 20,000 was a reward for capturing the short-haired man, while 30,000 was for uncovering clues about Zhang Cheng. He had initially presumed he would have to wait 2 more days for this sum, but to his surprise, it arrived within half a day. In financial terms, Gao Ye had become a daily recipient of rewards for apprehending criminals, to the extent that the higher-ups were considering establishing a dedicated fund for him. Of course, this was said in jest. Yet, the speed of Gao Ye's reward collection was indeed faster than others. Moreover, he no longer needed to visit the city bureau to collect cash. Amounts under 100,000 were directly transferred. At this moment, Gao Ye glanced at his mobile banking app, where it displayed bank card balance for 101,001 yuan. He then looked at the table, where scattered cash amounted to 4,950 yuan, complemented by a scratch-off lottery ticket worth 50. This was all given to him by the instructor from the Dongfeng Road police station, who claimed to have forgotten to buy a lottery ticket and gifted himself 5,000 in cash. It was rumored that he had scoured the entire Dongfeng Road police station for contributions to gather that sum. He was still a tad short of the 500,000 target. Gazing at the balance, Gao Ye felt the compulsion to round it off. Where could one possibly find such a sum of money? Furrowing her brow, Gao Ye recalled the proprietor of the lottery shop. Just moments ago, at the Dongfeng Road police station, the officers had scrutinized the lottery shop owner. After all, a scratch-off ticket worth 30,000 yuan that yielded not a single cent must surely raise suspicions. Yet, the owner had all the necessary receipts and documentation in order, prompting the police to release him without further ado. Nevertheless, for reasons she could not quite articulate, Gao Ye harbored an unsettling suspicion that the lottery shop owner was indeed implicated in something far more sinister. Chapter 58. The Court? What kind of criminals could possibly be found there? Time, akin to an infatuation during adolescence, slips away before one can muster the courage to express their feelings. The following morning, Gao Ye sat on his bed, his eyes vacant, his expression one of bewilderment. Ding! Today's fortune, moderately auspicious. Fortune location, Intermediate Court of Green City. Gao Ye gazed at the system, utterly perplexed. He mused that a court is predominantly filled with suspects awaiting trial. What need would he have to apprehend them? Surely, he could not drag a suspect from the defendant's seat, hoping for a reward from the municipal bureau, only for the judge to continue the proceedings. As for criminals attending court, that was even more implausible. The criminal who had stolen a sign from the municipal bureau 2 days prior was high on drugs and would not typically venture there. What purpose would a criminal have in a court? To stage a heist? What era were we in? Did one still believe we lived in ancient times, where prison breaks were a common occurrence? Could it be a malfunction in the system? Furrowing his brow, Gao Ye began to contemplate the situation. The system could not possibly be at fault. It had functioned flawlessly for 6 days. Had there been a single error? Unless... His eyes lit up. Unless today, as auspicious reward from the system did not originate from a criminal. With this thought, Gao Ye felt his breath quicken. After all, his initial aspiration was to earn a stable income and live a comfortable life. Engaging with criminals was the domain of police officers and prison guards, not that of an ordinary high school graduate. Finally, today offered the chance for genuine enjoyment. With an excited heart, Gao Ye even cast aside thoughts of investigating the lottery store owner. "I'm up," he exclaimed. 3 seconds later, the bedroom door swung open, and Gao Nan dashed in, rushing to the window to draw back the curtains before sprinting out again. Outside, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Gao Ye, unfazed, began to dress. From the warm towel he had prepared in the bathroom to the peeled eggs on the dining table, and a neatly arranged pair of white sneakers by the door. With Gao Nan's assistance, Gao Ye completed his preparations in 10 minutes. Standing at the door, he looked at Gao Nan, whose face was alight with anticipation. He reached out, playfully tousling her hair for a full minute before retrieving 100 yuan from his pocket. "Have fun, little sister. I'll be back late tonight. I'll let you in." Amidst her cheers, Gao Ye stepped outside. "Xiao Yi, what a coincidence. You're heading out too?" Before Gao Ye had even taken 2 steps down the staircase, the round-faced police officer appeared at the corner, a black bag in hand. "This is a scratch-off lottery ticket I bought. Let us scratch it together. If we win, it's yours. By the way, I discovered an amazing wild pond teeming with fish. Shall we go fishing?" Upon hearing the round-faced officer's words, Gao Ye paused, his gaze fixating on the black bag at her left hand, feeling a bit dizzy. Indeed, the mere sight of scratch-off tickets renders him faint. Upon glancing at the round-faced inspector's bucket, one discovers it filled with hefty fishing rods, specifically designed for catching fish weighing over 100 pounds. Who possesses a small pond that harbors fish of such magnitude? Moreover, is he truly contemplating the retrieval of corpses? It is one thing to regard oneself as a bait for criminals, but to offer gifts that miss the mark entirely is another matter. Observe how astute the instructor at Dongfeng Road Police Station is in navigating human relationships. He opts for cash directly. With a stern countenance, Gao Ye descends the stairs without a backward glance, declaring her intent to visit the courthouse. Upon hearing this, the round-faced uncle is momentarily taken aback. Visit the courthouse? What criminal could possibly be apprehended there? It is improbable that a defendant would suddenly leap up and flee during proceedings. The round-faced uncle shakes his head. Suddenly, a recollection strikes him. The short-haired man who had been struck by a car at the police station entrance yesterday. The inspector's eyes light up. "Xiao Yi, wait for me. I have a car. I could drive you, so you need not endure the bus." Gao Ye pauses, warmly seizing the round-faced uncle's bucket. "Oh, you're being far too kind. We are good neighbors after all." Before long, a private vehicle arrives at the Intermediate Court of Green City. After alighting, following the system's prompts, Gao Ye guides the round-faced inspector towards the courtroom, where the judge has already commenced proceedings. The atmosphere within the courtroom is somewhat tense. With only the voices of the judge, the jurors, and the lawyers permeating the air. Gao Ye tiptoes to the last row, settling in a corner to investigate the nature of the system's rewards. The round-faced uncle hastens to the front row, his eyes fixed intently on the defendant's stand. In front of Gao Ye are two middle-aged men clad in suits, none other than Zhang Cheng and his bodyguard. At this moment, Zhang Cheng directs his gaze towards the front of the courtroom, where the defendant, Zhang Dong, stands dejectedly. My brother is innocent. Zhang Cheng's eyes glisten with unshed tears as he speaks in a sorrowful whisper. That lawyer is utterly unprofessional. He will surely ruin him. The bodyguard responds with silence. And the jurors, Zhang Cheng continues, seem eager for my brother to be sentenced to death. They will undoubtedly bring about his demise. Again, the bodyguard remains silent. Even the judge. The bodyguard swiftly interjects, Boss, if you keep this up, we won't escape unscathed. Very well. Zhang Cheng clenches his transformer toy tightly, casting a glance at the forlorn Zhang Dong. Where is that lottery shop owner? Have we tracked him down? Gao Ye, engrossed at her phone, suddenly sharpens her focus upon hearing the mention of the lottery shop owner. The bodyguard pauses before responding, We found him. He is at the lottery shop on Zhongshan Street. Upon hearing this, Gao Ye's attention heightens dramatically. She observes the two middle-aged men before her, keen to capture their conversation. It appears that these two men may have also fallen victim to the lottery shop owner's deceit. Lianing inclusive, Gao Ye distance intently. At that moment, Zhang Cheng poses another query. Who apprehendedly Wei? Have we uncovered that? It was a student. The bodyguard hesitates before adding, his name is Gao Ye, and it might be a bit tricky. That student has someone in the police force. Upon hearing those words, Gao Ye was momentarily taken aback. Was the gossip now directed at him? Furthermore, they were probing into his family background? What were they up to? Gao Ye leaned forward slightly. Ahead, Zhang Cheng, after contemplating the bodyguard's words, gritted his teeth and continued. What is there to fear? We are all returning to Myanmar anyway. Once the deed is done, we can flee. The police cannot touch us. Gao Ye's pupils dilated in shock. His name was Gao Ye, and he had a relative who was a police officer stationed at the lottery shop on Zhongshan Street. Was he not referring to himself? And they intended to kill him? What the hell, who are you? Gao Ye inquired. Zhang Cheng and the bodyguard were plotting a murder when they heard the voice, and they turned around, stunned. There had been no one behind them during the court session. Who are you? Zhang Cheng asked, when did you arrive? Chapter 59, I have been watching you for quite some time, and I knew you would attempt to flee. Ding. The fortune level upgraded from moderate to excellent. Fortune position, ahead Gao Ye was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the system and then at the two individuals ahead, Zhang Cheng and his bodyguard. A surge of fury ignited within him. Truly, he was genuinely infuriated. He had thought that visiting the courthouse would present him with rewards beyond the criminals, allowing him to indulge in a life of ease and comfort. Little did he expect to encounter yet another criminal. Was he truly a magnet for wrongdoers? Seizing Zhang Cheng by the collar, Gao Ye exclaimed with indignation. Are you out of your mind? How dare you come to the courthouse as a criminal? Zhang Cheng, shaken, felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes. The bodyguard, witnessing this, immediately intervened. Bang! With a swift punch, Gao Ye sent the bodyguard crashing to the ground. The tremendous commotion left everyone in the courtroom dumbfounded. Bystanders swiftly pulled out their phones to record the unfolding drama. The judge, equally bewildered, was taken aback. Normally, the loudest disturbances in court were merely the disputes between plaintiffs and defendants. What was happening? Were the spectators now joining the fray and even resorting to violence? This was an open challenge to the law. The judge furrowed his brow and rapped his gavel. Stop that man. Quickly, apprehend him. The two bailiffs standing beside Zhang Dong immediately rushed back, intending to restrain Gao Ye. The courtroom descended into chaos. Even Zhang Dong, who was on the brink of receiving a death sentence, couldn't help but glance back out of curiosity. With that single glance, he spotted the transformer in Zhang Cheng's hand. Old too. You're old too? Zhang Dong's gaze sharpened, and he shouted in excitement. The judge, once again, struck the gavel in irritation. Defendant, calm down. No shouting aloud. Calm down, my foot. Zhang Dong disregarded the judge, attempting to dash out of the defendant's seat while shouting for old two to escape. Before he could fully break free, the round-faced police officer in the second row reacted. excitedly jumping in front of Zhang Dong and delivering a punch. Boom! Zhang Dong rolled his eyes and collapsed to the ground. I have been sitting in the second row, watching you for ages, and I knew you would try to run. The round-faced officer beamed, pulling out his badge. I'm a police officer. The defendant attempted to flee, but I have now subdued him. The judge paused for a moment. 3 seconds later, with a smile brightening his face, he rapped the gavel, saying, "Comrade, please assist in subduing the individual in the back." The round-faced officer nodded vigorously. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have gone to restrain him. With that, he charged towards Gao Ye, urging several bailiffs to clear the way. Under the watchful eyes of the entire courtroom, the round-faced officer leaped and delivered a punch towards Zhang Cheng. Bang! Zhang Cheng fell in response. Judge, bailiffs, crowd. The round-faced inspector picked up the gun that Zhang Cheng had dropped from the ground, embracing Gao Ye with overwhelming joy and tears of exhilaration. I knew it. I knew you could encounter criminals even when you're in the restroom. At last, I could be promoted to the rank of police chief. By the way, Xiao Yi. No, Yi Ge. How did you know they were criminals? Truly remarkable, Gao Yi replied. They were discussing how to kill me. Meanwhile, in another location, the atmosphere in the conference room of the Green City Police Department was rather tense. Sun Wei was sat at the head of the conference table. To his left were the key members of the criminal investigation team, while to his right were the prominent members of the technical department. At the end of the table was a projection screen displaying 3 photographs, one of Zhang Cheng, one of a bodyguard, and one of another bodyguard, Lao San. Zhang Cheng stood and approached the projection, adjusting his glasses as he pointed to the images. Director Sun, our preliminary suspicion is that Zhang Cheng has undergone plastic surgery. After last night's raid on Zhang Cheng's villa in the outskirts, we only discovered one bodyguard. This bodyguard put up a fierce resistance and was shot dead on the spot. We compared the facial features of the bodyguard and found traces of cosmetic surgery. What about Zhang Cheng? Sun Weigua inquired solemnly. Where could he be, and how many are involved? Does the criminal investigation team have any insights? Zhang Cheng switched the remote, changing the image on the screen to a text message. From the personal items in the villa, we deduced that there should be 3 individuals. We checked the Skynet, but couldn't find any photos of the 3. Their escape routes likely fell within surveillance blind spots. Furthermore, we uncovered a text message on the bodyguard's phone, presumably sent by Zhang Cheng, instructing the bodyguard to keep the piglet, referring to a student from the sports school. They are scheduled to return to Myanmar this afternoon. What did the technical department say? Sun Weigua lightly tapped the table, asking. A police chief from the technical department promptly responded, Director Sun, here's the situation. Upon discovering the message, we immediately traced the sender's phone number. But the recipient has a high level of confidentiality, and we couldn't ascertain an address. Sun Weigua nodded slightly, his expression calm and unreadable. What are everyone's thoughts? Please share. The officers present furrowed their brows in contemplation. One police chief spoke up. I believe Zhang Cheng is certainly still in Green City. We could prepare for 2 scenarios. First, we should assign personnel to closely monitor the villa in the outskirts. If Zhang Cheng does not contact the bodyguard left behind before returning, he is likely to come back directly. At that point, we can apprehend him all at once. Second, we should mobilize our forces, ensuring that over 70% of our officers and police dogs are on standby. If Zhang Cheng makes a call before returning and realizes that the villa is compromised, he will likely choose to flee. At that moment, we shall strike with thunderous force, swiftly sealing off the primary thoroughfares of the entire Green City, undertaking a comprehensive search. The police chief, having spoken, turned his gaze towards Sun Weigua. Sun Weigua nodded solemnly and declared, Let us proceed accordingly. However, that alone is insufficient. I have conversed with Director Zhao, who has received intelligence indicating that Zhang Cheng is still operating as a park owner in Myanmar. He possesses knowledge of at least one clandestine route facilitating smuggling from our homeland to Myanmar. Director Zhao has emphasized that regardless of the cost, capturing Zhang Cheng is imperative. Effective immediately, all police personnel in Green City, be they officers, auxiliary officers, criminal investigators, or cyber police, shall have their leave revoked and return to duty without delay. I demand that over 90% of our police force remain in a state of readiness to respond at any moment. Furthermore, Sun Weiguo rose, surveying the room, and stated, "Brother departments from various cities and counties along the border have been coordinated by Director Zhao. They will also be on alert along the route. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option." Just as Sun Weiguo finished speaking, the phone rang. Chapter 60. Absurd, truly absurd. Upon hearing the ringtone, Sun Weiguo picked up the phone and discovered it was his round-faced colleague, the police inspector. They were of similar age and had joined the police force at the same time. Logically, he should have been promoted to the rank of second-level inspector by now, even if he lacked notable achievements. Unfortunately, the round-faced inspector had made a mistake in his youth, and all these years later, he still held the title of first-level inspector. Although they both worked at the municipal bureau, they rarely communicated. Today, however, it was quite unusual for him to take the initiative to call. "Hello," Sun Weiguo answered the phone. "Old Yuan, what is the matter?" On the other end, the round-faced inspector's excited voice immediately came through. "Director Sun, you must come to the courthouse at once. There's something significant." Sun Weiguo, puzzled, replied, "What is going on at the courthouse?" The round-faced inspector quickly elaborated. "Director Sun, here's the situation. Today, Gao Ye and I went to the courthouse to attend a trial. We apprehended 2 armed suspects in the courtroom. Moreover, that Zhang Dong kept referring to one of the suspects as Erge. I suspect he is Zhang Dong's accomplice." Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo felt a sudden haze cloud his mind, and almost instinctively he blurted out, "Is that armed suspect named Zhang Cheng?" In an instant, all the officers in the conference room turned their gazes toward Sun Weiguo, their eyes brimming with inexplicable anticipation. Sun Weiguo continued, "Does he look different? If he does, that's expected. Never mind, keep an eye on them. I'll come immediately." After hanging up, he turned to the crowd in the conference room and announced, "Everyone, proceed with the original plan. Zhang Cheng, you will accompany me to the courthouse." In less than 5 minutes, several police cars sped out of the municipal police station's gates. At the Green City Intermediate Court, inside the courtroom at that moment, Zhang Dong and Zhang Cheng, the 2 brothers, were comfortably sprawled on the floor, while their bodyguard leaned against the wall. Gao Ye casually took a seat on a chair, facing a row of individuals, the judge, the adjudicator, and the lawyers. They had just learned that Zhang Cheng had plotted to kill them, leaving them utterly alarmed. The judge patted Gao Ye's shoulder appreciatively, saying, "Young comrade, you have done a tremendous service." Subsequently, the adjudicator grasped Gao Ye's hand, expressing relief. "Comrade, thank you. Without you, we would have been in danger today." Finally, a lawyer seized Gao Ye's hand, shaking it vigorously with a grateful expression. "My friend, truly. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have perished. Here's my business card. Should you encounter any legal issues, I will assist you pro bono." Pro bono? A smile finally graced Gao Ye's face as he accepted the card. At that moment, Sun Weiguo, accompanied by officers from the municipal police station, arrived at the scene. Zhang Cheng, along with the criminal investigation team, immediately approached Zhang Cheng to search for clues, particularly his mobile phone. After Sun Weiguo assessed the situation at the scene, even as the director of the municipal bureau, he could not help but feel a tinge of astonishment. Indeed, there were criminal suspects bold enough to approach the courthouse. Engaging in illicit activities right under the watchful gaze of the police was utterly shocking, something that would astound him for a century. However, given the precedent set just yesterday when a short-haired man was struck by a vehicle at the precinct's entrance, Sun Weiguo, though surprised, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Upon his arrival, he was greeted simultaneously by Inspector Gao Ye, a round-faced officer, and several staff members from the court, all saying, "Good day." Director Sun Weiguo nodded, his gaze sweeping across the group until it settled on Gao Ye, his eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. He truly found himself at a loss. During his journey here, he had gathered most of the pertinent information. By way of Zhang Dong's address, he surmised that the 2 armed suspects were likely Zhang Cheng and the remaining bodyguard. It appeared that Zhang Cheng had taken the reckless step of confronting the police in a desperate attempt to attend the court session for one last time with Zhang Dong. In principle, there was nothing inherently wrong with attending a court session. After all, both men had undergone cosmetic alterations, even if Gao Ye recognized Zhang Cheng. And despite his being on the wanted list, it remained inconsequential. Their appearances had changed significantly, making it difficult for the average person to identify them. Yet, remarkably, Gao Ye recognized them. The manner in which he did so was utterly ludicrous. Zhang Cheng and his accomplice brazenly discussed their intentions to eliminate Gao Ye right in front of him. What was going on? Here were individuals who dared to confront an entire SWAT team, and they chose to openly strategize their murderous plans right before him. It was absurd beyond belief. As Sun Weiguo contemplated this, he could not suppress a chuckle. After decades in law enforcement, he had never encountered such an outrageous situation. Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that the criminals Gao Ye had previously encountered also exhibited a certain absurdity. In an instant, Sun Weiguo felt a wave of unease wash over him. Why was it that the cases he dealt with were fraught with difficulties, challenging to find leads, evidence, and apprehend suspects, while Gao Ye seemed to have the divine favor of fortune? As if the heavens were placing accolades directly into his hands? As these thoughts pervaded his mind, Sun Weiguo, a seasoned director, found himself inexplicably envious of Gao Ye. In the past, Deng Yu often joked that Gao Ye possessed a touch of the mystical. Sun Weiguo had always dismissed it as mere jest. Even when he occasionally remarked on Gao Ye's supposed supernatural touch, he understood it was all in good fun. After all, solving cases relied on skill, not superstition. However, at this moment, he found himself somewhat swayed by the notion. Perhaps he should take Gao Ye along with him for a few days to apprehend a handful of criminals? As this idea crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head. What was he thinking? Would a casual stroll lead to the capture of criminals? If that were the case, there would be no criminals left in the world. Surely, it was merely a coincidence. After all, Zhang Cheng, as Zhang Dong's brother, had a perfectly reasonable motive to visit him. It was simply a chance encounter that Gao Ye happened upon. Sun Weiguo fervently attempted to reassure himself. At this moment, Zhang Cheng had completed the identification process with the criminal investigation team. Holding a mobile phone, he approached Sun Weiguo with palpable excitement. "Director Sun," he exclaimed, "based on our analysis of the suspect's height, facial features, eye characteristics, and other physical traits, along with the items they carried, we can preliminarily confirm that the two armed suspects are Zhang Cheng and the remaining bodyguard." Upon hearing Zhang Cheng's words, the officers present exhibited expressions of astonishment mixed with exhilaration. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd, with some officers unable to contain their cheers. They had initially anticipated a strenuous effort to apprehend Zhang Cheng, yet he had seemingly delivered himself right to their doorstep. Utterly remarkable. Amidst the cacophony, Sun Weiguo couldn't help but smile, raising his fist in approval before quickly regaining his composure. Taking a deep breath, he ensured no one had noticed his moment of elation. He silently acknowledged how close he had come to losing his restraint. At that moment, the phone rang again. Sun Weiguo glanced at the screen and saw it was Zhao Yuanchao. He promptly answered, "Director Zhao, how may I assist you?" A weary voice, heavy with fatigue, came through the line. "Zhao Sun, I have coordinated with the border regarding Green City and its surrounding districts. Once you commence your operation, they will immediately seal off all transit routes from Green City to Myanmar. Additionally, I have informed the brother departments at the border. They will now implement high-density patrols until Zhang Cheng is captured." Upon hearing Zhao Yuanchao's words, a smile crept across Sun Weiguo's face. "Director Zhao, we have already apprehended Zhang Cheng. He is currently at the Intermediate Court of Green City." Zhao Yuanchao seemed momentarily taken aback. After several seconds of silence, he responded, "What happened?" Sun Weiguo quickly elaborated. "Director Zhao, when Gao Ye attended the court session, he fortuitously found Zhang Cheng seated right in front of him. Zhang Cheng and his bodyguard entered the courtroom late, mistakenly believing they were alone. They began discussing plans to kill Gao Ye and the owner of the lottery shop on Zhongshan Street to avenge his brother. Gao Ye overheard their conversation and, in a fit of rage, knocked one of them unconscious, while the other was also subdued by him. After Sun Weiguo concluded his explanation, the line fell into silence. Suddenly, the sound of a teacup shattering echoed through the receiver. Sun Weiguo understood that Director Zhao was equally shocked, evidently overwhelmed by the revelation, which had caused him to inadvertently topple his cup. After a prolonged pause, Zhao Yuanchao's voice finally broke the silence. You must closely monitor Gao Ye's college application process. Ensure he chooses the police academy without fail. Chapter 61. The criminal trap malfunctioned. At the break of dawn the following day, the atmosphere was still shrouded in twilight. Ding. Today's fortune. Minor blessing. Fortune location. Sunshine driving school training ground. Casting a glance at the system, Gao Ye squatted at the entrance of the driving school, tearing into a piece of fried dough stick while sipping on some soy milk. Beside him sat a dog, woof woof. Picking up a stone, Gao Ye stood up, cursing, come on, are you barking at me again? Truly, the sound of barking made his head spin. Yesterday afternoon, he returned home with the remaining 70,000 in bounty. Just as he reached the entrance of his community, he was intercepted by Deng Yu and Uncle Gao Ye, both wearing mischievous grins. Before he could grasp the situation, he found himself in a police car. With two officers flanking him, he sat in the middle, almost as if adorned with a silver bracelet. Throughout the journey, Deng Yu lamented, claiming that in terms of connections, the round-faced uncle and the bald chief were outsiders. The Zhongshan Street police station was truly Gao Ye's domain. How could they allow outsiders to bask in glory for several days without involving their own? They even let outsiders flaunt their success in front of him and Uncle Gao Ye. He insisted that Gao Ye must linger at the Zhongshan police station for at least half a day. Indeed, were it not for the 5,000 cash Deng Yu slipped him, he would have been tempted to uproot the police car's roof in protest. Of course, the most crucial point was that Uncle Gao Ye had discreetly whispered a couple of sentences to him. Xiao Yi, your second uncle has just been appointed as an instructor. New officials tend to make a show of authority, but his flame was extinguished before it even ignited by that short-haired robber. Thus, your second uncle has hidden 845 at home. Just ensure you frame a criminal for him. It need not be a murderer. A common robber would suffice. Gao Ye acquiesced, understanding that his uncle was genuinely facing difficulties and needed a merit to solidify his position. For indeed, there are 845 concealed beneath the air conditioner at home. To be precise, it was 745. He and Gao Nanan had previously taken 100 when they were short on cash. He had spent 40, while Gao Nanan had used 60, which was 20 more than him. This surplus of 20 was meant for taking the blame. Should they be discovered, Gao Nanan would bear the responsibility. The young girl had stated that she had a heart condition, and Uncle Gao Ye would not make things difficult for her. After agreeing with Deng Yu and Uncle Gao Ye, Gao Ye began to stroll around Zhongshan Street, trailed by more than a dozen plainclothes officers from the Zhongshan police station. Each one was eager, ready to follow Gao Ye in apprehending criminals and earning medals. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Ye visited the lottery shop. The police interrogated the shop owner for half an hour, leaving him dazed. At 2 o'clock, they returned to the lottery shop. Gao Ye remarked, he is suspicious. The police responded, interrogate him. The shop owner exclaimed, I can't believe this, I truly can't. At 3 o'clock, they revisited the lottery shop. Gao Ye reiterated, he is suspicious. The police responded, interrogate him. The shop owner exclaimed, damn it, you've come here 3 times this afternoon. I'm kneeling for you. At 4 o'clock, Gao Ye said The police replied, understood, he is suspicious. Interrogate him. The lottery shop owner let out a long, anguished howl towards the heavens. Are you intentionally trying to mess with me? Is it really necessary? At 5 in the afternoon, gazing at the tightly shut doors of the lottery shop, Gao Ye couldn't shake off the feeling that the proprietor was somehow suspicious. Indeed, he genuinely believed there was something amiss with the shopkeeper. On his 4th visit to the lottery store, he discerned a glint of malice in the owner's eyes, a malevolence he had previously only observed in the eyes of Zhang Cheng, a notorious fraudster. He contemplated visiting the owner's residence, but Deng Yu intervened, suggesting they explore other areas instead. After all, Deng Yu had invested 5,000 yuan and had yet to encounter even a petty thief. He could not afford to lose more. Thus, the group continued their aimless wandering. By 6 in the evening, Gao Ye had come up empty-handed, the Zhongshan Street exuding an air of tranquility. Doubts began to creep into Deng Yu's mind. Could it be that the criminal capturing prowess of Xiao Yi was malfunctioning? With a vacant expression, Deng Yu lamented, I spent 3 years' worth of my savings on this. I had already warned that Xiao Ye's encounters with criminals were merely coincidental. There can't possibly be so many wrongdoers in the world. Uncle Gao shook his head and replied, Perhaps this is for the best. At least he'll have a safe life ahead. If he were to encounter criminals daily, it would be a boon for us but a cruelty for a child like him. Let us head back. It's nearly time to clock out. Deng Yu, having wagered 5,000, felt a sense of loss far exceeding that of Uncle Gao and stubbornly insisted, "No, I sense a criminal is about to emerge. Let us take Gao Ye for another couple of rounds." By 7 o'clock, still no sign of any offenders. The neighbors exhibited civility and courtesy. Could it truly be that Gao Ye was a jinx for Zhongshan Street? Influenced by Gao Ye, Deng Yu had taken to studying metaphysics over the past few days. He felt compelled to delve into such matters, especially given the extraordinary events that had transpired in Gao Ye's life recently. After much contemplation, Deng Yu entertained the notion that there might be some truth to this idea. After all, Gao Ye had encountered an A-class wanted criminal in court that very morning. He had even managed to unearth a murderer at the bald man's place yesterday. Yet here, in his own vicinity, not a single robber had materialized. The issue must lie with him. Unwilling to concede defeat, Deng Yu brought in a dog, calling out to Gao Ye, "Bark, bark." By 8 in the evening, still no results. The criminals were nowhere to be found. Deng Yu declared, "Let us add another dog." At 9 o'clock, the criminals were still absent. What a farce! Gao Ye had indulged himself at the night market, feasting on barbecued treats and bubble tea. He had intentionally revealed half of the 5,000 yuan in his pocket, yet no one dared to steal it. Deng Yu exclaimed, "Let us bring in 3 more dogs." By 10 o'clock, the crowds began to thin. Gao Ye's 5,000 yuan fell to the ground, and someone even alerted him to it. Deng Yu suggested, "Let us switch to a corgi." By 11 o'clock, the streets were sparsely populated, further diminishing the likelihood of a criminal's appearance. Deng Yu advised, "Let's opt for an Alaskan Malamute." By midnight, over a dozen dogs surrounded Gao Ye, barking incessantly. There were pastoral dogs, Shiba Inus, corgis, and even a poodle. Gao Ye was on the verge of a breakdown. Upon hearing a dog bark, he experienced a ringing in his ears, which led to a dizzy spell. Seizing the moment while he made his way to the restroom, Gao Ye stealthily scaled the wall and fled, leaving Deng Yu and his companions at the restroom door to ponder the meaning of life. This morning, he had been apprehensive that Deng Yu, resembling a round-faced officer, would ambush him at the entrance. He had departed as early as 4 o'clock, arriving at the driving school. After savoring some fried dough sticks and drinking soy milk, Gao Ye rose and contentedly stretched. Standing at the entrance, he contemplated the day's rewards, convinced they could not possibly involve criminals. After all, those who came to the training ground to learn how to drive were surely registered, their backgrounds undoubtedly innocent. Individuals like the slightly plump man would not even qualify for enrollment, especially now, as the college entrance examinations had just concluded. The majority of those present to learn driving were freshly graduated high school students, characterized by their clarity, naivety, and innocence. For them, their misdeeds were limited to pilfering pocket money from their parents or sneaking off to an internet CAF. After finishing their exams, their daily lives revolved around surfing the web, shopping, getting manicures, and dating, with the occasional hair perm being the height of their rebelliousness. Gao Ye considered this and excluded himself from their ranks. He had wielded AKs, high-concentration explosives, and shotguns. At that moment, a training vehicle screeched to a halt before him. The instructor leaned out, angrily exclaiming, "Who on earth is so blind? Don't you see cars coming in and out at the entrance? Standing here this early, I nearly crashed." Gao Ye turned around, and the image of him knocking out a 200-pound man perfectly matched the instructor's recollections. The instructor's voice fell silent, his face filled with terror. "Why you? You are Gao. Gao Ye, aren't you? I almost didn't recognize you. This early in the morning, what brings you to the training ground?" Ding. Today's fortune. Minor auspiciousness upgraded to moderate auspiciousness. Fortune location. In front of the training vehicle, a smile graced Gao Ye's face as he replied, "Instructor, I'm here to learn how to drive." The instructor responded, "You haven't even passed the first theory test. What do you mean learn to drive?" Chapter 62. A collision of fate. Step on it. Get some gas. Outside the city, on a tree-lined avenue, a driving school car ambled along at a leisurely pace of 20 miles per hour. Behind the wheel was a short-haired girl, while the driving instructor sat in the passenger's seat, berating her as the accelerator welded shut. Can't you press it down? Trembling. The girl was on the verge of tears. Instructor, I can't. I'm afraid I'll crash. Pointing ahead, the instructor fumed. I've been driving this road for 10 years. At this hour, there's hardly any traffic. Who are you going to crash into? Thin air? Is this truly how he instructs his students? In the back seat, Gao Ye could almost foresee his own future, filled with trepidation. Beside him sat a chubby boy, who shook his head at the instructor's words. Usually, he's much harsher. In this situation, he would be scolding us for sure. Today, he's remarkably restrained, thanks to you. The chubby boy pulled out a bottle of water and handed it to Gao Ye. Buddy, you're lucky. The instructor is much gentler with you. By the way, you're quite impressive. You passed both the first and second subjects so quickly. Gao Ye replied, Not really. I've only attended one class. I haven't even taken the exam for the first subject. The chubby boy was taken aback, confused. Aren't we learning the third subject? If you haven't even taken the first. Why are you here? To make some money, Gao Ye answered. Are you all right, buddy? The chubby boy asked, bewildered, ignoring the stunned expression of his companion. Gao Ye glanced around, rolling down the car window, reveling in the delightful breeze, the rice fields, and the lush trees. It was all quite pleasant. He had already concluded that today's system reward could not possibly involve a criminal, as there were hardly any people on this out-of-the-way road. At most, a car might speed by occasionally. What would a criminal be doing in such a desolate place? Surely, no one would be masquerading for help only to ambush you for robbery, right? Such worn-out tropes are hardly used in films anymore. With this thought, Gao Ye contemplated the system, pondering how the rewards would manifest. Accelerate. If you don't, a snail will soon overtake you. The instructor's voice boomed again. Even my grandfather's wheelchair is faster than you. You call this learning to drive? I'll tell you, at 20 miles per hour, you should earn 100,000 upon your exit. 100,000? Was the reward coming? Hearing this, Gao Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked towards the instructor. Even the short-haired girl and the chubby boy turned their attention to him. In unison, they inquired why. With a cold smirk, the instructor replied, if you drive too slowly, you might get beaten up by an enraged driver and have to pay 100,000 in damages. Feeling profoundly insulted, the short-haired girl slammed her foot down on the accelerator and the car surged forward. Simultaneously, at a nearby corner, a small electric bike meandered down the road, ridden by a young man with yellow hair. While riding his bicycle and wearing headphones, he made a phone call. Boss, is the ambulance you modified confirmed to be functioning properly? A voice on the other end replied, Are you doubting me? You should know by now that I am the most reliable. My ambulance can easily pass for a genuine one. Just make sure nothing goes awry on your end. Be cautious while riding. Don't recklessly dart towards oncoming vehicles. If you get hit, I'll have no choice but to take your kidney while it's still warm. Upon hearing this, Huang Mao chuckled confidently. Boss, rest assured, when it comes to reliability, I surpass you. I have been observing this road for several days, and during this time frame, there is virtually no traffic. The only vehicles that appear are driving school cars, which move slower than my grandmother's wheelchair. When the moment comes, I'll simply bump into one, and everything will be fine. You just need to wait 20 minutes before hurrying over to load me into the ambulance. Then we'll have someone accompany me to the hospital. We'll knock the person unconscious and execute our plan. Boss, I must go now. I think I hear a vehicle approaching. Be ready to act when you hear me shout. Huang Mao concluded, charging around the corner on his small electric bike. As he rounded the bend, he spotted a driving school car approaching from about 100 meters away. Excellent. A driving school car. Its speed wouldn't exceed 20 miles per hour. Huang Mao's face lit up with excitement as he aimed directly for the driving school car. However, to his astonishment, the driving school car suddenly accelerated without warning. Huang Mao froze for a moment, a chill coursing through him. There was no time to evade. With a loud crash, he and his bicycle were propelled several meters away. Inside the vehicle, the 4 occupants were frozen in shock. "CC coach," the short-haired girl exclaimed, her hands leaving the steering wheel as she clutched her ears, panic-stricken. "I think I hit someone. He was clearly on the roadside. How did he suddenly dart into the middle of the road? Is this person out of their mind?" The coach, pale but relatively composed, having dealt with student-related accidents before, was nonetheless baffled by why the cyclist had inexplicably accelerated from the side of the road into the middle of the street, leaving even him momentarily stunned. However, His priority was to ensure the safety of the four inside the vehicle. Grabbing the steering wheel, he maneuvered the car to the roadside. "You all stay inside the car. I'll go check on him." With that, the coach walked toward where Huang Mao lay on the ground, simultaneously dialing emergency services. Inside the car, observing the coach and then the fallen Huang Mao, Gao Ye finally grasped the situation and decisively instructed, "Fatty, go place the warning triangle in the back." The short-haired girl, in a state of panic, weeping with her hands clasped over her head, prompted Gao Ye to sigh and say, "Very well. You may remain in the car." After uttering these words, Gao Ye exited the vehicle and proceeded towards the coach's location. At that moment, the boy with yellow hair had already succumbed to unconsciousness. The two of them dared not ascertain whether he had sustained any fractures, refraining from moving him, and could only remain in place, awaiting assistance. To Gao Ye's astonishment, however, less than 20 minutes had passed when an ambulance appeared in the distance. Is the ambulance arriving this swiftly? Gao Ye was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 63. Buy one get one free? How wonderful. It seemed that the driving school instructor had only taken a glance at the situation for less than 20 minutes. The journey from a city to this location likely required a speed of over 100 miles per hour to be completed in such a brief time. As the two conversed, an ambulance arrived and halted by the roadside where the yellow-haired man lay. A doctor and two nurses emerged from the vehicle, immediately inquiring, "Who made the emergency call?" "I did," the driving instructor promptly replied. "My student accidentally struck this gentleman while driving. However, I have a dash cam. It was this gentleman who rushed into the path of the vehicle. You can discuss this with the traffic police." The doctor gestured dismissively, casting a glance at the yellow-haired man, whose legs were stretched straight and eyes tightly shut. He mused to himself that the act was rather convincing. "You two, retrieve the stretcher," the doctor instructed the nurses. The nurses brought out a stretcher from the ambulance, and together they lifted the yellow-haired man onto it. Yet, he remained unconscious. The doctor furrowed his brow, and the driving instructor mirrored his concern, asking, "Doctor, what is the matter? Is it serious? Why isn't he awakened?" The doctor paused momentarily, his expression betraying a hint of disbelief. "He was knocked unconscious. Of course, he hasn't awakened." No, you don't understand." The doctor shook his head, standing pensively before the stretcher. In cases where relatives are present, an ambulance typically requires a family member to accompany the patient. However, in emergencies like a traffic accident, if no relatives are available, the ambulance usually transports the patient directly and then notifies the family later. The doctor would not, at least not voluntarily, request the perpetrator to accompany the ambulance. Thus, for them to remove the individual, the victim, in this case the yellow-haired man, would need to insist that the offender accompany him. According to the plan, the yellow-haired man should have awakened by now. Could it be that he was truly knocked unconscious? The doctor glanced at the instructor's vehicle, noticing a short-haired girl in the driver's seat, sobbing while clutching her ears. It was evident that she was indeed the student behind the wheel. The speed must have been quite slow. How could she have knocked the yellow-haired man unconscious? Furthermore, if the other vehicle had been traveling at high speed, he surely would not have rushed towards it. Tentatively, the doctor examined the yellow-haired man. Upon touching him, he discovered that the man had fractured ribs. At least 3. His leg was also broken, likely with internal injuries as well. The doctor's expression turned grave. If his kidney was injured, it would indeed be a waste. Breaking a minor bone and failing to transport the individual meant this endeavor was essentially a loss. With the risk of losing his own head, how could he afford to incur such a loss? With a deliberate motion, the doctor pressed firmly on the yellow-haired man's fractured ribs. The next moment, the man let out a howl of pain, awakening with a grimace, exclaiming, "What the hell, that hurts like hell." After cursing, he noticed his brother signaling him, and the yellow-haired man quickly realized the situation. Enduring the pain, the young man with yellow hair lamented, "Doctor, I cannot bear it any longer. Please, save me and take me to the hospital." The doctor waved his hand dismissively, instructing 2 nurses lift him into the ambulance. At that moment, the yellow-haired youth grasped the doctor's arm tightly. "Doctor, wait. Who is it that hit me? They must accompany me to the hospital. What if they flee?" The doctor glanced at the driving school instructor, who waved his hand in reassurance. "Doctor, I assure you, we will not run away. We are from Sunshine Driving School. He continued, my name is, my ID number is, and my phone number is. The doctor turned back to the young man. You claim you won't run? Can you truly speak for your student? What if she absconds? He insisted, no, whoever struck me must accompany me to the hospital. The doctor then turned to the driving instructor. The victim's condition is serious. We cannot delay any longer. Gritting his teeth, the instructor called out to the nearby training vehicle. Please step out for a moment. After a brief pause of 5 to 6 seconds, a short-haired girl, trembling, slowly opened the door and approached. It's all right. You need to go to the hospital with us, the instructor said as he gently reassured her. I will wait for the traffic police to arrive. Once they have handled everything, I will take Gao Ye in back. Don't worry, it's not severe. This young man seems lively. There shouldn't be significant issues. Insurance will cover compensation, and all responsibility falls on me. You won't have to pay anything or face legal repercussions. All right, I will go with you. The short-haired girl replied, feeling deeply touched. Coach, I shouldn't have called you names or wished you ill in finding a girlfriend. The driving instructor's expression darkened, and he turned away. Gao Ye, let us go. However, Gao Ye remained motionless. The instructor glanced back. Xiao Yi, we need to return to the vehicle. Do not linger in the middle of the road. Yet, Gao Ye still did not move, his gaze seemingly vacant. Notification. Today's fortune has upgraded from moderate to excellent. Fortune location. Ambulance. For reasons unknown, he felt an ominous sensation in his heart. Coming back to his senses, Gao Ye asked, Coach, may I accompany the ambulance to the hospital? The short-haired girl was taken aback. Gao Ye seems fierce, yet he is genuinely kind-hearted. The driving instructor was also surprised, observing the interactions between the girl and Gao Ye. Since witnessing Gao Ye knock out a slightly overweight man, he had perceived him as a ferocious delinquent. However, it appeared he was quite compassionate, voluntarily offering to accompany a female classmate to the hospital. Yet, the space in the ambulance was limited. It was not feasible for just anyone to board. What if their presence interfered with the medical team's urgent operations inside? No. The driving instructor mustered his courage and objected. The ambulance is not spacious. It can only accommodate one person accompanying the patient. How would it be if you went two? Upon finishing his statement, he added, somewhat lacking in conviction. If you don't believe me, you can ask the doctor. At that moment, the doctor's heart surged with excitement, yearning to leap up and cheer. Truly, he was overwhelmed with joy and indescribable elation. Initially, he had planned to make a swift escape with one, but now, unexpectedly, one was being willingly offered to him. It was a buy-one-get-one free deal. What a serendipitous windfall, a fortune that could not be thwarted. Indeed, students are the easiest to deceive. Suppressing his inner jubilation, he endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor, furrowing his brow as he stated gravely, well, in principle, only one person is permitted to accompany the injured. However, having an additional person is not problematic. Come now, both of you get in the vehicle. We shall proceed to the city hospital. They boarded, the door closed, and the vehicle accelerated. The ambulance sped away for 2 miles, filled with the resounding echoes of jubilant laughter within its confines. Chapter 64. Am I learning to drive? Only to encounter a human trafficking ring? Inside the vehicle, the expressions of the doctor and nurse were grotesquely contorted with laughter. Even with broken ribs, the yellow-haired man managed to endure his excruciating pain while wearing a foolish grin. Truly, he was overwhelmed with joy, to the point of wanting to play a song about good fortune. The short-haired girl, Gao Ye, sensed an unsettling atmosphere and tugged at his sleeve, whispering, what are they laughing about? I feel something is amiss. Gao Ye furrowed his brow, reluctant to speak. He had come to realize the meaning behind the system's proclamation of great fortune. More likely than not, he had stumbled upon a criminal enterprise once again. A wave of despair washed over him, as he felt akin to a magnet for wrongdoers, resigned to his fate. Just as he was about to deliver a punch to each of the assailants, he heard the yellow-haired man speak, and those words made him loosen his fists. Bro, how much do you think we'll get for handing this person over to Dog Brother? The yellow-haired man began counting on his fingers. Regardless of the amount, I want an extra 20,000. This woman must have been possessed. She hit me hard enough to break my rib. He shot a menacing glance at the short-haired girl, who, upon receiving his glare, burst into tears, finally understanding she had been abducted by traffickers. This was no ambulance. Recalling Gao Ye's heroic deeds at the driving school, the short-haired girl clutched his sleeve and cried, "Gao Ye, you must knock them down." Suddenly, the doctor produced a gun from his pocket and rapped it against the interior of the ambulance, commanding everyone, "Shut up. Hand over your phones." The cries abruptly ceased. The short-haired girl, terrified, quickly retrieved her phone and surrendered it. "And yours?" the doctor inquired, turning his gaze to Gao Ye. Gao Ye pondered the implications of the situation and, realizing the driver was not on their side, opted to comply. He retrieved his phone and handed it to the doctor, who ordered, "Turn it off and throw it out." Satisfied, the doctor nodded as Gao Ye cast a disapproving glance at the discarded device. At that moment, the doctor addressed the yellow-haired man, stating, "The price from Dog Brother is $300,000 for a healthy individual. For the disabled, it becomes tricky to transport them across borders. They would remain in the country, used for organ matching, with a value of $100,000. "Fantastic!" the yellow-haired man exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his rib pain. "That amounts to $600,000. He began calculating driver, 2 nurses, and me. Upon realizing his potential earnings, the yellow-haired man's eyes lit up. "Wait a minute, 5 people? That means I could take home $120,000. I earned only $50,000 to $60,000 in a year of hard work before. This single trip is worth 2 years of my labor." With a thumbs up directed at the doctor, Huang Mao sincerely praised, "My friend, from now on, I shall concede to no one but you. Truly, modifying an ambulance to facilitate my schemes is an ingenious tactic." The driving school instructor exhibited not a hint of skepticism, allowing his students to board the ambulance without question. And those 2 students were easily deceived. One was not sufficient. Another arrived as well. Huang Mao, brimming with excitement, pointed at Gao Ye, exclaiming, "You generously offered us $300,000. I am genuinely, profoundly grateful to you." Struggling to rise, Huang Mao grasped Gao Ye's hand, adding, "There are few individuals as proactive as you." Gao Ye, observing Huang Mao's mischievous demeanor, felt an urge to land a punch on this rascal. He had unequivocally confirmed that this group was indeed a band of traffickers, specifically those who specialize in smuggling individuals abroad. Moreover, it seemed they had connections domestically as well. Had it not been for his desire to locate that troublesome Dog Brother, he would have already delivered a blow and called Gao Ye Shu to claim the credit. As for the handgun in the doctor's possession, it was nothing but a jest. He was utterly unperturbed. During the bank heist, even when confronted by the masked assailant wielding a firearm, he had remained unfazed. "You are quite proactive as well," Gao Ye remarked sincerely. Indeed, he found this group of traffickers remarkably assertive. How absurd that he had ventured to the outskirts to practice driving and still encountered them. Huang Mao paused for a moment, then looked at the doctor, pointing to his head. "Boss, does he have a problem here? Would such a condition still fetch a decent price?" After scrutinizing Gao Ye, the doctor replied, "I cannot say for certain, but he appears quite normal. He should command a good price." In any case, Dog Brother had mentioned that he had recently established a long-term partnership with a zone in Myanmar. They were in dire need of personnel. Anyone who could communicate and engage in normal conversation was worth $300,000 each. Last month, in the neighboring city, Wang Matzi took a lunatic there, and Dog Brother rewarded him with $100,000. "A lunatic?" Huang Mao queried, perplexed. "What purpose does a lunatic serve?" The doctor cast a glance at Huang Mao's waist, ominously stating, "It is undoubtedly for harvesting kidneys. What else could it be for? Oh, why am I even telling you this? You need not worry. Just focus on resting and avoid perishing en route. We still have at least 2 hours to reach Dog Brother. I have a robust constitution." Huang Mao chuckled from the stretcher. "I haven't even received my $120,000 yet. I am reluctant to meet my end." The faux ambulance continued its journey. Approximately half an hour later, at the site of the accident, the driving school instructor was still awaiting the arrival of the traffic police. At that moment, an ambulance halted at the roadside. A doctor and several medical staff disembarked. The doctor immediately inquired, "Who made the emergency call?" "I did," the driving school instructor replied. "And where is the injured party?" The doctor, surveying the scene of the accident, noted its emptiness and furrowed his brow. "The injured are fine. You could have informed us sooner, saving us a futile trip. First and foremost, although the injured party is unharmed, you are still required to cover the transportation costs. With a bewildered expression, the driving school instructor scratched his head and asked, "Have the injured already been taken away by you? Do I need to pay double for the transportation?" The doctor paused for a moment, taken aback by the question. "Taken away?" "Yes." The driving school instructor casually remarked, "The injured was taken away by an ambulance half an hour ago." The doctor, once again, was momentarily stunned. "Have you made a mistake? I haven't even arrived yet. How could the injured be taken away?" The driving school instructor also felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Could it be that you dispatched an extra ambulance?" "That is absolutely impossible." The doctor quickly shook his head in denial. "Ambulances are dispatched uniformly by the control center. When you called 120, you reported one injured person, and we would only send one vehicle. Two ambulances are absolutely out of the question. Moreover, I was in contact with the control center on my way here. We're the nearest ambulance to this location. Please do not frighten me." The driving school instructor, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, exclaimed, "If you were the only one dispatched, then what was the ambulance that just left?" The doctor furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. "Do you have any photos of the vehicle?" Yes. The driving school instructor quickly retrieved his phone and opened the gallery. "Look, this is the photo I took." After a mere glance, the doctor reached a conclusion. This is a fake ambulance. A real ambulance would have the affiliation, direct contact number, and ambulance number clearly marked on the rear. However, this vehicle in the photo lacks all of these identifiers. You have been deceived. You must report this to the police immediately. What? Upon hearing this, the driving school instructor felt as if the world were spinning around him, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, the doctor quickly pinched his philtrum to bring him back to his senses. Once he regained his composure, the driving school instructor hastily pulled out his phone, opened the calling interface, and prepared to dial 110 to report the incident. Among the recent call logs, the name of Officer He from the Zhongshan Street Police Station prominently appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, the driving school instructor dialed the number. Chapter 65. What? Gao Ye has been abducted by human traffickers? Sigh. In the office of the Zhongshan Police Station, two mobile phones lay upon the desk. Deng Yu cradled the teacup, lamenting softly. It had been an entire morning without a single case to address. How he longed for the days of constant patrols. Indeed, when one becomes busy, tranquility eludes them. Uncle Gao reclined on the sofa, perusing a newspaper with utmost contentment. Hearing Deng's sigh, he chuckled and replied, "Old Deng, you become a bit fanciful. Shouldn't a grassroots police station be just like this?" Expecting to encounter cases isn't as simple as one might think. Little Yi seems to stumble upon criminals daily. Deng Yu retorted, "Count how many ways we've faced so far. That rascal can even encounter criminals while visiting the courthouse. That is truly absurd. I feel as though he is a magnet for criminals, attracting them wherever he goes. And those criminals seem almost eager to approach him." At this juncture, Deng Yu took a sip of tea, its bitterness lingering. Yet, why is it that despite spending the entire day with Little Yi yesterday, we encountered no criminals? My 5,000 yuan, saved painstakingly over 3 years, gone. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gao's temper flared. And what of my 845? It's vanished too. He glanced at his phone's balance, his expression one of dismay. "It's all your fault for convincing me that Little Yi is a lucky charm, a beacon for criminals. I foolishly followed your advice and spent the evening out with her, as if being punished to sleep in the living room by her aunt wasn't enough. I lost my secret stash as well. You have no idea. With Nan Nan at home, her sole focus is on money. I was hoping that this sum would keep her warm and cozy for a couple of days, but without it, my little comforter is turning into a source of heartache." With a heavy sigh, Uncle Gao continued, "I've come to realize that if Little Yi doesn't encounter any criminals, that is quite all right. I shan't expect any miscreants in the future. A peaceful existence is indeed a blessing." Just then, the phone on the table rang. Upon confirming it was Uncle Gao's phone, Deng Yu's body jolted, and he quickly donned his police cap. "Old Gao, hurry, it's your phone. Check if it's Little Yi calling. You take the call. I'll prepare to assemble everyone." What with the sudden urgency? Uncle Gao picked up the phone, glanced at it, and shook his head. "Old Deng, please calm down. It's not Little Yi calling. It's her driving instructor on the line." At this revelation, Uncle Gao paused in confusion. What could Little Yi's instructor want with me? Surely, she must have encountered a criminal. Deng Yu set down his teacup, rising with excitement. You must answer quickly, old Gao. The first wave of criminals is coming your way. Uncle Gao, too, felt a flicker of excitement, silently wishing that the criminals would not be too dangerous nor too trivial. With a smile, he answered the phone. Upon hearing the driving school instructor's words, Uncle Gao was utterly bewildered. What did you say? Xiao Yi has been abducted by human traffickers. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu hurriedly walked over with a serious expression and asked, Old Gao, what's going on? At that moment, Uncle Gao's complexion turned ashen. He even infrequently resorted to cursing. What the hell? If the student doesn't understand, how can you, a driving school instructor, be so clueless? Taking students out for training without the most basic sense of safety? You let them get in the car without double-checking? Don't you dare say the ambulance couldn't recognize them. Let me tell you, Yezi is my brother's only child. If, Uncle Gao's vision blurred, nearly causing him to collapse. It was only Deng Yu who steadied him. Old Gao, what is the matter? Regaining his composure, Uncle Gao anxiously replied. Old Deng, something's happened. Gao Ye has been kidnapped by human traffickers. What? Deng Yu was taken aback. Human traffickers? ISNT, he just going to learn how to drive? How could he encounter traffickers? Uncle Gao briefly recounted the events to Deng Yu. After listening, a grave expression appeared on Deng Yu's face. However, compared to Uncle Gao's panicked demeanor, Deng Yu remained relatively calm and comforted him, saying, Old Gao, don't panic. Xiao Yi may not necessarily be in danger. After all, you know his capabilities. Even the special police in Green City couldn't contend with him. Perhaps in a while, he will call us to apprehend the traffickers. It's not that simple. After a brief moment of confusion, Uncle Gao managed to regain some composure. At that time, when he was putting pressure on the special police, it was because they had put down their guns. I just heard the driving school instructor say that the traffickers had modified an ambulance. With such meticulous preparation, it's highly likely they are armed. This matter must be reported immediately. You request backup, and I'll take people to the scene to search for clues. After finishing, Uncle Gao dashed out, calling out loudly, Gather, everyone assemble. In an instant, the quiet courtyard erupted with activity as over a dozen police officers emerged, lining up neatly in 3 rows. Each one looked at Uncle Gao with smiles. Instructor, did Brother Yi catch the criminals? Uncle Gao, with a stern face, shook his head. Gao Ye has been abducted by human traffickers, and they are likely armed. We must rush to the scene immediately. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Within half a minute, the equipment room was emptied, not a single bullet left. 3 police cars and 5 police motorcycles sped out of the courtyard of the Zhongshan police station. Meanwhile, Deng Yu was also on the phone, contacting the city police department. At that moment, Sun Weiguo was in a meeting. At the conference table, the lowest rank among the officers present was a 3rd-level police inspector. However, the person sitting at the head of the table was not him, but Zhao Yuanchao. At the end of the conference table, Zhang Chang was delivering a report. Based on the intelligence from Director Zhao and the overnight interrogation of Zhang Chang by the criminal investigation team, we have preliminarily grasped some information about the human traffickers. This group operates a clandestine route from within the country to Myanmar, as disclosed by Zhang Chang. The number of individuals involved is approximately 30, armed, yet only 10 return to the country each time. The leader is known as Li Guchuo, also referred to as Brother Dog. Notably, their method of trafficking is contract-based. Every 6 months, they concentrate their abductions, with small trafficking gangs from nearby cities and counties delivering the victims to Guchuo, who then transports them through secret channels to Myanmar. Are we aware of their gathering locations? Zhao Yuanchao inquired solemnly. The information about this group was fortuitously obtained from a comrade embedded in the field, and it was hard-won. We must ensure that we accomplish our mission in one decisive stroke. Zhang Chang shook his head. Director Zhao, the meeting places of Guchuo are not fixed. Just then, a sudden vibration from a mobile phone interrupted the discussion. All eyes instinctively turned towards Sun Weiguo. He had his hand outside his pocket, quickly ending the call. In less than 3 seconds, the phone rang again. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhao Yuanchao suggested, Answer it. It might be something important. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo, with a serious expression, retrieved his mobile phone. Noticing it was a call from Deng Yu, he answered. As he discerned what was being said on the other end, his eyes widened in shock, and his voice escalated. What? Gao Ye has been abducted by human traffickers. They might even be armed. At this exclamation, the other police officers present shifted their attention to Sun Weigua. Many of them were from the provincial department, and they were no strangers to Gao Ye, given his recent accolades, each more significant than the last, with many being second-class merits. He had even earned the nickname Lucky Carp of the police team among the officers in Leviathan, making it hard for anyone to overlook him. Moreover, a few were even aware of who Gao Ye's father was. At this moment, Sun Weigua had already hung up the phone. Turning to Zhao Yuanxiao, his first words were, "Director Zhao, there has been an incident. Gao Ye was taken an hour ago by a group of traffickers disguised as an ambulance. His whereabouts are currently unknown." Zhao Yuanxiao, upon hearing this, paused for a moment. After 5 or 6 seconds, he regained his composure, slowly rising and turning his back to the crowd. "Investigate thoroughly. Special police and criminal investigation units head immediately to the site of the incident. All police forces from districts, counties, and townships in Leviathan disperse and search. Set up checkpoints on all major thoroughfares, national and provincial roads that lead out of Leviathan. I want to apprehend this group of traffickers within a day and see Gao Ye standing before me." After Zhao Yuanxiao concluded, the crowd began making calls. Within a mere 10 minutes, police vehicles from the city precinct and provincial headquarters surged forth in succession. At every major intersection, traffic officers commenced their inquiries. Even the rural byways were not spared, with both regular and auxiliary police stationed at vigilant posts. Upon arrival, they disembarked. Concurrently, an ambulance halted at the outskirts of the verdant city, in front of an abandoned factory. The doctor escorted Gao Ye and the short-haired girl out of the vehicle. No sooner had they stepped out than Gao Ye caught sight of a familiar AK. Chapter 66. By a stroke of misfortune, I became an insider? Goodness, incredible. You have even managed to acquire an AK. Gao Ye exclaimed it. The last time I handled an AK was 3 days ago. His companion, Huang Mao, lay on a stretcher, his face etched with concern. How can he boast in such dire circumstances? If we cannot even procure an AK, how could he have ever played with one? He spat. He doesn't even bother to draft his lies. Waving dismissively, the doctor replied with palpable impatience. Why do you concern yourself with him? Just rest comfortably and ensure you do not strain your back. I merely worry he won't fetch a good price. Huang Mao scratched his head. If there's something wrong with his head, he might only sell for 100,000, which is a full 20,000 less than the 300,000. Internally, Gao Ye marked a significant cross against Huang Mao. Within mere minutes, the group arrived at the factory's entrance. The doctor handed over the firearm and engaged in casual conversation with the guard before leading Gao Ye and the others inside. As they walked, Gao Ye scrutinized the surroundings, piecing together from the brief exchange between the doctor and the guard that Brother Dog was the ringleader of a large human trafficking syndicate, while the doctor was part of a smaller operation. They captured individuals to sell to Brother Dog, who then exported them abroad. This Dr. S group was among the earliest arrivals, with many more to follow. This cannot stand. I must find a way to alert someone. Gao Ye pondered as they stepped into the factory. Before him lay an expansive area, with heavy supporting columns spaced several meters apart. The walls were marred like a spider-esque web, and water dripped intermittently from the ceiling. In the center of the open space stood a table, heaped with stacks of currency and a Desert Eagle handgun. Seated at the table was a man with a small mustache, flanked by 2 henchmen wielding AKs, resembling underworld enforcers. It was none other than Li Guchuo, the notorious leader of the cross-border trafficking gang. Upon spotting him, the doctor appeared as though he had encountered a patriarch, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. He approached with a bow. Greetings, Brother Dog. Brother Dog, observing the doctor and glancing at those behind him, replied calmly. How many have you brought? 3, the doctor hastily responded. 2 can cross the border, while 1 can only be harvested for his kidneys. At this revelation, Gao Ye paused, a sense of unease washing over him. He felt inclined to erase Huang Mao's earlier tally. The stretcher-bound Huang Mao also froze, a wave of dread washing over him. In Brother Dog's domain, anyone capable of walking was typically sent to Myanmar, while only those unable to traverse rugged terrain were subjected to organ harvesting. As Huang Mao glanced around, Realization dawned upon him regarding who the doctor referred to as the kidney donor. Struck by a thunderbolt, he trembled in fear. With a heart-wrenching wail, tears streaming down his face, he cried out, "Boss, please don't. Don't take my kidneys. My kidneys are in poor condition. I began engaging in flying machines at the tender age of 8, and my kidneys, you see, are of no use to you. I do not wish to perish." A wail echoed throughout the factory, and even the short-haired girl was affected, bursting into tears. Rubbing his ears, Brother Dog turned to the doctor. "What do you propose?" 700,000. The doctor exclaimed, rubbing his hands together with excitement. 700,000. 2 who can walk, 1 who cannot for the kidneys. An exchange of money for individuals. Brother, you possess the potential to be a big shot. Upon hearing this, Brother Dog gave the doctor a thumbs up. Your heart is truly wicked. Second brother, hand him the 70,000. Furthermore, Brother Dog looked at the group of yellow-haired individuals, rubbing his ears, and remarked, "The cries are too loud. Silence them." Upon hearing this, a burly thug behind Brother Dog immediately stepped forward, swinging his AK behind his back. He then stood motionless. The doctor asked, "What?" As the doctor prepared to take the money, he was momentarily stunned by the thug's inaction. Tentatively, he inquired, "Brother Dog, this?" Brother Dog slapped his forehead and reiterated, "Second brother, first give each of those who are crying a piece of cloth to gag them. Once they are silenced, count out 70,000 for this doctor. After counting, hand him the money. Then come stand behind me." The instructions were precise. The burly thug bent down and retrieved a pile of cloth. He picked one up and roughly stuffed it into the mouth of the yellow-haired individual. Noticing the short-haired girl, who was still sobbing, he yanked her hair, grasped her chin, and forcefully stuffed a large piece of cloth into her mouth. Next, the burly thug turned to Gao Ye, preparing to gag him as well. He froze for a moment, the cloth suspended in midair. "Why aren't you crying?" Gao Ye, who was observing his surroundings, paused and replied, "Why should I cry? If you don't cry, how can I gag you?" The burly thug recalled Brother Dog's command and explained, "You truly live up to your size." Gao Ye glanced at the thug and shook his head. "Then why not simply refrain from gagging me?" "That makes sense." The burly thug set the cloth down and went to count the money for the doctor. Brother Dog, seated, was in communication with the remaining small-time human trafficking gangs. Observing Gao Ye's demeanor piqued his interest. After so many years in the trafficking business, he had seen countless individuals sold under his watch, certainly no fewer than 800. Generally, upon realizing their impending fate, most would succumb to tears. In severe cases, they might even wet themselves. This was precisely why he had prepared the cloth in advance, to silence the crowd. Otherwise, with so many individuals crying together, he would be driven mad. Even among those who did not cry out of fear, their faces would undoubtedly betray their panic. After all, he possesses an impressive array of weaponry: AKs, shotguns, grenades, and even high-concentration explosives. Such formidable armaments are rarely encountered domestically. In a secure environment, an ordinary individual might respond with curiosity, excitement, or even eagerness upon encountering these weapons. However, in a perilous setting, fear is undoubtedly the prevailing emotion. The question arises, is this place dangerous? Indeed, it is exceedingly perilous. Dog Brother gazed curiously into Gao Ye's eyes but discerned no trace of fear. In fact, he detected a hint of eagerness. A common person, abducted and surrounded by armed individuals, exhibiting eagerness? Is that the behavior of a normal individual? Dog Brother paused, pointing to his head, and looked at the doctor. Is he mentally impaired? In his mind, Gao Ye marked a great cross against Dog Brother. The doctor, standing nearby, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, instinctively assuming that Dog Brother intended to negotiate the price. A normal person would be worth 300,000, while someone deemed problematic would only fetch 100,000, a discrepancy of 200,000. That amount could afford him a lavish lifestyle for a month or two. The money earned through risking one's life must not be devalued. The doctor hastily reassured him, Dog Brother, he is not mentally impaired. He is merely stunned with fear. This kind of situation is quite common. It has occurred before. Upon saying this, the doctor turned towards Gao Ye, guiding him gently. You should tell him you were just rambling due to fright. I wasn't frightened, Gao Ye replied, bewildered. No, the doctor countered, I am the doctor. And I declare that you were frightened, hence you were frightened. Gao Ye paused momentarily. Aren't you a trafficker? That is inconsequential, the doctor thought, fixated on the prospect of his 200,000, resolutely refusing to allow Dog Brother to negotiate the price. He continued, upon seeing the AK, how could you not be frightened? Trust me, you were indeed startled by the AK, which is why you began to ramble. After all, how could an ordinary person handle an AK? Do you comprehend the inherent dangers of such a weapon? Gao Ye, after a moment of silence, replied, I have indeed handled an AK before. Not only that, but I have also used shotguns, handguns, and grenades. Before Gao Ye could elaborate further, the doctor, alarmed at the thought of losing his 200,000, interrupted him. His mind was consumed with thoughts of that sum. Looking at Dog Brother, he urgently explained, Dog Brother, he is merely rambling due to shock. I can attest to that. Allow him some time. He will likely return to normal in a few days. Whether he is speaking nonsense is not for you to decide, nor for me. After glancing at the doctor and then at the blonde-haired accomplice, Dog Brother halted the large henchman who was counting money. He pointed at Gao Ye and instructed, stop counting for now. Unload all the bullets, give him the gun, and also provide him with a blank round. If he can handle it, then it proves he isn't speaking nonsense and is of sound mind. I will pay 70,000 without hesitation. If he cannot play, then you have deceived me. Brother Dog glanced at the doctor and said, I abhor being deceived. If he cannot handle the AK, you shall receive not a penny of that 700,000. The doctor was utterly flustered. He thought to himself that this person had been lured from a driving school, and to any discerning eye, he appeared to be a mere student. What could he possibly know about handling an AK? Damn it, what a futile trip this has been. With that thought, the doctor felt a surge of murderous intent towards Gao Ye. At that moment, the burly man had already handed the AK, magazine, and blank rounds to Gao Ye. Upon receiving the AK and feeling its weight and grip, Gao Ye noted that it was identical to the one used by the masked figure during the bank heist. He loaded the bullets into the magazine and then inserted the magazine into the AK. Grasping the gun with his right hand, he chambered a round with his left. With a crisp click, Gao Ye raised the weapon and pointed it at the doctor, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The doctor, terrified, fell to his knees, raising his hands in surrender, utterly bewildered as to how Gao Ye could handle an AK when he himself could not. Moreover, the audacity to aim a gun at him was unfathomable. For a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were staring into the abyss of his own demise. After a few seconds, the doctor finally realized that the gun was loaded with blanks. You bastard. The doctor felt his dignity slip away, standing up and cursing. How dare you point a gun at me? Are you tired of living? As he cursed, he charged toward Gao Ye, seemingly ready to kick him. At that moment, Brother Dog stood up, aiming a desert eagle at the top of the doctor's head. Dare you to move a muscle? The doctor was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with confusion. Brother Dog, we are on the same side. Who the hell is on your side? Brother Dog scoffed at the doctor. You sell out your own brothers. You are truly despicable. When I speak in jest, do you genuinely think I am praising you? After saying this, he turned to Gao Ye, a smile breaking across his face. Little brother, you handle that AK quite adeptly. With your level of skill, scamming in the parks would be a waste of talent. Are you interested in teaming up with me? Now it was Gao Ye's turn to be baffled. Brother Dog continued. Little brother, let me be frank with you. Things over in Myanmar are not easy either. It's perilous, especially for someone like me who engages in cross-border human trafficking, living life on the edge. One must not only evade border patrols, but also protect oneself from treacherous associates. One misstep can lead to disaster. My men suffer losses every year. Recruiting is easy. In Myanmar, one can gather a large number of AK users with the right incentives. However, transporting people into the country with a Myanmar national is too conspicuous and fraught with danger. Moreover, I adhere to a principle. Those not of my kind must have different intentions. While they can be used, they cannot be relied upon. But if we seek to bring in familiar faces, the standards become significantly higher. As Dog Brother spoke, he extended 3 fingers. Firstly, there must be no significant criminal record. Someone who is on a wanted list would merely serve as a trap for law enforcement. Secondly, one must possess proficiency with firearms. In our line of work, Lacking the ability to wield a gun renders one utterly defenseless. The era of cold weapons has long since passed. Thirdly, one needs to be audacious, unafraid of taking a life, ready to draw a weapon and engage in combat at any moment. The simultaneous fulfillment of these three criteria is exceedingly rare. After concluding this, Dog Brother gestured towards the burly henchman and sighed, "Look, I have resorted to using him. Every time I speak to him, it feels akin to issuing commands to a robot. I must meticulously clarify the time, the location, the task, and the sequence of events, one detail at a time. Just like earlier, when I instructed that fool of a doctor to count out 700,000 and silence the blonde idiot. If I had someone with even a modicum of cleverness, they could just act on their own accord, couldn't they? But not him. He insists on my telling him whether to count the money first or seal the mouth. It's exceedingly difficult for me." As Dog Brother spoke, genuine tears threatened to spill. He rubbed his eyes, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Brother, judging by your demeanor, it seems you bear no criminal record. You are a familiar face from our homeland, and you are adept with an AK. More importantly, you exhibit remarkable courage, standing firm amidst so many firearms without flinching. I can see you're destined for greater things." With that, Dog Brother extended his right hand, asking, "What do you say, shall we join forces?" As these words fell, the room fell silent. Gao Ye was bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly found himself ensconced in such an inner circle. The doctor fixated on the money on the table, pondering whether, with this alliance, Dog Brother would still grant him 30,000. The short-haired girl's eyes sparkled with hope, realizing that she and Gao Ye were momentarily secure. The burly henchman stood still, awaiting orders. After a few seconds, Gao Ye regained his composure and surveyed his surroundings, noting that many smaller trafficking rings had yet to arrive. It seemed that joining was his only option at this juncture, coupled with continued observation of the situation. He extended his hand and grasped Dog Brother's right hand firmly, declaring, "I am in." Dog Brother, overjoyed, erupted in cheers. As the Desert Eagle pressed against Gao Ye's forehead, "Brother, since you have chosen to join us, let us discuss how you came to wield an AK. If our conversation goes well, you should be one of us." Chapter 67. Having just completed his college entrance examination, Gao Ye found himself at the mercy of the second-in-command of a criminal syndicate, with a gun pointed at him by the imposing figure known as Dog Brother. However, he remained unfazed. Just days prior, he had been confronted with an arsenal of weapons, an AK-47, a pistol, a shotgun, and grenades, while holding a substantial quantity of high-concentration explosives in his arms aboard a red SUV. Now, as he glanced at Dog Brother's Desert Eagle, he thought, having faced the threat of a nuclear bomb, would I truly fear a mere firecracker? This was merely a trivial situation. Furthermore, Gao Ye was quite certain that Dog Brother would not kill him. After all, he was a prized possession, having been purchased from a doctor for 300,000 yuan. The gun was likely aimed at him as part of an investigation to determine if he posed any issues. If he did, he would be sold off to Myanmar. If not, he would successfully join the gang. Every newcomer to a gang must pass through such a threshold, a concept Gao Ye fully understood, having seen it portrayed repeatedly on television. Extending 2 fingers to push aside the muzzle of the Desert Eagle, Gao Ye candidly confessed, "I learned about this AK during a bank heist in Green City." "What?" The others were momentarily taken aback, regarding him with incredulity. With a dark expression, Dog Brother pressed the pistol back to Gao Ye's forehead, threateningly stating, "Everyone in this world knows that I, Li Dog Ta, despise being deceived and toyed with by outsiders. Just last year, Wang Motzi sent me a lunatic, attempting to pass him off as a normal person. I had him taken care of, 2 legs removed. Thus, brother, some jokes are ill-advised. Crossing the line can lead to dire consequences. Wouldn't you agree?" Dog Brother's gaze swept over the group of doctors before settling back on Gao Ye. "You must be utterly daft to even think of deceiving Dog Brother." The doctors sensed the tension, realizing that Dog Brother might be implicating them as well. One of the doctors pointed at Gao Ye and shouted, "Speak out of turn again, and you'll be dead." Bang! With a swift motion, Dog Brother fired a shot into the air, raising the gun to his lips, signaling for silence. "Shoo! Quiet, quiet. I am conversing with my prospective brother here. Outsiders should refrain from interrupting. Do you understand?" Amidst the chaos, Huang Mao had a rag stuffed in his mouth, desperately clutching his thigh as blood streamed from the wound. "You bastard! Why are you hitting me? Target the doctors instead." The doctors, momentarily stunned, quickly collected a cloth from the ground and hastily tended to Huang Mao, even delivering a couple of sharp slaps to his face. Finally, they turned towards Dog Brother, bowing deeply, their expressions turning obsequious as they gestured to their mouths, indicating they would remain silent. Dog Brother, satisfied, nodded and resumed his calm demeanor, addressing Gao Ye. "Brother, once you are fully initiated, we shall be as close as blood brothers, family, if you will. You may jest as you please, even in situations where the police surround us. I would not admonish you. Perhaps just a few choice words. However, you have not yet fully joined the fold and are currently subjected to my interrogation. What I mean is that at this juncture, jesting could prove fatal. Do you comprehend? To put it another way, there exists a sense of injustice so profound that even your girlfriend would agree you have been wronged." Gao Ye feels particularly aggrieved at this moment. "I truly felt as if I were wielding an AK during a bank heist." Gao Ye feels as though it is snowing in June. More wrong than dough. How is it that in this day and age, speaking the truth garners no belief? Not only did I handle an AK, but I also mastered the shotgun, grenades, and pistols. The words remained unspoken. The physician's mind was akin to having been struck by a hammer, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. With only 2 words echoing in his mind, "It's over." This situation transcended a mere 200,000 disparity. It was about whether he had deceived Brother Dog. Selling a lunatic as a normal person to Brother Dog could lead him to suffer the same fate as Wang Matzi, losing both legs. Trembling, the doctor wept profusely. "Brother Dog, I was wrong. This is indeed a lunatic. How about I sell him to you for 100,000? I genuinely had no idea this fellow was unhinged. I did not deceive you. He seemed quite normal when I apprehended him. Brother Dog, please don't kill me." Bang. With a swift motion, Brother Dog fired a shot and raised the gun to his mouth. "Silence, do you understand? I am conversing with my soon-to-be comrade. Do not disturb." Howling in despair, Huang Mao was on the verge of madness, his teeth grinding as he used one hand to clutch his other thigh. "For heaven's sake, do not strike me. Did I even utter a word?" The doctor, somehow finding a piece of tape, sealed Huang Mao's mouth. 3 bows of respect. Brother Dog halted the doctor. "Are you here for a funeral? Step aside and stand straight. Whether this brother has mental issues is not for you or me to decide. Even if he claims to know these weapons, that is not for him to determine." From beneath the table, Brother Dog retrieved a large bag, unzipping it to reveal an array of weapons. AKs, shotguns, pistols, grenades, and even high-concentration explosives. After inspecting the bag and the bombs, Gao Ye felt an unsettling familiarity. At this moment, Brother Dog had already produced a shotgun and a pistol, then extracted bullets, loading 2 blanks and a defective grenade, handing all 3 items to Gao Ye. Brother Dog declared, "Brother, you say you are familiar with these. I grant you an opportunity to prove it. If you can use them, it will demonstrate that your mind is intact and that you have not deceived or mocked me. From henceforth, we shall be family. If you cannot, then you and the doctor are merely trifling with me, and I shall ensure you receive a thorough beating before selling you to the most lucrative district. Once there, it will be difficult to even contemplate death." "And what of the doctor?" "Gao Ye inwided. Remove his legs and dispose of him." "Understood." Gao Ye picked up the shotgun and received the blank ammunition. "What do you even know?" The doctor was nearly paralyzed with fear, risking his life for a mere 200,000. He recalled that Wang Matzi had never mentioned the incident of Dog Brother's leg being severed. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with regret for having entangled himself with such a lunatic as Gao Ye. Nonsensical, deceptive words flowed from his lips effortlessly. He could handle a shotgun and a grenade. Such devices were typically unfamiliar to ordinary people, only seen in the hands of hardened criminals. For heaven's sake, just apologize to Dog Brother and let this matter rest. Before he could finish his sentence, the doctor felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. With a thud, he sank to his knees. Gao Ye adeptly loaded the bullets, aiming the shotgun's muzzle at the doctor. Seemingly sensing the gravity of the situation, he produced a grenade, pulled the pin, struck it against something, and tossed it at the doctor's feet. He appeared every bit the hardened criminal, Inside the factory, an eerie silence enveloped the space, punctuated only by the sound of water droplets hitting the ground. Everyone gazed in shock at Gao Ye. The doctor who had abducted him turned pale, awkwardly shuffling away from the hissing grenade. A glance back at Gao Ye left him paralyzed with fear, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. Where on earth had this living nightmare come from? He could handle an AK, a shotgun, and even a grenade. What on earth were they teaching in driving school? This was no mere student. He was a criminal. There was no way he could be an ordinary person. In this environment, he understood better than anyone else. The weapons mentioned could only be wielded with proficiency after considerable practice, yet Gao Ye handled them with ease. It was evident he was genuinely skilled. The thought of having unwittingly brought back such a terrorist left the doctor in a state of utter terror. Clap. Clap. At that moment, Dog Brother regained his composure. Clapping his hands, he beamed at Gao Ye, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother, from this day forth, you're my brother. Goodness, you truly know your stuff. AK, shotgun, grenade, what else can you do? Robbing banks, this is fantastic, brother. You are simply remarkable. In our line of work, we need someone with your audacity." Dog Brother was ecstatic, embracing Gao Ye tightly. "I made up my mind. So what if you have a criminal record? I can easily send you to Myanmar as a team leader. When I return to take on tasks, you'll guard the home front. It's a solid plan." Dog Brother, brimming with enthusiasm, waved his handgun around, pacing back and forth in excitement. Unable to contain his joy. "I'm so thrilled. Truly, I never imagined someone with your talents could be captured by a doctor like that. It's astonishing. By the way, my friend, where are your teammates? Introduce them to me. I'll help you all grow stronger together." After Dog Brother finished speaking, he turned to Gao Ye, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Truly, he was overwhelmed with excitement. Criminals were aware that in this era, finding someone audacious enough to wield heavy weaponry and rob a bank domestically was exceedingly rare. To successfully rob a bank and emerge unscathed was even more remarkable. The former merely indicated a lack of fear of death, while the latter was a testament to one's intelligence, an exquisite blend of bravery and cunning. A true asset to any criminal enterprise. Gao Ye remained silent for a moment before responding. They must be anticipating a death sentence, right? This left Dog Brother momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, he patted Gao Ye on the shoulder and said, "Brother, my condolences. You may seem young, but the road ahead is long. Join me, and I assure you, the police will never apprehend you. Our firepower is formidable. We possess AKs, grenades, and shotguns." At this point, Dog Brother paused, having noticed no flicker of emotion in Gao Ye's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to deliver a significant shock to this newly initiated brother. This was a display of strength. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a high-concentration bomb, proclaiming with a sense of pride, "Do you know what this is?" "A high-concentration bomb." Gao Ye replied casually, "How do you still have this thing?" Dog Brother was momentarily stunned and gave Gao Ye a thumbs up, thinking to himself that this bank robber possessed some cultural depth. However, Ligachua was no fool. Standing tall, Dog Brother gravely elaborated, "Brother, this high-concentration bomb is not like the run-of-the-mill stuff you might be familiar with. I procured it from a highly esteemed intermediary. One piece costs 300,000. Wow! Gao Ye gasped in astonishment. 300,000 for one? That's highway robbery. Since entering the factory, he had maintained a composed demeanor, but seeing Gao Ye's astonished reaction, Dog Brother's pride was nearly impossible to contain. Cradling the bomb in his hands, he declared with great pride, 300,000 each, indeed a hefty sum. Yet we can use this bomb to earn 10 times that, 100 times that. Let me tell you, the intermediary assured me that this high-concentration bomb possesses considerable power." Pointing to a bag on the ground, Dog Brother's tone turned serious. "I'm not exaggerating. Just this bag of high-concentration bombs, casually tossed into a plaza, will ensure that no one dares to pass by for at least a month." Gao Ye was taken aback, thinking the phrase sounded eerily familiar. For a year, no one would dare dance in the square, he recalled, remembering the masked man from the Tang Sing tale. For 10 years, no elderly gentleman would dare spin atop there. A sudden foreboding sensation stirred within Gao Ye's heart. A century later, Brother Dog paused momentarily and spoke with an unprecedented seriousness. Wait until you reach a century later. Unconsciously, Gao Ye picked up on Brother Dog's words. No matter how hard the real estate developers strive, they cannot elevate the surrounding property prices. Upon hearing this, Brother Dog was taken aback. The remaining lines caught in his throat. He found himself at a loss for words. With wide eyes, he gazed at Gao Ye in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "What the hell? How did you know this?" He was astounded, for this high-concentration bomb was new, and the agent had only disclosed this information to two individuals, himself and Old Tang. Brother Dog was engulfed in extreme shock, contemplating Gao Ye while pointing his gun at his forehead. "Who on earth are you?" In an instant, the 7 or 8 armed men surrounding them raised their weapons, all aimed at Gao Ye. The burly henchman glanced over but continued counting his money. Gao Ye stood frozen, realizing he had not anticipated that both groups had acquired their firearms from the same agent, and even more astonishingly, that they seemed to be acquainted. It was absurd that both factions had crossed paths with him. Wasn't that a remarkable coincidence? Gao Ye found himself in a state of bewilderment, pondering how to explain the situation. Just then, Brother Dog seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed, "I know. You are a demolition genius, aren't you?" The agent had mentioned that he had found a young demolition expert for Old Tang. Recently, when Old Tang and his crew had encountered trouble, rumors circulated that only 4 individuals had been captured. Brother Dog had been wondering why one person was missing. It turned out that it was Gao Ye who had escaped. Connecting the dots to Gao Ye's earlier statement about robbing a bank a few days prior, Brother Dog suddenly understood, embracing Gao Ye with exuberance. "Brother, that's incredible. You managed to get away. You're not just talented, you're a technical genius." Such rarity. After a brief hesitation, Brother Dog gritted his teeth and proposed, "Join us, and I will make you our gang's demolition expert. We'll head to Myanmar and pull off a major heist. Your rank will only be second to mine." Chapter 68. Damn it, hang me up and beat me. In the suburbs of Green City, along a tree-lined avenue, hundreds of police officers conducted thorough searches. Even the dogs by the roadside were pulled aside, allowing a pack of police dogs to sniff for any clues related to Gao Ye. Uncle Gao, in a frenzy, with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, continuously dialed numbers on his phone. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is unavailable." The incessant sound of the phone being off made Uncle Gao curse under his breath. In frustration, he removed his police cap and unbuttoned his uniform, continuing his attempts to call. Seeing Uncle Gao in such a state, Deng could not help but advise Old Gao, "Stop calling. The phone is off, and dialing again will not change that." Uncle Gao remained silent, merely repeating the motion of dialing. Snatching the phone away, Deng punched Uncle Gao on the shoulder, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, Old Gao, can you pull yourself together? Just because Lil ES calls R&T going through doesn't mean he is in trouble. We've watched Lil Yi grow up. He is clever and resourceful. After the college entrance exams, he has only gotten sharper. He is quite capable. Even a dozen special police officers can't match him. Even our armed forces minister has been coming by to inquire about him, hoping to recruit him. Tell me, with Little Yi's bravery and wit, how could he possibly be in danger?" Uncle Gao glanced at Deng Yu and simply replied, "Little Yi's phone has never been turned off." Deng Yu, frustrated, he took a deep breath and rationally analyzed, "Old Gao, didn't you hear what the driving school instructor said? There were only 6 people in total. The driver, 2 nurses, a doctor, and a blonde guy. 4 men and 2 women, one of whom was injured. In a confined space, Lily could easily handle them. Why then? Would his phone be off? I suspect he might have voluntarily surrendered it. Perhaps he discovered something critical and is currently in hiding." Uncle Gao regarded Deng Yu and remarked, "The human traffickers might be armed." Deng Yu, removing his police cap, he squatted by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and fell silent. Deep concern for Gao Ye weighed heavily on him. In truth, the entire Zhongshan police station, including the cafeteria staff, shared this worry. Upon learning of Gao Ye's predicament, Uncle Gao ordered everyone to search, leaving only 2 officers on duty at the station. Normally, this would be deemed inappropriate procedure, but as the chief, Deng did not intervene. He even personally ventured out of the city in search of leads after calling for reinforcements. After over 3 hours of searching, he returned empty-handed. The initial worry had begun to morph into despair. As he searched, Deng Yu consoled himself with the thought that Gao Ye must have discovered something and infiltrated a den of thieves, which was why he had been unreachable for so long. However, the words of his uncle Gao, who mentioned the presence of firearms, rendered Deng Yu speechless. As an experienced officer, he was acutely aware that individual strength was as fragile as paper when confronted with firearms. Damn it, Deng Yu cursed under his breath. If anything were to happen to Xiao Yi, I would shed my own skin just to deal with that gang of traffickers. Just then, a phone rang. Dad's calling, Dad's calling. Before he could finish his thought, he rushed towards Uncle Gao, anxiously gazing at his phone. Could it be Xiao Yi? Uncle Gao quickly glanced at the caller ID, and upon recognizing it, his heart sank. He shook his head and entered a police vehicle. Once inside, he rubbed his face, forcing a smile as he answered the call. Hello, dear. What's the matter? On the other end, Annie's voice came through. Lao Gao, is Xiao Yi with you? I've been trying to reach him, but his phone is unreachable. Hearing this, Uncle Gao's heart skipped a beat, and his complexion turned pale. That's Xiao Yi. He's here with me, chatting with Sister Zhang in the cafeteria downstairs. He must have forgotten to charge his phone. Should I have him come to the phone? That's strange. Annie replied, puzzled. Xiao Yi's phone has never been turned off. She continued, never mind, it's not a big deal. Nan Nan is scheduled for surgery in a few days and wanted to have a feast. I bought some ingredients that both Xiao Yi and Nan Nan enjoy. I just wanted to ask what else Xiao Yi would like, so I could get it. Huh, I'm a bit jealous. You didn't ask what I like to eat? Uncle Gao replied, trying to keep his tone steady. Forget it. I won't bother you. Auntie retorted. You need to be back by 8 tonight. After that, she hung up. Listening to the dial tone, Uncle Gao could only think 2 words. It's over. If his wife and Nan Nan found out that Gao Ye had been abducted, it could lead to disaster. Checking the time, it was now 2 p.m., which meant there were only 6 hours left. Gritting his teeth, Uncle Gao stepped out of the vehicle and turned to Deng Yu, saying, Deng, I need to ask you for a favor. Let us go find Director Sunday. Perhaps he can speak to Director Zhao and see if we can mobilize the nearby city and county departments to help search. I fear Xiao Yi may truly be in grave danger. Meanwhile, within an abandoned factory, a makeshift platform had been erected. Gao Ye stood on the platform alongside Brother Dog, while below them stood a dozen armed men wielding AK-47s, shotguns, and handguns, along with several small groups of traffickers gathered to watch the spectacle. Imbranjink Gao Ye se shoulder. Dog Brother was filled with excitement. This demolition genius was the first individual the agency had managed to connect with through a special channel, and knowledge about him was scant. Therefore, for the sake of safety, he had just asked a few peculiar questions. At this moment, having received the answers, Dog Brother was now 100% certain of Gao Ye's identity, completely trustworthy. The first question was, what was the commission that Old Tang discussed with Gao Ye for the bank robbery? Only 4 individuals were privy to this information. The masked man Tang Sung, the agent, the demolition genius, and by mere chance, Dog Brother overheard the agency's slip of the tongue. Gao Ye pondered for a moment, recalling his conversation with the masked man Zhu Beiji, and tentatively answered with a 2/10 certainty. The answer was indeed correct. As for the second question, Dog Brother did not direct it at Gao Ye, but instead at the short-haired girl who had been abducted alongside him. Do you know Gao Ye? Why were you with him in the driving school car? The short-haired girl had only known Gao Ye for half a day and knew little about him. However, she vaguely remembered the driving instructor saying, damn, to knock out someone over 200 pounds with one punch, he must be formidable. He even threatened me to take him out of the city. Yes, just like a bandit. With a gun to her head, she relayed the instructor's words verbatim to Dog Brother. Upon hearing this, Dog Brother was overwhelmed with excitement. He immediately demanded that Gao Ye demonstrate his prowess against the burly henchman. The result was definitive. With a single punch, Gao Ye sent the hulking henchman sprawling to the ground. At this moment, Dog Brother was convinced, thoroughly convinced. He vividly imagined the demolition genius, in an attempt to evade police pursuit, single-handedly incapacitating a strongman and abducting the driving instructor to escape the city. Possessing demolition skills, high combat prowess, and sharp intellect, this was truly a fusion of Zhuge Liang and Elbu. Such talent, if not cherished by him, Li Dog Brother, would render him a fool. So exhilarated was Dog Brother that he could hardly contain himself. He promptly insisted on swearing brotherhood with Gao Ye, aiming to expand and strengthen their criminal enterprise. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Play the music." A small henchman promptly produced a phone and began to play a song. With this bow, spring breezes bring forth kindred spirits, peach blossoms smile upon the altar. Accompanying the melody, Dog Brother waved his hand again, and the yellow-haired henchman was brought forth. 2 shots rang out, striking him in the legs. "Ah!" The yellow-haired henchman, bewildered, exclaimed, "What the hell? I haven't even spoken, and yet I'm being shot again? If you're going to take my kidney, at least make it quick." "Seal his mouth," Dog Brother commanded. "To swear brotherhood, we must bond with blood. I fear pain, so I'll borrow a bit of your blood." "Drink blood?" Gao Ye, standing nearby, paused momentarily. Realizing what was about to transpire, he made a request. "Dog Brother, could we possibly have a different beverage? I can't drink this." The yellow-haired henchman protested. "What the hell? I'm bleeding for nothing today." After sizing up Gao Ye, Dog Brother smiled broadly and waved his hand again. "Bring the drinks." 2 large bottles of cola were promptly presented. In this moment, with the spirit of ambition and determination to achieve greatness, Dog Brother solemnly declared, "Brother, please." After taking a hearty swig from the bottle of cola, he found himself overwhelmed by the carbonation, causing him to wince. A glance towards Gao Ye revealed that he was nearly finished with his drink, a testament to Gao Ye's commitment to their brotherhood. This only deepened Dog Brother's affection for him. After consuming half the bottle, with much spilled, he took Gao Ye's hand and, surveying the dozen or so subordinates below, proclaimed, "From this day forth this man, Libeti, Gao Ye intergestet, Li." Dog Brother's eyes sparkled with recognition. "We share the same surname. Brother, truly, we are fated to be allies." Addressing the audience, he continued, "From now on, this brotherly way will be our group's second in command. Henceforth, aside from myself, all of you are to heed his commands. Anyone who dares defy him, I shall deal with severely. Understood?" Bowing low, the armed men chorused, "Greetings, Second Master." "Brother, step forward and say a few words." Dog Brother gestured, ceding the center stage to Gao Ye. As Gao Ye stood before the crowd, he felt a surreal sense of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. Initially, he had been abducted by doctors to be sold in Myanmar. At first, he had managed to overpower a few traffickers in a fake ambulance and escape with a short-haired girl. However, upon learning of a larger trafficking syndicate lurking behind them, he abandoned his escape plans, realizing the gravity of the situation. Thus, he resolved to infiltrate the larger group and seek an opportunity to alert the authorities. Yet, he never anticipated that he would rise to the position of second in command within this nefarious organization. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Gao Ye began, "First, I must express my gratitude to Lao Tang, Lao Sun, and Lao Sha. Without them, I would not have found my way to my Dog Brother." Dog Brother felt a profound stirring within, recognizing the loyalty and righteousness of this explosive talent. Despite the dire fate that had befallen his teammates, Gao Ye still honored them. Throughout the years, Dog Brother had encountered countless treacherous individuals. The doctors and the blonde-haired one were merely a pair among many. The higher one climbs, the more wary one becomes of those surrounding them. Yet, there exists a deep yearning for true camaraderie. Quietly, Dog Brother affixed a label of loyalty to Gao Ye, recognizing that this brother was worth having. "Furthermore, I must thank the doctors. If not for their abduction, I would never have met all of you, my brothers." The doctors in the audience erupted in excitement, raising their hands and cheering. "Indeed, it was I who abducted you, our second master. Without me, there would be no second master." Once more, Dog Brother bestowed upon Gao Ye the label of one who repays kindness with gratitude. "Furthermore, when I ascend to the position of second in command, I shall exert every effort to ensure that we all lead lives devoid of hunger and strife, living in tranquility without the incessant anxiety of danger. No longer shall we fear the police or border patrol." Indeed, the words of the second master resonate profoundly. "I, the sixth brother, shall yield to none but the second master." Following him guarantees a life free from want. For those who embrace a life on the edge, is it not the desire for stability and financial gain that they seek above all? At this moment, over a dozen armed individuals, upon setting their weapons down, erupted into applause. Laughter permeated the factory, echoing the sentiment that the second master is indeed magnanimous. Dog Brother once again bestowed upon Gao Ye the label of an exemplary leader. In the end, with hands on his hips, Gao Ye commanded the burly henchman, "If you dare to defy me, hang the doctors and the others and give them a beating. Go outside the factory now and find the tallest trees. Bind them and whip them mercilessly. Once that is done, hang them from the treetops." Upon hearing this, Dog Brother felt even more satisfied, attributing to Gao Ye a label devoid of compassion. Reflecting on this, Dog Brother advised, "Second, do not linger too long. We must retreat by 10 o'clock tonight." "Rest assured, brother, I will handle things," Gao Ye replied with an okay gesture as he strode toward the factory exit. Flanked by 6 henchmen armed with AKs, dragging along the lamenting doctors, driver, nurse, and the blonde-haired fellow. They sought the tallest trees to bind their captives and commence the beating. As the doctor's cries resonated, Gao Ye contemplated how to send a warning. A henchman thoughtfully brought over a reclining chair. "Second master, please sit." Gao Ye in it. Another henchman offered him a bottle of cola. "Second master, drink." Gao Ye guzilit a mouthful. A henchman approached to massage his legs. "Are you tired, second master?" With a kick, Gao Ye pointed to the phone holder and said, "Bring me their phones. I want to see if they have any money in their WeChat." The henchman guarding the phones hesitated. "Second master, that's not permissible. Once inside the factory, no one but the boss can use communication devices." At that moment, Dog Brother strolled by with his hands behind his back and delivered a sharp slap to the back of the henchman's head. "Have you forgotten the earlier directive? Apart from me, everyone else must heed the second master's commands." The burly henchman, now contemplative, wielded the whip with increased intensity. However, the phone-guarding henchman remained apprehensive. What if something goes wrong? "What nonsense!" Dog Brother retorted, ready to kick. Gao Ye interjected, "Dog Brother, please, I'm new here. It's only natural for my brothers to harbor doubts about me. If necessary, I shall forego inspecting the phones. Let us not let a trivial matter disrupt our camaraderie." Seizing the doctor's phone, Dog Brother promptly handed it to Gao Ye. "Brother, feel free to explore. I assure you, once you're part of the crew, we are family. Moreover, if others distrust you, do you think I would not? Are you really going to tip someone off while holding your phone?" Gao Ye market. Dog Brother paused for a moment. 3 seconds later, he burst into laughter, saying, "Don't joke around. If you were to blow up a bank with a bomb, kill people, or hijack a driving school bus, you would have been executed 100 times over. Call the police? Do you want them to come and execute you? Ha ha." Dog Brother wrapped his arm around Gao Ye's shoulder and said, "If you dare to call the police, I'll accept my fate, even if it means spending my life in prison." Chapter 69. Uncle, first-class merit, come quickly. Time, akin to a fleeting reunion in a long-distance romance, is always brief yet delightful. At 3 in the afternoon, Gao Ye reclined in a lounge chair, a thin blanket draped over him, squinting his eyes as he sipped cola. A hefty thug served as his bodyguard, while a short-haired woman acted as his secretary. Dr. Huang, with his tousled hair, entertained him with acrobatics, and 2 henchmen dutifully massaged his legs. Occasionally, a small group of human traffickers would arrive at the factory entrance, stepping out of their vehicle only to be ushered over to pay their respects to Gao Ye. They would bow deeply and greet him with a respectful, "Good day, second master." Life was indeed comfortable. Observing yet another small group of traffickers approaching the factory, Gao Ye emitted a thoughtful hum and turned his gaze towards the henchmen massaging his legs, casually inquiring, "Are they also collaborating with us? What is their capability?" The attentive henchman replied, "Second master, their capabilities are commendable. They have successfully trafficked a total of 13 individuals for us thus far." The leader of the small trafficking group proudly interjected, "Second master, this time I have brought 4 people. Ah, a death sentence." Gao Ye tilted his head slightly, regarding the small leader with a keen eye. The leader, not quite grasping the nuance, asked in confusion, "What death?" "Oh, I meant nice," Gao Ye said. Giving a thumbs up, "I was complimenting you." He then gestured towards the short-haired woman. "Come, record their names, the number of trafficking incidents, and the total individuals trafficked." The short-haired woman promptly produced a small notebook, flipping it open to reveal pages densely scribbled with names, dates, and the number of individuals trafficked. However, upon closer inspection, The pages simply bore the two words, death sentence. Gazing at the notebook, the small leader felt a twinge of apprehension and hesitated. Second master, why are we writing this? We exchange people for money. Engaging in this seems unwise. At that moment, Brother Dog approached Gao Ye, carrying a bag of weapons. Upon hearing the small leader's words, he raised his leg and delivered a kick to the leader's backside, disdainfully retorting, "What nonsense. Let me tell you, if you wish to do business with me, this is a necessity." Rubbing his sore rear, the small leader protested, "Brother Dog, we are all in the same line of work. You may be formidable, but that does not give you the right to act recklessly. We are here to trade, not to file police reports. What purpose does this serve? A sentence? Of course, it has its purpose." Brother Dog patted Gao Ye on the shoulder. His eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, possessing both courage and wisdom, along with specialized skills and various weaponry, such a talent is coveted among those in the underworld. Remarkably, within just an hour of joining the group, he had proposed a constructive idea. Reflecting on this, Brother Dog proudly declared, "This is a new concept envisioned by my little brother. It is called the Capability Assessment Rating System, designed to categorize each small trafficking group based on the number of individuals they traffic each time. In order to maintain a stable and substantial influx of individuals, we designate such contributors as first-tier partners, each of whom can yield a reward of 350,000. For those whose efforts are inconsistent, such as those who abducted 10 individuals last time, but only 2 this time, we classify them as second-tier partners, with a compensation of 250,000 per person. Those who manage to secure only 1 individual at a time fall into the third tier, receiving merely 200,000 for each person. Should there be 2 consecutive failures to procure any individuals, we shall unilaterally terminate our collaboration. Naturally, if one abducts 3 individuals this time, but fails to do so next time, it indicates a lack of diligence, resulting in a demotion." "And what about my case?" inquired the small-time leader. "Super first tier," Gao Ye replied. "For each individual, you shall receive 400,000. Goodness, is there truly such an opportunity? The small-time leader's eyes widened in astonishment, and his demeanor underwent a complete transformation. He hurriedly approached the short-haired woman, grinning as he relayed, "I am. My first instance of human trafficking occurred on date, in town, where I abducted 3 individuals. The second time," Gao Ye observed the excited, small-time trafficker leader, and Dog Brother, filled with glee, embraced Gao Ye's shoulder, saying, "Brother, your strategy is remarkably effective. It has truly energized them. In fact, several small-time leaders have already patted their chests, assuring me that they will undoubtedly become our first-tier partners next time. I believe that when they return with their next haul, the numbers will definitely double." After speaking, Dog Brother took out his phone and approached Gao Ye. With a click, he captured a photograph of Gao Ye. Noticing the puzzled expression on Gao Ye's face, Dog Brother explained, "Brother, I am sending your photograph back to the headquarters in Myanmar. They have facial recognition for access control, allowing them to prepare in advance and recognize you, ensuring that our second-in-command is not unfamiliar to them. Rest assured, we are all brothers here, and this information will remain confidential." With that, Dog Brother tossed aside his bag, stating, "Continue your work. I will go inside to distribute the funds. You are the explosives expert, so please safeguard this cache of weaponry. I trust you to handle your responsibilities." He patted his chest and departed without looking back. Observing the small-time traffickers arriving in droves, eager to report their criminal activities to the short-haired woman, Gao Ye noticed some individuals discreetly offering bribes, inquiring if they could elevate their status. Narrowing his eyes, Gao Ye retrieved the doctor's phone, powered it on, and after a moment of contemplation, summoned his burly henchman for a group photo. He opened the messaging app, entered his uncle's phone number, composed a message, and sent it. Meanwhile, in the Green City, at 3:10 in the afternoon, 6 hours since Gao Ye had gone missing, a seismic upheaval had struck the police force of the entire city. Police cars were constantly departing towards the outskirts, leaving the residents of the city astonished as they witnessed one squad car after another. It was evident to all that something significant had transpired. Within 2 hours of the first batch of officers being dispatched, Gao Ye's phone was discovered at the roadside, leading to an immediate frenzy. Gao Ershu, in a state of agitation, proclaimed, Xiao Ye cherishes wealth above all. Losing his phone is no trivial matter. With that, he sped towards the municipal police station. Bursting into Sun Weigua's office without so much as a knock, he flung the phone on his son's desk. Director-san, this is Xiao Ye's phone, found by the roadside. Sun Weigua recognized the gravity of the situation. A person so attached to their possessions had lost a brand new phone. This was indeed serious. He promptly ordered that 70% of the police force in Green City be assembled to scour the suburbs for clues. Report: Team 1 found no leads. Report: Team 2 found no leads. Report: Team 3 found no leads. As the reports continued, both Gao Ershu and Sun Weigua felt their hearts plummet. Gritting his teeth, Gao Ershu suggested, "Director Sun, can we reach out to Zhao Ting? Perhaps we could implore him to mobilize officers from neighboring cities and counties to assist in the search. If we delay, Xiao Ye may truly be lost." With a sigh, Sun Weigua, hands clasped behind his back, approached the window and replied, "It's futile, Lao Gao. To be frank, the departments in surrounding cities are burdened with even more daunting tasks. Reliable intelligence indicates that a large cross-border trafficking ring has recently infiltrated Gao Ye province. This syndicate traffics no fewer than 50 individuals at a time. We must bring these heinous criminals to justice. Zhao Ting insists that all police forces across the province must prioritize this trafficking group. Our allocation of resources to search for Xiao Ye in Green City is already the utmost we can do." Upon hearing this, Gao Ershu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly losing consciousness. Leaning against the table, he shook his head in disbelief. Is there truly no other option? What if Xiao Ye has been abducted by that trafficking gang? Increasing our manpower to search for him would effectively mean hunting for the traffickers as well. Would it not? I suggest you pray that Xiao Ye has not fallen into the hands of those traffickers, Sun Weigua retorted, turning to retrieve a stack of photographs from a desk. One of our colleagues has sent images of some key figures within that trafficking ring. The leader, Li Guchuo, consistently brings no fewer than 10 individuals across the border. They have access to special channels for acquiring AK-47s and shotguns, devastating weapons. Pointing to a photo of a burly thug, Sun Weigua continued, "Among them is this notorious enforcer, who once achieved 30 consecutive victories in underground fights in Southeast Asia, earning a reputation as an invincible close combat fighter. Unfortunately, a head injury has left him somewhat dazed, hence his moniker, Old Air. The second in command always follows Li Guchuo. I ask you, with such a band of armed militants equipped with firearms and skilled in combat, what fate could await Xiao Ye in their hands?" Just as Sun Weigua finished speaking, a ringtone pierced the air. Both men were startled, momentarily believing it might be a lead on Gao Ye. Sun Weigua hurriedly fished out his phone from his pocket, and upon seeing the caller ID, his excitement evaporated. It was Zhao Yuanchao. After answering, Zhao uttered a few terse phrases. "I have already enlisted the assistance of our brother departments in Guizhou and Sichuan, reallocating police forces to aid in the capture of the cross-border human trafficking ring. Several cities and counties surrounding the Green City can mobilize additional police resources to seek leads on Gao Ye. Within a day, I expect to see Gao Ye returned. If not, I will head to Beijing and demand a thorough investigation from the department." Upon hearing this, Sun Weigua's expression rekindled with hope. After hanging up, he relayed the information to Uncle Gao, who visibly became animated. In such circumstances, more police presence equated to heightened safety. "Director Sun, I will accompany you in the search," Uncle Gao declared, seizing Gao Ye's phone from the table and preparing to leave. Just then, a notification chimed. Uncle Gao checked his phone, and upon reading the message, his eyes widened in disbelief. Subsequently, he sifted through a stack of photos recently taken by Sun Weigua and found an image of a burly thug, meticulously comparing it. The more he compared, the more alarmed he became, even forgetting to breathe. Sun Weigua, noticing Uncle Gao's reaction, sensed something ominous and felt a jolt of anxiety. Could it truly be that coincidental? With trepidation, he inquired, "Gao Jiangwo, do you have news about Xiao Ye? Has he fallen into the hands of that cross-border trafficking gang?" Uncle Gao remained silent, his expression one of shock, his eyes darting between the photo of the thug and his phone. This sight agitated Sun Weigua, Who snatched the phone from him? Upon glancing at the screen, he was equally struck dumb. There was a photo of Gao Ye sipping cola, with the hulking thug standing behind him, AK slung over his shoulder, grinning foolishly, awkwardly forming a peace sign with one hand. It was as if they were family enjoying an outing in the wild. An absurd thought surged in Sun Weigua's mind. He shook his head, attempting to dispel the ridiculous notion, and glanced at Uncle Gao. In the next moment, they both exclaimed, "This is the heavyweight champion of the cross-border trafficking ring. Xiao Ye has indeed been abducted by the traffickers." After uttering this, they paused for a moment. A second later, they echoed in unison. "It seems Xiao Ye is getting along quite well with this person." As soon as the words left their lips, they both shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible. This was absolutely inconceivable. How could Xiao Ye have befriended a trafficker in such a short span of time? This was utterly nonsensical. To speak of the distance, there exists a profound disparity in their identities. One is the pursuer, while the other is the prey. It is akin to the relationship between a hunter and its quarry, inherently adversarial. Aside from animated tales, which feline and rodent duo could ever truly become friends? Could it be that one has changed professions to become a kidnapper, seeking ransom? The photographs do not suggest such a scenario. With skepticism, Sun Weigua and Uncle Gao once again leaned closer to the phone, scrutinizing the images repeatedly. In fact, Uncle Gao even took the initiative to send a text message. "Is this you, Xiao Ye? Has Xiao Ye been abducted? What is your ransom?" At that moment, a flurry of messages erupted on the screen. "Kidnap me? Who dares to do so? The last group that attempted to abduct me now hangs from trees, being mercilessly whipped." Staring at the messages, Sun Weigua and Uncle Gao fell silent. Just as they were about to inquire further, Gao Ye sent another message. "Uncle, time is of the essence and the task is urgent. We shall converse later this evening. You must come here swiftly. The place is brimming with first-class achievements. If you arrive late, it will all be gone." Chapter 70. Who on earth dissects intelligence so recklessly? What a good kid. After reading the message, Sun Weigua and Uncle Gao were not elated. Rather, they felt as if their hearts were being crushed in a vice. Having fallen into the hands of human traffickers, with their lives hanging by a thread, Gao Ye had the audacity to make light of the situation, joking about having an entire room filled with first-class merits to alleviate their worries. What kind of attitude is this? It is an attitude of facing life with a smile, even in the depths of despair. After all, anyone with a modicum of common sense understands the significance of having a room brimming with first-class merits. It is comparable to the concept of the three-body problem within the police force. Lu Xingxi would have to hand over the pen to Gao Ye, allowing him to pen science fiction in the future. After all, in the entire province of Gao, among 100,000 police officers, one could count on their fingers the number of individuals who receive first-class merits in a year. On average, it takes 10,000 officers to produce a single first-class merit. And now Gao Ye claims there's an entire room filled with first-class merits. What else could that be but science fiction? With reddened eyes, Uncle Gao was moved to tears. Director's son, it appears that Xiao Ye has infiltrated Li Gutu's gang. However, based on the analysis of the photographs, he is unarmed and likely holds a lowly position, as Li Gutu does not seem to trust him. Therefore, Xiao Ye is still in grave danger. I know what you intend to do. Shaking his head, Sun Weiguo removed his glasses to wipe them. I am even more concerned about Xiao Ye's situation than you are. After a brief pause, Sun Weiguo declared, I will immediately contact the SWAT team. Regardless of the cost, we must rescue Xiao Ye alive. With that, he retrieved his phone and made a call. A disgrace, an absolute disgrace. Damn it, let us train harder. In Green City, at the SWAT training base, over a dozen special police officers were engaged in rigorous training. The SWAT team leader, armed with a firearm, was firing into the sky repeatedly. The next exercise is unarmed defense and control. Those who lose will voluntarily undertake an additional 5 kilometers of weighted running. Damn it, our entire team failed to subdue a single high school graduate and ended up being taken down by 7. If it weren't for Director's son's timely shout, we might have lost 2 more. This is an utter humiliation. The SWAT team leader from the neighboring city has been calling to mock me for the past few days. If I'm suffering, then none of you should think about slacking off. At that moment, a phone rang. The SWAT team leader pulled out his phone and saw that the caller was Sun Weigwa. Typically, Sun Weigwa would not call unless there was an exceptional circumstance. Setting down his firearm, the SWAT team leader answered the call. Upon grasping the gravity of Sun Weigwa's words, his eyes widened in shock, and his voice rose dramatically. What? Gao Ye's been abducted by human traffickers? Hearing the SWAT team leader's exclamation, the other officers paused, ceasing their activities to look at their leader. They wondered what kind of traffickers were audacious enough to kidnap Gao Ye. Unfortunately, by this time, the SWAT team leader had already ended the call and barked an order. We have an urgent mission. All personnel, prepare to change equipment within 5 minutes and ready yourselves for deployment. Shortly thereafter, 5 Dongfeng warriors surged forth from the special police training base. In a dazzling display of speed, they traversed the distance of under an hour to a location 5 kilometers from the abandoned factory. According to Gao Ye's intelligence, there were still small human trafficking gangs making their way to the site. To avoid alerting them, the police could not approach too closely. They could only temporarily widen the encirclement and then tighten it at the appointed time to apprehend all the traffickers in one fell swoop. Upon disembarking, over 10 special police officers gathered together. The captain, holding a tactical tablet, delineated the assignments. Based on Gao Ye's intelligence, the cross-border trafficking gang currently comprised 10 armed individuals, equipped with AKs, shotguns, handguns, and high-concentration explosives. Simultaneously, there were over 30 members of smaller trafficking gangs inside the factory, but their firearms had been confiscated. Upon hearing this, the special police officers' expressions brightened. The confiscation of their weapons indicated that, for the time being, the gang's firepower consisted solely of those 10 individuals. However, before their joy could fully manifest, the captain delivered 2 pieces of grim news. Additionally, according to the intelligence, there was a burly henchman among the cross-border traffickers, a master of combat known as Number 2, who had maintained a 30-match winning streak in underground boxing rings in Southeast Asia. During infiltration, it was imperative to execute a swift, lethal strike, avoiding entanglement with him. Furthermore, there were over 60 civilians who had been abducted within the factory. Upon hearing this, the special police officers' expressions turned serious. The difficulty of this mission had escalated beyond imagination. The presence of a combat expert significantly raised the stakes for armed infiltration. Should they fail to incapacitate him instantaneously, they risked becoming embroiled in a struggle, thereby exposing their position. Moreover, and more critically, the fact that the gang held over 60 civilians meant they essentially had over 60 hostages. In past operations, situations involving hostages had proven to be the most challenging. This implied that a direct assault was out of the question. They could only rely on strategy. It was crucial not to provoke the traffickers, lest they resort to harming the hostages. Captain, has the negotiation expert arrived? One special police officer pondered aloud. I suspect we will need to negotiate shortly. Shaking his head, the captain sighed. The best negotiation expert in Green City has been somewhat unhinged since the last bank heist. We can only deploy our second-best negotiator. He has previously negotiated fatal outcomes. I advise you not to harbor excessive expectations. Ultimately, it seems we will have to rely on ourselves. With that, the captain pointed to the tactical tablet and declared, "Time waits for no one. We must act immediately." According to the architectural blueprints, we will form 4 teams, surrounding the factory from the east, south, west, and north, and engage in armed infiltration. As soon as Gao Ye relays further information, we will act swiftly to neutralize the traffickers and rescue the hostages. Additionally, the captain paused, adding, Director Sun has specifically instructed us to ensure Gao Ye's safety at all costs. According to Director Sun's inference, Gao Ye was most likely targeted by the notorious trafficker, Li Guchuo, due to his exceptional physical prowess. His current status appears to be that of a new member within the criminal organization. Consequently, the trust he has garnered must be minimal. When we commence our operation, Li Guchuo will undoubtedly suspect that Gao Ye has been relaying information, and he will most certainly seize him as a hostage. At this juncture, the special police captain gestured toward the sky, Director Sun, as well as the intention of Chief Zhao, is that Gao Ye must remain alive. Do you understand? Understood. The more than 10 special police officers echoed in unison. We must ensure Gao Ye's safety. Very well. The special police captain nodded, as if recalling some unsettling memories. Furthermore, once we ascertain safety, we should give Gao Ye a couple of blows. We aim for 0 casualties, but we must also give that rascal Gao Ye a thorough beating. Time is of the essence. We must act. Upon the captain's command, the team of special police officers immediately split into 3 smaller units and began their advance toward the factory. Just as they reached their designated positions, a cacophony of wails erupted. The captain produced binoculars and peered into the distance, where he spotted several individuals hanging from the tallest trees, swaying in the wind. One of them, a blonde, had his pants soaked in blood. Damn, these cross-border traffickers are far more brutal than we had anticipated. The captain slammed his fist into the ground and spoke with grave seriousness over the communications channel. All units, pay attention. All units, this gang of traffickers is merciless. Upon reaching the designated positions, do not act recklessly. First, gather intelligence, and once the opportune moment arises, proceed immediately. At the same time, ensure the safety of Gao Ye and the other hostages. If necessary, you may eliminate the traffickers. Acknowledge by repeating. After his command, voices echoed back through the communication channel. Captain, Team 2 acknowledges. We will ensure Gao Ye's safety and, if necessary, may take out the traffickers first. Over. Captain, Team 3 understands. We will ensure Gao Ye's safety and, if necessary, may take out the traffickers first. Over. Captain, Team 4. Team 4 is a bit unclear. The response from Team 4 plunged the entire communication channel into silence. The special police captain took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and inquired sternly. Team 4. What is the situation? Is there a problem with the communications? Was the pre-mission check not thorough enough? The voice of Team 4's leader came through the communicator once again. Captain, there's no issue with the communicator. It's my eyesight that's at fault. The special police captain, now visibly irritated, snapped. What the hell are you doing? This is not the time to falter. If there is even a slight hiccup in the mission, we will all face repercussions. Not far away. The leader of Team 4 rubbed his eyes and lifted the binoculars once more to survey the scene below. At the entrance of the factory, a recliner was propped up, where Gao Ye lay covered with a light blanket. 2 henchmen stood behind him, brandishing AKs resembling bodyguards. Beside the recliner, a short-haired woman sat at a table, diligently scribbling notes, reminiscent of a secretary. Continuously, human traffickers approached, bending low in deference, and then, with a fawning demeanor, discreetly slipped money to the short-haired woman. Yet, this was not the most absurd part. The most outrageous sight was the open space before the recliner, where a so-called martial arts expert, the holder of a 30-win streak in the underground boxing rings of Southeast Asia, was inexplicably performing a Yanga dance. The captain of the 4th squad was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be of low status? Wasn't his life in jeopardy? Wasn't he supposed to be trafficked? Bodyguards, secretaries, a dance troupe. Good heavens. Even the big boss on vacation wouldn't flaunt such extravagance. The captain slapped himself to confirm he was not dreaming, then glared at his teammates, seething with rage. Who on earth provided such misguided intelligence? Chapter 71. An unprecedented favorable situation. Part 1. Do you not understand the gravity of human life? Such matters, when handled carelessly, can lead to fatal consequences. The captain of Team 4 seethed with anger, cursing under his breath. Goodness, thankfully I discovered this early. Otherwise, we would have faced dire repercussions. Just wait until I return. I will surely reprimand the analyst responsible for this misinformation. One of his teammates opened his mouth to speak. It's Director Sunday. The captain's expression suddenly stiffened, his brow furrowing as he contemplated. Indeed, it is Director Sunday. He has exaggerated the situation at the scene, which compels us to muster all our strength and confront the traffickers with utmost vigilance. With a thumbs up, the captain expressed his admiration. Director Sun is truly strategic. In a moment of contemplation, the captain relayed the observations he had just made through the communicator to the other 3 team leaders. He then activated the recording device. He extended 3 fingers, And as he bent them down to leave, just one standing, a series of exclamations erupted. Good grief, who said Gao Ye held a low status? Who spread the rumor that Gao Ye's life was in danger? I'll deal with him. Exactly. My palms are sweating with anxiety, fearing any slip-up might put Gao Ye in jeopardy. Everyone quiet down. It's Director Sunday. Director Sun is indeed very strategic. Agreed. Double agreement. 10 minutes later, more than a dozen special police officers gathered once again, their faces reflecting a shared confusion. In the annals of law enforcement history, no one had ever managed to integrate so effectively within a criminal organization in such a short span of time. Looking down the mountain, they beheld Gao Ye in a leisurely demeanor, sipping a soda, munching on snacks, and being pampered by subordinates who massaged his shoulders and performed songs and dances, as though a barbecue grill were the only missing element. At that moment, a grill was brought over to the factory entrance, where a henchman was diligently preparing skewers. How outrageous! In unison, the special police officers clenched their fists tightly, taking a deep breath to suppress their urge to act violently. The captain of the special police unit put away his binoculars and declared, "The intelligence is flawed. We must redefine our operational strategy. Although this situation is absurd, our current observations suggest that Gao Ye likely holds a significant position within the cross-border trafficking ring. Perhaps." The captain pondered for a moment and continued, "We might consider having Gao Ye cooperate with us. Who knows what favorable outcome may arise." Several team leaders nodded in agreement. It's certainly worth a try. The captain retrieved his phone, entered the Dr. S number, and began to compose a message. "Gao Ye, I am the captain of the special police." Glancing down the mountain at the two henchmen flanking Gao Ye, for safety's sake, the captain modified his message. Great lottery benefit, providing winning numbers, guaranteed profit, website www. He clicked send. At the foot of the mountain, near the factory entrance, Gao Ye sipped his cola while singing, directing his burly henchman. Yes, just like that. Your flaw lies in your lack of agility. Hence, I was able to knock you down with a single punch. Twisting the Yanga dance will enhance your flexibility. The hulking henchman remained silent, merely exerting himself more diligently. Oblivious to the concept of flexibility, he simply followed Gao Ye's commands. Behind him, one of the henchmen pondered aloud, "Isn't the second brother's flaw his intellect?" Gao Ye retorted, "Am I really supposed to disclose that I am conducting a compliance test?" Shaking his head, he was about to speak when a notification chimed from his phone. Upon opening it, he was met with a message that read, "Lottery big benefit, providing winning numbers. Guaranteed profit, website www." Gao Ye had never believed in such scams, yet inexplicably, he found himself clicking on it. The official webpage of the Green City Police Department popped up. Slamming his hand on the table, Gao Ye stood up, seething with rage, his face flushed. He had been duped. The two henchmen behind him were startled, quickly inquiring, "Second brother, who has offended you?" Damn it. Gao Ye shook his phone. A scam message. Ah. One henchman exhaled in relief, attempting to placate him. "It's a trivial matter, second brother. Our group is well acquainted with several parks over there. When we return, we can have the boss investigate who dared to deceive you. We'll drag them out, give them a lesson, and have the boss apologize to you." Gao Ye remained silent. Just then, another message arrived. "Xiao Yi, I am the SWAT captain. Just now, while you were seated, there were two armed individuals behind you. I refrained from speaking directly for fear they might notice. For now, do not return. Stay away from those armed individuals. I need to discuss a plan with you." Gao Ye was taken aback. Even his own people were deceiving him. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Gao Ye, where are you?" "SWAT captain." "Nearby." "Gao Ye, be more specific." "SWAT captain." "Gao Ye, where exactly are you now?" "On the mountain." The SWAT captain stared at his phone, bewildered. When Gao Ye inquired about his location, he initially suspected that Gao Ye had betrayed them. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. What a joke. Gao Ye was loyal and even volunteered intelligence. How could he possibly betray them? If he had truly turned, he would have slipped away long ago. Tentatively, the SWAT captain replied, 2 kilometers ahead at your 12 o'clock position. After sending the message, the SWAT captain began waiting for Gao Ye's response. At that moment, a squad leader responsible for vigilance rushed over. "Captain, their SA situation." The 6 individuals atop the tree have been lowered. Upon hearing this, the SWAT captain hurried over, using binoculars to observe. Indeed, the 6 individuals on the treetop had been lowered by several henchmen and were subsequently tied to the base of the tree for punishment. It is evident that considerable effort is being exerted. The SWAT team leader continues to maneuver the telescope, preparing to observe Gao Ye's situation. Upon directing the telescope's view towards the factory entrance, the team leader is taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Witnessing the leader's shock, the surrounding SWAT team members are filled with curiosity, collectively seizing the telescope to follow his gaze. 3 seconds later, a chorus of astonished exclamations fills the air as Gao Ye, riding a bicycle, comes to an abrupt halt before the SWAT team. Why you? One team member stares wide-eyed. What's going on? Another team member is equally astonished, displaying his leadership qualities. The team leader manages to utter 3 words despite his overwhelming shock. Dismounting, Gao Ye casually opens a soda and takes a sip, remarking, "Did you not wish to discuss the plan with me?" But the team leader's eyes widen in confusion. "I didn't instruct you to come directly. You could have sent a message. Is typing on a phone not cumbersome?" Gao Ye retorts, waving his hand dismissively. "Isn't face-to-face communication more convenient?" "Indeed, it is more convenient. But is there anything unusual about my coming here?" The team leader stammers. "What I mean is, you a newcomer to the group? Just rode over here, so casually? What else would I do?" Gao Ye gestures towards the mountain below. "Should I walk?" I. The team leader struggles to articulate. "What I mean is, they just let you roam free? No one is watching you? Watching me?" With hands on his hips, Gao Ye points towards a cluster of 6 large trees in the distance, exuding an air of confidence. "Who dares to monitor me? I'll hang them from a tree and give them a beating. I'll take them down." Chapter 72. An unprecedented advantage. A journalist inquired about the perspective of the inhabitants of a certain island and a certain on the atomic bomb. The response from the island ants people was a stunned exclamation. If the journalist had matured and approached the SWAT team leader to ask about Gao Ye's views, the leader would have similarly expressed astonishment. At that moment, the wind ceased and silence enveloped the trees. Over a dozen SWAT team members stood in utter disbelief, collectively rendered speechless, gazing at Gao Ye as if he were a deity. Who among the hostages could possibly gain such prominence within a criminal organization in just half a day? In the past, hostages were typically terrified, trembling in fear. Yet, in Gao Ye's case, the situation was entirely reversed. He entered the den of thieves with a sense of comfort akin to returning home. After a moment, the SWAT team leader managed to speak, albeit with difficulty. "Gao Ye, time is of the essence, and to avoid raising suspicions about your prolonged absence, let us be succinct." "It's fine," Gao Ye replied, retrieving his phone and casually dialing a number. "Hello, brother dog. I'm just wandering nearby. I'll be back shortly." The SWAT team leader, bewildered, interjected, "What? You can take as long as you like. Even until tomorrow?" Gao Ye responded nonchalantly, "No need. A couple of hours will suffice." The SWAT team members remained perplexed. Was the situation truly unfolding this smoothly? After ending the call and putting away his phone, Gao Ye eagerly chugged a soda and urged, "Captain, let us keep this brief." The SWAT team leader's expression brightened as he asked urgently, "Do you also feel that you've been out too long and fear it might raise suspicions? I thought there was no one like you among hostages. You nearly made me question my own existence." Gao Ye explained, "Actually, my brother said the barbecue is almost done. If I don't return soon, it'll be burnt." The SWAT team leader clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, realizing that his concerns along the way had been entirely unwarranted. With visible tension, he stated, "Then let us be concise. Gao Ye, I need you to tell me the distribution of the criminal's firepower. This information will facilitate our infiltration." After a moment's contemplation, Gao Ye recognized that the criminals' positions were rather fluid. Li Guchuo believed that this remote location, coupled with his clandestine approach, ensured the police would be unaware of his entry. Even if they did know, with dozens of hostages in his grasp and such heavy firepower, escape would be effortless. Thus, the armed individuals were not particularly vigilant, and their patrol positions were relatively lax. Shaking his head, Gao Ye remarked, "The firepower distribution is quite difficult to ascertain." The SWAT team leader felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. But he still had not reached the end of his dismay. Picking up a twig, Gao Ye began sketching a diagram of the factory's internal structure in the dirt. Here, take a look. This may reveal a more accessible breach. I shall instruct those armed individuals to position themselves as per your specifications. The SWAT team leader inquired. While his team members exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Is it truly possible to proceed in such a manner? All the tactical training they had undergone seemed utterly futile. Closing their eyes and reopening them, they confirmed that it was not an illusion. 3 seconds later, taking a deep breath, the SWAT team leader engaged in fervent discussion with his teammates regarding the most advantageous points of infiltration. Upon concluding their deliberation, he turned to Gao Ye, clasped his hands together, and earnestly implored, "Gao Ye, I beseech you, please ensure those armed individuals take their positions accordingly. If this is beyond your capability, kindly inform us in advance." "Not a problem," Gao Ye replied, shaking his head and gesturing an okay with his fingers. "Is there anything else you require my assistance with?" After a moment of contemplation, the SWAT team leader tentatively asked, "Is there a way to ensure that the members of those small human trafficking gangs do not acquire their firearms? I fear that if a confrontation arises, they may become a significant point of resistance. It would be ideal to separate them from the hostages as well. I worry they might resort to knives or other means to threaten them. If, and I emphasize if, they take hostages, it would complicate matters considerably." Realizing that his demands might be excessive, the SWAT team leader added, "This is a rather challenging task, if you are unable to accomplish it." Before he could finish, Gao Ye waved his hand, deep in thought. Hostages. I must admit, I had not considered that. If the criminals were to take hostages, it would indeed pose a serious problem. After a moment's reflection, Gao Ye rose and clapped his hands, declaring, "A minor issue. Allow me to see what I can do. I shall attempt to devise a means to separate the hostages. In the meantime, you all should wait for my signal." With that, he mounted his bike and swiftly descended the mountain, leaving behind a cadre of SWAT team members whose worldviews had been utterly shattered. Goodness, could he truly achieve that? The captain of Team 4 exclaimed in astonishment. "I can't shake the feeling that our mission has transformed into a rescue operation for the criminals." The enemy's strongholds were being arranged according to their plans. The hostages and some of the criminals could potentially be separated. It feels like a dream. Such rehearsals have never unfolded this way. The SWAT team leader delivered a firm slap to the captain of Team 4, affirming, "This is no dream. It is indeed real." However, he continued, "We must also prepare a contingency plan. Should Gao Ye fail, we must be ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Regarding the hostages, I sense that controlling the enemy's fire points is already a remarkable feat. Separating the hostages from those small trafficking gangs seems unattainable, particularly since they are not part of his organization and may not heed his commands. Everyone, remain vigilant and maintain a cautious distance. I shall continue to stay in contact with Gao Ye and observe the situation at the factory." The captain of the special police finished speaking, and more than a dozen special police officers swiftly dispersed. With a telescope in hand, the captain began to observe. Down the mountain, Shunfeng, riding swiftly, soon arrived at the lounge area. A henchman attentively presented a skewer. "Second master, please indulge." Gao Ye patted the henchman's shoulder, visibly pleased. "Inquire with those small gangs about who has vegetables. Let us prepare some. Eating only meat can become monotonous." A trafficker disguised as a vegetable seller immediately produced a basket of vegetables. "Second master, I abducted 4. Please record it as first class." Gao Ye responded, "Bargain goods. At most, first class." Another trafficker, masquerading as a fruit seller, brought forth a box of cherries. "Second master, although I only abducted 1 this time, I previously took 3. Could you make an exception and grant me a first class?" Gao Ye retorted, "Cherries. Absolutely first class." A third trafficker, looking embarrassed, produced a stack of scratch cards. "Second master, I only managed 1 this time, and I have nothing else to offer. I happened to purchase these scratch cards on the way. I haven't had the chance to scratch them yet, but they should be worth 5,000. Could you also consider this as first class?" "Get lost." Gao Ye kicked in frustration, furious. Second master, hurry and take him away for a good beating." Make sure he is left bruised and battered. With that, while savoring the cherries, Gao Ye walked towards the factory. He encountered Dog Brother. Seeing Gao Ye's anger, Dog Brother was puzzled. Little brother, who has offended you? Oh. Gao Ye pointed outside. Damn it. A petty leader just tried to bribe me, wanting me to record him as a first-class partner. Dog Brother, filled with anticipation, asked, What did you do? Gao Ye replied, I had second take him down and whip him. Bang. Dog Brother drew his Desert Eagle and shot at the panting petty leader who had just delivered vegetables. The leader fell at once. Gao Ye exclaimed, What? With pride. Dog Brother held up his hand. Brother, this fool just told me you accepted a bribe, harming our group's interests. I knew it was impossible. 5,000 worth of scratch cards must surely outweigh a box of fruit, right? Not only did you refuse, but you also punished the one who brought a gift. Dog Brother gave Gao Ye a thumbs up. Shaking his hand off, Gao Ye questioned, Are you investigating me? Pointing at the corpse, Dog Brother shook his head. I never believed it. He came over and told me directly. What a damn fool, trying to sow discord among us brothers. If you think about it, it's impossible. We're in the same boat and no old tang. Now you're the second in command of our group. What S mine is yours, and what S yours is mine. If you harm the group S interests, aren't you harming your own? Behold, it has been proven that you are indeed reliable, my dear brother. Raising his hand, Brother Dog pointed at the corpse and declared, Whoever dares to instigate discord between my brother and me shall meet the same fate. Dozens of traffickers collectively took 3 steps back, chanting their loyalty to Second Master. With a stern expression, Gao Ye seized the moment, saying, Brother Dog, I have 2 more suggestions. Chapter 73, An Unprecedented Favorable Situation, Part 2. The atmosphere turned serious as Brother Dog listened intently to his younger counterpart. You are a distinguished intellectual within our organization, and your suggestions are undoubtedly valuable. Gathering a stone, Gao Ye crouched down and began sketching the layout of the factory. Brother Dog, I believe our internal defenses are rather lax. Although we arrived through clandestine channels, and this location is quite remote, the police are unlikely to discover us. However, he stood, hands clasped behind his back. The breach of a fortress often originates from within. To ensure our longevity, we must prepare in advance rather than wait until we are parched to dig a well. Brother Dog stroked his chin, contemplating for a brief moment before abandoning his thoughts. What do you mean? Gao Ye continued, gesturing toward the armed men playing cards by the hostages. Brother Dog, do you not sense that our security awareness is somewhat lacking? For years, we have relied on secretive routes, believing the police would not find us. We assume that having hostages means that even if the police do discover us, we can negotiate. We trust that our heavy weaponry can withstand police opposition and that our partners are mostly long-term and reliable. But, pointing at a group of petty traffickers, Gao Ye asserted, What if someone among them were to betray us? The group of traffickers recoiled in fear. Brother Dog, the lightest sentence among us is life imprisonment. How could anyone betray us? Brother Dog pondered this thoughtfully. Gao Ye pressed on, indicating the card players. They do not even guard the periphery of the factory. What if the police sneak in and take them by surprise? If they catch us off guard, it could spell disaster. Even if we manage to react in time, we would surely lose some brothers. And what of those who fall? They will be lost to us forever. The card players exchanged glances, beginning to contemplate his words. Brother Dog felt a sense of relief wash over him. Moments latte. He spoke coldly. Old 5, do you know what the consequences are for doubting our own? One of the card players stepped forward, bowing to Gao Ye. Second Master, I was wrong to doubt you. I even suggested that you might have gone out to do who knows what. I apologize. From now on, if anyone questions Second Master, they will answer to me. With that, he drew a knife and inflicted a wound upon himself. At this juncture, Brother Dog interjected. You all have claimed that I elevate a newcomer too highly, that I place too much trust in Second Master. But now, I ask you, if Second Master had ulterior motives, would he have pointed out the vulnerabilities in our defenses? I pose a question to you. If Second Master were lacking in capability, would he have the audacity to offer us such constructive suggestions upon his entrance into the group? It appears to me that you have grown too comfortable underestimating the police force. The armed men bowed deeply, their voices resonating with sincerity as they exclaimed, Second Master, Gao Ye stood in bewilderment, pondering how such a turn of events was possible. He had simply intended to facilitate the operations of the SWAT team, yet unexpectedly found himself entrusted by the head of the human traffickers. With hands clasped earnestly, Dog Brother spoke. "Brother, I entrust the factory's defense to you. I am at ease." He inquired, "How shall we proceed?" Gao Ye paused for a few seconds before articulating his plan. "First, regarding firepower deployment. We should disperse the personnel to patrol these several locations." Dog Brother nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of the strategy. Secondly, Gao Ye gestured toward the 30-odd traffickers. "We should expel them all to the open area outside the factory." Dog Brother, perplexed, asked, "What is the reasoning behind this?" Gao Ye raised a finger. "First, if they remain inside the factory, should the police arrive, the crowd could become chaotic and they might attempt to seize our hostages." He extended a second finger. "Secondly, if we position them outside, they could potentially assist us in fending off the police should the need arise." Dog Brother grasped the implication. "So, it's a matter of ensuring mutual survival?" With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 henchmen, issuing the command, "Escort these comrades outside." Following this, he gave Gao Ye a thumbs up. Furthermore, Gao Ye continued, "All their firearms must be entrusted to your care. I will remain outside with my team. If the police discover our presence, I will form the first line of defense. At that point, you can provide me with the weapons to distribute among these 30-odd partners, enabling us to confront the police resolutely." Dog Brother's eyes glistened with emotion. "Brother, you are a pivotal figure in our group. How can you undertake such perilous tasks?" "No, you must stay inside with me. It is safer that way." Gao Ye dismissed his concerns with a wave. "I have just arrived, and it is my duty to undertake the most arduous and dangerous tasks." "Enough said, Dog Brother. Leave the most perilous duties to me." With that, Gao Ye grasped a bottle of cola and, accompanied by the 30-odd minor traffickers, proceeded outward. His silhouette exuded the essence of a valiant warrior. "Go!" Dog Brother instructed 2 or 3 armed henchmen. "Deliver the firearms to Second Master. Should the police appear with the guns in his hands, he can distribute them to our partners swiftly. It would be a grave mistake to keep them here. Additionally, you 2 must accompany Second Master, regardless of the circumstances. You must heed his commands and ensure his protection. When night falls, we shall retreat together." On the mountainside, the SWAT team leader peered through his binoculars, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. How on earth has he managed to achieve this? At that moment, a ringtone echoed. Upon glancing at the screen, the message read, "Gao Ye, it's all set. You may proceed. Just remember to give me a shot on the soles of my feet later." That Dog Brother, the one sitting in the middle of the factory desk, incapacitate him if possible. If not, aim for a headshot. I will lead the team to surrender at that time. The special police captain was left bewildered. Chapter 74, An Unprecedented Advantage, Part 4. Rubbing his temples and taking a deep breath, the SWAT team leader commanded, "All units, check your gear. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, follow me as we infiltrate from the rear of the factory. Team 4, remain on standby. When Gao Ye retrieves his weapon, give him a shot to the foot." He patted the shoulder of Team 4's leader, saying, "Make sure to aim well. Don't actually hit him." Team 4's leader replied, "You still hold a grudge about that recording, don't you?" The SWAT team leader shook his head and commenced the operation. 5 minutes later, at the factory's rear door, a guard was quietly subdued by the SWAT members. "Captain, this is exhilarating. I've never felt this good during a mission before. The enemy is at our mercy, like they're mere punching bags." Listening to the chatter over the team's communication channel, the captain could hardly contain his excitement. Indeed, he had changed his mind. Once the mission was accomplished, he would refrain from taking any underhanded actions against Gao Ye. Instead, he intended to embrace him and steal a kiss. What a stroke of luck. Stay steady. Don't get carried away, the SWAT team leader steadied his voice, instructing Teams 2 and 3, report your status. Team 2 has neutralized the target, over. Team 3 has neutralized the target, over. Shaking his head, a smile crept onto the captain's face. If all went according to plan, only Brother Dog and 1 guard would remain inside the factory. Outside, the principal antagonist was one of their own. This was secure. Within 10 minutes of leading the team, they had successfully completed their mission. He would surely flaunt this achievement to the captain of the neighboring SWAT team. With weapon drawn, the captain cautiously approached the factory interior. Inside, Brother Dog was resting, preparing to evacuate Green City at 10 o'clock once darkness fell. Behind him, a guard was patrolling in front of over 60 hostages. For some reason, Brother Dog felt a sudden throb at his temples. The last time he experienced such a sensation, he had been intercepted by border patrols and nearly shot dead. Could danger be imminent? Glancing around at the serene surroundings, he shook his head. Li Wei had been so considerate, even sending someone to patrol. How could there possibly be a threat? He must be overthinking it. Rising with his Desert Eagle in hand, Brother Dog decided to venture outside for a barbecue with Gao Ye to unwind. However, just as he stood up, a gunshot rang out. Instinctively, Brother Dog ducked, only to see the patrolling guard collapse, shot dead in front of the hostages. Another bullet struck, knocking his Desert Eagle from his hand. A team of SWAT members burst in from the rear of the factory, shields raised. Startled, Brother Dog felt a chill run down his spine, incredulous. Police? How could they be here? Li Wei was right. They're SA traitor in the ranks. Zhang San, Wang Matzi, spitting out a mouthful of contempt. Brother Dog's eyes hardened as he surveyed the nearby hostages and his discarded handgun. He resolved to divert the police's attention. Facing the special police at the back door of the factory, the man delayed his response, asking, "How did you find this place?" As he spoke, he stealthily extended his left hand to retrieve his pistol, preparing to take a hostage. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, striking the Desert Eagle on the ground with precision and sending it flying several meters away. Observing the distant firearm, the man, known as Dog Brother, felt a sinking dread within him. It was over. However, true to his resilient nature, Dog Brother, after a fleeting moment of despair, recalled the main entrance where his comrade Li Wei and a few others were waiting. If he could reach the outside and reunite with Li Wei, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Dog Brother sought cover behind a support pillar and made his retreat. Yet soon after, a bullet struck his thigh, causing him to grimace in pain. Limping, he continued to flee. Bang! Another bullet hit his other leg. Dog Brother pressed on. Bang! A third bullet impacted the concrete ground just 30 centimeters in front of him, sending shards flying and stinging his face. Dog Brother thought to himself, "This is it." As the special police closed in, he felt a deep sense of despair. It was truly over. Yet, it wasn't completely finished. His gang still existed. He had a stronghold in northern Myanmar. As long as Li Wei remained alive and escaped, he could potentially return with their brethren from the north to negotiate his release by taking hostages. From Li Wei's speech, where he first expressed gratitude towards Old Tang and the others, Dog Brother discerned that Li Wei was a man of deep loyalty. Moreover, if Li Wei managed to escape, even if he did not come to his aid, the brothers back at the northern stronghold would undoubtedly come to his rescue. After all, he had stashed away a considerable sum of money in a location known only to him. This was precisely why he, the Dog Ta, had felt secure leading the team out. With this thought in mind, Dog Brother summoned all his strength and shouted, "Everyone run! The cops are here! Li Bei, you were right. Among the traffickers we collaborated with, there are traitors. Brothers, Second Master's words, charge out with me." Just as he finished, a special police officer caught up to him, striking him unconscious with the butt of a gun and dragging him away. Outside the factory, Gao Ye and his thugs were enjoying a barbecue. A group of small-time traffickers gathered around, watching Gao Ye's crew with gritted teeth. They wanted to resist and retreat into the factory to rest, but dare not do so, as they relied on the prospect of long-term profit from their collaboration. One of the minor leaders spat on the ground and complained, "That new second master is such a hassle. Where are the police? Making us come out here is utterly pointless." Just as he finished speaking, a gunshot echoed. The expression on the minor leader's face froze, but seconds later, he quickly regained his composure. Who made Dog Brother angry? Then came another gunshot. Another minor leader remarked, 2 shots in quick succession. Dog Brother must be quite furious. At that moment, Dog Brother's anguished voice echoed from within the factory. "Everyone run! The cops are here." Hearing this, the small-time traffickers stood frozen in shock. 3 seconds later, an expression of sheer terror swept over the crowd. "Second Master, quickly, hand us the gun." Gao Ye bent down to retrieve the bag. when a bullet struck the ground a mere 5 meters away. With a swift kick, the weapon bag was sent flying 10 meters away. Gao Ye was taken aback, filled with dread. Damn, there are cops ahead too. Brothers, we must hide. After uttering these words, he and the short-haired girl crouched beneath the table. Over 30 human traffickers glanced at the bullet hole 5 meters away and the weapon bag 10 meters off, collectively stunned. Even the thug wielding an AK paused momentarily. The throng of traffickers shouted once more, "Second Master, hurry, toss us the car keys so we can escape." From his waist, Gao Ye produced a large ring of keys and hurled them forward with all his might. The keys landed in a tree. The traffickers were bewildered. The thug with the AK snapped back to reality and dashed out to retrieve the weapon bag. A bullet whizzed in from afar, striking him in the thigh. Clutching his leg in anger, he exclaimed, "Damn it, how can their shooting be so wildly inaccurate?" He then dropped to the ground, raising his AK to fire back at the opposition. The 30-plus traffickers took cover behind vehicles, shaking their fists in encouragement while stealthily attempting to retrieve the weapon bag. At that moment, Brother Dog's second message came through. "Li Wei, you are indeed correct. There's a traitor among that group of outsiders." Without a moment's hesitation, the thug with the AK redirected his weapon and fired a volley at the 30-plus traffickers, dropping 2 instantly. Then came Brother Dog's third message. "Brothers, heed Second Master's words. Follow him out and devise a plan to rescue me." Upon hearing this, the thug with the AK turned to Gao Ye. "Second Master, what should we do?" Under the thug's expectant gaze, Gao Ye stood up, knelt on both knees, and clasped his hand atop his head. "The outside is swarming with police. Trust me, we must surrender." The thug hesitated for a moment, then resolutely refused. "Second Master, if we surrender, it's guaranteed death. We might as well fight our way out." He pulled out a small notebook, pointing toward the 30-plus traffickers, as Gao Ye strategized. "Trust me, I have evidence of their crimes in this notebook. If we report them, we can lessen our sentences. We might even help Brother Dog secure a reduced sentence." The thug paused, his face lighting up with joy as he discarded the AK. "Second Master, you truly are brilliant." The 30-plus traffickers were taken aback. "Damn it, you scoundrel. How could you betray us? Even if you report us, you won't escape. At best, you'll face life imprisonment." The thug hesitated, picking up the AK once more. With a middle finger raised, Gao Ye, under the thug's watchful eye, earnestly extended 2 fingers. "I, Li Wei, swear that if we report them, we will definitely reduce our sentences. If I deceive you, may I suffer the worst fate." Such a vicious oath struck the thug with the AK, who immediately tossed the weapon 10 meters away, knelt down, and clasped his hands atop his head. "I surrender." "Second Master, you should surrender too." The second dancer, immersed in the rhythm of the yanga, cast a glance at the assistant before continuing to sway. Gao Ye remarked, "Are you truly out of your mind?" He issued a command. "Cease your dancing at once, and swiftly learn from me. Surrender." Chapter 75. The enemy leader declared that he would only surrender to his uncle. With a swift motion, the burly henchman knelt on both knees, casting his weapon far away. Glancing around and seeing no armed resistance, Gao Ye shouted, "Officers inside, listen. We have surrendered. You must immediately lay down your arms. You can no longer fire upon us. If you must shoot, direct your fire only at those standing human traffickers." In a matter of moments, over 30 traffickers dropped to their knees, cradling their heads in surrender. Armed with his weapon, the SWAT team leader emerged, surveying the scene with a sense of disbelief. It felt as though he were in a dream. 10 armed adversaries, over 30 potential combatants, and more than 60 hostages. Such a formidable task had been accomplished in just 5 minutes. This could indeed be inscribed in the annals of the SWAT team's history. Sure enough, a stronghold is most easily dismantled from within. Suppressing the urge to embrace Gao Ye passionately, the SWAT leader waved his hand and commanded, "Keep them secure. I need to report to Director Sunday." In a suburban area of Green City, 20 kilometers from the factory, a residential house had been transformed into a temporary command center. The atmosphere in the room was tense as a group of police inspectors and supervisors meticulously examined the topographical maps surrounding the factory, identifying any gaps. Just 5 minutes prior, the SWAT leader had reported that all traffickers were in place and infiltrating the factory. Thus, the operation was moved forward. Extinguishing his cigarette, Sun Weigwa confirmed. Is the outer perimeter secure? A police inspector reported, Director Sun, the outer defenses are complete. We have established 3 lines of interception, ensuring that no criminal escapes. Additionally, key personnel from the City Bureau will approach the factory to assist the SWAT team in apprehending the offenders. Sun Weigwa nodded solemnly, emphasizing, during the operation, it is crucial to remember one vital point. One of our young comrades has been coerced into joining the criminal group. However, as he is a recent addition, the criminals may suspect him of leaking information upon seeing us. Therefore, if you spot this young comrade in the company of the criminals, shoot at him but do not harm him, to dispel any suspicions they may hold. After speaking, he glanced at his troubled uncle, Gao Ye, and approached him with a comforting demeanor, saying, Jangwo, pull yourself together. I know you're concerned about Gao Ye, but Xiao Yi is currently under duress from the criminal organization, and according to our rules of engagement, you cannot participate in the operation. Nevertheless, Sun Weigwa paused for emphasis, assuring him, rest assured, not only I, but also Director Zhang is deeply concerned for Xiao Ye's safety. Trust that we will not allow any descendant of a hero to be placed in peril. Moreover, Xiao Yi is a hero in his own right. Moreover, pointing to the corner of the room, a man clad in a tailored suit with gold-rimmed glasses, Sun Weigwa seemed to reassure himself. Furthermore, I have enlisted the services of the second-best negotiation expert in the city. If, and I stress if, Xiao Yi is being held hostage by criminals, we will spare no effort to rescue him. Director Sun, I am now the bespectacled man interjected, straightening his posture and adjusting his attire. Casting a glance at the man, Uncle Gao's concern deepened. He has caused deaths during negotiations. The bespectacled man remained silent. Sun Weigwa sighed, about to speak when suddenly the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he recognized it was the SWAT team leader. Sun Weigwa answered the call, and the voice of the SWAT team leader immediately resonated from the other end. Director Sun, quickly, we need more personnel. Upon hearing this, Sun Weigwa's heart sank. Fearing something had gone awry, he hurriedly inquired, is there a problem with the operation? Has it failed? On the other end, the SWAT team leader chuckled, sounding remarkably relaxed. A problem? What kind of problem could there be? Director Sun, I must inform you that we have apprehended all the criminals and successfully rescued 65 hostages. We now require you to dispatch officers to assist with the escort. Sun Weigwa was taken aback. He glanced at the time. Only a few minutes had passed since the operation commenced. Perplexed, he asked, how is this possible? You completed the task in under 10 minutes? Were these criminals so poorly defended? Ah, the SWAT team leader responded with relief, thanks to Gao Ye. Had it not been for him, we probably wouldn't have even infiltrated the factory yet. Truly, Director Sun, please consider transferring Gao Ye to our SWAT team. I have taken quite a liking to him. Upon hearing this, Sun Weigwa's mind conjured an image of Gao Ye clashing with the criminals inside, coordinating seamlessly with the SWAT team to subdue them. With this thought, his worry intensified, and he promptly asked, was Gao Ye injured? Is it serious? Does he require an ambulance? As Sun Weigwa finished speaking, all the officers in the room turned their gazes toward him, and Uncle Gao sprang to his feet, disregarding Sun Weigwa's status, urgently tugging at his sleeve. Director Sun, what has happened to Gao Ye? Can you put the call on speaker so I can hear what's going on? Sun Weigwa, not minding, activated the speakerphone. The voice of the SWAT team leader continued to relay, no need for a doctor. It's just that he might have overeaten. I believe he could use some digestive aids. Sun Weigwa, Uncle Gao, the officers. Oh, and Gao Ye mentioned that his uncle should come to the scene without any concerns about protocol. He and his subordinates will only surrender to his uncle. Sun Weigwa, Uncle Gao, the officers, negotiation expert. In a state of bewilderment, Sun Weigwa furrowed his brow and inquired, Captain, what are you talking about? What do you mean by surrender? And what about Gao Ye's subordinate? What is going on? On the other end of the line, the special police captain appeared to be momentarily taken aback. After a pause of approximately 1 to 2 minutes, he replied, are you not aware? I asked Gao Ye, and he mentioned he had informed you. He is now the second in command of a criminal organization, with a leader incapacitated by us. He holds the highest position in the room. He declared surrender, and that martial arts expert immediately knelt down. With the captain's voice echoing, the entire room felt as if it had been struck by a nuclear explosion. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, rendered speechless, and shocked to the point of losing their capacity for thought. Sun Weiguo was particularly astounded, dropping his phone to the ground, as if his mind had been struck forcefully. The impact left him seeing stars. He had initially assumed that Gao Ye's words were merely a jest to console him, meant to ease their worries. To his astonishment, it was indeed the truth. But how had he managed to accomplish this? Chapter 76. A stunning accomplishment, the shocked director. In Sun Weiguo's heart, an urgent desire to meet Gao Ye surged forth. The last time he felt such an impulse was during his encounter with Li Wei. Truly, he was profoundly curious about how Gao Ye managed to ascend to the position of second-in-command within a criminal organization in such a brief span of time. It is well known that these criminal syndicates exercise extreme caution when integrating new members, particularly regarding the thorough investigations conducted into their backgrounds. Some undercover officers may infiltrate these criminal groups and spend years without achieving the rapid advancement that Gao Ye accomplished in mere hours. Furthermore, they often face the peril of exposure and subsequent persecution by the criminals themselves. Yet Gao Ye, remarkably, he had already secured the role of second-in-command. Who would dare to threaten him? It would be a stroke of fortune if he merely refrained from harming others. Let us proceed to the scene at once. As the director, Sun Weiguo was the first to snap out of his stupor. He commanded, "Hold all interception lines. We must first assist the SWAT team." He then cast a glance at his bewildered Uncle Gao, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a considerable internal struggle, he resolutely decided, "Jiangua, you shall accompany me. Forget the avoidance rules. Let it be. Gao Ye himself has stated he will only accept surrenders from you." Upon hearing these words, Gao's uncle was momentarily taken aback. The group of police superintendents and inspectors in the room quickly grasped the situation, their gazes towards Gao's uncle tinged with envy. After all, it was his nephew who had specifically called upon him to share the accolades. To dismantle a transnational human trafficking ring, even a fractional acknowledgement of merit for Gao's uncle would elevate the entire team to a collective first-class honor. At such a juncture, who would concern themselves with the violation of avoidance protocols? Moreover, what do those rules even entail? When a police officer's relative is involved in a case, they must recuse themselves to ensure the integrity of the investigation. But what of Gao Ye's circumstances? Was there any need to regard such regulations? Absolutely not. A recent high school graduate, he had ventured alone into the lair of a criminal organization, assisting the SWAT team. No, it was the SWAT team that assisted Gao Ye in apprehending the kingpin of the syndicate. Furthermore, he had actively led the remaining criminals to surrender. Most importantly, over 60 hostages were rescued on site. At this moment, what harm was there in Gao Ye making a small request? Not only would Sun Weiguo acquiesce, but even if Zhao Ting were present, he would likely concur. To illustrate further, if Gao Ye were to claim that he would only accept surrenders from Gao Nan, it is probable that the police would retrieve the young lady from her home and escort her into the mountains that very night. Assignments? What triviality. When the time comes, a mere inscription on a blank workbook stating, "Encourage the second-in-command of a criminal organization to surrender during the holiday." Which teacher would dare impose a penalty? "Old Gao, you have a remarkable nephew," one police superintendent remarked as he patted Gao's uncle on the shoulder, his face alight with admiration. "Whenever Gao Ye holds his graduation celebration, count me in," another superintendent chimed in, echoing the sentiment. Even several police inspectors began to exchange contact information with Uncle Gao, alluding to attending Gao Ye's upcoming graduation banquet. Sun Weiguo observed in silence, sipping from his thermos filled with goji berry water, its tartness lingering on his palate. He urged the group forward, so engrossed that he momentarily forgot his phone, leading the way out. A throng of inspectors followed suit, flocking around Uncle Gao as they made their way outside. At that moment, Uncle Gao felt as though he were trapped in a dream, utterly devoid of rational thought, allowing himself to be swept along by the crowd. Yet, an unsettling feeling nagged at him, as if he had forgotten something crucial, though he could not recall what it was. Before long, several disguised private vehicles sped out from the courtyard of a residential area. Along the route, Police cars streamed in one after another, heading towards the factory. Meanwhile, Deng Yu squatted by the roadside, posing as an undercover officer stationed at an intersection. Observing the procession of police vehicles, confusion etched across his face, he wondered aloud. Are they launching an operation ahead of schedule? Two rookie officers, engrossed in their skewered lamb, shook their heads in unison. Hey, what are you two doing? Deng Yu pulled out his phone. I'll call Director Sun to find out. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Deng Yu attempted to reach Uncle Gao next. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. With both calls failing and no notifications forthcoming, he speculated that the operation likely wouldn't commence until after 9 o'clock. Stowing his phone away, Deng Yu resumed grilling skewers, beckoning, come, try my cooking. Meanwhile, within the factory's confines, anguished cries echoed. Gao Ye's voice strained and desperate. Damn it. I beg you, brother, please don't treat me this way. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hit you. For heaven's sake, you're giving me psychological trauma. I'm going to go insane. Several special police officers clung tightly to Gao Ye, restraining his flailing limbs. The team leader embraced him, planting fervent kisses on his forehead. Damn it, Gao Ye. You're incredible. This is the smoothest operation I've ever been part of. Join us, and I'll make you the captain. Gao Ye's face reflected sheer terror as he attempted to resist, but he felt too full to muster any strength, threatening to retch. For heaven's sake, let me go. I swear, even if you beat me to death, I will never join you. Outside the factory, 10 armed men bore expressions of sorrow, their fists clenched tightly. Most notably, the recently revived dog brother, on the verge of tears, could scarcely comprehend how his brotherly way, a man of such toughness, could endure the torment of AKs and grenades without flinching. What kind of agony was he enduring that elicited such piercing screams? More importantly, he marveled that his brother Li Wei did not surrender to the police despite the suffering. Li Wei, a true man, dog brother exclaimed, reflecting. Having joined our group for merely half a day, he already exhibits such profound loyalty, surrounded by several armed men who shared a deep sense of camaraderie. They echoed in unison. Second Master is loyal, a truth known to heaven and earth. After a brief moment of contemplation, with a determined expression, Brother Dog declared, Damn it. No one is to mention that Li Wei is a demolition genius. Our brother Li Wei embodies loyalty. We must devise a way to ensure his safety. I firmly believe that he will rally a team to rescue us when the time comes. Turning his gaze towards the burly lackey, Brother Dog solemnly instructed, Among us, your hands bear the least blood. You are the one I trust most, and only the two of us are privy to the secret passage. Furthermore, your mental condition increases your chances of escape. I am issuing you a direct order. Do not regard me as your savior from now on. From this day forth, Second Master is your leader. Once you escape, you must protect him and lead him through the secret passage back to Myanmar. If anyone dares to defy Second Master over there, you are to eliminate them. The burly lackey nodded gravely, reiterating, Whoever dares to defy Second Master, I will eliminate them. As they conversed, Sun Weiguo arrived at the scene with his team, even though he had mentally prepared himself. The sight of the numerous criminals sprawled across the ground and the dozens of rescued hostages was profoundly shocking. The presence of a cross-border human trafficking gang was one matter. The arrest of over 30 traffickers was another. The mere fact of rescuing more than 60 abducted individuals was a monumental achievement and an extraordinary act of virtue. In 4 words, it could be described as an unparalleled merit. After all, upon deeper reflection, these 60-plus hostages represented as many families, affecting hundreds of lives. Conversely, had these individuals fallen into the hands of the criminals, every police officer would have carried the burden of guilt for a lifetime. This was merely a fraction of the number of victims the trafficking group had captured in one fell swoop. Well done, Xiao Yi, Sun Weiguo murmured softly, an unusual flicker of gratitude rising within him for Gao Ye. Indeed, a city bureau chief felt grateful towards a freshly graduated high school student. At that moment, Brother Dog also spotted Sun Weiguo and his group. Recognizing from their positions that Sun Weiguo was the highest-ranking officer among the police, Brother Dog immediately shouted, Officer, I want to report something. Don't shout, Behave yourself. A SWAT officer immediately restrained Brother Dog. Lead Dog 2. Sun Weiguo recognized Brother Dog and gestured for the SWAT officer to step aside, eager to hear what this crime syndicate leader had to say. Stretching his limbs while handcuffed, Brother Dog raised both hands towards the factory. I want to report police brutality. My brother Li Wei has been taken into the factory and tortured by the SWAT officers. Upon hearing this, the other officers remained mostly unresponsive, while Sun Weiguo and Uncle Gao stood frozen in place. Two individuals exchanged a bewildered glance. Li Wei, hadn't he been sentenced to death? He was currently languishing in prison, awaiting execution. How had he suddenly appeared here? Was it merely a case of sharing the same name? Sun Weiguo pondered, recalling that there was no one by the name of Li Wei among the human trafficking syndicate. Which Li Wei are you referring to? Sun Weiguo inquired. He is my brother. Dog Brother promptly replied, only to shake his head. Well, not exactly my brother. Li Wei was coerced into joining us. He has committed no crime. Why should he be dragged in by the SWAT team? Dog Brother declared vehemently, I will report this. I shall cry out for justice for my brother Li Wei. I will expose you to the press and hire a lawyer to sue you. Around him, the armed men, undeterred by fear, echoed his cries. Several SWAT officers swiftly subdued the armed men, pinning them to the ground. Observing Dog Brother and listening to his words, Sun Weiguo suddenly felt a strange notion arise within him. Could this Li Wei be Gao Ye? After all, Gao Ye had previously posed as a demolition genius. With lingering questions, Sun Weiguo strode directly into the factory, followed by a contingent of police officers. Upon entering, he was met with an astonishing sight. There sat Gao Ye on the ground, despondent. The SWAT team leader, accompanied by several officers, crouched nearby, offering him water, patting his back, and massaging his shoulders. Upon noticing Sun Weiguo and his entourage, Gao Ye immediately rose, accusing Director Sun, this scoundrel is bullying me. He took advantage of me when I was full, hugging me and forcing me to join the SWAT team. Initially, Sun Weiguo chuckled at the first two statements, but his expression turned grave at the last. Still trying to recruit people? I think your SWAT team's budget might be a tad excessive. Be careful, or I may recommend a budget cut next year. The SWAT team leader was taken aback. How is recruiting Gao Ye related to the budget? After addressing the team leader, Sun Weiguo turned to Gao Ye, stepping forward to pat him on the shoulder with a look of pride. Well done, young man. You have quietly delivered me a monumental surprise, capturing 10 armed men, over 30 traffickers, and rescuing more than 60 hostages. I am still astounded by your achievement. If this band of cross-border traffickers had escaped, it would have posed a significant threat to our green city, the entire province of Gao Ye, and even the nation at large. It could have been classified as a disaster. On behalf of all the police officers in Green City, I extend my gratitude to you. Having said this, Sun Weiguo stood tall, preparing to salute. Caught off guard, Gao Ye was utterly stunned. A mere high school graduate receiving a salute from the city's police chief? Instinctively, Gao Ye stepped forward to stop him. Gao Ershu quickly intervened, his expression serious. Xiao Yi, you must accept this honor. With that, Gao Ershu positioned himself behind Sun Weiguo. A group of police inspectors and superintendents turned their gaze towards Gao Ye. Sun Weiguo commanded, all present salute. In an instant, all the officers present faced Gao Ye and saluted. Uncontrollably, Gao Ye raised his hand in salute as well. Once the ceremony concluded, Sun Weiguo relaxed his stern demeanor and remarked with a smile, having exchanged pleasantries, you are now one of us. Regarding matters of the police academy, I shall later offer you guidance on which specialty to pursue. Gao Ye was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat deceived. Was there such a custom? It had never been mentioned before. With a beaming smile, Sun Weiguo replied, well, now there is. Without allowing Gao Ye a chance to retort, Sun Weiguo continued. By the way, Xiao Yi, just now Li Guchuo outside mentioned that the special police were assaulting Li Wei. What is the situation? I suspect you have adopted Li Wei's alias, haven't you? Indeed. Scratching his head, Gao Ye admitted, I am Li Wei, or rather, I have assumed Li Wei's name. Sun Weiguo, with a puzzled expression, inquired, how did you gain Li Guchuo's trust? Surely, he cannot know Li Wei. Moreover, even if he did, he would undoubtedly see through your ruse. Upon hearing this, the officers present again directed their curious gazes toward Gao Ye. eager to understand how he had secured Li Guchuo's confidence. With the attention of numerous inquisitive officers upon him, Gao Ye spoke. Li Guchuo does not know Li Wei. However, he is acquainted with the demolition genius. Chapter 77. The Koi Fish Truly a Koi. Wait, how did this become related to the demolition genius again? Furrowing his brow, Sun Weiguo voiced the collective confusion of everyone present. This matter must trace back to the day I attempted a bank heist. Contemplating his words, Gao Ye began to elucidate. That day, did I not go to the city to receive an award? 10 seconds later, observing the silent Gao Ye, Sun Weiguo appeared perplexed. An award? And then? Why have you ceased your narration? Something feels amiss. Frowning in contemplation, Gao Ye sensed something was lacking. In the past, when recounting the details of a case, there would always be someone to interject. It seemed to be either Director Deng or someone else. He could smoothly narrate the case's progression. But now, no one interjected. Well, I shall proceed solo. Shaking his head, casting aside the unsettling feeling, Gao Ye continued. That demolition genius was contacted through an intermediary. An intermediary? Sun Weiguo inquired, bewildered. What intermediary? With someone finally engaging, Gao Ye's eyes brightened. A spark of inspiration ignited. Based on my assessment, it was an intermediary responsible for the trade of arms. They appeared quite formidable, able to procure AKs, shotguns, grenades, and even high-concentration explosives. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo's expression turned grave. A weapons trafficker was smuggling arms into the country. Moreover, heavy weaponry. Upon returning, a thorough investigation must be conducted. After jotting this down, Sun Weiguo asked, and then? Gao Ye continued. Then, astonishingly, that intermediary was simultaneously supplying both Brother Dog and Old Tang. Furthermore, the intermediary introduced the demolition genius to Old Tang. You all know, I mistakenly boarded the wrong vehicle at that time. Those robbers presumed I was the demolition genius and displayed their arsenal to me, which included a high-concentration explosive, procured by both Brother Dog and Old Tang. They all purchased it from the same intermediary, with identical promotional slogans. At that moment, Brother Dog was showing off in front of me, reciting the promotional phrase for that high-concentration explosive. I casually responded, and Brother Dog took me for the demolition genius, invited me to join them. He even claimed I was a technical talent desperately needed by them, and offered me the position of second-in-command. Upon hearing this, the officers present, including Sun Weiguo, were momentarily taken aback. They gazed at Gao Ye as if caught in a dream, thinking, this is utterly absurd, right? The two cases have inexplicably interconnected. Moreover, on two separate occasions, the criminals had encountered Gao Ye. What is more astonishing is that they simultaneously mistook Gao Ye for the demolition genius. The probability of this occurrence is more improbable than winning the lottery, is it not? Such fortune is truly unparalleled. He is indeed a koi fish, nay a police koi, born to thrive in the realm of law enforcement. The manner in which he encounters criminals is increasingly outrageous. The methods of apprehension are even more absurd. It feels as if criminals are deliberately gravitating towards him. At such a young age, within a week, he has amassed such commendable achievements, compared to many distinguished police officers, who accumulate accolades throughout their lifetimes. In just 7 days, one can traverse the extensive career of an exemplary officer spanning decades. The thought alone seems exaggerated. A police inspector, harboring skepticism, expressed disbelief. Did Li Guchuo truly ascertain your identity solely based on a single bomb? Upon utterance of this remark, the officers present turned their gazes towards Gao Ye, their eyes filled with confusion. As the inspector had pointed out, Li Guchuo was indeed the leader of a criminal organization. Could one bomb alone suffice to confirm a person's identity? Surely, there must be more to it. Scratching his head, Gao Ye elucidated. He inquired about numerous details. For instance, how much money Old Tang had divided with me during a bank heist. Coincidentally, I was a demolition prodigy at that time, and Old Tang and his associates recounted their experiences to me, which I accurately answered. Oh, he also asked about a classmate of mine who learned to drive with me, and inquired about who I was. That classmate didn't know me, so he relayed some complaints from the instructor regarding my behavior, mentioning that I had threatened to flee the city. Consequently, Brother Dog placed his trust in my identity. Upon hearing Gao Ye's explanation, the questioning inspector stood momentarily dumbfounded, taking several seconds to process the information. Finally, he extended his thumb in admiration, stating, "I am truly impressed. Gao Ye, you ought to consider enrolling in the police academy. Trust me, you are inherently suited for a career in law enforcement. When you join the police force, even if you do not achieve accolades in the future, you will at least attain the rank of police supervisor." He added, "By the way, apply to our local police academy in Green City. It's nearby and offers support." Gao Ye furrowed his brow, a look of concern on his face. "The college entrance exam results have yet to be released. I am uncertain if I can meet the cutoff for the police academy." "Results?" The inspector's eyes widened in shock, his expression one of disbelief. "Gao Ye, are you all right? Is that what you should be worried about?" Gao Ye responded, "Shouldn't I be concerned about my results?" Looking around, he continued, "What if my performance is less than ideal? What if I am far from the cutoff?" In unison, the group of inspectors and police supervisors replied, "The only consideration you need to make is which specialty you wish to pursue or which police academy to attend." Gao Ye fell silent. In recent days, criminals had been approaching him one after another. Each day, he either encountered a criminal or was on the path to doing so. The occurrences were so frequent that he had not realized, almost unconsciously, how many criminals he had apprehended. It seemed that perhaps, in certain respects, he had gained a certain privilege. For instance, applying to the police academy had transformed into the police academy seeking him out. Yes, he was indeed preparing to attend the police academy. After enduring numerous validations over these days, he had come to understand that he was indeed destined to be a police officer. Other professions were simply not suited for him. For example, working in a company, the police would be making regular visits, and would anyone be able to work in peace? The boss would likely be driven to madness. As for which police academy to attend, that was a question he truly needed to contemplate seriously. Shanghai, Beijing, Hangzhou. Each city offers its own unique vistas. Observing Gao Ye's silence, one might assume he is reluctant to attend the police academy. At that moment, Sun Weigua exchanged a significant glance with Uncle Gao. In a rare display, Uncle Gao declined Sun Weigua's unspoken invitation, gently shaking his head while placing a reassuring hand on Gao Ye's shoulder. "Little Yi, it's all right, relax. If you wish to pursue the police academy, do not fret over your grades. If you choose otherwise, your uncle will support you." He then produced a phone, stating, "I found this by the roadside. Call your aunt and let her know what you fancy for a meal. Just tell her you were at the Zhongshan police station and your phone died." Gao Ye accepted the phone, catching a glimpse of a crack running across its surface. Bisecting it entirely, he paused momentarily, then felt a surge of anger. "Shoot! Point at that doctor outside, shoot him." Such words should not be uttered lightly. Uncle Gao intervened, urging calmness. "Little Yi, stay composed. Do not act impulsively. Those traffickers will face their judgment in court. The death penalty." Promptly, Gao Ye retrieved his notebook, flipping to the section on the doctor, his anticipation palpable. "The SWAT team leader just bewildered me, and I nearly forgot to mention this. Uncle, look here. This individual possesses a firearm illegally, has modified an ambulance unlawfully, and is involved in human trafficking. Oh, and this doctor has trafficked before. 7 individuals to be precise. Just recently, he connected with my brother and trafficked 2 at once. Tell me, can he not be executed?" After a brief moment of silence, Uncle Gao hastily snatched the notebook, scrutinizing it closely. Name, number of individuals trafficked, location of trafficking, province, city, county, village. The entries detailed the doctor's actions with alarming clarity, indicating the specific year and month of each crime. Uncle Gao trembled with agitation, stuttering as he asked, Little Yi, where did this come from? Is this real?" I had each of them write it down. Gao Ye pointed to the listed address. "If you want to know the truth, just investigate." "What truth?" A curious police officer leaned in for a glance. Upon seeing the contents, his eyes widened in disbelief. "No way, no way, no way." Realizing Sun Weigua was still present, the officer quickly explained, "Director Sun, this is astonishing. You must take a look." Sun Weigua accepted the notebook and began to read. As he absorbed the information contained within, he was struck with such force that it felt akin to being hit by lightning. He stood frozen in place, momentarily incapacitated by the weight of the revelations, flipping through the pages with increasing intensity. With each turn, his breath grew heavier. With each turn of the page, his entire being trembled with increasing intensity. The more he flipped, the more his heart raced. This was not merely a notebook. It was undeniably a death sentence list. Within its pages lay meticulous records of every trafficker, detailing the number of victims they had ensnared, the locations, and the times of their heinous acts. As for the authenticity of the information, Sun Weigua had already come to believe a significant portion of it. One particular entry chronicled a trafficking incident that had occurred within the Green City precinct, albeit 3 years prior. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. In his excitement, Sun Weigua exclaimed several praises in quick succession. He laughed heartily and patted Gao Ye on the shoulder, finding himself increasingly fond of the young man. This was nothing short of a stroke of luck. He even contemplated displaying a photograph of Gao Ye in his office. Truly, one could hardly blame him for such thoughts, as the impact and surprise Gao Ye had brought him today were nothing short of monumental. Setting aside previous matters, this small notebook was indeed a priceless treasure. Its significance was profound. With this notebook in hand, many individuals who had previously been trafficked could potentially be rescued. For traffickers, a mere 1 or 2 victims could result in a sentence of 5 to 10 years. Once released, they would likely resume their criminal activities. However, with this notebook, they would all face the death penalty. None would escape justice. As the notebook circulated among the police officers, an unmistakable silence enveloped the room. A group of officers gazed at Gao Ye, envisioning a future where he stood as the chief. Xiao Yi, truly, your contribution this time is extraordinary. Prepare yourself. It is likely that Director Zhao will bestow upon you a grand reward. Not only Director Zhao, but I too shall reward you, as will every officer involved in this operation. Sun Weiguo was brimming with excitement, showering Gao Ye with accolades. Actually, I have additional intelligence regarding a secret passage. Gao Ye interjected. Sun Weiguo, Gao Ershu, the officers. Chapter 78. That year at 18, the director personally invited me to be a deputy officer. With a face full of excitement, Sun Weiguo blurted out, "What? A smuggling secret passage? Are you referring to the clandestine route that Li Guchuo uses to the border of Myanmar?" Nodding affirmatively, Gao Ye was resolute. Indeed, that's the one. Upon saying this, Gao Ye felt as though he were soaring. Sun Weiguo tugged at him, rushing outside, where they found a police car, jumped in, and started the engine. They sped off at breakneck speed. An hour later, Gao Ye's mind was in disarray, his eyes wide with shock, overwhelmed by the dizzying pace of events. Standing in the office of the provincial director, he gazed at Zhao Yuanchao, seated across from him, utterly bewildered. What had he gotten himself into? He hadn't even processed the situation before finding himself before the big boss. To make matters worse, Sun Weiguo had callously dropped him off at the door, advising him to seize the opportunity before leaving. Who could comprehend the solitary pressure he felt, standing before the head of the provincial department? You must be Gao Ye. Zhao Yuanchao smiled at him. My boy, you have truly given me the greatest surprise. Taking a deep breath, Gao Ye exclaimed, Hello, Director. Privately, he thought of addressing him as Grandpa Zhao. Zhao Yuanchao was exceptionally affable. I visited your home when you were 5. At that time, I was still the bureau chief, and your father was a captain under my command. I remember you playing in the corner store downstairs, asking me for cola. He chuckled. You practically cleaned me out of my pocket money. Years had flown by, and Zhao Yuanchao sighed, waving his hand. Don't just stand there. Take a seat and have something to drink. Gao Ye felt stuffed. He had indulged during the brotherhood ceremony, consuming 2 liters of cola. Holding back a burp, he replied, Just plain water, Director Zhao. Zhao Yuanchao glanced at him, mistaking his modesty, and ordered his secretary, Go fetch some cola. Young people love that. Yes. Get some iced cola. Gao República del Yemen interjecta. No. Y truly insist. Resisting the urge to burp, he twisted open the lid and took a symbolic sip, then perched half of his backside on the sofa. At that moment, Zhao Yuanchao inquired, I heard from Sun Weiguo that you possess something significant? Indeed. Speaking of this, Gao Ye became animated, retrieving a small notebook and handing it to Zhao Yuanchao. Director Zhao, please take a look. This contains evidence of the trafficker's crimes. I've documented everything. It can all be verified. Particularly, the doctor mentioned within has abducted several individuals and is a repeat offender. Oh, let me see. Zhao Yuanchao took the notebook. On the journey with Gao Ye, Sun Weigua had already informed him about the notebook. It detailed the whereabouts and times of the trafficker's abductions. Even with prior preparation, upon seeing the contents recorded within, Zhao Yuanchao couldn't help but feel a pang of alarm. This is both a death list and a harrowing account of blood debts. The black letters inscribed are not ink, but blood of hundreds of families. Taking a deep breath and gazing at Gao Ye, Zhao Yuanchao slowly began. Xiao Yi, do you know how many individuals fall victim to human trafficking each year? Before Gao Ye could respond, Zhao Yuanchao revealed the answer. It is nearly impossible to estimate. However, I can assure you, the figure is substantial, so great that you would scarcely dare to guess. Do you comprehend the consequences faced by every person who is trafficked? Gao Ye grew serious and fell silent. Removing his glasses, Zhao Yuanchao spoke solemnly. They endure untold torment, families torn apart, lives shattered. He recalled his first day on the job after transitioning to the police force, when he encountered a case of child trafficking. For elderly guardians, grandparents could not withstand the shock and died on the spot, while the remaining 2 passed away within 6 months. One parent succumbed to madness, while the other rode across numerous provinces on a motorcycle, clutching a banner, tirelessly searching for their child. And this is merely a minuscule fragment of a larger tragedy. Zhao Yuanchao raised the notebook, his face etched with seriousness. Do you now realize just how significant this notebook is? Gao Ye replied, it is extremely important. No. Zhao Yuanchao shook his head. You have yet to fully grasp its profound significance. Have you ever considered why Sun Weigua left you at the entrance? Gao Ye shook his head. Because the merit is far too great, so significant that he cannot intervene, cannot surpass you to submit this notebook. In my view, it is more valuable than 10 Li Guchuo combined. With it, we can sentence those 30-plus traffickers to death, ensuring they never have the chance to inflict harm again. Moreover, it serves as a warning, a deterrent to other traffickers. With this, we can recover countless abducted women and children. With this, we can restore hope to thousands upon thousands of families. And then there is the secret channel you possess. Zhao Yuanchao's face lit up with fervor. If we dismantle that secret channel, we will save innumerable families. Xiao Yi, just wait. Once you enter the police academy and join the force, you will truly understand the magnitude of the noble deed you have accomplished. Closing the notebook, Zhao Yuanchao looked at Gao Ye, his gaze complex. In just a week, his mindset had shifted 3 times. Initially, he felt a faint sense of indebtedness towards Gao Ye, whose parents had left him behind while executing an undercover mission, resulting in over a decade of separation. Gao Ye had lived like an orphan since childhood. This sense of indebtedness stemmed from his parents. Yet just days ago, witnessing Gao Ye's relentless apprehension of criminals, Zhao Yuanchao felt a desire to promote this promising junior. At this moment, Zhao Yuanchao's mindset underwent another transformation. He felt a sense of pride and admiration for his junior, Gao Ye. Indeed, Zhao Yuanchao, as a department head, was proud of Gao Ye's accomplishments. After sipping his tea and glancing at Gao Ye, Zhao Yuanchao inquired, Xiao Yi, have you contemplated your future plans? For instance, which school do you aspire to attend, or what major do you wish to pursue? Following his question, Zhao Yuanchao awaited Gao Ye's response with eager anticipation, hoping that Gao Ye would express his desire to attend a police academy. After all, forcing someone might lead to complications. Director Zhao, Gao Ye replied, I want to enroll in a police academy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanchao's face brightened with joy. However, Gao Ye's next statement left him bewildered. As for which school, I haven't decided yet. The capital, the magical city, there are many places. Are you considering other locations? Zhao Yuanchao paused, gazing at Gao Ye, feeling a surge of anxiety. This young man could not attend a police academy outside of Gao province. If he enrolled in an academy in another province, they would scrutinize his records which would be problematic. Zhao Yuanshao could guarantee that within a day, his file would be transmitted to the provincial department of that area, and soon enough, some unscrupulous colleagues would employ various tactics to retain Gao Ye locally. He was aware that an old acquaintance from the neighboring province had recently been inquiring quite frequently. This situation called for a conversation with Gao Ye's uncle, subtly persuading him about the benefits of studying locally and the pitfalls of studying elsewhere. Shaking his head, Zhao Yuanshao adopted a strategic retreat. No rush. Take your time to think it over. I know many principals from various police academies. When the time comes, I'll assist you in making connections. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door, and the secretary entered. Director Zhao, the video conference with the border control leaders is about to commence. I understand. Zhao Yuanshao glanced at the time and said, Xiao Yi, I won't keep you any longer. Li Guchuo has been apprehended, and there are numerous matters that require attention. Please inform me about the route of that secret channel. Our police can collaborate with border control to find an opportunity to eliminate it. Gao Ye was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. Route? I don't know. Zhao Yuanshao was momentarily stunned as well. Didn't Sun Weigua mention that you were aware of the secret channel? Shortly thereafter, Sun Weigua stood in the provincial office, exchanging glances with Gao Ye, both recognizing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Quickly shifting his gaze to Zhao Yuanshao, Sun Weigua spoke nervously. Director Zhao, I genuinely don't know. I heard Xiao Yi mention the secret channel and assumed he was aware of its specific route. Who knew he merely knew that such a channel existed? In my excitement, I brought him here. Zhao Yuanshao sighed in frustration. What a waste of excitement. He shook his head, exhaling deeply, and instructed, inform border control that they need not take action for the time being. Unfamiliar with the specific route, acting rashly would only alert the enemy. Subsequently, both the municipal bureau and provincial department dispatched personnel to intensify the interrogation of Li Guchuo. Regardless of the cost, it is imperative to ascertain the precise route. Upon hearing this, Sun Weigua wore a troubled expression. Li Guchuo is aware of his impending execution and is unlikely to cooperate with us. His only vulnerability lies in his loyalty to his comrades. Yet we have apprehended all of them. Those brothers of his are acutely aware of their fate, execution. Under normal circumstances, persuading him to surrender would be futile. Resorting to force may yield only a vague outline of information. However, such a route can only be navigated if someone familiar with it is guiding us or if we possess a map. Otherwise, merely having a rough idea will make our task exceedingly arduous. After speaking, he sighed along with the others. As they sighed, a thought seemed to strike him. Zhao Yuanshao and Sun Weigua exchanged knowing glances simultaneously, and then, in unison, turned their attention to Gao Ye. Gao Ye, sitting upright, sensed an ominous feeling. Indeed, the next moment, Zhao Yuanshao signaled to Sun Weigua. Sun Weigua immediately understood, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he turned to Gao Ye. Well, Xiao Yi, would you like to go to jail? Gao Ye. It's not particularly dangerous, and you could start as an auxiliary officer. After contemplating Gao Ye's childhood, Zhao Yuanshao added, with a salary. Chapter 79, the second in command of a criminal gang, also a deputy police officer, almost suffocated as night fell. At 9:30, outside the police station's family compound in Qingxiu district, Uncle Gao and Gao Ye descended from the vehicle, clutching their bellies, leaning on each other, swaying slightly. Xiao Yi, the food at the provincial office is quite impressive, Uncle Gao exclaimed, a toothpick dangling from his mouth, excitement radiating from his face. Honestly, I still feel as though I am dreaming. Chief Zhao, of all people, personally arranged for us to dine in the cafeteria, and they served Mao Tai. The flavor was simply exquisite. He chuckled, but your tolerance for alcohol leaves much to be desired. You were tipsy after just one sip. With a burp, feeling slightly dazed while holding his deputy officer uniform, Gao Ye felt as if he were still in a dream. Having just completed his college entrance examination, he had inexplicably acquired the position of a deputy officer to assist the police in their tasks, going undercover in a prison. His monthly salary was several thousand yuan. Taking out a digestive tablet, Gao Ye patted Uncle Gao on the shoulder. Uncle worked diligently. and I will ensure you get a position at the provincial office before I graduate. Uncle Gao chuckled foolishly. You're just boasting, aren't you? If you get me into the provincial office, wouldn't your Uncle Deng be my superior? Wouldn't he then have to enter the department? By the way, why didn't I see Uncle Deng tonight? He said I was the one who got drunk. Gao Ye countered. We dined at the provincial office tonight. Do you think Uncle Deng could come? I estimate he finished his meal at the Zhongshan police station and is now at home with his wife and children, enjoying the warmth. Nodding in agreement, Uncle Gao replied, True, I was just tagging along for your meal tonight. But I can't shake the feeling that I've forgotten something. What did you possibly forget? Gao Ye asked, extracting his keys and attempting several times before inserting one into the lock of room 202. Turning the key, he opened the door to find the dining table adjacent to the living room laden with untouched dishes. Aunt Air and Gao Nan were seated at the table. As they turned to face each other, their gazes locked. Gao Ye felt as though he had been struck by lightning and shouted, Oh my gosh, what is wrong with you? You scared me. Pushing past Gao Ye, Uncle Gao craned his neck to peer into the room. Upon realizing the situation inside, a chill coursed through him, and the effects of the alcohol dissipated instantly. Stunned into silence, Uncle Gao's voice rose in alarm. Oh no, I forgot to come home for dinner. Faced with his wife's furious expression and his daughter's look of grievance, Uncle Gao hastily attempted to explain, Wife, I was on a special assignment and had to turn off my phone. I didn't eat out. Just after completing the task, old Deng mentioned the pressure was high, so we relaxed a bit and had a bottle of wine, but we returned right after. Dare you ask Xiao Yi? He patted his chest as Gao Yi chimed in. Burp, Aunt Air, Nan, we just had a sip of wine, we didn't eat. Aunt Air, instead of growing angry, smiled wryly. Oh, you didn't eat, did you? Nan, serve your brother and your father. Remember, it should be a generous portion. The little girl dashed into the kitchen, bustling around for 2 minutes. With a resounding clap, she placed 2 bowls of rice upon the table. Dad, brother, hurry and eat. Aren't you starving? Gao Yi and his second uncle exchanged a glance, their eyes sparkling with hunger. Their legs trembled, after a day filled with meals. Both were now faced with an imposing mound of rice and a girl who incessantly served dishes. Gao Yi felt an overwhelming sense of impending fullness. The second in command of a notorious cross-border crime syndicate, equipped with both manpower and weaponry, was now faced with the prospect of being overwhelmed by a bowl of rice. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he chuckled and transferred rice from his bowl to his Uncle S. Uncle, you've undertaken a special mission. You must eat more. Second uncle, taken aback, what? Are you playing tricks? He returned the rice to his bowl and insisted, Xiao Yi, the mission was a success. You deserve to eat more. Oh, come now. Gao Yi retorted, you brought people to rescue me. You are the one who worked hard. Second uncle then served a chicken leg to Gao Yi. Xiao Yi, facing human traffickers alone, now that's true hardship. In return, Gao Yi offered a piece of braised pork. But uncle, you searched for me all afternoon. That was no small effort. Second uncle countered with a spoonful of stir-fried chicken. In a couple of days, you'll be in jail and eating prison food. You should enjoy home-cooked meals while you can. Auntie, Nan. They were both momentarily taken aback, observing the exchange of dishes between Gao Yi and his second uncle. A sudden clap echoed as Auntie slammed her hand on the table, her anger palpable. Gao Zhengwo, what is going on? Didn't you say Xiao Yi was playing at your place? Are you deceiving me? Pausing his chopsticks, second uncle quickly covered his mouth, a look of terror on his face. No, let me explain, dear. Gao Yi set down his bowl and quietly stepped away from the dining table. Another clap resounded as Auntie struck the table once more. Gao Yi, stop right there. Explain to me, what do you mean by going to jail? Chapter 80, so arrogant. Perhaps a bandit. Time, much like the fleeting moment captured in a graduation photograph, renders the years as if they were mere days apart. The following day, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yi, dressed impeccably, sat in the living room enjoying lunch. A sumptuous array of dishes adorned the table. Sot, ed chicken, a large chicken leg, and mushroom soup filling every inch. Though little was said the previous night, as a police family member, his aunt could discern at a glance that Gao Yi was not a criminal, but rather preparing to assist with an investigation. After all, She was well aware of her nephew's character. There was no way he could be involved in crime. Most likely, he was merely feigning hardship. Though her heart was reluctant for Gao Ye to engage in such matters, the situation was unavoidable. As a family member of a police officer, she could only support him from behind the scenes. Thus, his aunt took a special leave to prepare a lavish feast for him. They dined from 8 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon. After finishing one meal, she would prepare another, and yet another, until he felt as though he might burst. At that moment, Gao Nan, his aunt, and Uncle Gao surrounded him, serving him food. His aunt, with eyes full of concern, said, "Xiao Yi, once you go in, you won't be able to enjoy our home-cooked meals anymore." Gao Yi clutched his mouth, burped Gao Nan, with a worried expression, asked, "Brother, can you return before my surgery?" Gao Yi held his stomach. Uncle Gao added, "Yeah, I've never asked anything of you before, but this morning at the station, your Uncle Deng had me pinned down and beaten. When you return from prison, could you perhaps grant him a third-class merit?" Gao Yi glanced at his system. Today's luck, minor fortune. Fortune position. Prison. Gao Yi gave an okay sign. A third-class merit is a trivial matter. Let him join me in prison. Uncle Gao responded, earning merit while serving time. Upon hearing the food being served, Gao Yi rolled his eyes in discomfort. Burped suddenly. A knock resounded at the door. Uncle Gao opened it to find a prison guard standing at the threshold, looking rather distressed. I'm here to take Xiao Yi to prison." Wonderful, with a clatter of chopsticks. Gao Yi leapt to his feet and rushed to the door. "Quick, take me to prison." The guard was taken aback. It said that this child is vehemently opposed to imprisonment. Why is he so eager? Unintentionally. The middle-aged guard gave Gao Yi a thumbs up. "Xiao Yi, your resolve is commendable. Even if my resolve were lower, I'd still burst." Dragging the guard along, Gao Yi descended the stairs as if fleeing disaster, locating the prison vehicle and jumping inside. Throughout the journey, he incessantly urged, "Hurry, hurry, let us go." In less than half an hour, they arrived at the prison. The two entered the warden's office, where Gao Yi's first words were, "Hurry, warden, I want to be sent for labor reform." The warden looked up, puzzled, setting down his pen and scrutinizing Gao Yi for a moment before replying. "Xiao Yi, Li Gucho, and the others were just sent over not long ago. If you wish to undergo labor reform, it cannot commence until tomorrow. Gao Ye claim it. I want to digest. Yesterday, from noon until evening, and today, from morning until afternoon." Gao Yi felt as though he could compete in an eating contest. Naturally, Auntie and Dog Brother must be present to cheer him on. The affection from Dog Brother made it impossible for him to decline, while Auntie's love left him with no courage to refuse. "Let me head to the cell first." Gao Ye market. Very well. The warden contemplated for a moment before summoning 2 guards to escort Gao Yi out. Subsequently, he called for a captain of the guards and stated, "This young man is named Gao Yi." The captain pondered briefly. "Is he not the lucky one?" "Indeed," the warden affirmed, "he is that very one. His recent prominence has been remarkable. Goodness, he has been earning accolades one after another. Collectively, we have not garnered as many in a week as he has." Nodding in agreement, the captain expressed his envy. "It is true. When I first heard, I thought it was a myth. I never imagined it was real. Achieving a feat every single day, his luck is unparalleled. It's akin to my wife, who works as a doctor. Every night shift, the emergency room is always overflowing." However, the captain continued with admiration, "This lad possesses a commendable spirit. While most would dread incarceration, he appeared quite proactive upon arrival. To extract intelligence, he shows no reluctance even in this place." Raising his teacup and gently blowing on it, the warden remarked, "Indeed, this young man exhibits a remarkable awareness." He requested to begin his labor reform immediately upon arrival. Sighing with a hint of regret, the warden lamented, "Were it not for the lack of competitiveness in our correctional system, I would have considered retaining him. Be cautious down there. Do not draw too much attention, yet do not be entirely inattentive. Director Zhao's intention is for him to serve his time quietly for these few days. If he continues to accrue merits, it may attract attention from the capital." Suddenly, the cell door swung open with a bang, as 2 guards escorted Gao Yi inside. A dozen inmates immediately sat upright. "You will sleep in that bunk." One guard casually pointed to an empty bed near the door. "Dinner is at 6, followed by an hour of watch time. Labor reform commences each morning." If you have any questions, direct them to the head guard. With that, the guards exited the cell. Clad in prison attire, Gao Ye surveyed his surroundings. 2 rows of bunk beds, 4 in each row. At the end of the aisle stood the restroom. The inmates, who had been sitting attentively moments before, now sprawled across their beds, their gazes scrutinizing Gao Ye with curiosity. It was evident that they had yet to settle into the routine of labor reform. Hello, Gao Ye greeted, mindful of Director Zhao's instructions to remain discreet until he was accepted into the Green City Police Academy. Coupled with his recent entry into prison, his unfamiliarity with the environment, and the fact that he had just overindulged, he was still digesting the day's earlier events. Gao Ye, exhibiting remarkable politeness, greeted everyone before intending to return to his bed to delve into the intricacies of Shaoji. At that moment, a criminal with an exaggerated nose obstructed his path. Hold on, what offense brought you here? Following the script, Gao Ye replied, Oh, just playing with an AK and some high-concentration explosives. The police accuse me of illegal possession of heavy weaponry, sentencing me to several years in prison. Upon hearing this, the entire cell fell into a hushed silence. One by one, the inmates gazed at Gao Ye with a mix of pity and incredulity. What a braggart, fumed the large-nosed man, directing a glare towards the bunk by the prison door, addressing the bruised cell leader. What should we do? The cell leader, momentarily setting aside his newspaper, cast a wary glance towards the restroom and then back at Gao Ye, sensing a lack of combat prowess in him. Stretching out a leg, the leader commanded, Come here and give me a massage for a while. Let us forget about your showboating. Gao Ye. After a minute or two, the leader cleared his throat. One of the nearby inmates, attempting to play the Good Samaritan, leaned in and whispered to Gao Ye, Brother, heed my advice. Once you're in here, if you lack strength, it's best to comply. Do whatever the leader says. If you don't, you might regret it when night falls. Moreover, especially today, you must be obedient. Gao Ye, why is that? Because earlier, a hulking figure entered, refused to listen to the leader. And when the leader taught him a lesson, that giant single-handedly took down all of us in this cell. Fortunately, the brute seemed a bit mentally unstable and had no intention of vying for the leader's position. Otherwise, the leader would be the giant now. Just know, the leader is currently seething with anger and has nowhere to vent it. You'd better comply. Gao Ye, oh. Noticing that Gao Ye still disregarded him, the leader felt his pride wane and, putting down his newspaper, scrutinized Gao Ye. So you're quite the rebellious one, huh? Correctional officers, come with me to show the newcomer some intensity. 2 burly men from the 3rd and 4th bunks stood up and approached Gao Ye at the leader's behest. Spitting onto the floor, the leader declared, Clean that up, then squat by the restroom door and sleep there for a night, and we'll consider this matter settled. Taken aback, Gao Ye looked at the leader, utterly astonished. This was a level of arrogance that was somewhat excessive. Even his brother, a notorious bank robber, would greet him with respect, acknowledging him as a demolition genius. His associate, the head of a cross-border crime syndicate, hadn't uttered a single curse in his presence. Even his least formidable brother, a short-haired lad from a sports academy with blood on his hands, treated him courteously. This leader dared to spit at him. He must be the most formidable of criminals. What crime did you commit? Gao Ye inquired. Me? The leader stood tall, brimming with pride. You'd be shocked to hear it. I engaged in a shootout and killed 25 people. Killed 25? Gao Ye stood in stunned silence. Shouldn't you be on death row? Why are you here, with such a grand background? Who the hell are you killing? The head of the guards was momentarily taken aback, his anger palpable as he raised his hand to strike Gao Ye. You've killed over 20 people. You should have been executed 100 times by now. Are you deliberately mocking me? Before he could finish his words, his hand never made contact with Gao Ye's face. The head guard was suddenly sent flying several meters, crashing against the wall before sliding down to the ground. The 2 officers were about to intervene, but they were frozen in shock as if struck by lightning. Before them knelt the imposing figure who had earlier entered, having single-handedly subdued an entire room of criminals. He clung to Gao Ye's pant leg, tears and snot flowing freely. Second Master, I missed you. My brothers have all been sentenced to death, and I, due to my mental illness, managed to get a 20-year sentence with the help of a lawyer. Though I have no understanding of what mental illness entails, it surely seems advantageous. I even argued that my elder brother also had a mental illness, hoping for a lighter sentence, but the doctor insisted he was sane, and thus he received the death penalty. I thought you two had been sentenced to death. The head guard, the large-nosed man, the gathered inmates. Chapter 81. Who on earth can drawl at this moment? The prison cell was enveloped in silence, save for the sobs of the hulking thug. All the criminals cast terrified and bewildered glances at Gao Ye. How could an ordinary handsome young man bring a formidable giant like him to his knees, weeping and calling him second master? Was this even plausible? Was it scientifically feasible? Could it be that this dashing youth had wielded an AK or explosives? Regardless of whether he had ever used such heavy weaponry, the mere fact that he could compel such a fearsome figure to kneel and address him as second master was undeniably impressive. Moreover, from the thug's words, it was clear their leader had been sentenced to death. The cell leader lay on the ground, deep in thought. Although the hulking thug had not been in the cell for long, he could discern immediately that something was amiss with the giant's mentality. He was akin to a robot, unlikely to fabricate lies. Thus, it was highly probable that the thug's claims held truth. Who on earth had the audacity to place such a character in this cell? It was truly a matter of life and death. Reflecting on his previous arrogant demeanor, the cell leader felt a wave of regret wash over him, his insides twisting in remorse. He closed his eyes, extended his legs, and feigned death. He gingerly touched the giant thug's head and surveyed the surroundings. Witnessing prisoners trembling in place, as if frozen in fear, Gao Ye settled himself on the bunk near the door, issuing commands. Second, bring that one lying on the ground over to me. The hulking thug scanned the room and complied, lifting the cell leader and tossing him at Gao Ye's feet. Observing the feigned death of the cell leader, Gao Ye remained remarkably composed. Originally, he began, "My brothers and I found ourselves in a bit of trouble and were apprehended. My elder brother, along with 7 or 8 younger ones, is likely facing execution multiple times over." The cell leader's eyelashes quivered in agitation. As for me, I was fortunate enough to escape the death penalty. I entered this cell hoping to avoid conflict and simply serve a few years before emerging into the world again. Yet, here I am, confronted by someone seeking to provoke me. Second, I ask you, what became of those who previously troubled us? I mean, those who dared to fight against us? The hulking thug, bewildered, replied, "They lie buried in the mountains behind our base in northern Myanmar. The boss said this would help the trees grow taller. But the trees haven't grown much. Every year, however, the apples are plentiful and quite sweet. Second master, let us go back and enjoy them together." My goodness. The cell leader's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Gao Ye continued, "Second, let me ask you again. What if someone feigns death? I mean, like those who lie motionless on the ground. You're still alive." The hulking thug pondered for a moment and replied, "Those who lie still are usually met with a barrage from the boss's AK, after which they may utter a few cries before lying still once more. The boss then orders them to be taken to the mountains and buried." The leader proclaimed that this would enable the tree to grow taller. Overwhelmed with regret, I suddenly sprang to my feet, kneeling before Gao Ye, weeping profusely and fervently bowing my head. "Oh, I was wrong, dear brother. I genuinely erred. You are the true elder brother. I implore you, spare me. I was blind to your greatness. I was foolishly ignorant. You were not like this earlier. I distinctly remember you wishing to strike me," Gao Ye remarked, leaning down to bring his face closer to mine. "Come now. Since I didn't hit you then, why not strike me now?" Without a moment's hesitation, I swung my hand round and soundly slapped my own face. "I was wrong, brother. I should not have laid a hand on you. I merely intended to remove the rice grain from your face." Gazing into the distance, I noticed the phlegm on the ground, and Gao Ye said, "Do you wish for me to lick that?" Momentarily taken aback by his words, I locked eyes with him, gritted my teeth, and crawled over to lick the phlegm. "And that big-nosed fellow." Gao Ye gestured toward the nearby, quail-like figure standing awkwardly. "I was about to sit on the bed, and you obstructed me. You even questioned how I entered. Did I not bring an AK with me? Are you planning to deal with me?" "Not at all," the big-nosed man replied, his face a mask of obsequiousness as he bowed. "Brother, I was merely recognizing the hierarchy, fearing I might offend someone of your stature." "Recognizing the hierarchy, are you?" Gao Ye fixed his gaze on the big-nosed man, pointing towards the iron door of the cell. Go, stand guard at the door for a day. If the guards arrive and you fail to give me a heads up, I will ensure you meet a grim fate. Turning his attention to the two officers, Gao Ye said, You seem rather audacious. The officers quickly shook their heads. Brother, we are not audacious. Is that so? Then why this name? Gao Ye glared at the burly thug, his face contorted in anger. I was encircled by thousands of officers, and one of my brothers perished on the spot. The elder I respect most has been sentenced to death. Do you dare call yourselves officers? What is it? Do you wish to execute me too? Brother, we would never dream of such a thing, the two officers hastily explained. Then why this title? Gao Ye pressed. The two criminals fervently clarified, Brother, this name signifies enforcers within the prison. It means that when the leader is displeased with someone, we take action against them at night. But presently, they bowed deeply, proclaiming in unison, We are at your service. Whoever you wish to target, we shall strike. Everything within this room belongs to you as well. As they spoke, they produced a large bag filled with snacks and cigarettes. Brother, please accept this gift. Gao Ye posed, astonished to discover that the bag contained digestive tablets and 2 bottles of cola. Upon retrieving the digestive tablets and a bottle of cola, Gao Ye, accompanied by his burly henchman, made his way to the restroom. Leaning against the wash basin, Gao Ye handed the hefty man a bottle of cola. A glance at the system revealed, today's fortune, minor auspicious, fortuitous location, prison. Minor auspicious, with the location being the prison, undoubtedly related to clandestine channels. After ensuring no one was in proximity, Gao Ye cautiously inquired, How long until the execution of the boss and the others? Upon hearing this, the burly henchman gulped down the cola, as if it were liquor. Second master, it's likely to be soon. I overheard the boss say that if the Supreme Court approves, they could be executed within a week. After speaking, he grasped Gao Ye's hand tightly, tears streaming down his face. Second master, you must save the boss. Gao Ye replied, How can I save him? The burly man continued, The boss asked me to relay 7 messages. He then knelt down. Gao Ye quickly helped him up. Just speak, why kneel? The henchman explained, The boss was shot twice in the leg and spoke to me while kneeling when he entrusted me with these words. Gao Ye remained silent, and the burly henchman, lost in thought, recalled the words of Li Guchuo, imitating his tone. Li Wei, my younger brother. By the time you hear this, I will have been sentenced to death. However, our group is not finished yet. I have taken all the blame in court and have contacted a lawyer. Within 3 days, you will be bailed out, and the second master will be sent to a mental hospital. At that time, find an opportunity to escape, then head to northern Myanmar. Seek out the brothers there, take hostages, negotiate with the police, and rescue us. Gao Ye queried, How do we get to northern Myanmar? The burly henchman pondered for a moment, scratching his head. Just follow the borderline. Gao Ye pressed, Do you have a map? The henchman replied, No. Gao Ye continued, Then how do you know the way? The henchman grinned. Well, second master, I have a good memory. Gao Ye retorted, Can you draw it out? The henchman responded, I cannot. Gao Ye asked, Why not? The henchman sheepishly replied, Because I cannot draw. Gao Ye realized, You mean I have to accompany you to northern Myanmar? The burly man nodded. Frustrated, Gao Ye sighed, Forget it. I will teach you. Half an hour later, visibly agitated, Gao Ye exited the restroom. Who the hell can teach drawing? The onlookers, filled with trepidation, responded, Boss, if you want to hit us, just say so. We are not skilled in that. Then what can you do? Gao Ye inweeded. We can eat, boss. Boss, this meal is truly delicious, they added. At 6 o'clock in the evening, within the prison dining hall, Gao Ye was treated like a star. Being ushered to the front of the line, the long-nosed man sniffled with delight. Boss, tonight's meal is quite splendid. It feels as though we are celebrating a festival. The aroma is exquisite. Soon, I shall share my dish with you. Depart. With a furrowed brow, Gao Ye's face was a canvas of fury. The good news, the task assigned by Director Zhang is exceedingly simple. The burly henchman is entirely unguarded. The bad news, this hulking brute is akin to a fish out of water, incapable of writing or drawing. Gazing at the image of little G in his mind, Gao Ye found himself engulfed in confusion. Could it be that I truly must accompany him all the way to the border? Will I even make it in time for the young lady's surgery? Lost in thought, a prisoner cut into the line. Approaching Gao Ye from behind, He patted Gao Ye's shoulder, revealing a set of prominent teeth. Hey, I heard your brother has been sentenced to death. Notification. Today's fortune. Little G has been upgraded to medium fortune. Fortune's location. Behind Gao Ye. Can you draw? The toothy man appeared astonished. Brother, you are quite perceptive. Before my incarceration, I was an artist, and you recognized it at a glance. Impressive, truly. Wonderful. Grasping the man's hand firmly, Gao Ye was brimming with excitement. How about I give you some money to teach my brother how to draw? Wriggling free from Gao Ye's grip, the toothy man whispered. Let's not rush into drawing just yet. If you provide me with a bit more, I have connections that could help you and your brother escape. Once you are free, you can enroll in a class and learn to draw however you wish. Gao Ye. Chapter 82. Encountering a fraudster in prison and a high-ranking individual? Casting a glance at the painter, Gao Ye was utterly taken aback. He could never have fathomed that the system's prompt today would pertain to this individual. He had always assumed that the little fortune mentioned by the system referred to the burly figure. After all, the position of good fortune resided within the confines of a prison, a place teeming with criminals, all of whom had already been sentenced, rendered devoid of any utilitarian value. Yet, he could not have anticipated that within this modest prison there existed a person of considerable standing. Is your connection truly that formidable? Gao Ye tentatively inwitted. Adjusting his prison uniform, the painter replied with an air of confidence. Indeed, it is exceptionally formidable, beyond your imagination. Let me put it this way. He glanced around and lowered his voice. The individuals I am associated with operate within the provincial department. You are familiar with the provincial department, I presume? Gao Ye nodded. Yes, I believe the director is named Zhao Yuanchao. The painter retorted, is it even possible to have a proper conversation? Why is it so challenging to swindle a little money? He glared at Gao Ye, his fury palpable, as if he wished to lift him and hurl him to the ground, causing his skull to shatter, his head to bleed profusely, and his fortune to be utterly obliterated. You know nothing. The painter cursed. I also know Zhao Yuanchao, but does he know me? You may have made his acquaintance, but he does not recognize you. Let me clarify. An ordinary person can at most connect with the police station. I, however, can bypass the police station and directly contact the provincial department. I am not merely acquainted with their name. I am known by them. Pondering this revelation, Gao Ye posed a question. If you were so impressive, how did you end up in here? The painter took a deep breath and explained, it seems you still do not grasp the significance of the provincial department. Such high-ranking individuals seldom intervene. I typically avoid involving them unless absolutely necessary. For someone like me, who has merely received a 3-year sentence, it would be a gross misuse of their influence to act on my behalf. Looking up at the sky, holding a stainless steel bowl, the painter feigned profundity, stating, only a death sentence warrants their involvement. My brother, let me tell you the truth. Your elder brother was sentenced to death. Moreover, the only reason you were not sentenced to death is that your brother took the fall for you. I know 2 death row inmates who conveyed a message. Your brother is willing to spend money to try and change his fate. However, he mentioned that apart from you, there is no one else outside who can gather the funds to rescue him. Your brother asked me to pass on a message. If you have any money, you should advance it. After you provide the funds, do not forget to return home for a visit. The choice now lies with you. Brother, do you wish to save your elder brother? Without waiting for Gao Ye's response, the painter extended a finger, slightly bent, indicating a sum of 70,000. Each person requires 70,000, and I can leverage my connections to have your brother's death sentence commuted to life imprisonment. Next, it all hinges on the fortune of your elder brother. Gao Ye, can a death row inmate, who deserves to be executed 1,000 times over, really have their sentence commuted to life imprisonment? The painter, even if it takes 8,000 times, as long as he hasn't been executed, he won't be executed. You may be underestimating my brother's capabilities. Extending his hand, Gao Ye began to methodically crack his fingers. Human trafficking, cross-border crimes, illegal possession of firearms, murder, smuggling. Gripping Gao Ye's hand fervently, the painter exclaimed, Brother, it is precisely for this reason that we must seek connections. Gao Ye. Up to this point, Gao Ye was entirely aware. The individual before him, this painter, was nothing short of a con artist. As for commuting a death sentence to life, Who would dare to offer a backdoor for the deeds committed by his brother? While Gao Ye pondered, the painter, mistaking his silence for disbelief, quickly grasped Gao Ye's hand and held up 3 fingers, swearing, "Brother, trust me. If I fail, I will spend my life in prison, facing the death penalty in your brother's stead. Truly, this opportunity is singular. I have already received payments from over 30 death row inmates, and with you, it will make a perfect 40, allowing that esteemed individual to rectify the situation. If, at that time, the other 30 or so have their sentences commuted to life, leaving only your brother and a few others, that esteemed individual may not wish to intervene. Brother, you wouldn't want your elder brother to be executed, would you? I've heard you are a person of great loyalty. So, how many lives can your money save?" Ding. Today's fortune. Medium luck upgraded to great luck. Fortune location. Ahead, gazing at the system prompt, Gao Ye was momentarily stunned. Then, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. He truly hadn't expected that even in prison, there was money to be made. Gao Ye resolved to raise the stakes with the painter. "Brother, my elder brother has 7 younger brothers. In total, there are 8 of them. I will save them all. How much will that cost?" 8. The painter hesitated for a moment. Including the 30 or so he had previously deceived, this was quite a lucrative haul. The profit exceeded that of counterfeiting money, and it was virtually risk-free. He was scamming death row inmates, and this individual before him was merely a client. 7,800,000. Let's round it off to 550,000. The painter swiftly calculated the price. Then, with a face full of excitement, he declared, "Brother, I have contacts outside. Only cash is accepted, no transfers. Do you have someone outside? If you do, I will provide you with an address. You can send someone with the money. It's at the lottery shop on Zhongshan Street. Look for someone named. Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to the police. If it is, your elder brother and your younger brothers will likely be beyond salvation." Gao Ye. I knew that lottery shop owner was up to something. He paused for a moment. With fervent enthusiasm, Gao Ye exclaimed, "I, Li Wei, solemnly swear to the heavens that I have been sentenced to death. Therefore, I have a friend who is engaged in minor work over at Zhongshan Street, and I will find a way for him to send money to your brother." The artist replied, "That is splendid news. Please urge your friend to expedite the delivery." Gao Ye assured him, "My friend is even more eager than you." The artist inquired, "Is tomorrow feasible?" Gao Ye responded, "I shall rally my contacts immediately." The artist cautioned, "Is it not too late for such arrangements?" Gao Ye dismissed the concern, stating, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. My friend revels in sending money to others. Rest assured, even if he must forego sleep tonight, he will ensure the funds reach you." Grasping Gao Ye's hand tightly, the artist expressed deep admiration. Birds of a feather flock together, and like-minded individuals gravitate towards one another. "Li Wei, you are a man of loyalty, and I am pleasantly surprised that your acquaintances share the same values." He continued, "To be honest, had I not been scheduled to leave soon, I would have relished the opportunity to indulge in revelry with you and your companions." At that moment, a prison guard approached, brandishing a baton. The artist instantly straightened up, adopting a respectful demeanor. "Officer, I was just explaining the prison regulations to the new arrival." The guard turned his gaze toward Gao Ye, who nodded vigorously, affirming, "Officer, that is indeed the case. This comrade has been quite helpful in enlightening me about the prison's protocols. I feel the atmosphere here is quite favorable." The guard issued a brief directive before moving to the front of the line. A sigh of relief escaped the artist's lips as he clasped Gao Ye's hand with palpable excitement. "Brother, you truly embody loyalty. You have not betrayed me. I was merely jesting earlier. My friend is actually at the Bright Salon on Zhongshan Street. Please instruct your acquaintance to seek out someone named and mention that they are a friend of the artist." Gao Ye was momentarily taken aback, confusion evident on his face. "Then, why did you mention the lottery shop on Zhongshan Street?" The artist replied nonchalantly, "It was simply a test. Had you betrayed me, I would have certainly notified the authorities about the lottery shop." With an air of indifference, the artist continued softly, "I have had previous altercations with that shop owner. To be frank, my friend was once involved in counterfeiting. During his dealings on the black market, he encountered the owner of that lottery shop." Gao Ye struggled to contain his excitement. "Are you implying that the lottery shop owner is also involved in counterfeiting?" The artist calmly shook his head, analyzing the situation. Creating counterfeit currency is a complex endeavor, requiring a myriad of materials, such as, and, moreover, the process is intricate. One must first, then. The most critical aspect is the need for a master template. With a master template, printing becomes necessary, which demands a considerable space. I have observed that the owner of the lottery shop leads a rather mundane existence, only traversing between home and the shop, leaving no room for the operation of counterfeiting. Upon hearing those words, Gao Ye's face fell in disappointment. He had expected the lottery store owner to be involved in counterfeiting, but it turned out to be otherwise, leading to a futile emotional investment. However, the artist gritted his teeth in indignation. That scoundrel is more despicable than selling counterfeit currency. Gao Ye began to feel a surge of anticipation. Based on my observations, that wretched owner sells fake scratch-off tickets. Gao Ye se ignited. How dare he, taking those losing tickets and recoding them himself. Gao Ye clenched his fists tightly. After several days of scrutiny, it appeared that among the 30,000 yuan worth of scratch-offs, only a few bore prizes, perhaps not a single one at all. A white mist began to swirl above Gao Ye's head, a clear sign of his seething rage. Noticing something amiss with Gao Ye, the artist shook his arm. Brother, why is your head smoking? Are you equally enraged by this matter? Calm down, I share your fury. This is outrageous. If I were to counterfeit money, at least people could still spend it. But selling fake scratch-offs is just a blatant scam against the gullible, right, brother? With a resounding thud, Gao Ye's fist flew out, sending the artist soaring 7 or 8 meters away, leaving him momentarily dazed before succumbing to unconsciousness. The stainless steel bowl clattered away, rolling a considerable distance. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence, with every prisoner guard and cafeteria workers staring at Gao Ye in stunned disbelief. The head of the block wore an expression of sheer terror as he glanced at the hulking figure, then back at Gao Ye. Ultimately, his gaze landed on the artist, who was visibly struggling for breath. A chilling dread surged through the head of the block. What on earth have I provoked? The head of the block was paralyzed with fear. The fabric of his trousers dampened, drawing the attention of the guards. As they regained their composure, one guard pinched his nose and whistled. Get down, everyone down. Doctor, quickly, summon a doctor. In 2307, come with me immediately. That one who wet himself. No more urinating allowed. Chapter 83. Are you all right? Where can one earn merits in prison? Green City Prison, Warden's Office. At this moment, the warden sat in his chair, a serious expression on his face as he spoke on the phone. Director Zhao, rest assured, Xiao Yi is here with me, and I will certainly take good care of him. I have significantly improved the cafeteria standards today. Is he being bullied by the inmates? Absolutely not. I have placed that big guy in the same cell with him. Are you worried that the prisoners might harm the newcomer at night? Should I give him a single cell? No special treatment? All right. Upon hanging up, the warden furrowed his brow and let out a long sigh. Goodness, this is unacceptable. And that is as well. What am I supposed to do? Observing the warden's troubled expression, the captain of the guards rose from the sofa, filled a cup with warm water, and then placed the equipment request form on the desk, inquiring, Warden, why are you still angry? Hearing this, the warden's frustration boiled over. Isn't it all because of that Xiao Yi? Of course, it's not directed at him. I actually like Xiao Yi. My ire is aimed at Sun Weigua and Director Zhao. Good grief. Xiao Yi has only been here for an afternoon, and the calls keep coming. Director Zhao, thankfully, only made one call. But do you know how many times Sun Weigua has called? The captain of the guards shook his head. Let me tell you. The warden held up 2 fingers, emphasizing a total of 10 calls. 10. He claims that it was he who suggested Xiao Yi come to prison. Last night, he even deliberately got him drunk, making Xiao Yi declare at the table that he willingly came to prison. The captain of the guards paused. I always thought the young man came of his own accord. The warden was taken aback, gazing at the captain with astonishment. Are you all right? What sane person would willingly choose to be imprisoned? Understand this. Xiao Yi is merely a high school graduate. After graduation, instead of traveling, spending time online, or attending driving school, he comes to sit in prison? Do you think that if it weren't for Sun Weigua's meddling, Xiao Yi would feel guilty enough to call me 10 times in an afternoon, hinting that I should take care of him? And Director Zhao also made a special call. At this point, the warden felt a great burden. Firstly, to accomplish my tasks, I cannot give Gao Ye any special treatment, at least not in front of everyone. In response, the captain of the guards chuckled softly. Warden, SNT, this quite good. Not giving Gao Ye any special treatment will simplify things for us as well. The warden shook his head at this remark. It's not as simple as you think. Not giving special treatment is the greatest form of special treatment, you know? Don't forget how many first and second class merits Gao Ye carries. It's no exaggeration to say that this young man is currently the prize gem of the entire Guangxi Provincial Police Force. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us focus on the present matter, capturing the human trafficker. Every officer involved in the apprehension will, at the very least, receive a commendation. In the city of Green, it is estimated that no less than 30% of the police force has been awarded in some capacity. Is that truly so exaggerated? The prison warden expressed his astonishment. I may have understated the reality. The warden, with a look of envy, added, I have also heard that due to Gao Ye, the Green City Police Department is expected to add at least 2 more inspectors this month. Remarkable, 2 additional inspectors indeed. Alas, such fortuitous events are beyond the reach of our prison system. After a moment's pause, the warden lowered his voice, saying, I must tell you, I have heard that even Director Zhao will receive accolades when he goes to the capital. Just imagine, if someone like Gao Ye were to encounter any trouble while in our facility, what would we do? Furrowing his brow, the chief prison guard became serious. Indeed, while Gao Ye has captured many criminals and possesses certain capabilities, he is still quite young and lacks social experience. The inmates here are seasoned individuals. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. If a criminal were to take advantage of a newcomer and covertly target Gao Ye at night, it could lead to significant problems. Perhaps we should allow him to stay in a single cell at night. Do not even think about it. Upon hearing the suggestion of a single cell, the warden felt a surge of frustration. I just spoke to Director Zhao about having Gao Ye in a single cell, and he insisted that such an arrangement might arouse suspicion regarding our objectives. He must stay in the general population. This is not merely the confinement of a prisoner. It is akin to imprisoning a living ancestor. Not only must we elevate the quality of meals for all inmates, but we must also assign guards to monitor Gao Ye's cell at night. In the end, we will gain no credit for our efforts and will expend both time and resources. If anything goes amiss, we will bear the brunt of the responsibility. It truly embodies the saying, no reward for doing right, but punishment for doing wrong. Noticing the warden's sigh, the chief guard attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Well, perhaps not. Gao Ye seems to possess a touch of the mystical. Who knows, if he serves time, he might even earn us a 3rd-class merit. A 3rd-class merit? The warden paused, staring at the chief guard in disbelief. What on earth are you suggesting? Where are we? This is a prison. The only inhabitants here are guards and inmates. Criminals? Where would he conjure up a criminal for us? Realizing his words might have been inappropriate, the warden added, I mean, where would he find those who have not been captured or convicted? I state this unequivocally, my friend. I bet you a month's worth of cigarettes that if Gao Ye manages to earn a 3rd-class merit. No, let's not even speak of that. If he receives any commendation at all, I shall concede defeat. The chief guard shook his head vehemently. Warden, please do not pursue this. You know from our time in the military that I must submit my salary monthly. If you take my last few hundred yuan for spending, I shall be left to scrabble for leftover cigarette butts. After the conversation, a knock echoed through the room. A prison guard entered, escorting Gao Ye. The warden, noticing the fury etched on Gao Ye's face, initially assumed he had been bullied by the inmates, causing a jolt of concern within him. To his astonishment, the guard's first words were, Warden, that young you just knocked an inmate flying 7 or 8 meters. It's quite serious. The inmate has been sent to the infirmary. Upon hearing this, the warden's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on his own breath. What? Young Yi sent an inmate to the infirmary and knocked him that far? Seeing the guard nod, the warden felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was precisely the situation he had dreaded. Just a moment ago, Director Zhao had called, insisting that Gao Ye be well looked after, ensuring no issues arose, especially not from those seasoned inmates. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was not the inmates who posed a threat. Rather, It was Gao Ye who had sent someone to the infirmary. Goodness, knocking someone that far must have resulted in at least a few broken bones. Step outside and assess the condition of the injured inmate. The warden instructed the guard, furrowing his brow. Report back promptly with any updates. Also, ensure the scene is secured. The guard nodded in understanding. Once he had left, the warden turned his gaze to Gao Ye, his brows knitted tightly. To be candid, the warden had held a favorable impression of Gao Ye from the start. Not merely due to his looks, but because of his commendable deeds in combating crime and upholding societal safety. With a military background, the warden was particularly drawn to individuals with a strong sense of justice. Thus, despite the challenges presented by Sun Weiguo and Director Zhao, who tasked him with overseeing Gao Ye, he had outwardly displayed his frustration while inwardly enhancing the prison's provisions. He even contemplated assigning guards to monitor Gao Ye's cell at night to prevent any potential intimidation from the inmates. If the prison had been more competitive, he might have considered bringing Gao Ye on board permanently. However, now, after just one afternoon, Gao Ye had already caused an inmate to be hospitalized, and it appeared quite severe. Regardless of who instigated the altercation, such behavior in a prison was unequivocally unacceptable. In the military, this would be deemed insubordination. No matter how capable one might be, failure to abide by authority would render one a candidate for correction. Gao Ye, appearing serious, faced the warden's inquiry. Tell me, what transpired? Why did you resort to violence? It wasn't intentional, Gao Ye replied earnestly. He just happened to mention something that deeply troubled me and call me an idiot. The warden took a deep breath, deliberating on granting Gao Ye a chance. If he did not provide a compelling explanation today, regardless of his stature, the warden would expel him from the prison. Even if Zhao Yuanchao were to intervene, it would be futile, as they were not within the same system. With this in mind, the warden spoke gravely, detailed the events leading up to the incident, from the beginning to the moment you struck him. After some contemplation, Gao Ye remarked, during the time I was queuing for meals, there was that inmate from cell 2201, the one who was beaten. He claimed to have connections, asserting that for a mere 70,000 yuan, he could secure my brother, Dog, a commutation from death sentence to life imprisonment. Warden, captain of the guards. In truth, he was merely a swindler, specializing in deceiving death row inmates. From what I gathered, it seems he has conned over 30 individuals, amassing perhaps 2 to 3 million in total. Warden, captain of the guards. Of course, I wasn't particularly enraged by that. What really irked me was his assertion about a lottery shop owner selling counterfeit scratch cards, specifically targeting the gullible. Gao Ye lamented increasingly, I invested my entire fortune in scratch cards, only to discover they were fake. Not only that, but I was labeled a fool. Tell me, should I not confront him? Warden, captain of the guards. Is it common for inmates to defraud death row prisoners? Such niche vocabulary. The warden's initial fury dissipated abruptly, leaving him momentarily bewildered. After a few seconds of stunned silence, a smile spread across his face. He slapped his thigh and gave Gao Ye a thumbs up, exclaiming, wonderful, splendid. Quickly now, let little Ye take the sofa. Where's my tea? Hurry, brew it. And someone go fetch a doctor from the infirmary to check if little Ye's fist is injured. The warden paced the room, a look of exhilaration on his face. Good heavens, we've achieved a third-class merit in this prison. After all these years as warden, this is a first for me. Honestly, I am beyond thrilled. Not even my predecessor encountered such an honor. Chapter 84. Deng Yu was taken aback. Could he truly earn a merit even while incarcerated? Holding a teacup, Gao Ye sipped the tea, concluding that its flavor paled in comparison to that of a cold beverage. Frowning, he turned to the warden, his face etched with concern. Warden. The warden interjected, what warden? Privately, you may call me uncle. Gao Ye hesitated. Uncle about the artist in cell 2201. He wouldn't be dead from a single punch of mine, would he? If he were to die, would I be committing a crime? That would truly land me in prison. Not at all, the warden reassured, waving his hand dismissively. Rest assured, he will only suffer minor injuries, perhaps a couple of broken ribs at most. It's not as grave as you imagine. After dismissing the head of the guards, the warden settled next to Gao Ye, producing an assortment of dried fruits. Let me tell you, that fellow was imprisoned for fraud. According to the officers who apprehended him, there were over a dozen victims. They exhausted themselves beating him, yet he emerged unscathed, merely lying around for a few days before bouncing back to life. Was he already committing fraud before his imprisonment? Gao Ye asked, astonished. I had assumed he learned it while inside. By this reckoning, he was indeed quite skilled. Just earlier, while waiting in line, he had mentioned his prior involvement in counterfeiting, detailing the necessary materials and steps with a surprising level of expertise. The warden, momentarily taken aback, abruptly raised his head like an otter. He also dabbles in counterfeiting? Upon seeing Gao Ye nod, the warden slapped the table and stood up, trembling with excitement. He hurried to his computer to retrieve the artist's file. Upon examining the artist's prison record, which indicated only fraud as the reason for incarceration, the warden's breath quickened. If fraud involving millions merited a third-class merit, then the addition of counterfeiting could very well elevate it to a second-class merit. In an entire Green City prison, it had been years since anyone had achieved a second-class merit. Gazing at Gao Ye, the warden's face radiated joy. He was increasingly fond of him, almost wishing to embrace him. This was nothing short of extraordinary fortune. Having only arrived that afternoon, still acclimating to the surroundings, he had already secured a second-class merit. It was no wonder that Sun Weigua and Zhao Yuanzhao had specifically called him to keep an eye on Gao Ye. In the past, during his military service, if he had such talent under his command, he would have gone to great lengths to shield him from scrutiny. Now, the entire prison staff would benefit from this stroke of luck. The warden felt a surge of excitement. After all, the profession of a prison guard was both tedious and offered few opportunities for distinction. Working in the prison daily, sometimes even sleeping there, this was a welcome change. A second-class merit was enough for his subordinates to bask in some glory. At that moment, setting his teacup aside, Gao Ye spoke up, warden. Visibly irritated, the warden corrected him. Still calling me warden? I told you, since you were confined here with me, we are now akin to family. There is no need for such formality. From now on, regardless of the setting, you shall refer to me as your uncle. Naturally, I mean when you're not engaged in any tasks. Uncle gestured toward the phone, and Gao Ye made a request. I would like to use the phone to call my uncle. No, rather to contact my second uncle. May I? That would be most acceptable. Retrieving the phone for Gao Ye, the warden wore a broad smile. You may even call your mother. Pausing for a moment, Gao Ye appeared somewhat dejected. I doubt my mother would be able to receive my call. Upon hearing this, the warden felt an unsettling sensation in his chest, but could not help himself from asking, almost instinctively, why wouldn't she be able to? Gao Ye replied, my mother left me when I was 5 years old. I have not seen her in 13 years, nor have I heard her voice. The warden was taken aback, clutching his chest as though a knife had been plunged into it. Looking at Gao Ye again, he hurriedly slapped his own face, offering a hasty apology. Oh dear, it was my mistake. My sincere apologies, Xiao Yi. You may call your father instead. Gao Ye responded, my father left with my mother. Grandpa Zhao mentioned that my parents perished during a drug raid. Throughout my school years, it was always my aunt who attended parent-teacher meetings. Although my aunt has been kind to me, I still harbor a longing for my parents. The warden felt as if his heart had been pierced anew. Crushed underfoot. Bewildered, he stammered, I. My eyes welled up, and I realized I was truly an unworthy individual. I quickly explained, I am so sorry, I genuinely did not know. Xiao Yi, that phone is yours. While you were incarcerated. If there is anything else you require, your uncle has some influence. If you wish to soar to the heavens, I can enlist the help of my old comrades to arrange it for you. By the way, one of my old comrades is from the aviation division, piloting helicopters. I assume young boys like helicopters, right? I could arrange for him to take you for a flight when he has the time. The warden, flustered, continued to console Gao Ye. Setting down his teacup, Gao Ye contemplated, I would like to drink cola. The warden, taken aback, paused for 3 seconds before feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He turned to the chief of the guards. Hurry, go fetch some cola. Goodness, bring plenty. Any excess can be stored in my office. The chief of guards, perplexed. Where am I supposed to acquire that? From the cells, of course. Don't think I'm unaware. Those individuals must be hiding something. He promptly opened the door and, shortly thereafter, returned with several large black bags. Like a showman unveiling a treasure, the chief of guards placed the colas on the table. Xiao Yi, look, we have Coca-Cola, Pepsi, sugar-free options, and regular. What would you like to drink? Gao Ye, I suppose I enjoy sugary drinks. With a swift motion, the prison guard captain opened a can of cola and, with a curious expression, handed it to Gao Ye. You seem to have quite a fondness for cola. I just went to your cell to fetch some, and the officer said you had consumed it all. Squinting as he sipped the cola, Gao Ye wore a look of contentment. I've always had a penchant for sweets since childhood. My mother used to say that indulging in sweet treats could brighten one's mood. The prison guard captain was momentarily taken aback, his hand trembling slightly, unable to suppress the urge to slap himself. By the way, my father adored cola. Every time I drink it, I think of him. The prison guard captain's lips quivered. Damn it, I'm truly a piece of work. With a stern expression, the warden, visibly enraged, barked, you come out here with me. Slap, I really am a fool. Slap, I truly have a loose tongue. Slap Sun Weigua is no better, tossing Xiao Yi into prison. Slap, gazing at the closed office door. Gao Ye took out his phone and dialed his uncle's number. On the other side, at the Zhongshan Street police station, in a small courtyard enveloped in smoke, Deng Yu stood before a barbecue grill, showcasing his culinary skills. The grill held charred lamb skewers, with Gao's second uncle standing nearby. A group of officers leaned over their desks, peering out to witness the spectacle. Gao's second uncle glanced at the time. It was 6:30 in the evening. With an anxious expression, he pleaded, Old Deng, I admit I was wrong about last night. I reflect on my actions and apologize. Can you let me go home? I didn't return for dinner last night, and my wife is furious. If I don't go back tonight, I'll be forced to sleep with the washboard. He continued, Come on, Old Deng, it's not a big deal. Gao's second uncle tugged at Deng Yu, wearing a beaming smile. I've made arrangements with Xiao Yi to award you a third-class merit. Let's just let this matter slide. Shaking off Gao's second uncle's hand, Deng Yu looked astonished, glancing around before lowering his voice. Do you think I'm a fool? Don't forget, I'm also involved in this case. Do you think I'm unaware of where Xiao Yi is? He is in prison, and you expect me to award him a third-class merit? Do you take me for an idiot? Gao's second uncle, looking utterly helpless, frantically explained, I had my reasons. I was so worried about Gao Ye that I didn't check my phone. Furthermore, my phone was off during the operation. I truly didn't mean to keep you uninformed. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu erupted in fury, pointing at his own nose in accusation. Old Gao, do you think I don't care about Xiao Yi? Damn it. He has been playing in our police station since he was 5. How could I not worry about him? From 11 in the morning to 10 at night. A full 11 hours. I've spent 11 hours in worry. Do you have any idea what those 11 hours were like for me? Uncle Gao Ye, I understand. No. Deng Yu pulled out his phone and slammed it on the barbecue stand, overwhelmed with indignation, his voice hoarse. You have no idea. The entire afternoon, I kept my eyes glued to my phone. Whenever it buzzed, I would pick it up to check, and when it buzzed again, I would do the same. I was on the verge of auditory hallucinations. By 10 o'clock at night, I found myself foolishly grilling lamb skewers by the roadside. A passerby asked me who I was selling to when there were no customers, and I could only laugh foolishly. It wasn't until 10:30, when the bald guys returned, that they informed me they had already captured the suspects. You and Gao Ye left for the city at 4 o'clock. From 4 to 10:30, a full 6.5 hours passed, and you didn't even think to give me a call? Feeling guilty, Uncle Gao Ye replied, I had gone to the provincial office. I was dining with Director Zhao, Bureau Chief Sun, and others until 10. In disbelief, Deng Yu gazed at Uncle Gao Ye, shock painted across his face, his voice rising dramatically. What? You were dining with Director Zhao last night? Damn it. Old Gao, you had dinner with the director behind my back? What about our golden partnership? You have betrayed me? While I was grilling lamb skewers by the roadside, you were dining with the director at the provincial office? Is that even human? I don't care. Even if the King of Heaven were here, you should stay with me until 10:30 tonight and eat dozens of lamb skewers. At that moment, the phone rang. Uncle Gao Ye quickly pulled out his phone to answer. Deng Yu exclaimed, Don't answer. Even if the King of Heaven is calling, you must not pick up. Uncle Gao Ye replied, It's a call from Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, Deng Yu mumbled, slipping and dropping the brush on the ground. Oh no. How did my brush fall? I bent down to pick it up. You can't secretly answer the phone. After saying this, Ding Yu bent down and spent a few minutes retrieving the brush before standing up again. He glanced at Uncle Gao Ye, who was still in the process of answering the call. Ding Yu's anger flared up, ready to confront him. Then he heard Uncle Gao Ye speak. Old Deng. Xiao Yi says there are criminals on Zhongshan Street. Stunned, Ding Yu's eyes widened instantly. The brush in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. What the hell? He.S. in prison, yet he can still reach out to Zhongshan Street? Is this a joke? You can't possibly be thinking of going home and messing with me, right? Chapter 85. Astonishingly, there are more experts? Old Deng, it's true. Putting down his phone, Uncle Gao was visibly astonished. I never would have imagined, not even in my wildest dreams, that young Yi would encounter such outrageous circumstances while serving time. He told me that while he was waiting in line for prison meals, an inmate approached him, inquiring if he could leverage connections to transform a death sentence into life imprisonment. Furthermore, this individual had already swindled over 2 million. Now, he.S. asking young Yi to deliver 55,000 to the suspect's associates outside. Upon hearing this, Ding Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression clearly stating, "Is this even possible?" At that moment, Uncle Gao continued, "Moreover, according to young Yi, the suspect is likely involved in counterfeiting." Ding Yu? Ding Yu was utterly bewildered. Old Deng, don't be so flabbergasted. There's more. Young Yi also mentioned that the owner of a lottery shop on Zhongshan Street is selling fake scratch-off tickets. He applies a new coating to the losing tickets, selling them as fresh. Ding Yu? After listening to Uncle Gao's words, Ding Yu was in a state of disbelief, his mind buzzing. To sit in prison and stir up 2 groups of criminals and 3 cases? How absurd. After a brief moment of shock, he grabbed a bucket of water and splashed it onto the barbecue grill. With a hissing sound and rising white smoke, Ding Yu bellowed, "Everyone's still on duty. Hurry up and gather. Move quickly." He added emphatically, "This is related to young Yi." Initially, everyone had been exhausted from searching for Gao Ye all day yesterday, still recovering from their fatigue. Additionally, with the personnel from Nansong Police Station searching the perimeter yesterday, apart from Uncle Gao, the rest had only received a commendation. Their spirits were not high. However, upon hearing Gao Ye's name, everyone instantly felt rejuvenated, rushing into the courtyard like a swarm of bees. Some even climbed out of windows directly to the outside. In less than 3 minutes, 7 or 8 officers stood in the courtyard, their faces beaming with excitement. "Director Deng, what kind of merit has young Yi achieved this time? We haven't encountered a case in 2 days, and suddenly there's another one today. Let us hope it doesn't involve any casualties, and that the public incurs no losses, although the case appears quite serious. Are you making wishes here?" Deng Yu shot a glare at the officers before pulling out his phone. "Quiet down." He then dialed Sun Weigua. On the other side, in the Green City Police Department, the chief's office, Sun Weigua was attending to official duties. When he heard his phone ring, he glanced at the screen and saw it was Deng Yu calling. This old Deng, is he going to exploit yesterday's events to come here and lament, hoping for new equipment? However, what happened last night was indeed rather unprincipled. With a mutter, Sun Weigua answered the call. On the other end, Deng Yu's cheerful voice immediately rang out. "Chief Sun, prepare 55,000 in cash for me." Sun Weigua. With an expression of sheer exasperation, Sun Weigua replied sternly, "Old Deng, you are becoming increasingly outrageous. 55,000 in cash, and you simply ask for it as if I operate a mint? Do not presume that your recent accomplishments grant you the liberty to make exorbitant demands. Just because I did not inform you to assemble the team last night does not entitle you to make such outrageous requests. 55,000 in cash for a mere street precinct? What purpose could you possibly have for such an amount?" When Sun Weigua received the call, he was utterly perplexed. He explained, "Director Sun, this money is not for our Zhongshan Street precinct. It belongs to Gao Ye." While incarcerated, a con artist approached him, claiming he could reduce a death sentence to life imprisonment for a sum of 70,000 per individual. Gao Ye had 8 people in mind, and after negotiating, he agreed to pay 55,000. I am currently en route to finalize this transaction, intending to apprehend the suspect and seize both the cash and goods. Upon hearing this, Sun Weigua reacted as if he had encountered something truly astonishing, exclaiming, "What did you say? Gao Ye is in prison and has met a con artist? Is that true? Indeed, replied Deng Yu. That con artist has an accomplice on the outside, who may very well be involved in counterfeiting. Sun Weigua's eyes widened in disbelief upon learning there might also be a counterfeiting case involved. Moreover, Gao Ye unexpectedly uncovered information regarding the lottery shop on Nanxiang Street. By the way, Director Sun, you are familiar with that lottery shop, correct? Sun Weigua instinctively nodded. He was very much aware. Gao Ye had scratched off numerous tickets without luck, which had infuriated him. The precincts of Nanxiang Street and Dongfeng Road, along with Officer Yuan Lian, would occasionally visit the shop. Especially during the days when Gao Ye was apprehending robbers, the precinct head would lead a team that, even after hours, would take a detour just to loiter outside the shop. This had driven the owner to despair, prompting him to file a complaint at the municipal bureau. It was only after Sun Weigua personally intervened and issued strict instructions that the police reduced their visits. With a furrowed brow, Sun Weigua inquired, "Is the owner also an accomplice?" "Not exactly," Deng Yu replied. "However, that owner does sell counterfeit scratch-off tickets, which likely amounts to a significant sum." Upon hearing this, Sun Weigua was instantly invigorated, standing up and addressing the entrance. "Xiao Wang, quickly prepare 55,000 in cash. Also, summon the economic investigation team and arrange for a few private vehicles. We're going undercover." In less than 5 minutes, several cars departed from the municipal bureau. Half an hour later, Deng Yu and Uncle Gao, equipped with miniature earpieces and carrying a briefcase, entered a brightly lit hair salon. Upon entry, they announced their purpose using a code name. Guided by the lobby manager, they arrived at the door of a room on the second floor. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Deng Yu knocked twice. Inside, a vigilant voice responded, "Who is it?" "I am here on behalf of, to deliver payment for my friend Sensing." Before he could finish, the door swung open. A man with a buzz cut stood at the threshold, placing a finger to his lips. "You two fools, is this the place to discuss such matters? Come inside." After speaking, he led the two individuals into the room. At a glance, Deng Yu spotted several boxes stacked in the corner. Exchanging a glance with Uncle Gao Ye, he pointed at the boxes, his expression filled with confusion. "Are all these filled with the money from those connections?" The man with the buzz cut nodded. "Indeed, each box contains 70,000, totaling 224,000. He then inquired, "By the way, how many of your brothers have been sentenced to death?" Deng Yu replied, 8. The buzz-cut man took out a notebook and glanced at it. 8, huh? Given the price, we can offer a discount of 10,000. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu struggled to suppress a laugh. He never imagined that this scam would be so brazen, with a set price established. More dead, more discounts. What astonished him further was the audacity of the scammer, who had not even moved the illicit funds. It was almost too convenient. They could simply arrest the individuals without needing to interrogate them about where the money was hidden. "Hey, you fool, I'm talking about you." Noticing Deng Yu's unwavering gaze on the money, the buzz-cut man grew impatient. "What are you staring at my money for? You fool, I warn you, don't harbor any ill intentions. If you dare to steal from me, your brothers will surely face execution. And don't think that the two of you can take me on. Even if you had 7 men, it would be a mere matter of a single magazine for me." With a smug expression, the buzz-cut man brandished his handgun before Deng Yu. "This gun has already taken 3 lives. Deng Yu." "Uncle Gao Ye?" Not far away, in a hotel room serving as a temporary command post, the sound from the communicator caught the attention of Sun Weigua, the economic investigation team leader. The officers present. All police officers stared in shock at the communicator, utterly stunned. They had thought that capturing a fraudster sentenced to death was the pinnacle of their efforts, yet there were still more skilled individuals to contend with. Regaining his composure, Sun Weigua ordered the nearby officers, "Note this down, illegal possession of a firearm and 3 murders. We will investigate further." Turning back to Deng Yu, he issued another command. "Deng Yu, the evidence and witnesses for the fraud case are all present. We can afford to delay the transaction. Look for an opportunity to ask him where he committed the murders." Additionally, Gao Ye mentioned that he might be involved in counterfeiting. See if he can extract any clues regarding that. If we can uncover anything, it will greatly facilitate the interrogation. Listening to Sun Weigua's orders through the earpiece, Deng Yu took a few seconds to compose himself, suppressing his excitement, and gave the buzz-cut man a thumbs up. Brother, you're impressive. You've killed 3 people. Where did you do it? None of your business. The buzz-cut man shot a glare at Deng Yu, cursing, I've been in a bad mood lately. Just hurry up and bring out the money. Once I count it, you can go about your business. With that, he opened one of the boxes brought by Deng Yu, casually pulled out a few stacks of cash, and swiftly ran his fingers along one edge of the bills. Then he brought it to his nose and sniffed. After returning the money to the box, the man with the buzz cut gestured towards the door, saying, That will suffice. You may return and await further notice. Reflecting on the time it took for the artist to be released, he added, It should be approximately a week, and your brothers will likely be sentenced to life imprisonment. Then you responded, Wait, have you completed the count so soon? Aren't you going to double-check? The buzz-cut man fixed his gaze on Deng Yu, a hint of irritation in his voice. Do you question my professionalism? I am a purveyor of counterfeit currency. Is it necessary for me to count it twice? Chapter 86. What nonsense is this? The bad driving out the good? Deng Yu? Uncle Gao. Upon hearing these words, both men were momentarily taken aback. Initially, they intended to find an opportunity to extract information, yet the individual in question volunteered it freely. Could it be that this fellow is akin to a self-destructing truck from Red Alert? Casting a glance at the buzz-cut man, Deng Yu discreetly exchanged a knowing look with Uncle Gao, his expression rife with skepticism. Are you really counterfeiting currency? Is that genuine or merely bravado? After years of partnership, Uncle Gao instantly comprehended. His acting skills immediately kicked in as he swiftly interjected. Hey, third brother, are you being foolish? He asked, jesting. Do you truly believe him? If he were counterfeiting money, would he openly confess to us? Is he not afraid we might report him? Upon hearing this, the buzz-cut man's words of dismissal hung on his lips. A chuckle escaped Deng Yu, who felt slightly embarrassed. Ahem, well, I merely inquired casually. Not that I'm implying, Uncle Gao said, pulling Deng Yu along as they made their exit. Adopting a casual tone, though their words were barely audible, they were perfectly positioned for the buzz-cut man to overhear. Third brother, when will you amend this flaw of yours? He asked, posturing, boasting a bit. And you actually took him seriously. Must you follow his lead and inquire further? You're making him quite uncomfortable. Overcome with guilt, Deng Yu rested his hand on the doorknob. Oh, I figured if he can convert a death sentence into life imprisonment with such formidable backing, counterfeiting a bit of currency wouldn't warrant much concern, even if we reported him. Unless he asked defrauding us at the mention of fraud, the buzz-cut man immediately panicked. His boss, the artist, remained incarcerated, still deceiving death row inmates. If these 2 men began to harbor suspicions and decided to report him if exposed, it would spell disaster. His boss could no longer swindle any money, and this lucrative avenue would be closed off. A single death row inmate could yield $70,000, exploiting various legal loopholes without crossing any lines. Such a golden opportunity with no drawbacks was rare indeed. He had even contemplated alternating prison terms with the artist. Observing Deng Yu, the buzz-cut man thought him rather dim-witted. If suspicions arose, he might well report him. Regardless, having profited from the fraud, he planned to destroy the counterfeit currency templates anyway. Showing them to these 2 posed no real threat. Besides, the leader seemed rather clueless. Likely, even after viewing the evidence, he would not report it. Even if he did, without tangible evidence, what was there to fear? Stop! You 2! Come back, he halted Deng Yu and Uncle Gao, pulling them to sit on a chair. Next, he approached the window, scrutinizing the curtains. Finally, he turned off the lights and then back on. A dark purple ambience enveloped the entire room. Deng Yu? Uncle Gao, with expressions of bewilderment. Both men simultaneously turned to the buzz-cut man. What on earth are you doing? Greetings. I contemplated dimming the lights a tad, rubbing his hands together. The crew-cut gentleman appeared quite sheepish as he reignited the illumination. My apologies. This wretched place is just as it is, he remarked. I chose this venue primarily for its safety. Not long ago, the authorities conducted a sweep here. It is unlikely they shall return in the near future. Quite secure indeed. From beneath the bed, he extracted a box, which he opened to reveal yet another smaller box. As he opened that one, it contained yet another diminutive box. Are we engaging in a game of nesting dolls here? Deng Yu quipped. I assure you this is the last one, he continued, opening the mini box to extract a small booklet. Flipping it open, he revealed denominations of 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100 yuan, each represented by a single note. He randomly selected a 100 yuan note, then rummaged through the cash Deng Yu had brought, blending a few bills together before handing them to Deng Yu. I just slipped a counterfeit in there. See if you can discern which one it is. If you manage to identify it, I might as well be shot dead. Upon receiving the notes, Deng Yu meticulously scrutinized each one, employing every method at his disposal to differentiate the genuine from the fake. As he searched, his anxiety grew. He realized he could not pinpoint the counterfeit among the bills. This is becoming serious, he thought, furrowing his brow as he handed the stack to Uncle Gao. Brother, perhaps you can find it. You should be able to, right? He looked at Uncle Gao with hope, wishing fervently that he would uncover the counterfeit. After all, if the counterfeit had reached such a level of sophistication, it would spell disaster if circulated. With an air of confidence, Uncle Gao accepted the bundle of notes. All the officers of the Zhongshan police station knew that while Gao Zhangwo might not be the most formidable in apprehending criminals, his skill in detecting counterfeit currency was quite commendable. Raising 2 children, one of whom was in frail health, had left him financially strained. Although the family had received 6 million yuan when Gao Ye's parents departed, that sum belonged to Gao Ye. He and his wife had consensually decided to reserve it for Gao Ye's college education. Consequently, Uncle Gao had been perpetually impoverished, treating every penny as if it were worth 2. When inspecting the authenticity of the currency, he was particularly meticulous, especially after a previous incident where he was deceived with 90 yuan in counterfeit bills while purchasing cigarettes, which had infuriated him. For 2 entire months, he had been bumming cigarettes here and there, never discarding a single one unless it was completely consumed. Since then, Uncle Gao had diligently practiced his ability to discern counterfeit notes. He would feel, smell, and examine the color. Ah, brother, the crew-cut gentleman exclaimed, visibly astonished, as he gave a thumbs up. You possess some skills, don't you? You even know how to smell them. Many ordinary individuals merely touch and glance at the bills. Rarely do they understand the importance of scent. Have you ever worked in this field? Having never engaged in such activities, the high school sophomore remained engrossed in his search. Stop looking, the man with the crew cut declared, producing a portable microscope with an air of triumph. You're not in the same field, so you surely cannot discern which note is counterfeit. I must inform you that even among professionals without specialized tools, it is quite challenging to detect the fakes. So what do you think? Now you believe I have crafted counterfeit currency before? The high school sophomore remained silent, continuing his examination. 5 minutes later, exhaling deeply, he held the money in his hands. Turning to Deng Yu with a serious expression. Old 3, I cannot identify the counterfeit. The craftsmanship is remarkably authentic, achieving a level of deception that blurs the line between real and fake. If these were to circulate in the market, he paused, concern etched on his face. At least 90% of ordinary people would be unable to distinguish the authenticity. Let us be bolder, the crew-cut man interjected, raising 3 fingers. I swear, at least 99% of people wouldn't recognize it. 99% of people cannot discern it? Upon hearing this, Deng Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Are you serious? Do you understand the implications? The counterfeit currency you've produced would be a frenzy among secondary counterfeiters. Do you really need to rely on converting death sentences into life imprisonment for profit? You could probably make a fortune just from counterfeiting. Understand nothing, he muttered, his face clouded with melancholy. Originally, we were quite successful in selling counterfeit currency. My elder brother is an artist. All those counterfeit templates were created by him. We, as a group of brothers, clandestinely produced counterfeit money. In our first month, I tell you, our sales reached 50 million. The second month, 100 million. Deng Yu was taken aback. That impressive? Why did you stop? The crew-cut man, filled with frustration, replied, Damn it, our competitors, envious of our success, attempted to poach my brother. Deng Yu pondered, were they envious? Indeed, the crew-cut man responded. For some inexplicable reason, Deng Yu's engagement made the conversation particularly enjoyable for him. And he continued, my brother refused, and they suggested investing. Ah, a change of tactics? Deng Yu interjected. Did you let them invest? Invest? Absolutely not. The crew-cut man slammed the table. I ask you, with our guaranteed profitable business, do we need external investors? Ding Yu replied instinctively, certainly not. Exactly, the crew-cut man affirmed. At that time, my brother flatly rejected their offer. A wise decision that prevented the spread of counterfeit currency. Ding Yu nodded in agreement. What happened next? Later on, as he stood up, the buzz-cut man wore a look of discontent. That group from Beyond has banded together to wage a price war against us. They are spending money to poach our talents and tarnish our reputation. They even resorted to cunning schemes, framing my brother for fraud and landing him in prison. Tell me, how is it reasonable that we cannot compete on quality and must resort to such underhanded tactics? Ding Yu shook his head. Indeed, that is quite unreasonable. But did you not take any action? Perhaps collaborate with others? Or continue your solitary venture into counterfeiting? With his spirits dampened and his heart heavy, the buzz-cut man replied in a subdued tone, I have withdrawn from the counterfeit scene entirely. I have come to realize that these peers of mine do not delve into the craft. They only seek to pilfer the fruits of others' labor. If others refuse to comply, they resort to theft, robbery, and price wars. As for the buyers of counterfeit goods, I have also discerned their nature. They are all too eager to chase after bargains, believing that as long as it serves its purpose, they will flock to purchase cheap wares. With his hands clasped behind his back, he tilted his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the lights, utterly disillusioned. In this world, bad money drives out good. If the counterfeit industry in our country continues to evolve in this manner, it is doomed to fail. Ding Yu and Uncle Gao both stared blankly at these words, momentarily stunned. They initially thought they had misheard. Bad money drives out good. Concern for the future of the domestic counterfeit industry? How could a mere purveyor of counterfeit goods utter such sentiments? Where is your dignity? Has it vanished? Not far away. In the command center, the phrase bad money drives out good left the police officers bewildered. Exchanging a glance with the head of the economic investigation team, Sun Weigwa felt somewhat disoriented. Bad money drives out good. Are the counterfeiters you usually apprehend of this peculiar nature? After much contemplation, Sun Weigwa settled on the term peculiar to describe the situation. At that moment, the head of the economic investigation team also snapped out of his stupor, his expression a mixture of complexity. Director Sun, after all these years, we have never encountered such a peculiar case. To utter such words, he shook his head, torn between laughter and anger, rendered speechless by the buzz-cut man's remarks. It would be one thing to commend his character, but as a counterfeiter, having swindled millions, how many lives and fortunes have been adversely affected? To criticize him would seem harsh, yet here he was on the brink of ruin, worrying about the future of the counterfeit industry. It was indeed like a grandmother sneaking into bed, evoking a chuckle. For reasons unknown, an intense desire surged within the head of the economic investigation team to meet this counterfeiter face to face. With this thought in mind, he declared, Director Sun, let's issue an order for his capture. Such a peculiar individual would broaden our horizons in economic investigation. Also, do your utmost to preserve the counterfeit master copy. Well, I must admit, I'm curious to see him. Suppressing a smile, Sun Weigwa commanded, all units, take note and act immediately. In addition, there are Ding Yu and Gao Jiangwo. If you possess complete confidence, you may proceed with the apprehension directly. However, if you lack certainty, it is advisable to withdraw for the time being. Chapter 87. The shocked economic investigation team leader at last, after enduring a night of scorn. The foolish one was finally able to take action. With a face brimming with excitement, Ding Yu and Uncle Gao simultaneously exclaimed, We are absolutely confident. The buzz-cut man, taken aback, furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean by confident? Exchanging a knowing glance, the pair responded in unison. It's nothing, just. Before they could finish their sentence, seizing the moment when the buzz-cut man was off guard, Ding Yu sprang forth and pinned him down with unwavering force. Uncle Gao, in perfect synchrony, swiftly seized the weapon and hurled it far away. This unexpected maneuver left the buzz-cut man utterly bewildered. Struggling to free himself, he exclaimed, What the hell? Are you two engaging in black-on-black crime? I warn you, release me at once, and I shall pretend this incident never occurred. Otherwise, your brothers in prison will not survive. Without my boss's connections, they would undoubtedly face the death penalty. My boss, the artist, will find someone to deal with them. Pausing for a moment, a smirk crept onto Deng Yu's lips. A double blessing indeed. I implore your boss to send someone to deal with my brothers, he exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Old Gao, hurry, this fellow is still struggling. We must restrain him. No, he is resisting. He is attacking me. No, wait. He has a knife. He intends to stab me. Old Gao, you must strike him twice to knock him out. The buzz-cut man, bewildered, protested. Hey. How can I resist when you have me pinned down? As if recalling the counterfeit bills of 90 yuan. And the helpless expression of the elderly vegetable vendor at the bank, he fell silent. Without a moment's hesitation, Uncle Gao raised his fist and struck. Still thinking of stabbing someone? Here is a punch for you. You deserve to be punished for dealing in counterfeit currency. You dare to think yourself superior while peddling fake bills? What about your dignity? Surely it is not also a fabrication? Let me take a closer look. A sudden cough echoed from outside the door. A squad of police officers burst in. Sun Weigua led the team into the room, and upon witnessing the scene, he was momentarily taken aback. Several boxes piled in the corner were unmistakably filled with cash. Observing the buzz-cut man pinned beneath Deng Yu, utterly incapable of resistance, Uncle Gao withdrew his fist, a sheepish expression upon his face. Well, Director's son, the suspect had a knife and attempted to stab old Deng. So I had to act first. With great difficulty, the buzz-cut man turned his head, seething with anger. I dare you. Search me. Where's the knife? Before he could finish, he noticed a throng of police officers standing at the doorway, led by a police inspector. An overwhelming chill coursed through him, and in an instant, the buzz-cut man panicked. His complexion shifted from pale to green. His teeth chattered. PP police? You're the police? How can you be the police? Is it not true that even your brothers in law enforcement have faced the death penalty? What business is it of yours? After being ridiculed as a fool for an entire night, Deng Yu could no longer contain himself and retaliated in kind. Deng Lao-san, with a stern expression, and Sun Weigua, wearing a serious countenance, reminded him to be mindful of the repercussions. Having said that, he ordered, first, take the suspect to the car. He then instructed the criminal investigation team to interrogate overnight for clues regarding the 3 individuals who had been murdered. Upon hearing this, the buzz-cut man felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could easily surmise that his recent remarks had been recorded. All that remained in his mind were 2 words. It's over. The boss has set me up. What kind of partner is this? After the buzz-cut man was taken away, the room felt somewhat more spacious. At that moment, the head of the economic investigation team entered with 2 associates. Upon seeing the counterfeit currency templates in the ledger, he walked straight over and began examining each denomination of the counterfeit bills meticulously. As he inspected them, the head of the economic investigation team grew increasingly solemn. Donnant un portable microscope. The more he examined, the more alarmed he became, to the point where his hands began to tremble. Thankfully, it was indeed a stroke of luck. His words left everyone in a state of astonishment. Staring at the counterfeit currency, Sun Weigua, puzzled, asked, Captain, what do you mean by lucky? Setting down the counterfeit bills, the head of the economic investigation team expressed his immense relief. Director Sun, I mean, it is fortunate that we seized this batch of counterfeit currency templates. In my 20 years in economic investigations, I have never encountered such realistic counterfeit bills. I can assure you that without specialized equipment, very few ordinary individuals in the entire province of Gao Ye could recognize them. If, hypothetically, these counterfeiters had not been driven out of the market by the so-called bad currency driving out the good, and had continued to use these templates for printing counterfeit currency, the damage to our economic investigations and to the public would have been incalculable. By the time we realized it, the losses could have amounted to hundreds of billions. Hearing these words from the head of the economic investigation team, the officers present were rendered speechless. Hundreds of billions. What an incomprehensible figure. An astronomical sum. The entire Green City police force operates on an annual budget of 20 million. Hundreds of billions, assuming prices remain unchanged, could sustain the Green City police force for over 1,000 years. With an average price of 10,000 for second-hand homes in Green City, a 100 square meter unit costing 1 million could purchase tens of thousands of apartments. If one were to reside in a new apartment each day until death, it might still not be enough. The keys to those homes could be a fatal weapon. After a brief calculation, even Sun Weiguo, despite being the director, could not help but break into a cold sweat. It was terrifying. Strangely enough, he found himself inexplicably grateful to the counterfeiters for their malicious business tactics. By sheer happenstance, they had inadvertently done a good deed. At this moment, the head of the economic investigation team seemed to recall something and remarked, "Ah, Director Sun, although we have obtained the master template for the counterfeit currency, based on our past experiences, these counterfeiters typically operate as a syndicate. While we have apprehended one suspect, I just overheard from the listening device that there is another accomplice still in prison." Sun Weiguo nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, the suspect has an accomplice incarcerated. What of it? It seems we must conduct an overnight interrogation. Pointing to the counterfeit currency template, the head of the economic investigation team expressed his concern. From my recent examination, it appears that this batch of counterfeit templates was manually crafted. This implies that if we do not capture the individual responsible for creating these templates, they may very well produce another set in the future. Furrowing his brow and sighing, the head of the economic investigation team wore a grave expression. Now that we have apprehended someone, we may have inadvertently alerted the others. I propose we interrogate simultaneously through dual lines tonight. The criminal investigation colleagues should interrogate the suspect apprehended at the brightly lit hair salon while also seeking information about who crafted the counterfeit template. We should also visit the prison tonight to interrogate the suspect's accomplice. If the creator of the counterfeit template is one of these two, then we shall be in good fortune. However, if it is someone else, the head of the economic investigation team looked deeply concerned. Then we will be facing a significant problem. Upon hearing this, Sun Weiguo chuckled heartily. Straightening up, he sipped from his thermos, exhaling gently, and remarked, "If it is merely a matter of identifying the individual who crafted the counterfeit template, I believe I might have a notion of who it is." The head of the economic investigation team inquired. "Who?" Sun Weiguo replied. "To be candid, it is highly likely that it is the suspect currently in prison." The head of the economic investigation team was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile spread across his face. "In that case, that is splendid news." He then couldn't help but ask for confirmation. "By the way, Director Sun, how did you come to this conclusion? Is the information reliable?" Sun Weiguo leisurely placed the lid on his teacup and replied, "The information is exceedingly reliable. As for how we discovered it, one of our colleagues encountered the suspect while performing duties in prison, and the suspect approached them voluntarily." After Sun Weiguo recounted the entire sequence of events, the head of the economic investigation team's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness, is that true? What luck! To apprehend someone in such a manner?" Chapter 88. From today onward, keep a close eye on the lottery shop owner. Furthermore, Sun Weiguo remarked, "You recently returned from tracking a case in another province and may not yet be fully aware. This is merely his usual caliber. This lad possesses a hint of mysticism about him. It's akin to certain individuals whose mere presence at a store guarantees a surge in business. Our young comrade has a knack for encountering criminals at every turn. Moreover, these wrongdoers are increasingly bizarre. I recall one particularly eccentric character, a pickpocket." At this point, Sun Weiguo couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha, I swear, after all these years in law enforcement, I have never encountered such a peculiar criminal. Initially, he had merely stolen a few mobile phones. Our young comrade apprehended him on the spot." Gazing at the captain of the economic investigation team, Sun Weiguo inquired, "As a fellow officer, what do you think? What is the typical sentence for such an offense?" After a brief contemplation, the captain replied, "If the amount is below 30,000, it is considered a significant theft, generally resulting in a sentence of less than 3 years. If it is a first offense and the individual displays a good attitude, they might only receive a few months." "Exactly," Sun Weiguo chuckled. "It should have merely been a few months. However, that lad was so peculiar that upon hearing about the gang of pickpockets who had stolen millions, he mistakenly thought he would take the blame, and thus confessed to all his prior thefts. He claimed he only ever stole up to 30,000, lacking the audacity to steal millions. He even showed the records of his transactions with the owner of the pawn shop, totaling over 200,000. What a stroke of luck. Now, Both testimonial and material evidence were in place. A sentence of a few months swiftly escalated to several years. Moreover, in a twist of fate, he inadvertently stole the bag of the gang's leader, which contained drugs and a firearm. Not only did he assist the police in capturing a significant criminal, but he also elevated his own career's theft total from 299,000 to over 300,000. What more is there to say? The starting sentence is a decade. The gang leader was handed a death sentence. Upon hearing this, the captain of the economic investigation team was left in stunned silence. His mind buzzing, he instinctively exclaimed, "That can't be true." "But it is indeed the case," Sun Weiguo replied, taking a sip of tea and speaking leisurely. "And this isn't the only incident. Bank robberies, human trafficking." As Sun Weiguo recounted each case, the captain's mouth fell open in disbelief. When did capturing criminals become so effortless? Moreover, there was even a case where a perpetrator ran for several kilometers only to faint at the entrance of the police station. This was utterly absurd. Good heavens, what had transpired in the realm of law enforcement during his brief absence? At this moment, the captain's mind was in a whirl. Rationality told him this was impossible. It simply could not be true. However, reason dictated to him that, as the chief, Sun Weiguo could not possibly jest with him in the presence of so many officers. Observing the captain of the economic investigation team, who appeared rather inexperienced, Sun Weiguo was reminded of the lottery shop owner on Zhongshan Street, which was indeed pertinent to the investigation. In cases of this nature, if handled conventionally, it would typically involve a seasoned investigator accompanied by a junior officer to conduct surveillance. Yet, Sun Weiguo felt an inexplicable sense that the matter weighing on Gao Ye's mind must extend beyond mere counterfeit scratch cards. It likely warranted at least a second-class merit. Regrettably, despite his position as chief, he could not arbitrarily direct the economic investigation team to focus their attention, let alone maintain prolonged scrutiny on the lottery shop owner based solely on a hunch. After all, the economic investigation team had numerous cases concurrently in progress. His interference could backfire. Contemplating this, Sun Weiguo turned to the captain of the economic investigation team and lowered his voice. "Let me tell you, you know Zhang Chong, the captain of the criminal investigation team?" The economic investigation captain nodded, his face etched with confusion. "Yes, what about him?" "He is about to be promoted to third-class police supervisor," Sun Weiguo divulged. "Old Zhang has garnered several merits under that young comrade's guidance. After a recommendation from the Municipal Bureau and the Provincial Department's endorsement, the Ministry has approved Zhang Chong's promotion this month. I, too, shall be promoted to second-class police supervisor." "And then there's old Deng from the Zhongshan police station," Sun Weiguo pointed at Deng Yu, saying, "This Deng Lao San has struck it rich. He was supposed to be reassigned to a secondary position, yet he too has been elevated to third-class police supervisor. I suspect he'll be transferred to the Municipal Bureau next month." Deng Yu, who was about to inspect a box, chuckled at this. Just riding on the coattails of young Yi. Upon hearing this, the captain of the economic investigation team was utterly convinced, nearly grinding his back teeth in frustration. He could comprehend Sun Weiguo's promotion to second-class police supervisor, given his role as the Municipal Bureau chief. Indeed, a third-class supervisor seemed somewhat inadequate for him. However, why should Zhang Chong and Deng Yu also ascend to the rank of police supervisor? They had all graduated in the same year and shared similar lengths of service. In fact, he had accrued slightly more merits prior to embarking on his external mission. In just a few days, the tables had completely turned. Reflecting on this, the captain of the economic investigation team contemplated making contact with Gao Ye to see if he could secure some merit for himself. Even if he didn't achieve that, at least meeting him would not be in vain. With a look of eagerness, the captain turned to Sun Weiguo. "Chief Sun, could you possibly introduce me to that young comrade? I have a few questions I wish to discuss with him." Seeing the captain's interest piqued, Sun Weiguo smiled. "Unfortunately, that may not be feasible at the moment. He is currently engaged in a task." Upon hearing this, the captain's expression fell in disappointment. However, Sun Weiguo continued, "I can point you in a direction. There is a lottery shop on Zhongshan Street, based on the leads. The owner of that shop may very well be applying a covering film over the losing scratch cards. Our young comrade has suffered considerable losses at the hands of the lottery shop owner, to the point of being infuriated. The fact that this lottery shop owner has been lingering in our young comrade's thoughts for such an extended period suggests that there may be significant undisclosed issues at play. I propose that you focus your efforts on this matter, and I emphasize that it should be a priority. Of course, this is merely my suggestion. Until we obtain concrete leads, the arrangement of the economic investigation is ultimately at your discretion. Upon hearing Sun Weigua's words, the captain of the economic investigation team fell into deep contemplation. After a long silence, he shook his head and chose to decline. Director Sun, while your theories may seem rather esoteric, our approach to case handling relies on tangible evidence and prioritization. Investigating the sale of counterfeit scratch cards would typically warrant no more than a couple of dedicated team members, and to elevate it to a priority seems rather excessive. Suddenly, an exclamation came from Ding Yu and Uncle Gao, interrupting the captain's thoughts. Frowning, he turned to see what had caused their astonishment, his eyes widening in disbelief. To his horror, he discovered a suitcase containing a corpse. Gripping Sun Weigua's hand firmly, the captain's expression turned grave. Director Sun, I find your insights remarkably compelling. Although our current manpower is limited, I am prepared to enlist the assistance of several retired veterans from our team. From this day forth, these seasoned experts will keep a vigilant watch over this lottery shop. I, too, shall remain steadfast in this endeavor. Chapter 89. Just entered prison, timid, shy, and helpless? Director Sun, if our economic investigation team proceeds in this manner, might we be able to meet that young comrade? Upon uttering these words, he felt a twinge of unease. With a serious demeanor, the head of the economic investigation team added, Of course, my primary aim is to locate the victim and glean some insights into the situation. This young comrade, no, this victim, was deceived by the lottery shop owner. As a victim, they should possess some leads, which are crucial for the advancement of our case. No sooner had the head of the economic investigation team finished speaking than several exclamations erupted. Goodness, there are 2 more bodies, exclaimed one. What the hell? They didn't even move the bodies along with the money. Just left them lying here without a care. This unexpectedly simplified our task. There was no need for interrogation, just direct examination. Damn it, the cases that Gao Ye encounters are always so effortlessly resolved, requiring only a bit of physical effort to crack them. Upon hearing this, the head of the economic investigation team turned again, his scalp tingling with shock. He beheld 3 suitcases, each containing a corpse, while nearby, several more suitcases brimmed with cash. Breathing rapidly and with a face full of yearning, the criminal investigation captain spoke hurriedly. Director Sun, we must act swiftly. This lottery shop case feels paramount. Please allow me to communicate with the victim immediately. Sun Weigua replied. The impact is overwhelming. Let me collect myself for a moment. The head of the economic investigation team looked puzzled. Director Sun, what do you need to collect yourself for? Did you not say this was merely a routine procedure? Do you truly consider this ordinary? Sun Weigua gasped, covering his chest in disbelief. I had no idea the suspect was carrying the victim's body with them. Gazing at the corpses, Sun Weigua felt as though the world was crumbling around him. Just moments ago, the victims had to be recovered, and now this surreal situation had unfolded. Was it possible that next time, Gao Ye would coincidentally witness the suspect committing murder? Surely such coincidence could not be that precise. While understanding the actions of a criminal was conceivable, preventing them bordered on the absurd. Shaking his head to dispel the ludicrous thoughts, Sun Weigua donned a serious expression and issued orders. Ding Yu, Gao Jiangwo, please take the comrades from the Zhongshan Street police station and secure the scene. Upon hearing this, Ding Yu immediately brightened. Rest assured, Director Sun, our Zhongshan police station will secure the scene diligently. Nodding in agreement, Sun Weigua continued. Also, notify the forensic department to come here. We need the coroner to examine the bodies and determine the cause of death. If it was a gunshot, we must see if the model of the suspect firearm matches. Furthermore, retrieve the surveillance footage from the Liangdangfang hair salon for review. The economic investigation team will accompany me to the prison. Upon finishing his words, Sun Weigua stepped outside. Gao Ershu, emboldened, interjected, Director Sun, may I accompany you to the prison? Hearing this, the captain of the economic investigation team cast a surprised glance at Gao Ershu, pondering that this colleague seemed somewhat insatiable. As a grassroots police officer from a local precinct, having secured such an achievement was commendable enough. Yet, he still yearned to visit the prison and forge a good relationship with that esteemed individual. Moreover, he made this direct request to Director Sun in front of so many people. It was needless to say that Sun would surely decline. After all, who among those present did not wish to accompany him to the prison and catch a glimpse of the koi, perhaps even earn some merit? If Director Sun were to acquiesce, who would remain to maintain order at the scene? Contemplating this, the captain looked towards Sun Weiguo, who, to his astonishment, bore a rare expression of slight regret. I hadn't anticipated this. Very well, Lao Gao. You may join me on a visit to the prison. On his first night, in such an unfamiliar environment, Xiao Yu will undoubtedly be anxious and unable to sleep. As his second uncle, your presence could provide him some comfort. Upon noticing the captain's bewilderment, Sun Weiguo elaborated. This is Lao Gao, Gao Zhangwo, the new instructor from the Zhongshan Street Police Station. He is Xiao Ye's second uncle. Oh, by the way, Xiao Ye, you may not be aware that he is our esteemed young comrade. Upon hearing this, the captain was momentarily taken aback for 2 or 3 seconds before a smile quickly spread across his face. He retrieved his phone, saying, "So Lao Gao, let us connect on WeChat and keep in touch. I just heard over the eavesdropping device that you possess skills in identification. How intriguing. Are you interested in counterfeit currency? Would you consider joining our economic investigation team?" Fei, no poaching. Upon hearing this, Ding Yu immediately became agitated. The more than 10 officers from the Zhongshan Street Police Station glared at the captain, some even considering taking action. The captain felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that if he uttered another word about poaching, this group of officers might indeed resort to violence. He waved his hand. I was merely jesting. Let's focus on our case first. With that, he swiftly departed, taking the counterfeit currency template with him. Within 5 minutes, several police cars sped away from the brightly lit salon. In the darkness of the night, the police vehicles raced towards the prison. Upon arrival, Sun Weiguo informed the on-duty prison guard and proceeded directly to the warden's office. Halfway there, he was taken aback. The warden and the head of the prison guards were, at this late hour, busy hauling crates of cola into the office. Moreover, judging by their demeanor, they appeared to be in an unusually exuberant state. One could say, just a moment ago, their faces were alight with smiles, clearly relishing their moment of glory. In the next moment, my eyes welled with tears. How foolish of me to speak out. After a brief pause, we united in indignation, exclaiming in unison, Sun Weiguo is truly despicable. How could he engage in such actions? Sun Weiguo. The police officers? I set down my soda, rubbed my eyes, and the prison warden was taken aback. Warden, Sunday. Director Sun has arrived. For heaven's sake, he still jokes around like he's in the military. The warden kicked the prison officer. Sun Weiguo is preoccupied with the case. How could he possibly come here? A second-class merit award. I truly yearn for it. It has been 7 or 8 years since I left the military, and I haven't seen one in ages. But no, he has really come. The prison officer, now anxious, insisted. Look behind you. I bet you a month's worth of cigarettes. A bet is a bet. The warden turned and was left speechless. How should I put it? If there were an embarrassment ranking in the world, being caught in such a predicament would certainly earn a spot on that list. The warden felt exceedingly awkward. Rubbing the back of his head, he managed a smile. Ahem. Old son, how long has it been since you arrived? Tell me, why do you walk so quietly? And why didn't the guard stationed at the entrance inform me before letting you in? You know, in the military, that would warrant a severe reprimand. Sun Weiguo. The guiding officer hastily clarified. Warden, I did call you just now. I mentioned that Director Sun had arrived and asked if I should bring him to your office. Upon hearing the name Director Sun, you became agitated and insisted that he appear before you immediately, no matter what. As he trailed off, the prison officer fell silent. For the warden's gaze held a hint of menace. Wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, the warden attempted to defend himself. Old son, my eagerness for you to come here implies my desire for the case to be resolved swiftly. At that time, I shall treat you to a fine meal. Sun Weiguo smiled. The warden, growing anxious, asserted, Truly, that is my genuine intention. Sun Weiguo smiled. The warden continued to justify himself. A smile plastered on his face. You know me well, don't you? Sun Weigwa maintained his smile. As the smile faded, the warden, now furious, exclaimed, "When the world, can't you give me a break? I'm telling you, what you did was truly unscrupulous." Sun Weigwa looked on, puzzled. The police officers silently turned away, facing the wall, their ears perked. The warden's eyes brimmed with tears. How could you bear to send such a pitiful child like Gao Ye to carry out tasks in prison? Do you think it's your subordinates who are in charge? Do you have any idea what kind of seasoned criminals are locked up in here? I suggested he be placed in a single cell. Yet you objected, claiming it would be favoritism and might alert the criminals. If he stays in a shared cell, those seasoned offenders will relish bullying the newcomers. I acknowledge that Gao Ye possesses remarkable capability, yet that is during the day. He must slumber at night, does he not? Those seasoned individuals may launch surprise attacks under the cover of darkness. Who can possibly defend against that? Presently, I have deployed 4 prison guards, alternating in shifts, stationed at the cell door, vigilantly watching over it, fearing any potential mishap. Sun Weigwa fell silent. The warden continued. Do you know what he just told me in my office? Casting a glance at the warden, Sun Weigwa felt an unsettling sensation in his heart, but could not restrain himself from inquiring. What did Gao Ye say? Staring at the ceiling and exhaling deeply, the warden struggled to keep tears at bay. He mentioned that his parents perished in a drug bust when he was merely 5 years old. He has been an orphan since childhood. He expressed envy for his classmates who have parents to attend parent-teacher meetings. He also said that although his aunt treats him well, there always seems to be something lacking, for she never scolds him, and even if she did, she would never do so with any force. However, his uncle did strike him once during elementary school. After he spent a night in room 201, his uncle came looking for him, saw his parents' memorial photographs, and ceased to hit him, weeping while holding the pictures. As he cried, Gao Ye felt the urge to weep as well. Subsequently, he never returned to room 201. With reddened eyes, his uncle trembled. What else did he say? The warden wiped his eyes. Gao Ye stated that from that moment on, he realized that room 201 was no longer his home. Only his aunt's place remained his last sanctuary. He mentioned that he returns home every night to sleep, fearing that if he ever fails to return, he might lose his home again. However, this time is different. Gao Ye said he understands that if he does not come to prison to gather information, countless others will lose their homes. The plight of an orphan is unbearable. He does not wish for others to endure the same fate. Additionally, do you know why he enjoys drinking cola? Sun Weigwa, with reddened eyes, gazed at the warden. He said his father loved it, and every time he drinks cola, it feels as though his father has returned. The atmosphere was charged, and tears flowed freely among the officers present. Director's son, his uncle, clenched his fist. Let Gao Ye go home, shall we? Gritting his teeth and suppressing his tears. Sun Weigwa replied solemnly, no. Only Gao Ye can extract the necessary information. Gao Jiangwo, you are a police officer. You should comprehend what the most prudent choice is. I assure you, under any circumstances, I would never send Gao Ye to prison to be confined with a multitude of inmates. After a moment of silence, his uncle relaxed his fist and, with a weary tone, asked, May I see him? I too wish to see Gao Ye. Sun Weigwa turned to the warden. It will be timely to deliver him some good news. I believe once he hears it, he will feel less distressed. Old man, lead us to him, he urged. The warden nodded, guiding a contingent of officers toward the cell. In the distance, they observed 2 prison guards stationed at the entrance of the cell. Upon encountering the warden, a prison guard approached briskly, saluting, Good day, warden. The warden nodded in response, inquiring, How is Gao Ye? Has he been mistreated? The guard's expression turned peculiar at this question. Warden, perhaps you should take a look yourself? With a sense of intrigue, the warden proceeded towards the cell door. Upon discerning the situation within, his eyes widened in disbelief, nearly exclaiming in astonishment. Sensing something amiss, Sun Weigwa pushed past the warden for a closer look. The sight before them was startling. A large-nosed individual stood at the cell door, facing outward, yet it was evident that he had dozed off. Meanwhile, Gao Ye sat at the edge of a bed, while a prisoner knelt on the floor. A heap of playing cards piled upon his back. Flanking him were 2 other prisoners, each gripping a deck of cards. 4 fives. Gao Ye declared, tossing down 4 cards and addressing one of the prisoners. I know you possess an A-bomb. Play it swiftly. The prisoner, bewildered, retorted, Second Master. I am but a farmer. You are the landlord, are you not? Precisely, Gao Ye replied. You are a farmer in the service of the landlord. You shall do as I command. The prisoner questioned, is it permissible to do so? Enough of your hesitation. Will you play or not? I am prone to fits of rage, Gao Ye insisted. The prisoner, in a flurry, laid down 4 aces. Royal flush. Gao Ye cast down 2 cards, exclaiming, I declare a single. Another prisoner glanced at his cards, his tone meek. Second Master, these are clearly 2 twos. The royal flush is in my hand. In irritation, Gao Ye tossed his card aside. Old 2, I'm feeling rather unwell. A burly thug, who had been practicing his drawing by the bed, sprang to his feet. The prisoner immediately pleaded, Second Master, I am the most foolish. I possess all the 2s. Yours is the royal flush. Nodding in acknowledgement, Gao Ye waved his hand dismissively. Old 2, you are of no concern. Continue your drawing practice. With that, he threw down his final card, royal flush. Hands on his hips, looking down at the 2 prisoners, Gao Ye beamed with excitement. In total, that amounts to 128 times. Each one owes 1,280. With a discount, just 10,000 will suffice. I am aware that you 2 are fraudsters and possess wealth. Upon hearing this, the 2 prisoners' eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, by heavens, one cannot gamble with money in such a manner. Their outcries startled the large-nosed guard awake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a throng of officers at the door, and exclaimed, by heavens, Second Master, there are officers present. Chapter 90, Confinement. Upon hearing the guards, the prisoners in the cell were suddenly thrown into a state of panic. Each one promptly sat up straight, hands resting on their knees, their expressions turning grave. The head of the cell, who had been serving as the dealer at the makeshift card table, hurriedly stood up, scattering playing cards across the floor. Exchanging glances, the 2 prisoners who had been playing cards brightened at once, swiftly gathering their cards and imploring, Sir, the guard are coming to inspect. Let us refrain from playing tonight. Besides, you have already won 200,000. We've only played 10 rounds. Casting a glance at the time, Gao Ye furrowed his brow, aware that it was still early before lights out. He had previously learned that among the inmates were 2 fraudsters who had swindled a female student out of her scholarship, driving her to suicide. Thus, he had taken the liberty of informing the warden to delay the inspection until he could reclaim the money these fraudsters had hidden. The warden had confidently assured him that as long as he did not grossly violate the rules, he would be the last to conduct the night inspection. How could he possibly be arriving now? Could it be? Looking outside, he noticed no unusual activity. Suddenly enlightened, Gao Ye's anger flared. Damn that big-nosed fool. Are you envious of my fortune, calling out so loudly to draw the guard's attention and report me? The burly henchman, known for his artistic skills, set down his paintbrush and turned to Gao Ye. Second Master, if someone is envious of you, what do you propose we do? After a moment of contemplation, the burly henchman fell into reminiscence, his expression serious. In the past, our leader mentioned that there were rivals envious of his success. Some would ambush us on our way, snatching our hostages and engaging us in fights. The leader also spoke of others who were shameless enough to secretly report us to the authorities, betraying our whereabouts. We lost several brothers because of this. It is rare for the burly henchman to show anger. Old 6 was killed by rivals. Eventually, the leader dealt with those envious rivals, disposing of them beneath the apple trees in the back mountains with a spark of realization. The burly henchman exclaimed, Second Master, I know what to do. Feeling a sense of relief, Gao Ye inquired, what shall we do? Let us eliminate him. The burly henchman cracked his neck, adopting a serious demeanor. The leader said, leaving such a person alive only allows them to exhale carbon dioxide. Doesn't he it? Gao Ye, alarmet. Wave his hands in protest. Second, enough. Do me a favor. Just give him a good beating and teach him a lesson. Suddenly collapsing to the ground, the big-nosed man wept bitterly. Second Master, I truly am not envious of you. I do not mean to shout so loudly. I was frightened. No, the police really have arrived. The warden is here as well. Outside, there are police everywhere. The one in charge, He asked the head of the Green City Bureau, Sun Weigua. He was the one who brought me in. Gao Ye harbored an absolute disbelief in those words. The last time Sun Weigua had questioned him at the provincial office, he had instinctively shaken his head in refusal when asked if he wished to serve time in prison. After all, who would choose to forego graduation celebrations and travel to languish behind bars? Upon exiting Director Zhao's office, Sun had mentioned it to his uncle, who, without a moment's contemplation, had also declined. However, to their astonishment, Sun Weigua, a dignified bureau chief, had managed to intoxicate both himself and his uncle. At the dinner table, he had boasted, thumping his chest, that he was indeed destined for prison. Since that day, Sun Weigua had refrained from approaching Gao Ye directly. Yet he consistently sent 3 red envelopes each day, morning, noon, and night. Even when Gao Ye had come to serve his sentence that afternoon, Sun had not come to bid him farewell. At that moment, how could one expect him to visit the prison? With a dismissive wave, Gao Ye suit a comment, commença. The burly henchman, driven by jealousy, roared out accusations and intentionally reported him, advising to go easy, merely to teach him a lesson. Rising from his seat, the hefty thug approached the door, peering through the crack and catching a glimpse of shadow outside. Quietly adjusting his collar, he pressed the face of the large-nosed man against the door's crevice, beginning to rub. As he did, he recited Gao Ye's words, jealous, report, teach you a lesson. Outside, a group of police officers stood against the wall, taken aback as they witnessed the scene unfold. With eyes closed and then opened again, Sun Weigua stared in disbelief, lowering his voice. Is that Gao Ye? How could he have changed so much in just half a day? He seems quite menacing. Who taught him to act this way? Rubbing his forehead, Gao's uncle pondered his existence. It was my instruction. I allowed him into the prison to act a little, to appear more intimidating, so that no inmate would dare bully him. But how did he end up like this? He hardly seems to be acting. It's likely these prisoners have led him astray. After a moment, Sun Weigua reached a conclusion. Turning to the warden, he said, old friend, the inmates in this cell do not seem suitable. I fear they may corrupt Gao Ye. Could you perhaps assign him to a different cell, preferably with more agreeable companions? The warden replied. Who besides Gao Ye could possibly be deemed good? While that may be true, smacking his lips, Sun Weigua gestured towards the inmates within the cell. But the caliber of these prisoners is rather lacking. Wouldn't you agree? Just look in barely half a day. They have already influenced Gao Ye to this extent, encouraging him to engage in violence. The warden retorted, that large-nosed fellow deserved it, shouting so loudly. He would attract the attention of at least 2 guards, whether we were present or not. Goodness, I am well aware of such petty tricks. He was envious of Gao Ye's success and deliberately alerted the prison guards. Given Gao Ye's situation, if discovered by the guards, he would at least spend a couple of days in solitary confinement. I have always despised such individuals. Gao Ye is a good kid. Would he resort to violence if not provoked by this person? In my opinion, anyone would react in such a manner. How can one claim that Gao Ye has gone astray? Uncle Gao nodded. Ever since this fellow learned about Nan Nan's illness, he's been excessively frugal, treating every penny as if it were 2. Looking at it this way, Gao Ye must have genuinely been angered to strike that big-nosed man. It is not that he was corrupted by the prison environment that led him to violence. It appears to be the case. After a moment of reflection, Sun Weigua affirmed, Gao Ye has an unusual fixation on money. When his financial path is obstructed, reacting with aggression seems almost normal. However, furrowing his brows, Sun Weigua expressed his dissatisfaction. How could he engage in card games within the cell? Moreover, he even played a game of dominance with others. I witnessed him claiming 2 2s as if they were 2 kings. Furthermore, when he was left with only 1 card, he still insisted it was 2 kings. When it came time to settle the debts, what should have been over 1,000 was counted as 10,000. This lad is openly robbing. This constitutes fraud. The head of the Economic Crime Investigation Team interjected, however, although I have never met Gao Ye, based on my understanding of him, he should not be that kind of person. It is undoubtedly fraud. The warden, filled with regret, lamented, I should not have brought you here. It is my fault for momentarily forgetting my promise to Gao Ye. Sun Weigua. Uncle Gao, head of Economic Crime Investigation. The warden, sensing their confusion, elaborated. The two inmates playing cards with Gao Ye were imprisoned for fraud. You have no idea how despicable these two fraudsters are. Before their incarceration, they deceived dozens of individuals, amassing over 2 million in illicit gains. While this amount may seem trivial to a group of fraudsters who typically deal in millions, these two specifically targeted extremely vulnerable groups. They were aware that these individuals relied on the money for survival, yet chose to deceive them without remorse. One victim even went mad, and another lost their life. With a serious expression, the head of the Economic Crime Investigation Team nodded. I have a vague recollection of these two. I glanced at the case file during the investigation. We must never underestimate the moral limits of criminals. However, I recall that the court ruled to confiscate the assets of these two fraudsters. Although they were left with only a few $100,000 at the time, it was all recovered. How could Gao Ye engage in such high-stakes gambling with them? With a finger raised, the warden chuckled. Do you think I assured Gao Ye that I would check his cell later tonight for no reason? Let me enlighten you. These two fraudsters have pledged allegiance to Gao Ye, claiming they have accomplices who are hiding over $1 million outside. If Gao Ye allows them to accompany him without facing any bullying, they will share some of the money with him. As it stands, Gao Ye plans to win a bit more and pressure them to procure the funds. At that point, we'll follow the clues and apprehend them all, declared the head of the Economic Investigation Team, his face alight with excitement. By the heavens, Gao Ye is truly remarkable. We haven't even met him yet, and he has already presented us with a new case. Contemplating this, the head of the Economic Investigation Team could hardly contain his exhilaration. If Gao Ye manages to win a bit more money, he will compel the fraudsters' accomplices to deliver the funds. The investigation team could then utilize the clues to ensnare the fraudsters' partners. They might even recover the ill-gotten gains that the fraudsters had hidden away. Turning to Sun Weigua, the head of the Economic Investigation Team quickly spoke. Director Sunday, let us return later. Allow Gao Ye to play a bit longer. Sun Weigua responded. If this continues, someone might end up dead. The head of the Economic Investigation Team retorted. Surely not. It's merely a game of cards, compelling the fraudster to summon his accomplices. Who could possibly die? After a moment's pause, Sun Weigua pointed towards the cell, where the large-nosed individual had already fainted. If this goes on, the large-nosed fellow might very well be killed. Moreover, since we've been discovered, if we remain outside for too long, and he wakes up to reveal this incident, wouldn't the other inmates become suspicious? By entering now, we can not only quell their suspicions, but also feign punishment for Gao Ye.